A millennium ago, the god of light, at the cost of his own life, cursed all the undead. 1,000 years later, McDiv, burdened with the affinity of the supreme undead, found himself cast into a neglected corner of the magical academy. When even the mentors urged him to abandon hope, McDiv unearthed memories buried deep within the bones. He discovered that each withered skeleton was a frozen moment in time, and every fragment of history was a dormant power. While all necromancers struggled under divine retribution, he quietly opened the tomb. From the dust of history, he intended to awaken a legion of undead that would overturn divine decrees. Chapter 1. The Cursed Profession. At last, the day of enrollment has arrived. Gazing at the sign of the Lowland Magic Academy, the young McDiv inhaled deeply. His life had been tumultuous. In his previous incarnation, he was an archaeologist on Earth, rising to fame due to a monumental discovery. Just as he basked in fame and fortune, a tragic accident abruptly ended his former life. Upon his death, his soul traversed to another realm, reincarnating as the son of the 3rd Earl of Hobarton. His father, lauded as the Spear of Hobarton, was an exceptionally gifted knight and a formidable contender for the title of Earl. At the age of 5, McDiv's magical aptitude was detected. With a powerful father and a talent for magic, McDiv's family status soared. He was born a winner. However, misfortune struck when, at the age of 10, his father perished in battle in another world. Shortly thereafter, his mother succumbed to sorrow and followed him. Those who had drawn near due to his father's influence distanced themselves in an instant after his demise. McDiv's family status plummeted. Had it not been for his magical talent, those rivals suppressed by his father would have seized the opportunity to eliminate him. Orphaned and bereft of family, McDiv became increasingly withdrawn. He avoided social gatherings, spending his days secluded in his family courtyard, as though the Hobarton family had lost a member. No one knew how he endured those 8 years. Had it not been for the Academy's enrollment invitation, the Hobarton family might have forgotten him altogether. After completing the enrollment procedures, McDiv queued at a building dedicated to testing magical affinity. Necromancy Affinity. The testing mage glanced at the radiance of the magic orb, casting a sympathetic look at McDiv. Next, after handing the form back to McDiv, the mage returned to his duties, indifferent to the fates of others. I was already considering quitting to farm, yet here I am, assigned to this troublesome task. And you, what a stroke of bad luck, to have such a profound affinity for necromancy. Following the map's guidance, McDiv arrived at the designated learning location. He was greeted by a scruffy old man, devoid of any semblance of a mage's nobility. Upon learning of McDiv's purpose, the old man took a swig of his drink and grumbled before picking up his testing form. Upon seeing McDiv's affinity data, the old man couldn't help but spew his drink. McDiv's necromantic affinity was unparalleled, eclipsing elemental affinities. Had it not been for the prefix necromancy, McDiv would have been considered a genius mage. But therein lay the curse of necromancy. While mages were esteemed, necromancers were the exception, condemned to a cursed profession. The curse of necromancers stemmed from a cataclysmic necromantic disaster that swept through the plains a millennium ago. This disaster was quelled by an alliance led by the God of Light. In the climactic battle, the God of Light fell, leaving behind a final blessing of compassionate care. Within the reach of this blessing, all souls of the deceased would find peace, and their bodies would rest. The blessing of compassionate care diminished the efficacy of necromantic spells to their nadir. After the fall of the God of Light, his daughter inherited his divine essence and became the new Goddess of Light. The Goddess of Light continued her father's legacy, striving to expand the influence of compassionate care. Though the alliance had dissolved after the necromantic disaster, those who experienced its horrors were determined to prevent its recurrence. In this regard, they supported the Goddess of Light, actively promoting the spread of compassionate care. In every realm where the Temple of Light exists, a network of compassionate care blankets the land. When beings in these realms die, the blessing activates passively, purifying their remains. Ordinary necromancers struggle to successfully cast necromantic spells using fresh corpses. Often, they face divine backlash. The blessing of compassionate care relegated necromancers to the depths of obscurity, teetering on the edge of expulsion from the Mage Association. McDiv could be deemed extraordinarily unfortunate. Had his necromantic affinity been slightly weaker, or if he had any other elemental affinity, he might have had the opportunity to pursue other paths in magic. Go practice for now. Once you master the meditation technique, return to me. After confirming that McDiv was determined to tread the perilous path of a necromancer, the old man refrained from further admonitions and guided him in learning the mental meditation technique. Mentor, I have mastered the mental meditation technique. Days later, McDiv returned to the old man to proceed with the next stage of his training. The old man had yet to mention his name, clearly unimpressed with McDiv's potential. Let us begin the spell instruction. Reluctantly, the old man procured 2 pristine corpses required for spellcasting. For a necromancer apprentice, casting spells on corpses blessed with compassionate care was akin to suicide. The corpses used for instruction must be pure, devoid of any blessing. Such corpses were now scarce, each commanding a hefty price. Just like this. After explaining the casting essentials to McDiv several times, the old man slowed his casting speed to demonstrate the process of constructing magical patterns. Once McDiv had memorized the casting essentials, the old man cast the bone resurrection spell on one of the pure corpses. Bones emerged from the flesh, and soon a skeletal figure stood amidst the decaying mire. After the spell casting demonstration, the old man gestured to the other pure corpse, indicating that McDiv should practice. Recalling the casting essentials, McDiv began to construct the magical patterns. A strand of dark light coalesced at his fingertips as he entered a peculiar casting perspective. Once he released that dark light, he would successfully execute the bone resurrection spell. As McDiv aimed at the corpse, an unusual vision suddenly appeared in his perspective. He could see the time of death of that corpse, instinctively grasping a unique method for the bone resurrection spell. McDiv, possessing a calm demeanor, refrained from revealing the unique method in front of the old man, instead opting to follow the old man's instructions for a standard casting. As the dark light from his fingertips descended, the corpse suddenly radiated a faint white light, obstructing his casting. Fortunately, the white light was not overpowering. Ultimately, the dark light broke through the barrier and landed on the corpse. After a moment of bloody transformation, a diminutive, skeletal figure that seemed afflicted with osteoporosis stood upright. Excellent. You truly are a prodigy of necromancy. McDiv's successful casting brought immense joy to the old man. His elation stemmed from the prospect of no longer needing to purchase expensive materials for spell instruction. This experience would save him a considerable sum. Teaching a necromancer apprentice was a profitable venture, an experience he had never encountered before. McDiv refrained from inquiring about the previous anomaly, intending to conduct private tests. McDiv, you have graduated. Before McDiv could inquire about the next phase of his studies, the old man handed him a signed scroll. Mentor, McDivin wore a puzzled expression, finding the situation rather hasty. Indeed, the curriculum for a necromancer apprentice comprises mastering the art of spiritual meditation and the technique of reanimation, the elder stated, handing McDivin the academy's syllabus. Chapter 2, The Exile Odyssey. Upon receiving the syllabus, McDivin perused its contents, realizing that the elder had not been remiss. This was the extent of the teachings for necromancers. In the face of potential expulsion, the mere fact that someone was willing to teach was a small mercy. Following the necromantic calamity, the lineage of necromancers had nearly vanished over the past millennium due to widespread persecution. You must have sensed it while casting. Even a pristine corpse, when enveloped in light, is subject to its influence. The path of a necromancer is a dead end. You are still young and may yet pursue the path of a knight. Perhaps having unexpectedly earned a small fortune, the elder, in a good mood, offered McDivin a piece of well-intentioned advice. Even he, an elder adept in necromancy, was contemplating resignation and seeking an alternative, illustrating just how dire the profession of a necromancer had become. After offering his counsel, the elder escorted McDivin to complete his graduation formalities, submitting his own letter of resignation simultaneously. With circumstances thus, McDivin had no further words to say and swiftly gathered his belongings to depart. Ah, look who it is, our prodigious mage. Guess what? McDivin is now a necromancer apprentice. As McDivin stepped into the Hobarton estate, he was immediately confronted by a group of young men and women who greeted him with mocking jeers. They had anticipated his rise, only to find he had instead become a necromancer apprentice. What a comical twist. McDivin cast a cold glance at his relatives. He felt no sense of belonging to the Hobarton family and merely wished to extricate himself from it after the death of his parents. Master McDivin, Lord Vister seeks your presence. Before the taunts could escalate, a guard stepped forward to relay the message. Vister had once been a rival suppressed by McDivin's father, and after his father's demise in battle, Vister emerged as a formidable contender for the title of Earl of Hobarton. McDivin, you are now a noble mage and should have your own surname. Thanks to our efforts, the Noble Council of Lauren City has granted approval. You are now an illustrious pioneer of the Odyssey. Vister, renowned as a duplicitous schemer, had banished McDivin from the family, exiling him to the Odyssey region with a veneer of sophistication. You may return to gather your belongings. The letter of appointment will be delivered shortly. Maintaining his smile, Vister relished the imminent removal of this thorn in his side. McDivin refrained from responding. Any words would only serve to paint him as a fool, further delighting his adversaries. His disdain for the Hobarton family was palpable, and at this moment, severing ties suited him perfectly. The Odyssey region was fraught with peril, yet McDivin harbored his own hidden strengths, confident in his ability to navigate the challenges ahead. Observing McDivin's silence as he departed, Vister's gaze deepened, pondering his next move. McDivin, I know you're home. Open the door. While McDivin was busy in the courtyard assessing what items remained to be loaded onto the carriage, a violent knock echoed at the gate. From the ruckus outside, it was clear that quite a number of visitors had arrived. With a stern expression, he opened the grand door, and upon seeing members of the Nuyant family along with their mocking faces, he instantly understood the nature of their visit. Shortly after McDivin's birth, his father had arranged a betrothal with the Nuyant family, who were allies of the Hobarton family. After his father's untimely death, the Nuyant family had not rescinded the engagement. With McDivin's mage talents, as long as his abilities remained intact, the marriage contract stood firm. Now that McDivin had become a necromancer apprentice, all was settled, and he had lost any value to them. As the Hobarton family effectively banished him, the Nuyant family had come to annul the engagement. I agree, McDivin declared. Before the Nuyant representatives could utter a word, McDivin seized the contract and tore it asunder before them. He held no regard for this engagement, having long desired to void this arrangement made without his consent. This fellow exhibits quite the backbone. McDivin's decisive annulment of the engagement took those expecting to witness his humiliation by rejection by surprise. Just bravado. Surprise notwithstanding, the mockery continued, as the spectacle of a privileged child falling from grace was a source of delight for onlookers. McDivin, this journey may not be smooth. Wouldn't you like to bring a guard or two? Amidst the commotion, Vister arrived at McDivin's courtyard with the secretary of the Noble Council of Lauren City to present his letter of appointment. As McDivin accepted the document, Vister lifted the carriage curtain for a glance. Noticing McDivin had merely packed some essential items, Vister donned a facade of concern, akin to a benevolent uncle seeing off a nephew on a journey. No need, McDivin replied, dismissing Vister's insincere smile with a cold retort. He had no intention of accepting guards arranged by Vister. With no patience to engage in pleasantries with the cunning old fox, he ensured he had packed all necessary items and then cracked the whip to depart the Hobarton estate. This lad is in such a hurry to venture out on his own. Let us hope this experience invigorates him. And that girl, she has decided to accompany him. As the carriage exited the Hobarton estate, a burly man clad in armor muttered to himself from a distant loft. This boy remains unchanged, yearning only to flee from home. Another robust man huffed in frustration, displeased with McDivin's estrangement from the family. Let him forge his own path. The murmuring man sighed deeply. The Odyssey region lay beyond the borders of the Givit Federation, with a journey of great distance ahead. However, as a pioneer, he need not traverse the way on foot. He could utilize the spatial gate to reach the border city of Zuin. Following the routine inspection, McDivin guided his carriage into the spatial portal alongside the larger convoy. Quickly, move along, hurry, and exit. After a bout of dizziness, resounding commands rang out. The soldiers responsible for maintaining the spatial gate urged those on the transport platform to depart, ensuring the traffic remained unobstructed. As the crowd dispersed from the platform, McDivin did not linger in Zuin City. He acquired the necessary passage documents and exited the city promptly. Heading westward, he anticipated a 5-day journey to reach the Winter Fortress, the final bastion of the border region. Beyond the Winter Fortress lay the Odyssey region, once a territory of the Federation, now rendered desolate by a brutal war 3 centuries prior, resulting in the Givit Federation's abandonment of the Odyssey. After driving for a day and a half, McDivin halted on the roadside to rest the horses and partake in a meal. Gug-gug-gug. While seated at the carriage front, consuming his rations, an unexpected sound caught his attention, emanating from the carriage. McDivin's expression turned icy as he grasped his short sword and stealthily approached the source of the noise. Miss Audrey, what brings you to my carriage? Upon lifting the lid of a storage box, he discovered the sound originated from an unexpected visitor. Audrey, the young lady from the Nuyant family, with whom he had been betrothed. Hey, lad, your carriage is quite impressive. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. I have no desire for bloodshed today. Before Audrey could respond, a band of ruffians leapt from the underbrush, intent on a robbery. Damn thieves, daring to act brazenly before me. Audrey shouted as she burst forth from the carriage. The timing of the ruffians' arrival was impeccable. She had been at a loss regarding how to engage in conversation. Audrey displayed remarkable skill, effortlessly dispersing the group of ruffians before returning with an air of triumph. Pray tell, what brings you to this place? Fixing her gaze on Audrey, who was voraciously consuming her provisions, McDivin pressed on with his inquiry regarding her presence. The incident involving the ruffians could not be easily brushed aside. Cough, cough, cough. It was unclear whether Audrey was momentarily flustered or had been choked by her food, as she began to cough. Chapter 3. Where I am is the frontier. I initially intended to discreetly inquire about your thoughts, only for them to arrive unexpectedly. In a state of panic, I concealed myself within the carriage and consumed a breath-concealing potion. Realizing the situation could no longer be avoided, Ayodele reluctantly confessed. She had meant to ask about McDivin's perspective but hid away, fearing her family's discovery. Before she could emerge, Wyside arrived. To avoid being caught, she had no choice but to drink the breath-concealing potion, subsequently being escorted out of Lolon City by McDivin. Your audacity is truly remarkable. McDivin found himself at a loss for words to describe Ayodele. The breath-concealing potion, also known as the Faux-Death potion, induces a state of suspended animation where one remains conscious yet immobile, evading detection. This state is entirely vulnerable, and one can only say that Ayodele displayed great courage in consuming the potion so unprepared. Beyond lies Zhuang'an City. Once you have satiated your hunger, it would be wise to return. After grasping the situation, McDivin pointed towards Zhuang'an City, urging Ayodele to return promptly. Why did you so readily agree without putting up a fight? Ayodele feigned ignorance and shifted the conversation to the engagement. It is unnecessary, McDivin replied flatly. Noble unions are predicated on the exchange of interests, and as a necromancer's apprentice, he held no value for either family. Causing a stir would only reflect poorly upon him. That makes sense, Ayodele reflected. Are you not leaving? McDivin gazed at her in confusion, uncertain of her thoughts. You may pursue freedom. I too shall not be restrained. Ayodele declared proudly, lifting her chin. Initially, she had a strong aversion to the engagement, having once sought trouble with McDivin in her youth. His response had left a lasting impression on her. McDivin had asserted that he would take charge of his own life and would personally annul the engagement with the Necromancer family once he became a mage. At that time, Ayodele felt indignant. Why should McDivin be the one to break their engagement? She resolved to preempt him. To achieve this objective, while other girls engaged in socializing, she diligently trained in combat to bolster her resolve. Later, when McDivin's family faced tribulations, Ayodele remained steadfast in her training, developing new thoughts as she matured. With age came the realization that McDivin was correct. One's life should be determined by oneself, and she should not be treated as a mere bargaining chip. It would not be her expectation to have her engagement annulled in the wake of McDivin's misfortunes, only to be betrothed to another the following day. Given the serendipity of leaving Lolon City, it seemed as though fate was subtly permitting her pursuit of freedom. Look at you, a feeble apprentice mage. Easily bullied by petty thieves, you require a knight to guard you. Ayodele playfully tapped her sword against her armor, indicating her desire to embark on adventures alongside McDivin. Odyssey is no paradise, McDivin cautioned sternly, hoping Ayodele would not act impulsively. The designation of Odyssey as a land of exile is not without reason. In the aftermath of that war, the region descended into chaos. It is rife with marauders and foreign tribes, a frenzied place where survival is uncertain. Before McDivin, many pioneers had ventured into the region. Initially, the Noble Council appointed these pioneers with the intention of reclaiming the area. However, as pioneer teams met grim fates one after another, Odyssey gradually transformed into a place of exile for noble families seeking to silence discord within their ranks. What was termed pioneering was, in truth, a facade maintained by the aristocracy. I am well aware, and precisely for that reason, you need a knight to protect you. Ayodele's eyes sparkled with a yearning for freedom and adventure. In her excitement, McDivin refrained from further comment. With over 3 days until reaching Lindong Fortress, he was confident Ayodele would have time to reflect on her life. I presume this is Miss Ayodele? The Necromancer family has entrusted me to deliver a letter to you. As McDivin presented the necessary travel documents, a clerk handed a letter to Ayodele. Having been missing for several days, her family had realized she had eloped with McDivin. McDivin, look, I have no way back. Ayodele quickly skimmed the letter, suddenly smiling in relief. She no longer needed to be troubled by indecision. McDivin took the letter and glanced at it. The essence of the letter conveyed that Ayodele had lost the favor of the Necromancer family. No noble suitor would wish to marry a girl like her, leading to her expulsion from the family. The reality of Luolan City's nobility was stark. Those who brought shame upon the family and held no utility were routinely cast aside. Medowin understood this well and was not surprised. "Let us depart." Medowin said little, beckoning her to follow. He had initially intended to travel alone, yet fate had unexpectedly granted him a companion. "Medowin, is this not the road to the frontier?" Ayodele adapted swiftly, sitting beside him while examining the map as he drove. "Beyond Lindong Fortress lies Odyssey. Where I am is the frontier, aside from a band of marauders. What else is there?" Medowin was well aware of his destination and had no intention of heading towards the legacy of his predecessors. "You are utterly correct, Medowin. You have always possessed remarkable insight." Ayodele's eyes sparkled with admiration for his perspective, realizing that he had always been insightful from a young age. Lindong Fortress, nestled within a mountain gorge, had served as a bastion against advancing enemies during that war. Upon exiting the fortress, the initial sight of patrolling guards could still be seen. As they moved further away, the landscape grew desolate. The patrolled region around Lindong Fortress was relatively safe, and Medowin and Ayodele encountered no marauders along their path. Upon leaving Lindong Gorge, Medowin halted at a remote ruin. "Medowin, I never expected you to bring spices." In the night, Ayodele watched as the roasted rabbit sizzled over the fire. As Medowin sprinkled his concocted spices, a more tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, causing her to swallow involuntarily. "Oh, tonight promises a feast." The enticing scent of meat attracted uninvited guests, and dozens of marauders encircled them. Upon seeing Ayodele, the marauders were filled with excitement. They anticipated a night of revelry. "That young man is quite handsome. He is certainly of use. Be gentle when you strike. I do not wish for him to be damaged." While most of the marauders greedily eyed Ayodele, one yellow-toothed brute had set his sights on Medowin. "Hand, you have quite the taste. Let us indulge together." The yellow-toothed man's words drew the attention of his compatriots, with some marauders expressing their shared interest. "Ha ha." The marauders laughed boisterously, regarding Medowin and Ayodele as lambs awaiting slaughter. "Medowin, I will hold them off. You must flee." Ayodele brandished her sword, positioning herself protectively in front of Medowin. This time, their adversaries were not mere thugs, but a pack of bloodthirsty marauders. Several of the opponents were aspiring knights skilled in combat, and Ayodele was uncertain of her ability to prevail. "Your laughter is quite unpleasant." The marauder's foul language ignited a fierce determination within Medowin. He thrust the roasted rabbit into the ground and coldly uttered a remark. Just as Ayodele was puzzled and the marauders prepared to laugh, Medowin swiftly leaped over the fire. The gleam of his sword flashed like a shadow, leaving behind a trail of crimson as one by one, the marauders clutched their bleeding necks, gasping for breath. Chapter 4. Please call me an archaeologist, it's a knight. Run. The amalgamation of "why do you not disclose your identity as a knight?" Audrey inquired curiously as she regained her composure. A formal knight possesses formidable strength, and such a young first-tier knight holds great promise for the future. If only Medowin were to reveal his knightly status, he would not have to endure the series of events that led to his expulsion, exile, and broken engagement. "The Hobarton family is not worthy of my service. I am the architect of my own destiny," Medowin calmly stated as he offered Audrey a piece of roasted hare. He harbored a mature soul, having planned his life from an early age. While his father was still alive, he discreetly obtained a cache of resources for cultivating his combat energy, leveraging his father's status. He had repeatedly cautioned his father before the calamity, but his father's excessive confidence rendered those warnings unheard, ultimately leading to his demise on an alien battlefield. Following the passing of his parents, Medowin, who already felt no sense of belonging to the Hobarton family, began plotting his departure. For the past 8 years, he had secluded himself, utilizing the previously hoarded resources to enhance his abilities. He had anticipated that his magical aptitude might be lackluster, and thus he refused to remain tethered to the family by exposing his identity as a knight. Wow, this is delicious. Medowin had always held such convictions, and Audrey understood his decision. She was soon captivated by the roasted hare, certain it was the most delectable dish she had ever tasted. She marveled at Medowin's culinary skills. Her curiosity piqued regarding how he had spent the last 8 years. "Hey, don't you have any thoughts about me?" Once sated, Audrey nudged Medowin with her elbow. She remained troubled by his resolute refusal of their engagement. "Not interested," Medowin replied with a sidelong glance, recognizing that it was natural for her to pose peculiar questions in her impulsive state. "Hey, you don't actually like me, do you?" Audrey suddenly pondered, her gaze shifting oddly. "Do not question my preferences. Just look at your own appeal," Medowin retorted, keenly observing Audrey's covert glance at the toothy brute, instantly discerning her thoughts. In response to her inquiry about his preferences, Medivin countered by mocking her flat chest. Do not underestimate me, Audrey declared, removing her chest plate triumphantly. Casting a proud glance at Medivin. All right, I concede you are skilled at hiding, Medivin remarked, taken aback by Audrey's self-imposed constraints. So what? Audrey provocatively leaned closer to Medivin, eager to see him lose his composure. Are you genuinely hoping for something to happen? Medivin found her line of reasoning baffling, unable to grasp her thought process. I have fantasized about us facing life and death together, culminating in a delightful evening after an adventure. Now there's a new possibility. You are a knight. And perhaps one day you might impulsively pin me against a wall. Audrey excitedly shared her daydreams, envisioning their extraordinary bond through various escapades. In these fantasies, she always took the initiative, but with the revelation of Medivin's knightly identity, her imaginings expanded further. You certainly have an active imagination, all centered on me. Medivin found it challenging to assess her peculiar thoughts. What else? I did run away with you, didn't I? If not you, then whom else could I fantasize about? Audrey shot him a glance, realizing that there was no turning back now that they had come this far. I currently harbor no such thoughts. If you have excess energy, perhaps you should bury those corpses or excavate the bones from the ground, Medivin suggested, steering the conversation in a different direction. He had no time for indulgence, as he lacked even a place to rest, and the crisis was far from resolved. Humph, you would want me to do that? Audrey huffed lightly. Hey, aren't there fresh corpses right over there? Why dig from the ground? Audrey inquired, not being frivolous, but genuinely questioning why Medivin would not utilize the readily available materials. Do you know why necromancers have fallen from grace? Medivin asked, lifting his gaze. No, I do not. Audrey shook her head, unfamiliar with the reasons. Currently, those corpses are basking in holy light. Casting necromantic spells upon them is akin to suicide, Medivin explained. From a necromancer's perspective, the corpses of those brigands radiated a white glow, a final blessing from the god of light, specifically targeting necromancers. I see, Audrey remarked, and without hesitation, she picked up a shovel and rushed to excavate the bones, casting aside the airs of a noble lady. Medivin, too, busied himself, seeking a place to dig up the buried bones. These bones had perished after the blessing appeared. The remnants bore traces of the blessing, rendering them worthless to a necromancer. However, Medivin was unconcerned. He intended to experiment with that peculiar resurrection technique. Upon entering the casting state, information about a particular skeleton appeared within Medivin's mental vision. It was a human skeleton with a history of 137 years. He opted for a special casting. When the necromantic black light enveloped the skeleton, the spell succeeded, yet a skeletal figure did not materialize. Instead, the skeleton melted in the black light, coalescing into a pale green bone arm. This arm possessed unique information within his vision. It was a green bone arm, suitable for assembling a green skeletal figure. The green bone components originated from skeletons aged between 100 and 300 years. The newly revived green skeletal figure was equivalent to a novice knight, with a growth ceiling of second tier. How intriguing! Excitement gleamed in Medivin's eyes as his magical aptitude fused with the essence of his past life, transforming into a unique temporal spell. For him, the older the skeleton, the more precious it became. Time was the essence of power. He ought not to be called a necromancer, but rather an archaeologist. After unearthing additional skeletons, Medivin began to assess their historical significance. When the necromantic black light targeted corpses aged 5 to 50 years, a gray light appeared within his mental vision, indicating that those skeletons would transform into gray bone components. Gray skeletal figures were initially equivalent to militia, with a growth ceiling analogous to novice knights. Skeletons aged 50 to 100 radiated a pale light, capable of being transformed into white bone components. White skeletal figures were initially equivalent to elite soldiers, with a growth ceiling of first tier. Chapter 5. Time is power. When the necromantic black light focused on a skeleton over 300 years old, Medivin's mental vision illuminated with a striking blue light. Skeletons older than 300 years would convert into blue bone components. However, Medivin could not discern further information due to his insufficient spiritual level. He needed to become a first-tier mage to refine skeletons over 300 years old and acquire detailed insights. When the necromantic black light was directed at those fresh corpses, Medivin felt a sharp mental pain and promptly canceled the spell. Corpses aged less than 5 years could not trigger the temporal spell. Employing conventional necromantic resurrection techniques would result in backlash from the final blessings. Having recently become a necromancer, Medivin's magical power was limited. After casting a few temporal spells, he would need to meditate to recover. In the subsequent days, while Audrey continued excavating soil, McDivin spent his time casting spells and meditating. After a few busy days, over 20 skeletal components had accumulated in the box beside McDivin. The human skeletal components were categorized into 6 parts: skull, torso, left and right arms, and left and right legs. This ruin had yielded skeletons of considerable age from below the surface. More than half of the 20 skeletal components were green bones over 100 years old. Each type of skeleton possessed its own specialization, and McDivin selected a set of warrior skeletal components to conduct his first temporal resurrection. Under his magical control, the 6 green bone components levitated within the magical array, assembling and merging. The revival of the green skeletal figure proved arduous for McDivin. Beads of sweat quickly formed on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and persevered, ultimately succeeding just as his consciousness began to blur. The green skeletal figure was successfully revived, and he received the refreshing reward of the Well of Time, restoring not only his magical power, but also enhancing his mental strength. The temporal resurrection technique astonishingly augmented his spiritual prowess. This only served to heighten McDivin's excitement. With such exceptional talent, he need not worry about the scarcity of training resources. The greenbone skeleton warriors, akin to apprentice knights, boasted remarkably tough green bones, nearly rivaling Awaken. Am I truly so ineffectual? Awaken began to question her worthiness, reflecting upon her years of arduous training, which had resulted in her being only marginally stronger than the skeletons McDivin casually resurrected. No, you possess great talent, and I have faith in you. The greenbone skeleton warriors were able to hold their own against Awaken, relying on their fearlessness in the face of injury. Their physical forms, however, paled in comparison to the undead. In truth, Awaken was quite formidable, nearing the threshold of advancing from her current state of refining battle energy to that of a first-tier knight. The distinction of being a knight represented a qualitative leap. The disparity among apprentice knights was relatively minor. McDivin generously offered Awaken the unused knight training resources and guided her in her practice, rewarding her for her diligent excavation efforts over the past few days. With the presence of the greenbone skeleton warriors, she was liberated from menial labor and could focus on her cultivation. In the blink of an eye, McDivin had been in the Awaken district for a month and a half. During this time, apart from eating and resting, he dedicated himself to meditation and the refinement of skeletal components. He had refined nearly 200 skeletons, the majority ranging from 100 to 300 years old, with the remainder being over 50 years old. The skeletal components he crafted were meticulously matched and reassembled according to his expertise in skeletal manipulation. Through this process of reconstruction, he discovered that each instance yielded an enhancement in his mental acuity, though the complete restoration of magical and mental energies only occurred when he resurrected a new variety of skeleton. Presently, 6 whitebone skeletons and 12 greenbone skeletons roamed the ruins. The whitebone skeletons comprised 4 farmers and 2 hunters, while the greenbone skeletons consisted of 8 farmers, 1 hunter, and 3 warriors. This desolate site, once a village, was primarily populated by the remains of farmers. The whitebone skeletons were equivalent in strength to elite soldiers, while the greenbone skeletons matched apprentice knights. In combat, warriors outclassed hunters, who in turn surpassed farmers. The greenbone farmer skeletons were not proficient in combat. Their strength stemmed from their robust bones and lack of pain sensation. The skeletons, once resurrected, required no additional gear from McDivin. The skeleton farmers came equipped with bone scythes, the skeleton hunters with bone bows and arrows, and the skeleton warriors with bone swords, shields, and armor. Their equipment was a natural extension of their skeletal forms, capable of gradual regeneration when damaged. Over the past month and a half, aside from an initial encounter with a band of marauders near the ruins, they had experienced relative tranquility, with only occasional wildlife attacks. The skeleton warriors and hunters were assigned to patrol and hunt, while the farmers excavated buried remains at designated locations marked by McDivin. This residential area had existed for a considerable time, entombing many corpses. Perhaps due to exposure to the holy light, the bones of this world were less prone to decay. During this period, the farmers unearthed several skeletons over 500 years old, which radiated a dazzling purple light under magical sight. However, such well-preserved, high-aged skeletons were rare. He was not surprised. During his previous life as an archaeologist, he had encountered numerous intact skeletal remains from a millennium past, some of which were remarkably well-preserved, even retaining flesh and blood. McDivin was merely an apprentice mage, incapable of refining even blue bones, and could only preserve the purple bones until his skills improved. Lord Wei Sita, the mercenaries from the Awaken pioneering territory, have reported that they did not encounter McDivin there. As McDivin busied himself with historical excavations, Waysita's steward delivered news of distant correspondence. It had been nearly 2 months since McDivin departed from the Lindong fortress, yet he had still not reached the pioneering territory. Have I overestimated him? He cannot even reach the pioneering territory. Waysita set down the letter, his gaze contemplative. He perceived McDivin's demeanor as cunning, potentially a threat, and had deliberately orchestrated a grand spectacle. Yet, McDivin had not even made it to the stage. My lord, even if McDivin possesses some cleverness, what can an apprentice necromancer achieve? The steward flattered Waysita's plans. Having just graduated from the Mage Academy, McDivin faced a barrage of misfortunes, including exile and a broken engagement, leaving him no respite. Aside from the unexpectedly accompanying Awaken, he had no escort. An apprentice necromancer was deemed worthless. A noble maiden like Awaken would undoubtedly attract attention in Awaken. This pairing was a prime target for marauders. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that they could not reach the pioneering territory. Have them search the route. We cannot let this expense go to waste. Waysita nodded slightly, acknowledging the steward's analysis. However, having already invested the funds, he refused to allow the mercenaries to have it too easy. He instructed them to patrol the route. Just in case. McDivin, are you designing a castle? During lunch, Awaken leaned over to observe McDivin sketching on paper. Indeed. We cannot remain in the carriage indefinitely. I am planning my territory, McDivin affirmed. On the draft paper, there were 2 architectural designs. One was a small square with sides measuring 100 meters, while the other was a large square with sides of 1,000 meters. The clustered small squares represented residential areas, with each square housing 2 rows of back-to-back apartment buildings. The left and right sides, along with the center line, featured 3 longitudinal streets, while the top and bottom edges contained transverse streets. The large square was designated as the development zone, encircled by a ring of fortifications. Between 2 large squares was the main thoroughfare. His future territory would be encompassed by these fortifications. The fortifications flanking the main road would house logistical skeletons within the inner walls and warriors in the outer walls. This was an immense undertaking, one only a construction enthusiast like McDivin would conceive. After all, the skeletal minions were tireless, and as their numbers grew, he would have ample labor at his disposal. Chapter 6. The skeleton is unusual in his past life. McDivin was a learned scholar, easily grasping various concepts. During this period, the skeleton farmers had excavated enough remains for him to convert. He designed a rudimentary brick kiln and directed the skeleton farmers to construct it for brick production as building materials. Oh, when did a camp appear here? The visible smoke from the brick kiln caught the attention of a group of marauders wandering the wilderness. Haha, what do I see? Skeletons? There is indeed a necromancer here. Upon sighting the skeletons moving around the camp, the marauders erupted in laughter. The necromancer had long fallen into decline and was no longer a figure of terror. Mages held a certain esteem, except for necromancers, who could be bullied by even the strongest farmers in this era. Hey, let me take a look. Are there enough skeletons for me? A scrawny marauder leaped forth, boasting that he could easily shatter the numerous skeletons with a single hand. Go on. Show him what the times have changed. The other marauders cheered him on, encouraging the scrawny one to take on the skeletons alone. The thought of defeating skeletons, possibly crafted at great expense by the necromancer, delighted them immensely. Opportunities to bully mages were scarce. Few individuals were willing to become necromancers in this era. The scrawny marauder cast a disdainful glance at the skeleton warrior, sheathed his battered iron knife, and picked up a wooden stick from the ground. He deemed it an insult to use a knife against the skeletons, believing he could easily dismantle a skeleton with a single blow. Break apart. The scrawny marauder leapt high, aiming to strike the skeleton warrior on the forehead. The skeleton warrior raised its bone shield to block, while its right hand wielded a bone sword in a swift upward thrust. Underestimating the scrawny marauder's prowess, the strike against the bone shield did not budge the skeleton warrior. In contrast, the skeleton warrior's light upward thrust cleaved the scrawny marauder's smug face in two. How is this possible? The scrawny marauder fell backward, leaving the marauders in shock. Had it not been said that a necromancer's skeletons could be easily shattered by any old farmer? How was this skeleton different, managing to instantly counterattack the scrawny marauder? The lean monkey may not be particularly strong among them, yet it should not be incapable of defeating a skeletal undead, should it? That skeleton exhibits peculiar traits. Let us engage it together. With a life extinguished, the leader of the marauders retracted his smile and rallied his subordinates. He did not believe that the skeletal warrior could prevail against them. If he felt otherwise, they would have retreated strategically long ago. What in the world makes this skeleton so formidable? One engagement revealed its prowess, silent yet deadly. The green-boned skeleton warriors made the marauder leader question his very existence. As a seasoned apprentice knight, although he had yet to refine his vitality into fighting spirit, his robust physique could easily contend with a dozen elite soldiers. To his astonishment, his strength was evenly matched with that of a skeleton. Could it be that the necromancer has risen again? 3 green-boned skeleton warriors, each equivalent to a seasoned apprentice knight. The green-boned skeleton hunter could fell a child with a single arrow. The green-boned skeleton farmer, though lacking in combat skills, wielded his fearlessness to reap the marauders as one would harvest wheat. Shortly after the conflict commenced, a significant portion of the marauders had already fallen. Retreat. The marauder leader could not fathom why this was happening. He understood that he must flee, for remaining would surely lead to death. To come here, and yet wish to leave? The marauder leader was singularly focused on his escape, unimpeded by the skeletal warriors. McDivin ceased to observe idly. His fighting spirit erupted as he swiftly pursued the marauder leader. A knight. The marauder leader, unwilling to accept his fate, clutched his throat and collapsed. A sword imbued with fighting spirit having delivered his demise, clearly at the hands of a knight. Ah, how swiftly it concluded. Audrey had just felled a novice apprentice knight, and upon surveying her surroundings, she found no marauders still standing. She could hardly comprehend how McDivin had conjured such powerful skeletons. This thought lingered for no more than a second before she dashed off to seek McDivin's praise. They were like grasshoppers on the same string. McDivin's formidable magic was indeed a boon. After a brief search for spoils, McDivin instructed the skeletal farmer to transport the bodies to the burial site. Fresh corpses held no value for him. They needed to be interred to embrace the passage of history. In the Odyssey region, marauder gangs were countless. Alien tribes lurked with keen eyes, and magical beasts roamed freely, making it a perilous and chaotic land. Aspiring to rise in the Odyssey region meant engaging in numerous battles ahead. Today's skirmish was merely an appetizer. After vanquishing the approaching marauder gang, McDivin returned to the heap of bones to refine skeletal components. Just as novice knights are categorized into beginners and veterans, so too are mage apprentices classified into low, medium, and high tiers. Novice level refers to newly initiated apprentice knights who have just begun to accumulate vitality through breathing techniques. Such novice knights generally possess limited strength and experience, often unable to best elite soldiers. Entry level denotes apprentice knights who have amassed substantial vitality, enhancing their physical form. Even with scant combat experience, they can leverage their robust bodies to contend with several elite soldiers. The green-boned skeleton farmer is approximately akin to this category of apprentice knight. Season level refers to apprentice knights whose vitality is flourishing, commencing the process of refining blood into energy. These apprentice knights, with their vigorous vitality and robust physiques, can easily overpower a dozen elite soldiers. Audrey belongs to the seasoned apprentice knight category. Seasoned apprentice knights fall within the realm of ordinary humans, merely being warriors of greater strength. Only upon refining blood into energy, acquiring fighting spirit, and becoming a formal knight does one transcend into the extraordinary. Mages, however, are different. Once they learn mental meditation and spells, even a low-level mage apprentice is considered extraordinary. The classification of mage apprentices is far more nuanced than that of apprentice knights, based on the strength of their mental faculties. For apprentice knights, training merely requires sustenance. The higher the nutritional value of the food, the better the enhancement of vitality. For mage apprentices, pure meditation is inefficient, requiring the assistance of meditation potions to improve training efficiency. McDivin, a mere passerby of the Lorne Magic Academy, had no opportunity to acquire meditation potions. Yet, he possessed exceptional talent, able to enhance his mental prowess through the release of temporal skeletal resurrection spells. Receiving the blessings of the Fountain of Time, over the past month and a half, he had made significant progress, nearing the rank of a mid-level mage apprentice. The stronger his mental capacity, the more magical energy he could convert, and consequently, the greater the number of skeletal components he could refine. The more skeletal components he possessed, the greater the number of temporal skeletons he could summon, leading to increased returns from the Fountain of Time and further enhancement of his mental faculties. This chain of positive feedback ensured his growing strength. Hooray, we finally have a home. A week later, Audrey frolicked around a modest brick house. From the time they departed Lorne City until today, it had been just over 2 months. They no longer needed to reside in a cart. They had a shelter to shield them from the elements. McDivin, you are truly considerate. Upon entering the bedroom, she was greeted by the sight of a steaming bath, prompting her to exclaim with excitement. After 2 months of rough living, she was finally able to enjoy a hot bath. In another bedroom, McDivin reclined in the hot spring, eyes closed, relaxing his mind. He had not specifically prepared a bath for Audrey. It was merely a convenience he created for her while catering to his own needs. Chapter 7. The Fishman in the Rain Curtain. In the blink of an eye, another week had passed. On this day, McDiv crossed the threshold of mental power, becoming a mid-level mage apprentice. Typically, mid-level mage apprentices would be engaged in studies at the academy, mastering several spells. However, McDiv, as a necromancer apprentice, was deprived of such privileges. After completing his studies in mental meditation and the skeletal resurrection spell, he had been expelled from the magic academy. With no place to learn new spells, he could only repeatedly cast the time-enhanced skeletal resurrection spell. McDiv's chosen refuge was in a secluded, desolate area with little to plunder. For over half a month, aside from the occasional nighttime visits from wild beasts, there were no other enemies. The skeletons required no rest. Those wild beasts were dealt with by the skeletal hunters before they could approach the brick house. Following his enhancement in mental capacity, McDiv found the refinement of skeletal components to be significantly smoother, with efficiency markedly improved. During this time, McDiv had not been idle. The vicinity of the brick house now boasted 2 skeletal farmers, for greenboned farmers, and 2 greenboned warriors. With the enhancement of his mental capacity and the increasing stockpile of skeletal components in his warehouse, McDiv's speed in creating temporal skeletons had greatly improved. Thunder rumbled ominously, heralding the arrival of dark clouds. The rainy season had descended upon the Odyssey region. Continuous rainfall rendered the ground muddy, ushering in a rare period of peace in the Odyssey region. During such torrential downpours, marauder gangs and alien tribes preferred to refrain from hunting. The rainy season posed no hindrance to McDiv. His brick warehouse was stocked with an abundance of skeletal remains that would last until the end of the rainy season. After 2 months of excavating, the surface skeletons beneath this ruin had been fully unearthed. In the deeper layers, his mental capacity was insufficient for exploration, preventing him from marking locations, thus leaving them untouched. With the surface skeletons excavated, the skeletons remained industrious. They busied themselves at the brick kiln, crafting brick molds and firing bricks. The ruins were now dotted with several brick warehouses, no longer as desolate as when he first arrived. Inside the hall of the brick house, McDiv sat amidst the piles of bones, diligently refining skeletal components. Audrey rested her chin on her hands, leaning over the table to observe McDiv. She was not dressed in her battle attire, but rather in a simple dress purchased from the market at the Frostwinter Fortress. The plain dress could not conceal her grace, and her proud posture as she moved was undeniable. She paid no mind to showcasing her figure before McDiv. There were only the 2 of them here. She could not overpower him, and if he harbored any ill intentions, she could not prevent them, given their circumstances. If McDiv truly wished to act, she would not object. Unfortunately, McDiv was currently preoccupied with thoughts of skeletons, wholly indifferent to the beauty before him. An enemy approaches. McDiv suddenly lifted his head, directing his gaze toward the door, sensing that a skeleton was engaged in battle with something. Audrey followed him outside to investigate, soon discerning the identity of the foe. It was a group of fishmen, adorned with fins upon their backs, the only ones undeterred by the downpour, roaming freely to pillage. "Shall we provide support?" Audrey inquired, looking up at McDiv, who subtly shook his head. The group of mermen numbered only a little over 30, and he did not detect any first-tier mermen. The skeletons were sufficient to handle the threat. The battle did not last long before the mermen were vanquished. Caution was warranted. As the skeletal farmers transported the corpses of the mermen, Ayadale furrowed her brow and cautioned Maidawin. The blood of the mermen carried a distinctive, pungent odor that could be detected from afar, attracting other mermen. Slaying this group of mermen might provoke a hornet's nest, drawing more mermen seeking revenge. Maidawin understood the nature of the mermen. The moment he laid eyes on them, he recognized impending trouble. With the mermen at their doorstep, engagement was unavoidable. Yet fighting would incite hatred. Killing one group would summon several more, and peace would only return once the rainy season concluded or the mermen were thoroughly intimidated. Panic would not aid in resolving the dilemma. Maidawin calmly entered the adjacent warehouse and selected a set of green skeletal warrior components, each over 250 years old. The older the components, the more challenging the resurrection process. Previously, as a low-level mage apprentice, he had attempted to resurrect green skeletal components over 200 years old, only to fail. Now, as a mid-level mage apprentice, his mental and magical prowess had increased, perhaps allowing for success in resurrection. This attempt paralleled his first resurrection of a green skeletal warrior, fraught with difficulty, as beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Fortunately, it fell within his capabilities. Just as his magical energy was nearly depleted, the skeletal remains in the array assembled and rose. The resulting green skeletal warrior bore a deeper hue and sturdier frame than those resurrected from components over 100 years old. He stood closer to the threshold between a squire and a knight, not merely a first-tier extraordinary being. They are coming. McDivin had scarcely regained any magical energy when the mermen returned. There was no room for complacency. The scent of blood had drawn in other mermen. This time, the horde was larger, yet McDivin refrained from engaging. He needed to conserve his strength for the potential arrival of extraordinary mermen. The skeletons could sufficiently handle those below extraordinary. Under the leadership of 5 green skeletal warriors, the skeletons swiftly eradicated the incoming mermen. The air grew thick with the smell of blood. This was not the end, as it was likely that more mermen would be attracted by the scent. The mermen's assaults quickened. Scarcely had the second wave been defeated when the third wave charged forth. Before the third wave could be entirely vanquished, the fourth and fifth waves surged in from different directions. McDivin did not rush to assist the brick storage. Instead, he focused on the sixth wave of mermen concealed within the curtain of rain. This group was not numerous, but posed a significant threat, as he sensed 2 extraordinary mermen among them. The extraordinary mermen possessed acute perception and charged directly toward the brick cottage. Only the extraordinary could overcome the extraordinary. McDivin brandished his sword, prepared to confront both. Ayodele and the freshly resurrected green skeletal warrior engaged the robust mermen beneath the extraordinary rank. This was McDivin's first battle against extraordinary foes. Facing 2 opponents, victory was uncertain, let alone swift triumph. His diligent practice with the sword proved beneficial. He held his ground against 2, managing to retaliate. Ayodele and the green skeletal warrior exerted their utmost, denying the other mermen the chance to attack McDivin. Meanwhile, the green skeletal warriors were attempting to break through to support their lord from the brick storage. The green skeletal warriors exhibited commendable assault capabilities, unafraid of injury or pain. They pressed forward despite the onslaught. The remaining green skeletal and white skeletal warriors held back the advancing mermen. With the support of the green skeletal warriors, the situation improved considerably. Alas, the respite was short-lived, as another wave of mermen was drawn in, joining the fray at the behest of the extraordinary mermen. Continuing this way would lead to inevitable defeat. McDivin contemplated strategies to counter the enemy amidst the chaos. Clang! The blade met green bone with a sharp sound, embedding itself in the thick armor of the green skeletal warrior. Seizing this moment, McDivin delivered a powerful upward thrust, leaving a gaping wound on the chest of the extraordinary merman before pivoting to assault another. However, the latter had already anticipated his move and withdrew beyond the range of his attack. Chapter 8. Constructing the fortress. This was the strategy McDivin devised on the spot, using the green skeletal warriors as shields while launching surprise attacks when the extraordinary mermen were momentarily incapacitated. This tactic proved effective, severely wounding one extraordinary merman. Yet, this strategy could only be employed once. Forewarned, the extraordinary merman would not grant him another opportunity for a surprise strike. He maneuvered 2 green skeletal warriors to shield him, increasing the pressure on Ayodele and the other green skeletal warriors. McDivin needed to conclude the battle swiftly, otherwise he would be overwhelmed by the mermen's reinforcements. Just as he gathered his strength to eliminate the severely injured extraordinary merman and turn the tide, an unexpected breakthrough occurred. The recently resurrected green skeletal warrior, amidst the fierce combat, surpassed its limits and awakened bone spirit power, transforming into a first-tier bone spirit warrior. The bone spirit warrior, fighting with reckless abandon, exchanged injuries to bring down the unharmed extraordinary merman. Taking advantage of the situation, McDivin dispatched the severely wounded extraordinary merman. With the demise of the 2 extraordinary mermen, the remaining mermen scattered in disarray. The merman that had just appeared at the edge of the rain curtain vanished once more. Clearly, the death aura of the extraordinary merman instilled fear in the ordinary mermen. The extraordinary mermen, too, were reluctant to risk approaching. McDivin, we have won. After repelling the mermen, Ayodele wiped the rainwater from her face and smiled at McDivin. This girl possessed a peculiar mindset. In battle, she exhibited no pretenses. Her armor bore numerous bloodstains. Yet she made no complaints. Hey, Ayodele. Just as McDivin intended to say something, he saw Ayodele roll her eyes and collapse to the ground. He hurried over, checked for her breath, and sighed in relief, confirming she had merely fainted. He picked her up and returned to the cottage to tend to her wounds. Upon removing her armor, he discovered her injuries were more severe than he had initially perceived. He used his magic to extract the congealed blood and debris from her wounds, cleaning them with warm water before applying ointment and bandaging her. After tending to Aedalia's injuries, Medawin laid her flat on the bed to recuperate. Once he ensured Aedalia was settled, he turned to assess the battle damage among the skeletons. The results exceeded his expectations. Aside from the two green skeletal warriors who had sustained significant injuries while shielding him, the other skeletons only suffered minor fractures that would heal with rest. The time skeletons were robust and durable, unlike flesh and blood that could easily succumb to injury or death. The mermen's corpses, also blessed by light, were not suitable as necromantic materials. The greatest gain from this battle was the green skeletal warrior who had advanced to a bone spirit warrior. Bone spirit power resembled a form of extraordinary energy akin to fighting spirit. With an extraordinary warrior by his side, Medawin felt a sense of security. The crises in the Aeodicei region were ever present. Medawin did not allow himself to relax. After a brief rest, he resumed meditation to restore his magical energy, crafting skeletal components and resurrecting time skeletons. The seasoned apprentice knight possessed a robust physique, and with Medawin's careful management, Aedalia's wounds did not worsen. She eventually awoke later. She remained silent, lying on her side and gazing at Medawin, who was busy crafting skeletal components. "You will take responsibility, won't you?" Aedalia suddenly blurted out. "Enough. Rest well and stop daydreaming. I will deal with you sooner or later." Medawin shot her an exasperated glare. Realizing he needed to expedite the creation of skeletons to bolster the camp's defenses, or else he would have to deal with her sooner. Hee. Aedalia giggled, peacefully closing her eyes. Medawin chuckled silently and returned to his work. After slaying the two extraordinary mermen, no further mermen troubled them for the next half-month. The Aeodicei region offered plenty of plundering opportunities. The mermen had no need to fixate on a tough opponent. Following a fortnight of incessant rain, the skies cleared, marking the end of the rainy season. After a fortnight of recuperation, Aedalia's injuries had healed, and the battle-damaged skeletons had also returned to their former state. During this period, Medawin had resurrected several additional skeletons. Currently, the encampment in the ruins boasted 10 skeletal farmers and 4 skeletal hunters of the white bone variety, alongside 19 greenbone farmers, 2 greenbone hunters, 7 greenbone warriors, and a single greenbone blacksmith. Additionally, there was 1 low-level greenbone spirit warrior of the first rank. The skeletal legion was beginning to take shape. The rapid resurrection during this time was largely due to the accumulation of a vast number of mismatched skeletal parts. Many of these parts were just 1 or 2 components short of being complete sets, and with enough accumulation, they could eventually align. The storage contained several hundred skeletal remains, sufficient for Medawin for the foreseeable future. However, preparing for the future, the moment the skies cleared, Medawin ventured out to scout another residential area in ruins, marking targets for the skeletal farmers to excavate. The skeletal farmers exhibited remarkable efficiency, swiftly unearthing the remains hidden beneath the rubble. Upon returning to the encampment, under Medawin's guidance, they utilized the bricks and tiles accumulated during the rainy season to construct houses. The camp's architecture was not haphazard. Medawin had meticulously planned the core territory, forming a grid of 10 by 10, comprising 100 100-meter squares. The 4 central squares were designated for the construction of his lordly castle. His current abode, a brick and tile cottage, was situated in the northwest corner of the 5th square along both axes within the castle district, directly north of the cottage. In the 4th square stood a row of back-to-back structures, with a fortress tower on the north side and a warehouse to the south. This row of buildings had already extended 30 meters and continued to be constructed towards the east. Each square had been allocated a 5-meter buffer, and a 10-meter wide road separated the cottage from the row of warehouses and fortresses. To the west of the brick and tile cottage, in the 5th square, was a row of vertically constructed warehouse fortresses, with a fortress tower on the west side and a warehouse on the east. This line of buildings had reached 20 meters in length and was extending southward. Medawin's objective was clear: to first build a contiguous row of warehouse fortresses surrounding the castle district, and then seal the gaps at the 4 corners, enclosing the area into a secure encampment, with the warehouse fortresses serving as the walls. Calculating the time, he had been away from Lolon City for precisely 3 months. His territory had established a solid foundation, and the next step was to expedite the completion of the warehouse fortresses to achieve a fortified encampment. It appeared to be a ripe target. As soon as the skies cleared, the marauders emerged from their hiding. Having been cooped up in the encampment for over half a month, many were starving. A group of marauders wandered over and, upon seeing the neatly arranged warehouse fortresses, were filled with excitement. The ability to construct such exquisite brick houses amidst the ruins indicated a wealthy master. Noticing the absence of patrolling guards near the brick house, Only a few skeletal figures were present, making it evident that this was an easy target. Tired of their leaky, dilapidated encampment, they aimed to rob some treasure and perhaps relocate to this refined encampment, which they believed would soon belong to them. The marauders charged forward with loud shouts, prepared to quickly dispatch the skeletons and capture the owner of the encampment. However, they were swiftly taught a lesson by the skeletons, who dispatched them with ease. McDivin had no intention of sparing the marauders. The outcome of the battle left none alive. The skeletal farmers dragged away the marauders, whose faces were a mix of terror and confusion, unable to comprehend their defeat at the hands of skeletons. Were skeletal undead not regarded as the weakest combat unit? Had they fallen behind in their version of events? Chapter 9. The hunt for the cold-horned deer. McDivin had grown accustomed to the marauder attacks, remaining undisturbed within his dwelling, calmly assembling skeletons. After burying the bodies, the skeletons returned to their tasks, continuing their silent construction of the warehouse fortresses. The rainy season represented a tranquil interlude before the storms, and the moment the skies cleared, the Awaken region plunged into a tumultuous period. Having gone hungry for most of the month, the marauder gangs and foreign tribes became increasingly frantic in their looting. In the following 2 weeks, McDivin's encampment endured 2 marauder assaults and 1 goblin tribe attack. These events hardly constituted a disaster, but rather reflected the chaotic rhythm of the Awaken region. None of the 3 attacks inflicted damage upon the encampment, as the skeletons proved resilient, bolstered by the presence of the spirit warrior, negating the need for McDivin to intervene. Extraordinary beings were not as common as weeds by the roadside. Aside from the extraordinary mermen during the rainy season, McDivin had not encountered any other extraordinary beings. Over the course of half a month, significant changes occurred within McDivin's encampment. In the 4th square, the 90-meter-long row of warehouse fortresses had been completed. The row in the 5th square had reached a length of 50 meters. In the 4th square, there was a 20-meter-long, back-to-back double-layer fortress tower. The warehouse fortresses were exclusive to the castle district, while other areas were designated for such fortress towers. This particular fortress tower connected across the street with 2 others, creating an aerial corridor. The fortress towers in the 3 squares were interconnected, forming an integrated wall, allowing the skeletal hunters to shoot from between the battlements. Beneath the aerial corridor lay a porch, where an ironwood gate had been installed. The northwest corner of the encampment had already been sealed off. The tireless skeletons proved invaluable, demonstrating remarkable construction efficiency. After half a month, the number of skeletons in the encampment had significantly increased. There were now 15 whitebone farmers, 6 whitebone hunters, and 1 whitebone warrior. Additionally, there were 23 greenbone farmers, 3 greenbone hunters, and 11 greenbone warriors. The encampment also included 1 greenbone blacksmith, 1 greenbone butcher, and 1 greenbone chef, along with a single greenbone spirit warrior. Over this past month and a half, the encampment had seen the addition of 19 skeletons. As McDivin's mental fortitude grew and his collection of skeletal parts expanded, his rate of skeleton creation accelerated. Among the 11 greenbone warriors, 2 were particularly promising. They were assembled from greenbone parts over 250 years old and were likely to awaken the power of bone spirits, stepping into the extraordinary realm. McDivin preserved those skeletal remains aged between 295 and 300 years. He was willing to wait for several years, aware of the significant disparity between green and blue bone parts. McDivin, where are you headed this early in the morning? A few days later, Awaken inquired curiously as she observed McDivin summoning all the greenbone warriors to hunt. McDivin's eyes sparkled with excitement. In the early dawn, the skeletal hunters ventured out and discovered a low-level magical beast, a prime target for hunting. The flesh and blood of magical beasts served as a potent source of nourishment, an excellent supplement for cultivating fighting spirit. McDivin, lacking offensive spells, had a pressing need to enhance his fighting spirit and bolster his combat prowess. Wait for me, Awaken, equally excited, shouted as she dashed to her room to don her armor. Should they successfully hunt this magical beast, consuming its flesh would undoubtedly help her break through her bottleneck and refine her fighting spirit. The skeletal hunters had discovered a cold-horned deer, a magical creature known for its acute senses. The moment the greenbone warriors approached, the deer awoke with alarm. Cornered in a cave, the cold-horned deer reacted angrily, summoning ice spikes at its antlers to attack the greenbone warriors. The greenbone warrior raised his shield in defense, but the ice spike struck, creating a breach in the bone shield. The chilling aura spread, encasing the greenbone warrior's arm in ice, slowing his movements. 1 greenbone warrior was frozen in place, while another stepped up to intercept the second ice spike. McDivin's strategy was clear. He was using the Greenbone Warriors to deplete the magical energy of the Cold-Horned Deer. The Greenbone Warriors took turns absorbing damage, ensuring they would not be easily defeated. After releasing 7 or 8 ice spikes, the Cold-Horned Deer's antlers no longer emanated the same chilling aura, indicating a significant expenditure of energy. Noticing that none of the Greenbone Warriors had perished, the Cold-Horned Deer grew frantic. It began to dig into the ground with its hind hooves and charged forward, intent on shattering the frozen Greenbone Warrior. With a resounding thud, the Bone Spirit Warriors seized the moment, delivering a shield bash to the deer's flank. Stunned by the blow, the Cold-Horned Deer instinctively unleashed all its magical power, a wave of cold energy enveloping the Bone Spirit Warrior. Seizing the opportunity, McDivin surged forward during the brief lull in the deer's magical onslaught, inflicting a deep wound on its right foreleg. The unfrozen Greenbone Warriors surged forward, relentlessly hacking at the Cold-Horned Deer, who, in pain, retaliated against the Greenbone Warriors. The green-skinned warrior raised its shield to block, yet was still sent flying by the impact of the Cold-Horned Deer. Seizing the moment while the creature was in a frenzy, McDivin found the opportunity to inflict several wounds upon it as it charged at the green-skinned warrior. The pain caused the Cold-Horned Deer's eyes to fill with blood, and it locked onto McDivin, pursuing him with ferocity. Undeterred, McDivin faced the beast with confidence. Without his magic, the threat posed by the Cold-Horned Deer was significantly diminished. He occasionally directed the green-skinned warrior to defend, and when the warrior was thrown aside, he struck the Cold-Horned Deer from the side with his sword. Under McDivin's cunning tactics, the Cold-Horned Deer grew increasingly weakened. As the Bone Spirit Warrior broke free from the chilling influence, the battle lost its suspense, and the Cold-Horned Deer met its demise beneath the blades. To his surprise, McDivin observed the green-skinned warrior automatically absorbing the blood of the Cold-Horned Deer that splattered onto its bony form. He pondered this revelation. Utilizing his magic, he summoned the scattered blood of the beast, enveloping the two strongest green-skinned warriors. Within the crimson mist, an extraordinary aura emanated, and the two green-skinned warriors awakened their bone spirit power after absorbing the beast's blood. How splendid! With the addition of 2 extraordinary subordinates, McDivin was immensely delighted. It was evident that the beast's entire body was a treasure. The blood infused with magic served to enhance the awakening of the skeletons. This phenomenon had not occurred when he had slain the extraordinary merman previously, indicating that not all blood was suitable for skeletal absorption. The green-skinned warrior that had withstood the charge was severely cracked, prompting McDivin to distribute the remaining beast's blood among them. After absorbing the blood, the severely injured green-skinned warrior regained its health and hoisted the Cold-Horned Deer back to the camp. McDivin personally took charge of the butchering, removing the deer's hide and antlers. He used the magic core of the Cold-Horned Deer as a refrigerator, freezing the dismembered meat and bones. That afternoon, McDivin prepared a pot of stew, while Audrey stood by the fire, awaiting his call for dinner. After indulging in a hearty meal, McDivin dedicated his time to practicing breathing techniques to enhance his combat energy, sparing not a drop of vitality. The meat of magical beasts was the finest sustenance. Within just a week, McDivin progressed from a low-level first-tier knight to a mid-level knight after lingering at the first-tier low level for quite some time. Audrey successfully refined her blood into energy, stepping into the extraordinary realm and becoming a low-level knight. As a week passed, the magical beast meat was consumed entirely, leaving only bones and scraps for daily soup. Combat energy was merely a means of strengthening one's power. McDivin continued to focus on his path as a mage. Throughout the week, aside from training his combat energy, he did not slacken even a moment in meditation or the refinement of skeletal components. He even declined Audrey's enthusiastic invitation upon her promotion to knight. Chapter 10. The Slave Hunting Team Knights Run. Soon, another week had passed, and amidst the desperate cries of the rioters, McDivin stepped into the 5th month of his journey as a pioneer. Audrey rode her horse back to the camp from the northwestern gate. Over the past half-month, the camp had undergone significant changes. The fortress in the horizontal 4 and vertical 5 area was completed, while the fortress in the horizontal 6 and vertical 4 area had reached 80 meters in length. A cross-street aerial corridor connected the fortresses between horizontal 5 vertical 4 and horizontal 6 vertical 4, and below the corridor lay the northern central gate. The camp was bustling with activity, having gained 12 new white skeletons and 14 green skeletons over the past fortnight. The newly added skeletons were predominantly farmers, as the ruins McDivin had discovered were not battlefields but remnants of villages. In 4 months, McDivin had resurrected 27 white skeletons and 55 green skeletons, establishing a solid foundation. The core fighting force of the camp consisted of 3 low-level Greenbone Spirit Warriors, 12 Greenbone Warriors, and the low-level Night Audrey. McDivin generally refrained from engaging in battles, dedicating his time to meditation and the resurrection of skeletons, aside from eating and resting. The camp required more laborers. Observing that the fortress was not even halfway completed, McDivin resolved to resurrect some gray bone skeletons. The camp now possessed a certain level of combat strength, necessitating an acceleration of foundational construction. The skeletons aged 5 to 50 years consumed little of his magical energy to refine. Over 5 days, he transformed all the stored gray bone skeletons into gray bone components, assembling 36 gray bone skeletons. These skeletons emerged from the chaos of the Odyssey, making the farmer skeletons a rarity. They included 24 gray bone warriors, 8 gray bone hunters, and 4 gray bone farmers. Gray bone skeletons, lacking sufficient historical depth, possessed average strength. The strongest among them was comparable to a trained militia. McDivin did not expect them to fight. They would serve as laborers for the construction of the camp. During the days he was resurrecting gray bone skeletons, the camp construction made new progress. The fortress in the horizontal 6 and vertical 4 area was completed, while a 20-meter section of the horizontal 7 and vertical 4 fortress was constructed, along with a 30-meter section of the vertical fortress in the horizontal 7 and vertical 5 area. The 3 segments of the fortress were interconnected by aerial corridors, and the northeastern and northwestern gates sealed off the northeastern corner of the camp. Thus, the northern side of the camp was secured, with entry permitted only through the main gate or other gaps. In the horizontal 4 and vertical 6 area, a 20-meter-long vertical fortress was erected, and the western central gate was established. Currently, both the western and eastern lines of fortresses were being constructed southward, yielding substantial results each day upon awakening. Uncle Venice. Aren't we heading to the Winter Fortress? As McDivin quietly developed, a sizable slave hunting team arrived outside the Winter Canyon. The team did not venture south into the canyon, but rather proceeded east along the edge of the Winter Mountains. Though traversing the Winter Canyon would only take a few days to return to the territory of the Jaiwote Federation, the leader of the slave hunting team chose a longer route that would take at least 1 or 2 months. This perplexed Sherlock, who was entering the Odyssey region for the first time as a slave hunter. My dear nephew, you are too young. Are you not aware of the nature of those nobles in the Federation? Venice spoke with a sarcastic tone, explaining that the slaves they had captured at great risk would scarcely remain intact after passing through the Winter Fortress. The Winter Fortress was responsible for maintaining border security and did not permit slave hunting teams to enter the Odyssey region independently. Given the greedy disposition of the Federation's nobles, seizing all captured slaves would be a mild outcome. They could very well incur hefty fines. Even without these issues, Venice would not pass through the Winter Fortress. Merchants pursue profit, and he had no desire to pay exorbitant entry and commercial taxes. Sneaking this batch of slaves back to the slave merchant would provide him with enough profit to squander for years to come. Indeed, Uncle Venice is astute. Sherlock's eyes brightened. Experience was invaluable. When the slave hunting team reached the mouth of the Winter Canyon, the sun was already setting. After advancing for some distance, the hunters set up camp before nightfall. Uncle Venice. Under the dim sunlight, Sherlock fixated on the tent housing the imprisoned slaves, his hands rubbing together anxiously. While transporting the slaves earlier, he had inadvertently caught a glimpse of the female slaves in the black cloth cage, igniting his impatience. Look at your eagerness. This batch of goods is not for you. Venice tapped Sherlock with his cane, admonishing him not to entertain thoughts about the slaves in the tent. This batch of goods was a stroke of luck for him. Returning them to the slave merchant would fetch a high price. He could not allow Sherlock to jeopardize the value of this batch. However, Sherlock appeared eager and restless. What is the point of waiting? Once we return to the slave merchant, I'll treat you. The women on Red Street are seasoned professionals, and you can choose then. Venice signaled to his subordinate, who understood and dragged Sherlock away. Along the way, the burly man regaled him with lewd jokes and tales of the pleasures of the Red Street girls to divert Sherlock's attention. Captain Venice, we have discovered a necromancer camp. The following afternoon, as the slave hunting team advanced, they stumbled upon a camp not far from the Winter Mountains. What is the defensive situation of that camp? The slave hunting team had come to the Odyssey region to seek fortune, and if conditions permitted, they would not mind taking on the role of raiders. The camp had roughly 100 skeletons, with only 1 mounted guard in sight. The encampment was enveloped by a substantial half-circle of walls, with only the southern barrier remaining to complete its fortification. The scouts reported their reconnaissance findings in detail, vividly depicting the scenes they had witnessed. A necromancer, quite a rarity, left Venice pondering whether there were clients who would fancy such wares. Regardless of the market for necromancer slaves, today they had resolved to plunder. The necromancer required pure corpses for his spells, necessitating the evasion of the scrutiny of the Church of Light, opting instead for smuggling them into realms unblessed by the deity of light. Venus's initial fortune had been amassed through the illicit trade of pure corpses, and he was well aware of their worth. This necromancer, capable of animating nearly 100 skeletons, would require an even greater supply of pristine bodies. This was a lucrative opportunity not to be missed. If it had been any other mage, Venus would have feared that he might not escape swiftly enough, wary of the potential threat posed by their gaze. However, necromancers were not included in this category. They were seen as targets that knights of equivalent rank could easily bully, with even lower-ranked knights having the chance to defeat them. Necromancers had long since become synonymous with weakness. No one shall compete with me. The scouts discovered the McDivin encampment, and McDivin, in turn, became aware of their presence. By the time the slave hunters arrived, the skeletons had already formed a defensive line at the southern breach. Seeing the horse-mounted Audrey behind the skeletons reignited Sherlock's suppressed fury. He called out loudly as he charged towards Audrey, intent on capturing her. Chapter 11. Offense? Non-existent. The burly men of the slave hunters erupted into laughter. Seasoned as they were, aware of Sherlock's impatience, Venus smirked, refraining from intervening with Sherlock's reckless endeavor. He held no concern for Sherlock's safety. After all, his nephew was merely a low-tier knight, and he did not believe that any threats lurked within the necromancer's camp. Audrey, eager for an opportunity to demonstrate her prowess, rode forward. A knight. Witnessing Audrey hold her ground without faltering, Venus's pupils narrowed to mere slits. It became evident that the necromancer had a knightly protector, which explained his ability to thrive in the Odyssey region. What are you waiting for? Smash that horde of skeletons and assist Sherlock. Observing his subordinates still bantering about who would take on the skeletons, Venus's irritation boiled over, prompting him to order them to act swiftly. If his precious nephew were to be injured or worse, it would result in a significant loss. Impossible. The burly men of the slave hunters attacked with the mindset that a mere sword thrust would reduce the skeletons to a pile of shattered bones. Instead, they were met with chilling blows, their necks exposed to the winds of death. The skeletons they had underestimated dealt them lethal strikes, and they collapsed in confusion and terror. Damn it! The vice-captain of the slave hunters wore a countenance of dread, as in an instant, only a few seasoned apprentice knights remained by his side, the others having perished at the hands of the skeletons. The skeletons were terrifyingly powerful, and he found himself surrounded by 3 skeletal warriors of knightly caliber. With no escape in sight, Sherlock run. The situation turned dire as the vice-captain was beset by 3 skeletal warriors, and the remaining apprentice knights fell one by one. Unaware that he had stumbled into a perilous encounter, Venus mounted his horse and beckoned Sherlock to flee. Where to? McDivin leapt forward with a sword, knocking Venus from his horse. Clad in soft armor, Venus was not slain by the blow. My lord, I mean no offense. I am willing to offer generous compensation. Please forgive my rashness. Venus knelt in terror, pleading for mercy. Most mages were avaricious, and necromancers, requiring pure spellcasting materials, were even more in need of coin. Venus sought to buy his life with gold. Offense? Non-existent. McDivin's smile was icy. Just as Venus's pupils widened in the belief that a deal had been struck, a sword pierced through his heart. The dead do not recognize the concept of offense. What followed was McDivin's declaration of death, as he would not allow a single enemy to escape. Meanwhile, Sherlock, in a state of panic, was cut down by Audrey while attempting to flee. The skeletons began to scour the battlefield, and the vice-captain of the slave hunters lay deceased. Hey, McDivin, I have slain a knight. Audrey triumphantly dragged Sherlock's corpse back, bouncing with delight before McDivin. Well done. McDivin bestowed a warm smile, gently patting Audrey's shoulder in encouragement. Next time, let's switch positions for even better results. Audrey bent over, playfully twisting her body. McDivin resisted the impulse to kick her from behind and commanded the gray skeletal minions to search the slave hunters' carts. As the tarpaulin was lifted, cages were revealed within. 3 cartloads contained 25 female slaves, each displaying unusual traits, evidently captured by the slave hunters from foreign tribes. In the Jaiwot Federation, these foreign female slaves were deemed luxuries. McDivin had accompanied his father to an auction once and had retained vivid memories. The Odyssey region was home to numerous foreign tribes, and slave hunters frequently profited from their expeditions here. McDivin, how shall we handle them? Audrey inquired, curiously observing the foreign female slaves in their cages. Take them back to the encampment. Let them kill each other, McDivin replied flatly, turning to leave. Unnecessary slaughter held no meaning. These indigenous Odyssey inhabitants could potentially provide valuable intelligence. Some of the foreign female slaves understood the human tongue and conversed in a language Audrey could not comprehend. Ignoring them, Audrey instructed the gray skeletal minions to transport the carts back to the fortress encampment and, per McDivin's directives, opened the cages to release the group of female slaves. The female slaves were settled in an empty warehouse in the western section of the fortress. The slave hunters' attack had no impact on the fortress encampment. McDivin was engrossed in the crafting of skeletal components, indifferent to all other matters. "Do not run, you will die?" In the stillness of the night, faint sounds emerged from the warehouse. A foreign female slave attempted to escape, but was intercepted by a catfolk warrior. She was well aware of the skeleton's might. The human leader held little interest in them. Their escape would be futile, only serving to anger the human leader and invite peril upon themselves. For the safety of her kin, she could not allow the other tribal female slaves to flee. Persuaded by the catfolk warrior, the group of foreign female slaves abandoned their escape plans and chose to remain in the fortress encampment. In the following days, the encampment's leader seemed to forget about them, disregarding their presence entirely. Only Audrey occasionally visited to check on them, while the skeletal chef delivered food at regular intervals. They existed like mere air within the encampment. As long as they did not cause disturbances, they were overlooked. Before long, over 10 days had passed without any unwelcome visitors to the fortress encampment. During this time, the foreign female slaves bore witness to the transformations within. The fortifications on the east and west sides of the fortress were completed. Skeletons were constructing from both ends towards the center on the southern side, where the southern fortifications would soon converge at the central gate. What appeared to be the last opportunity held no actual chance of escape. The catfolk warrior had been meticulously counting the skeletons during this period. 9 white skeletons and 15 green skeletons had appeared within the encampment. Moreover, she noticed that one of the armored green skeletons wielding a sword and shield had grown significantly stronger. Although the encampment seemed to have vulnerabilities, it was actually impenetrable. A hasty flight would alert the patrolling skeletons. The catfolk warrior's observations were correct. During this time, a green skeletal warrior had indeed awakened and advanced to the rank of a skeletal knight. Given the current circumstances, they appeared to lack any purpose. This was a perilous predicament. Having no value and being unnecessary meant they could be discarded at any moment. Based on the leader's demeanor, they were likely to be exterminated and buried like those slave hunters, destined to become materials for skeletons once they rotted away. Swayexine, you are a heart speaker, capable of understanding human language and communicating with them. Relay my message. I am willing to serve him and ask him to assign me tasks. Passive waiting is likely to lead to one's elimination, while the catfolk warriors opt for proactive engagement to demonstrate their worth. Suaxian, do not go. You will be toyed with by humans. The hunter slavery group frequently ventures into the Odyssey region to capture foreign maidens and sell them into servitude in the Jaiwot Federation, leaving them with a very unfavorable impression of the human race. The companions of the catfolk warriors advised her against walking into the lion's den. In truth, if he desires, we are utterly incapable of resistance. Suaxian candidly articulated the stark reality. They are devoid of choices. Chapter 12. Awakening if such a necessity arises. I shall embrace the responsibilities of a spirit cat warrior, safeguarding Suehua and everyone else. Suaxian pressed down on her worried sister's face, urging Suaxin to accompany her to meet the camp leader. Halt. This is not a place for you. I am aware you comprehend my words. As Suaxian and Suaxin approached the brick cottage, they were intercepted by Audrey. Audrey upheld her promise of companionship, serving as a guardian knight for McDivin, regardless of whether McDivin required such a protector. For the past few months, she has acted thusly, and McDivin has not objected to her patrols. Lady Audrey, we wish to pay our respects to Lord McDivin, Suaxian and Suaxin declared without retreating. How remarkable. How do you manage this? Audrey curiously scrutinized Suaxin, who had not uttered a word, yet seemed capable of conversing with her. I am a heart speaker. The voice of the mind transcends linguistic barriers. Suaxin briefly elucidated her ability to comprehend the discussions of Audrey and McDivin, and how she could engage in dialogue. Oh, I see. What is your purpose? Audrey did not grant them passage, her gaze fixed suspiciously on the 2 catfolk maidens. What if they intended to assassinate McDivin or harbored ulterior motives? Miss Audrey, you have seen us residing here for some time, yet we have remained unnoticed. We wish to pledge our loyalty to Lord McDivin and serve him. Suaxin conveyed Suaxian's sentiments to Audrey. Wait here. I shall inquire with McDivin. After deliberation, Audrey found this reasonable and instructed Suaxin and Suaxian to remain in place while she sought McDivin's thoughts. She was curious how Medivin would handle this unexpected acquisition of foreign maidens. Bring them over. Medivin would not indefinitely offer kindness to idlers. He appreciated the initiative shown by the catfolk in seeking to serve. He did not refuse the meeting, allowing Audrey to bring the two catfolk forward. You wish to pledge your loyalty to me? After taking a sip of tea from the table, Medivin gazed intently at the two cat girls, his eyes deep and inscrutable, leaving one to ponder his thoughts. I am a spirit cat warrior, willing to fight for you. Suexiang stepped forward under Suexin's guidance, bowing to Medivin and showcasing her abilities. A fragment of the spirit pattern upon her forehead illuminated, and Medivin sensed the extraordinary power coalescing within her. Spirit pattern warriors represent one of the extraordinary legacies of the spirit cat tribe, akin to a fusion of magical runes and knights. Suexiang is an unranked spirit pattern warrior, equivalent to a mage apprentice. Notably, as an unranked apprentice, a spirit pattern warrior possesses greater strength than a similarly ranked apprentice knight, as the former wields extraordinary power. While Suexiang demonstrated her abilities, Audrey gripped her sword hilt, fixated on her. Should she show any signs of hostility, Audrey would act swiftly. Come closer. Once Suexiang completed her demonstration, Medivin beckoned her forward. Suexiang retracted the spirit pattern from her forehead and obediently approached. Meow. As Medivin extended his hand, Suexiang emitted a faint whimper, offering no resistance, but silently complying with his playful examination. You exhibit remarkable awareness. Medivin was merely assessing Suexiang's level of obedience. After a brief moment of interaction, he withdrew his hand. It was evident that this spirit cat warrior had come prepared mentally, showing great submissiveness. Medivin did not mind having a few embellishments within the camp. He could endure solitude and grow privately, but that did not mean he relished loneliness. His decision to bring Audrey to the Odyssey region indicated a certain social need. He was not a perverse necromancer destined to spend eternity with skeletons. He cherished vibrant life. From this day forth, those girls are under your management. You will teach them the human language. I do not wish for you to report to me next time accompanied by a translator. Medivin entrusted Suexiang with the responsibility of instructing the foreign maidens in the human tongue. Once the tasks were assigned, Medivin waved his hand, signaling Suexiang and Suexin to depart the brick cottage, ensuring they did not disturb him in his necromantic endeavors. Medivin, you must have enjoyed that, right? Touch mine. After Suexiang and Suexin left, Audrey approached. Was her intent not clear enough? Could she not express a proper sequence? Do not worry. Once I find some leisure, you will be the first to be dealt with. Medivin smiled slightly, fulfilling her desire. The construction of the fortress camp was nearing completion, and the skeletons within had reached a certain scale. The situation was no longer as pressing as when they first arrived, and Medivin had lightened his demeanor. Audrey nodded enthusiastically. Once Medivin ceased his work, she dutifully exited the brick cottage, refraining from interrupting his necromantic crafting. Suexiang, have you been mistreated? Suexiang did not disclose the events of their meeting to Suexin. She merely informed everyone that she had gained the camp leader's recognition. Suehua, attentive to details, noticed the subtle signs of disturbance on Suexiang's garments that others could not detect. It is nothing. I will protect Suehua. Suexiang reassured Suehua with a smile, realizing from Medivin's obedience test that the unavoidable day was approaching. Now it was merely a matter of when Medivin would develop an interest in her. She had come to terms with the fact that, to protect Suehua and her kin, she would diligently fulfill her duties. After a while, Audrey approached. In the camp, she and Medivin were the only two humans. While Medivin was busy with necromancy, the task of teaching the foreign maidens the human language fell solely to her. During the instruction, Audrey observed Suexiang and the group of foreign maidens closely. Suexiang received the same treatment, and the foreign maidens would gradually integrate into the fortress camp. Among the foreign maidens, the spirit cat tribe was predominant, comprising 15 individuals. Additionally, there were 6 spirit fox maidens and 4 spirit rabbit maidens. The extraordinary heritages of these 3 tribes were quite similar, featuring spirit pattern warriors, sorcerers, and other spellcasters. Out of the 25 foreign maidens, only Suexiang was a novice spirit pattern warrior, qualifying as an extraordinary being. The others possessed unique talents. For instance, Suexin was a heart speaker, and Suehua had some knowledge of herbal potions. They were potential extraordinary beings, albeit without the inheritance of extraordinary power. Following the necromantic calamity, the subsequent divine war was ignited to re-establish territorial boundaries. This was followed by the Twilight of the Gods, in which the deities were hunted, and the ensuing Great War of the Races. After a series of battles, the loss of heritage extended beyond necromancers, the extraordinary legacies of human knights, mages, and other races experienced significant erosion. It is said that once extraordinary beings were abundant, now even a first-tier extraordinary being garners considerable attention. The entire Odyssey region reveals a dearth of extraordinary beings, illustrating the extent of decline in power following the Great War of the Races. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed, and as the transition from early to mid-September approached, it marked 5 months since McDivin, the pioneer, departed from Llewellyn City. The southern walls of the fortress camp were now enclosed. In 5 months, McDivin had transformed from a wanderer in the wilderness to possessing a fortified base of existence. Within the fortress camp, the skeletons had once again proliferated, with 72 gray bone skeletons, 56 white bone skeletons, and 88 green bone skeletons. Chapter 13. Spirit Cat Warrior. Among the green bone skeletons, there were 4 first-tier, low-level bone spirit warriors. With these 4 first-tier spirits, alongside McDivin and Audrey as first-tier knights. The fortress camp, while not a top-tier force in the Odyssey region, was at least not subject to humiliation. Suexiang, are there any ancient battlefields nearby? McDivin's resurrected skeletons had a classification of professions. The skeleton farmer possesses combat abilities that are significantly inferior to those of the skeleton warrior of the same era. While agricultural pursuits are undoubtedly essential, without sufficient martial prowess to safeguard one's estate, all efforts become futile. In the Odyssey region, brute strength reigns supreme, including the Kubu camp. McDivin has discovered 3 residential site ruins. These 3 sites are all abandoned villages from the aftermath of the Odyssey War, with the excavated remains predominantly belonging to farmers. And few warriors present. McDivin yearns to uncover an ancient battlefield, where he might unearth a greater number of warrior remains. Perhaps even fortuitously discovering the remains of night mages and other extraordinary beings. His appointment as an explorer came upon him quite unexpectedly, leaving him no time to prepare. He had no opportunity to study the history of the Odyssey War and was utterly ignorant of the distribution of ancient battlefields. Audrey was similarly unprepared, having never anticipated that she would one day venture into the Odyssey region to learn about the war history of this area. He could only glean information from the indigenous people. His decision to shelter those foreign female slaves was partly motivated by this consideration. Nearby, there exists a battlefield where the ancestors of the cat folk once fought. Suexiang spoke haltingly, this time without letting Suexian relay her words, aiming to showcase her learning progress. The Lingmao clan had migrated several times within the Odyssey region, and Suexiang had heard the elders mention the clan's past. Very well, we shall set off after nightfall. McDivin's face lit up with joy. He had merely inquired casually, and was pleasantly surprised that Suexiang truly possessed knowledge of the ancient battlefield nearby. In terms of strength, the Kubu camp indeed had its merits. However, this was not a reason for ostentation. Although the Necromancer had fallen into obscurity, it did not imply that a horde of skeletons wandering outside during daylight would go unnoticed. McDivin's skeletons were not ordinary. They could certainly hold their own against small to medium-sized brigand groups. Yet, engaging in unnecessary battles was unwarranted, as clearing brigands would provide no advancement for McDivin. What he sought were remnants steeped in history, not the vibrant corpses blessed by the holy light. He aimed to avoid meaningless conflicts whenever possible. Why not cultivate his land in the Odyssey region instead? At dusk, McDivin left behind 2 first-tier bone spirit warriors and several green bone skeletons to guard the home. Embarking with Audrey, Suexiang, and the other skeletons towards the ancient battlefield, they journeyed northeast for a short while before nightfall enveloped them. Nighttime belonged to beasts and nocturnal tribes, and brigand groups typically retreated to camps or temporary shelters to rest, rarely engaging in activities under the cover of darkness. The ancient battlefield mentioned by Suexiang was not far off, merely 20-odd miles from the Kubu camp. The skeletons, tireless, completed the journey in just over an hour. According to Suexiang, this ancient battlefield was over 250 years old. At that time, the Givet Federation had not yet completely withdrawn from the Odyssey region, and the Lingmao tribe encountered a retreating frontline army during their migration, resulting in a fierce battle. That skirmish severely weakened the Lingmao tribe, from which they have yet to fully recover. Entering the overgrown ancient battlefield, McDivin summoned his necromantic powers for exploration. Suexiang's memory proved accurate, as his mental vision revealed a dense array of bones scattered across the surface. The skirmish had no victor. Both the Lingmao tribe and the Givet army suffered heavy losses. Neither side fought to the bitter end, hastily attending to the bodies of their fallen comrades before retreating. Upon discovering the remains, McDivin gestured for the skeletons to excavate at the marked locations. Soon, bones were being transported before him. These remains had been pillaged, devoid of any burial goods. McDivin remained unconcerned, for his objective was these nearly decayed bones, not the accompanying artifacts. He casually selected several bones to cast his spells upon, yielding prime green bone components dating back over 250 years. Suexiang had not misled him. This was indeed a high-quality ancient battlefield well-suited for his excavations. Remarkably, after another casting, McDivin acquired an entirely different bone component, the arm bone of a Lingmao warrior. Previously, he had attempted to refine catfolk bones, but had only obtained human skeletal components. This arm bone, adorned with spiritual patterns, belonged to a spiritual warrior, its extraordinary power rendering it unique and retaining the characteristics of the catfolk. This was no mere coincidence. Subsequent refinements yielded other skeletal components from Lingmao warriors and Lingmao sorcerers, along with human knight and mage skeletal parts. This clearly indicated that many extraordinary beings had perished in that brutal skirmish. In recent months, McDivin had been refining the bones of ordinary humans, and he eagerly anticipated what sort of skeletons these extraordinary remains could resurrect. Containing his inner excitement, McDivin endeavored to refine as many bones from the ancient battlefield as possible. By 4:30 in the morning, having exhausted his magical energy, he instructed the skeletons to load the remaining bones onto a handcart for transport back to the Kubu camp. Not succumbing to greed, he concluded the excavation and stealthily returned to the camp before dawn. Upon arriving home, he immediately engaged in meditation, striving to recover his magical energy swiftly and resurrect those extraordinary skeletal components. It was indeed a laborious endeavor. Once restored, McDivin selected a set of Lingmao warrior skeletal components for assembly and resurrection. This resurrection proved exceedingly challenging. He had not experienced such an all-consuming effort in quite some time. His brow slick with sweat, the arduous toil bore sweet rewards. When the Lingmao warriors stood upright, McDivin reveled in the bountiful return from the fountain of time. Upon opening his keen eyes, not only had his depleted magical energy been replenished, but his mental acuity had also received a significant boost. He found himself closer to becoming a high-level apprentice mage. With a few more such rewards, he would undoubtedly ascend. After assessing his own condition, McDivin began to study the masterpiece he had created. The green-boned Lingmao warrior donned natural bone armor, its physique far more slender than that of a human green-boned warrior, clearly indicating its agility. The Lingmao warrior's weaponry included retractable triple-blade bone claws on its forearms, a single-bladed claw knife at its waist, and a short crossbow on its back. The most prominent feature of the Lingmao warrior was the spiritual patterns adorning its forehead and body. It was a spiritual skeleton, endowed with the unique powers of the Lingmao tribe. When it summoned its spiritual strength, the triple-blade claws became immensely sharp, imbued with spiritual energy. Its spiritual power could similarly enhance the claw knife and short crossbow to increase their offensive capabilities, as well as fortify its bone armor for improved defense. This Lingmao warrior was merely an apprentice extraordinary being, still a step away from attaining first-tier status. Upon careful comparison, McDivin noticed that the spiritual patterns on the Lingmao warrior's forehead were far more intact than those on Suexiang's forehead. He could surmise that the skirmish had caused the Lingmao tribe to lose much of their heritage, which was the key reason for their prolonged state of decline over the years. Chapter 14. History is knowledge. Indeed, Lord McDivin, it is as you say. McDivin called Suexiang over, and she gazed at the Lingmao warrior in astonishment, acknowledging that this was indeed the reason for the decline of the Lingmao tribe. Lord McDivin, I can converse with him. Suexiang, who had also been summoned, under McDivin's guidance, released her mental resonance to communicate with the Lingmao warrior. The Lingmao warrior lacked sufficient mental strength to speak and could not transcend the language barrier, while McDivin could issue commands to the skeleton through mental and magical connections. It did not imply he could engage in dialogue with it. A mage is not inherently omniscient. Mastering foreign languages and mental language interpretation requires various spells and potions. McDivin was simply a novice mage, proficient only in the art of skeletal resurrection, lacking any accumulated knowledge of magic. For instance, a well-versed mage could cast a spell to understand the catfolk language and engage in unobstructed conversations with the catwomen. In McDivin's case, without Suexiang's translation, he could only either learn the catfolk language himself or have the catwomen learn human language for seamless communication. With McDivin's assistance, the Lingmao warrior collaborated with Suexiang to replicate the spiritual patterns of Lingmao heritage and the combat techniques of the catfolk that adorned its body. Lord McDivin, only the Lingmao sorcerers possessed the knowledge to engrave the legacy spirit patterns for warriors. Upon receiving a more complete legacy spirit pattern, Suexiang and Suexiang were overjoyed. However, they soon confronted a significant dilemma. None among them were apprentice sorcerers, rendering them unable to assist Suixiang in completing the Lingmiao clan's legacy spirit patterns. Returning to the Lingmiao tribe was hardly feasible, as McDivin would not easily permit their departure, especially considering they had been exposed to confidential information. Glancing at the Lingmiao skeletal components displayed on the workbench, McDivin smiled subtly. If he could resurrect Lingmiao warriors, he could certainly resurrect Lingmiao sorcerers as well. Thank you, Lord McDivin. Suixiang and Suixin's furrowed brows relaxed, believing in McDivin's ability to create miracles once more. Suixiang stepped forward, grasping McDivin's hand to convey her heartfelt thoughts. Suixin, not to be outdone, smiled and playfully jogged over to massage McDivin's back. They had transformed from passively accepting their fate to actively pursuing it. Upon returning, Suihua immediately approached to observe closely, noting that both girls' collars had been altered. Moreover, their complexions were not as serene as before, with lingering blushes still apparent. The situation at the fortress camp was improving, and McDivin was not averse to relaxing a bit, balancing work with leisure. Had it not been for his need to conserve energy for the resurrection of skeletons, Suixiang and Suixin would not have returned so swiftly. It is our honor to serve you, Lord McDivin. Suixiang and Suixin yearned fervently for that moment, their excited gazes devoid of any concession to fate. The Lingmiao skeletons resurrected by McDivin were pivotal in reclaiming the lost legacy of their tribe. Were it not for McDivin's lack of time to deepen his understanding, they would have wished to reside in a brick cottage, devotedly serving him. After a brief respite, McDivin retrieved a set of Lingmiao sorcerer skeletal components for assembly and resurrection. The resurrection of a Lingmiao sorcerer proved to be significantly more challenging than that of a Lingmiao warrior. Despite his utmost efforts, McDivin was unable to succeed. He realized that to resurrect a Lingmiao sorcerer, one would require at least the mental realm of a high-level mage apprentice. A single failure was inconsequential. After a moment of reflection, McDivin settled into meditation for further cultivation. Once his mental and magical energies were restored, he extracted a set of human knight skeletal components for assembly and resurrection. This resurrection was equally arduous, though considerably easier than that of a Lingmiao sorcerer. With all his might, McDivin successfully completed the resurrection. The result was a fiery skeletal knight, its fiery aura causing the air within the brick cottage to feel intensely heated. Much like the green-boned Lingmiao warrior, the newly resurrected green-boned fiery knight was on the brink of attaining the first tier. Contrary to expectations, the fiery skeletal knight possessed fighting spirit, a rarity for one not yet a first-tier knight, and it was of elemental nature. Knights capable of cultivating elemental fighting spirit are considered a high-level legacy in today's world. Neither the knight-breathing techniques collected privately by McDivin nor those practiced by Audrey could yield elemental fighting spirit. McDivin immediately summoned Suixin and, through mental resonance, replicated the upper scroll of the fiery fighting spirit breathing technique along with 3 fiery fighting spirit combat skills. This exemplifies the power of history, with the lost legacy re-emerging through McDivin's skeletons. The scroll was termed upper because the original owners of those bones had only passed down the upper scroll. Despite its imperfections, it was sufficient, allowing the fiery fighting spirit knight breathing technique upper scroll to facilitate cultivation up to a 3rd-tier knight. The knight breathing techniques privately acquired by McDivin could not even support the cultivation of a 2nd-tier knight. Audrey had only inherited the initial segment of the Nuyente family knight breathing technique upper scroll, reaching the 1st tier but finding her path obstructed. After replicating the upper scroll of the fiery fighting spirit knight breathing technique, she promptly began to transition her training. McDivin was not in a hurry to switch to the knight breathing technique, as his primary focus lay on the path of the mage. And it was not the time to squander efforts on the knightly path. After a brief period of rest, McDivin selected suspected skeletal remains of Lingmiao warriors and human knights from the storeroom to melt down the skeletal components. Each time he gathered a complete set of skeletal components for either a Lingmiao warrior or a human knight, he would meditate to adjust his state, preparing for the assembly and resurrection of the skeletal remains. Following a week of intensive work, McDivin had successfully resurrected 2 Lingmiao warriors and 1 skeletal knight. The foreheads of the 2 Lingmiao warriors bore spirit patterns that differed slightly from those of the first Lingmiao warrior, further completing the legacy spirit patterns of the Lingmiao tribe. Each of the 3 Lingmiao warriors possessed unique skills from their feline heritage, all of which Suixin meticulously recorded. The skeletal knight was identical to the previous one, inheriting the upper scroll of the fiery fighting spirit breathing technique, with combat skills mirroring those of its predecessor. The successful resurrection of these three extraordinary skeletons allowed McDivin's mental strength to transcend a threshold, leading to his promotion to high-level mage apprentice within the bountiful waters of the Fountain of Time. From his initial cultivation of spiritual meditation to his advancement as a high-level mage apprentice, McDivin achieved this remarkable feat in less than half a year. This accelerated cultivation pace starkly contrasted with those students in the Magical Academy who struggled for 3 to 4 years to attain the same level. The Fountain of Time provided the finest resources for cultivation. Following his promotion, McDivin quickly calmed his elated spirit and turbulent magical energy in preparation for the resurrection of the Lingmiao sorcerer. Once he had adjusted to his optimal state, he retrieved the previously assembled Lingmiao sorcerer's skeletal components from his failed attempt and focused intently on casting the skeletal resurrection spell. This time, the spell casting proved exceptionally arduous. Beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Resurrecting a high-tier green-boned Lingmiao sorcerer was indeed a formidable challenge. Fortunately, it was merely a struggle, not exceeding his limits. With all his strength, McDivin accomplished the resurrection. As the Lingmiao sorcerer rose to its feet, the Fountain of Time surged within McDivin's mental realm, nourishing his nearly depleted mental energy and rapidly restoring his magical power. In an instant, McDivin's pallid complexion transformed, and he became invigorated. He reveled in the spiritual nourishment from the Fountain of Time while admiring the newly resurrected Lingmiao sorcerer. The greenbone components, aged over 250 years, were exquisite specimens of deep green. Although both were deep green, the skeletal structure of the Lingmiao sorcerer differed significantly from that of the Lingmiao warriors and skeletal knights. The latter was dark green and dense like iron jade, while the former appeared dark green and fantastical like crystal jade. The Lingmiao sorcerer, akin to human mages, was a spellcaster. Its forehead lacked the clan's legacy spirit patterns, and its weapon was a skeletal staff made from Lingmiao bones. Like other exquisite green-bone skeletons, the Lingmiao sorcerer remained an extraordinary being just beneath the threshold of the first tier, lacking the final push to ascend. Chapter 15. The defeated foe. After admiring the sorcerer for a while, McDivin called Suixin, who had been waiting outside, and instructed her to communicate with the Lingmiao sorcerer through mental resonance to obtain the legacy. Meow, Lord McDivin. He is willing to teach me the legacy of the Cat Clan sorcerers, Suixin exclaimed excitedly. With McDivin's consent, the Lingmiao sorcerer imparted the Cat Clan sorcerer cultivation methods to Suixin. In addition to mastering sorcery, the Lingmiao sorcerer also possessed the skill of inscribing legacy spirit patterns, which was passed down to Suixin as well. Upon completion of the legacy transfer, the legacy spirit patterns held by the Lingmiao sorcerer were compared with those recorded by Suixin, further enriching the legacy spirit patterns of the Cat Clan warriors. The Lingmiao sorcerer utilized its staff as a quill, assisting the 3 Lingmiao warriors in completing the missing lines of their legacy spirit patterns. After the legacy spirit patterns were completed, the 3 Lingmiao warriors crossed the threshold and were elevated to the first tier of low-level spirit warriors. Much like the skeletal warriors, the Lingmiao warriors awakened their bone spirit power upon reaching the first tier. This bone spirit power greatly enhanced the strength of their skeletal frames, making their bone source equipment even more formidable. As low-level bone spirits of the first tier, the Lingmiao warriors, possessing 2 kinds of extraordinary powers, were far stronger than the bone spirit warriors with only 1 extraordinary power. The Lingmiao sorcerer did not assist Suixin in completing the legacy spirit patterns. As the Lingmiao warriors shared the same origin, he could directly use the power of the time skeleton to enrich the legacy spirit patterns of the Lingmiao warriors. Suixin is unique. The normal engraving of the inheritance spiritual patterns requires specific materials, and the task of assisting Suixin in completing the inheritance spiritual patterns is undertaken by Suixin, who has received the inheritance of the sorcerer. Lord McDivin, can the other cat girls in the camp accept the inheritance of the sorcerer and the spiritual patterns? While gently massaging McDivin's shoulders, Suixin cautiously inquired. Only she and Suixin have received the extraordinary inheritance, and she hopes to empower the other cat girls as well. Yes. Summon them over. McDivin nodded in agreement, recognizing that having all the cat girls become extraordinary beings would significantly enhance the Kubu camp. Meow. Thank you, Lord McDivin, Suixin joyfully exclaimed, rushing off to discuss the inheritance matters with Suixin. Remember, Lord McDivin is our master. No matter what happens later, you must not resist. Before the cat girls accepted the inheritance, Suixin and Suixin repeatedly instructed them on obedience, emphasizing the importance of compliance. They understood that cultivation is built upon loyalty, and should anyone provoke McDivin, it would not only alter their fates, but also impact the revival of the spirit cat tribe. We pay our respects to Lord McDivin. After thorough reminders, Suexiang and Suexin led the cat girls to pay their respects to McDivin, standing before him in a neat line. Come here. McDivin scanned the line and selected a distinctive cat girl, who wore a delicate golden bell around her neck. Suehua was taken aback by being chosen. She discreetly glanced at Suexiang standing nearby, who offered an encouraging gaze. Meow? Suehua's heart raced as she stepped forward, submissively accepting McDivin's obedience test. She displayed no signs of resistance, and McDivin was pleased with her attitude and her fluid, gentle eyes. Go and be tested. McDivin did not overly tease Suehua. After subtly observing the micro-expressions of the other cat girls, he released her. Suexiang and Suexin's ideological education proved effective, as McDivin saw no signs of dissatisfaction or resistance in the eyes of the other cat girls. Out of the 15 cat girls, aside from Suexin, only Suehua, who had exhibited a talent for herbal potions since childhood, demonstrated the talent of a sorcerer. Like the human race, members of the spirit cat tribe possessing the gift of spellcasting are exceedingly rare. Suehua received the sorcerer inheritance, while the other cat girls awaited Suexin and Suehua to master the engraving techniques before they could inscribe the cat tribe's inheritance spiritual patterns for them. You did well. McDivin complimented the randomly selected cat girl who received the sorcerer inheritance, his gaze intense. Meow? Upon hearing McDivin's praise, Suehua felt her legs weaken. The sensation of being a defeated opponent surged within her, and tears welled in her eyes. Not wanting to bully the sentimental little cat again, McDivin waved his hand, allowing Suexiang and Suexin to take their kin away, so as not to disturb him while he crafted skeletons. After resurrecting the spirit cat sorcerer, McDivin's stock of extraordinary skeletal components was depleted. He did not lead a second excavation, as the number of ordinary skeletons in the Kubu camp also needed to be increased. For the following week, McDivin remained in his brick and tile cottage, melting skeletal components and resurrecting ordinary skeletons. After advancing to a high-level mage apprentice, his mental and magical powers increased significantly, enhancing the efficiency of melting skeletal components and resurrecting ordinary skeletons. This time, 2 new types of skeletons emerged, both armored combat-type skeletons. One type was the skeleton ranger, equipped with bone armor, a bone longbow, and a bone shortsword. The other type was the skeleton assassin, also clad in bone armor, wielding bone daggers and a bone crossbow. Approximately every 2 weeks, McDivin would inspect the construction progress of the Kubu camp. Tireless skeletons are the best workers, and McDivin continued to refine the Kubu camp. According to his plans, aside from the core castle area and the outer wall area, each small square would feature 2 sets of double-row buildings. The double-row buildings come in 2 varieties. One is the back-to-back Kubu structures, and the other is the back-to-back double fort structures. Apart from the castle area, which is surrounded by Kubu-style buildings, the rest are double fort style. Currently, the skeletons are constructing double fort buildings in 12 small squares surrounding the core area to enhance the defensive capabilities of these zones. Once these double fort buildings are enclosed, the core area where McDivin resides will be enveloped within a double-layered wall, providing greater security. The 12 small squares surrounding the core area are designated as the Kubu area as per McDivin's planning, with the outermost ring of 10 by 10 small squares designated as the wall area, and the area between the Kubu and wall areas will serve as the residential zone. The wall area will feature specific high fortress walls, while the residential area will consist of 2 sets of horizontally aligned double fort buildings. Walkways will still connect the towers above, creating a unified defense for the entire residential area. McDivin's city layout can be described as a multitude of small interconnected forts stacked together, maximizing defense. Over the past half-month, the Kubu camp has seen a significant increase in skeletons. In addition to the 3 spirit cat warriors, 2 skeleton knights, and 1 spirit cat sorcerer, there are also 72 gray skeletons, 36 white skeletons, and 24 green skeletons. From the data, it can be observed that during the past week, McDivin primarily produced gray and white skeletons. He made this choice to accelerate the camp's construction and hasten the establishment of the first urban area. The total number of skeletons in the Kubu camp reached 354, of which 10 are extraordinary skeletons, 7 of which are first tier. This constitutes a formidable force, a foundation meticulously crafted by McDivin. After replenishing the ordinary skeletons in the Kubu camp, it was time to elevate their quality. That evening, McDivin, accompanied by a multitude of skeletons pushing carts, returned to the Spirit Cat ancient battlefield for a second excavation, transporting all the bones back to the Kubu camp. Chapter 16. The story of the golden bell that changes among the cat girls did not go unnoticed by the fox and rabbit girls in the camp. They had provided McDivin with intelligence about the ancient battlefield, although the location was quite distant from the Kubu camp, and McDivin had no immediate plans to excavate there. Hee. What a bright sunny day. On the morning following the completion of the ancient battlefield excavation, Audrey rubbed her eyes, gazing at the warm sunlight streaming through the window of McDivin's room, laughing cheerfully. Upon returning to the camp, McDivin was in high spirits and tidied up after the incessantly prancing Audrey. McDivin is a man of his word. Audrey delightedly enjoyed her first grand meal. As her fantasies became reality, Audrey, basking in the sunlight and resembling a lazy little cat, playfully nudged McDivin. McDivin, awakened by her antics, met her gaze and smiled as he stretched and began to tidy up, striking a balance between work and leisure. After a pleasant interlude, McDivin returned to focus on refining skeletal components, successfully resurrecting time skeletons. Audrey, understanding and considerate, refrained from interrupting McDivin's work. After completing her daily training, she donned her armor, mounted her horse, and patrolled the camp. Good morning, Sister Suexiang. Upon encountering Suexiang, Audrey dismounted and greeted her. There was an unmistakable glimmer of pride in her eyes. Being the first to receive McDivin's attention was the greatest acknowledgement of her status. During this time, Suexiang and Suexin had been quite proactive. Although McDivin's involvement was merely a fleeting indulgence, the crucial step had indeed been realized for the first time through Suexiang. Henceforth, whoever earns McDivin's favor must acknowledge her as sister in her presence. Good day, Sister Audrey. Upon hearing the unexpected address, Suexiang momentarily froze before responding with surprise. She had participated in the excavation the previous night and witnessed Audrey being taken away by McDivin. She understood that this guardian knight, who initially accompanied McDivin, was greatly favored. Audrey's status in the camp was unquestionable. The change in how Audrey addressed her signified that she recognized Suexiang's identity as a maid and encouraged her to boldly serve McDivin. While Audrey conducted lessons for the cat girls, McDivin busied himself with refining skeletal components. He prioritized the refining of the spirit cat skeleton bones suspected to belong to spiritual pattern warriors, aiming to create more spirit cat skeleton warriors. The spirit cat skeleton warriors, newly resurrected and not yet at the first tier, would step into the threshold of the first tier upon completing the inheritance spiritual patterns. In the subsequent fortnight, McDivin meticulously refined a substantial quantity of the skeletal remains of the spirit cat people, utilizing the crafted skeletal components to resurrect 5 spirit cat warriors and a spirit cat sorcerer. This new cohort of warriors and sorcerers significantly enhanced the legacy runes of the spirit cat clan, augmenting their combat techniques from 6 to 9 varieties and enriching the sorcerer's inheritance. The 5 spirit cat warriors, having completed their legacy runes, successfully advanced to the first tier of low level, thereby adding formidable commanders to the Cabello encampment. In addition to resurrecting the spirit cat skeletons, McDivin also employed the skeletal components derived from ordinary spirit cat remains. As a result, the Cabello encampment welcomed 36 green-bone skeletons, each designed for combat, including warriors, rangers, and assassins. Currently, the encampment thrived, devoid of the urgency that had once accompanied their arrival in the Outer district. Amidst the assembly of skeletal warriors, McDivin found time for relaxation, often seeking solace in the company of Ayadali, Suexiang, or the affectionate little cat Suehua. Suehua, what does this bell signify? On one particular day, McDivin playfully tugged at the small golden bell adorning Suehua's neck. His curiosity piqued. The melodic chimes had captivated him, hastening his movements in delight. This bell was given to me by Suexiang. In my childhood, I loved to wander outside, and Suexiang, fearing I might lose my way, tied this bell around my neck so she could always find me by its sound, Suehua recounted warmly, reflecting on their sisterly bond. Initially, the hunting slave group had only captured her, but it was Suexiang's instinct to follow the sound of the bell that led to her own capture. Gazing at the weary Suexiang, now fast asleep, Suehua smiled, her eyes narrowing playfully. Suexiang is such a fool. Sometimes, she does not need protection. Upon concluding her tale, McDivin patiently listened, having also taken a moment to rest. Rather than continuing to tease the affectionate little cat, he stretched lazily and surveyed the encampment as construction progressed. With over 300 skeletons tirelessly at work, the pace of development at Cabello encampment was exceedingly rapid. The outer rows of the double fortress-style buildings in the Cabello district had surpassed 70% completion. In a few days, the construction would reach its conclusion. The residential area would be set aside momentarily, as the focus would shift to erecting the city wall district to enclose Cabello encampment within formidable walls. Yet, McDivin felt the workforce was still insufficient. Presently, there were 12 first-tier skeletons alongside McDivin, daily, for extraordinary non-first-tier skeletons, and several hundred ordinary skeletons, providing ample combat power. He intended to concentrate on creating a batch of gray and white bone skeletons for construction, aiming to complete the primary square area promptly. Balancing military strength with development was crucial. Once the first urban district was established, he could begin to cultivate agricultural and pastoral ventures. Time skeletons had the potential for growth, and it was well known that the blood of magical beasts significantly facilitated the ascension of time skeletons to the extraordinary tier. Once he delineated resource areas, he could raise magical beasts within the fortified structures, as well as cultivate crops for sustenance and rear cattle and sheep for meat. Beyond magical beasts, the remains could also be utilized. McDivin, a former archaeologist, possessed profound insights into the proper preservation of remains. Over the past 6 months, the brigands and foreign entities he had vanquished were interred in designated areas with care. McDivin would not squander resources. Those fresh corpses buried in the earth would, in due time, contribute to historical depth. The longevity of high-tier extraordinary beings ensured that McDivin's territory would eventually host fortifications, each creating its own historical narrative. Within these fortifications, he would properly inter the fresh corpses he acquired, accumulating a rich historical legacy beneath the earth. McDivin would employ the remains as circumstances warranted, harvesting a substantial collection of skeletal materials designated for future use. These materials could range from gray and white bones to green and blue bones, and even purple bones and beyond. With a clear objective in mind, McDivin devoted himself entirely to the crafting of gray and white bone skeletons. With the prowess of an advanced mage apprentice, producing dozens of gray and white bone skeletons in a day was a trivial task. The number of ordinary skeletons at Cabello encampment grew day by day. On the 5th day of McDivin's immersive crafting, the outer rows of the double fortress-style buildings in the Cabello district were enclosed, encasing the castle district within double-layered walls for enhanced security. The brick factory, having undergone multiple expansions, continuously produced large bricks for constructing the city walls. Once the ordinary skeletons completed their work on the Cabello district, they immediately proceeded to excavate the corners of the wall district. McDivin had meticulously planned, and the skeletons merely needed to adhere to his architectural blueprints. Chapter 17. Blood-sucking mosquitoes. Why does the sky appear so gray? On that particular morning, while McDivin stood atop the watchtower surveying the construction of Cabello encampment, he suddenly observed the distant sky transforming into a murky gray. This unusual weather phenomenon drew his attention. There's no strong wind today. It shouldn't be a sandstorm. Lord McDivin, it appears we are facing a mosquito plague. Unfamiliar with the circumstances in Outasiu, McDivin summoned Suexiang for clarification. Peering into the distance, Suexiang's expression grew grave. The gray sky was not a mere weather change, but a manifestation of blood-sucking mosquitoes gathering. Blood-sucking mosquitoes, a species with beastly lineage, possessed sharp proboscises and claws. A swarm could drain a person to a desiccated husk in an instant. These mosquitoes typically bred in the marshlands to the north of Outasiu. Once their population reached a critical mass, they would congregate, emerging from the marshes to sweep across Outasiu. Before a horde of blood-sucking mosquitoes, all beings, be they brigands, foreign entities, or ordinary creatures, were treated equally. Once targeted, survival was unlikely. The mosquito plague was a well-known calamity throughout Outasiu. Each occurrence resulted in a drastic reduction in the region's population. The dwindling of groups and the scarcity of prey would further escalate tensions in Outasiu. The instability of Outasiu's situation, coupled with the lack of stable food production, meant that after the mosquito plague, famine would soon follow, driving brigands and foreign tribes into a frenzy in search of sustenance. Having experienced a mosquito plague in her childhood, Suexiang vividly recalled how the catfolk sought refuge in tunnels to evade the onslaught. When she emerged after the plague, she was met with the horrifying sight of skeletal remains. These remains belonged to catfolk who had been unable to escape, as well as livestock raised by their tribes. The haunting images of those remains lingered in her memory, serving as a source of nightmares for her generation of children. Following the mosquito plague, the tribe faced severe food shortages, and hunters rarely returned with prey. The scarcity of food did not only impact supplies. The tribe was also frequently besieged by starving human brigands and foreign entities. In such dire circumstances, everything became a potential meal. Tribe members sent out to hunt often vanished, becoming prey for other famished creatures. Suexiang's parents had sacrificed themselves to protect the tribe during the Great Famine. Intriguingly, upon learning of the details of the mosquito plague, McDivin remained entirely unperturbed. The Cabello encampment, primarily composed of skeletons, had no reason to fear blood-sucking mosquitoes, as they held no flesh to feast upon. When the swarm arrived, McDivin and his companions could simply retreat to the underground storage area being constructed in the castle district. Lord McDivin, it is time to stockpile food. Not long after the gray mist began to rise, the distant sky turned a yellow hue. This time, it was indeed a sandstorm, whipped up by fleeing herds of beasts. Suexiang reminded McDivin that prior to the arrival of the mosquito plague, they could hunt the fleeing beasts freely to gather provisions. After the mosquito plague, prey would become scarce, making it challenging to endure the ensuing famine without proper supplies. Of course, McDivin nodded, instructing his extraordinary skeletons to lead the hunt for the fleeing beasts. From high above, he observed a harmonious exodus of both carnivorous and herbivorous animals, all fleeing in unison. Those who lagged behind would be engulfed by the gray mist, becoming sustenance for the blood-sucking mosquito swarm. Even amidst the herds, numerous magical beasts were present, with most of the lower-tier creatures unable to withstand the onslaught of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. In the intricate web of nature, every entity exists in a delicate balance. As the bloodthirsty mosquitoes surged, other beings preyed upon them. In the skies, flocks of colorful feathered birds continuously swooped down to feast upon the mosquitoes. On the ground, armored beasts flicked their long tongues to capture the flying bloodthirsty mosquitoes. The mosquitoes found themselves powerless against these heavily defended creatures. Occasionally, fish leaped from the water or shot jets of water to hunt the mosquitoes. All these beings played a crucial role in maintaining balance, serving as a deterrent to the proliferation of the mosquito plague. Once the population of bloodthirsty mosquitoes dwindled to a certain level, they would retreat to their birthplace to reproduce, thereby ending the plague. The mosquito outbreak did not affect the Kubu camp. McDivin continued his relentless work of crafting skeletons. Ordinary skeletons either constructed walls in the wall area or multi-layered underground storage in the castle area. The extraordinary skeletons, accompanied by combat-oriented green-skinned skeletons, either patrolled the camp or hunted the wild beasts that had fled into the wilderness. Not all beasts would be slain. When encountering tameable herbivores, the skeletons would capture them alive and bring them back to the camp for breeding. McDivin had plans for agriculture and animal husbandry, necessitating early preparations. The magical beasts possessed considerable intelligence, understanding the need to seek benefits and avoid dangers. Sensing the presence of extraordinary skeletons hunting in the wild, no magical beast dared approach the vicinity of Kubu camp. The grand hunt lasted 5 days. As the yellow clouds receded, gray mist followed closely, heralding the arrival of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. McDivin, Audrey, and the alien maidens had retreated early to the underground fortress, unwilling to gamble with their lives. The surface of Kubu camp was teeming with skeletons. As anticipated by McDivin, the bloodthirsty mosquitoes found no means to attack the skeletons. Under McDivin's command, the skeletons of Kubu camp employed various methods to hunt the mosquitoes, resulting in a significant number being slain, adding another predator to their list of foes. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes, bearing the bloodline of magical beasts, possessed blood that, when purified, was highly beneficial for the growth of time skeletons, similar to the blood of the Hanjiao deer. Upon discovering this, the skeletons became even more fervent in their hunting. To attract the mosquitoes, they frequently brought out large barrels filled with blood as bait. The magical beasts, understanding the necessity of seeking advantages and avoiding threats, observed that Kubu camp housed a natural predator of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Thus, a herd of bovine magical beasts, previously besieged by the mosquitoes, drew near. They sought refuge in the strength of Kubu camp. This was a herd of magical beasts, comprised mostly of creatures with magical bloodlines, with only a few being first-tier magical beasts. Under the leadership of the magical bloodline mosquitoes, the herd found themselves in peril. To survive, they had to comply. McDivin, understanding the importance of sustainability, intended to nurture this herd of magical beasts to continuously harvest their blood. He instructed Suexiang to communicate with the leader of the herd through mental resonance, proposing terms for his protection. Initially, the leader of the magical beasts refused, prompting McDivin to leave them to be hunted by the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. Faced with the dire threat of death, the leader ultimately capitulated, accepting McDivin's subjugation. Upon the establishment of the contract, the extraordinary skeletons, alongside other skeletons, came to the aid of the magical beast herd. The magical tier bloodthirsty mosquitoes found themselves at a loss against the extraordinary skeletons, scattering after losing a few of their number. After witnessing the martial prowess of Kubu camp, the leader of the magical beasts dared not rebel and remained obediently in the designated area to recuperate. McDiv was exceedingly cordial, dispatching skeletons with fresh, delectable fodder to nourish the weary bovine herd. After subjugating that magical beast herd, the skeletons continued to lure bloodthirsty mosquitoes into Kubu camp, absorbing their blood for growth. The blood-sucking mosquitoes, now being drained by the skeletons, found themselves in a wondrous cycle of life. Chapter 18. One creature subdues another. The bloodthirsty mosquitoes were not fools. After being deceived multiple times, they began to avoid the Kubu camp, a realm of death. However, they lacked the cunning of humans and could not escape the grasp of McDiv, who sought to hunt them down. He dispatched extraordinary skeletons carrying sealed blood barrels to engage in guerrilla tactics across the plains, luring and slaying the mosquitoes. Kubu camp did not mobilize its entire force. Rather, several combat teams took turns hunting. Other combat teams remained vigilant at Kubu camp, ensuring no enemies could approach for a surprise attack and being prepared to suppress any potential rebellion from the magical beast herd. Meanwhile, the non-combat skeletons, under the backdrop of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes ravaging the Odyssey region, either scavenged the remains of creatures killed by the mosquitoes on the plains or worked tirelessly at the Kubu camp to produce bricks for constructing walls and underground storage. During the mosquito outbreak, McDiv remained industrious, continuously crafting various skeletons within the underground fortress. The plague persisted for over a month, and by the time the bloodthirsty mosquitoes retreated to their birthplace, it had been 2 months since McDiv had inquired about the tale of the Golden Bell. Throughout these 2 months, McDiv had not indulged in leisure. He devoted himself entirely to refining skeleton components and assembling a diverse array of skeletons. Through his diligent efforts, the number of skeletons in Kubu camp saw an explosive increase. In this period, McDiv crafted 325 ashbone skeletons, 236 whitebone skeletons, and 164 greenbone skeletons. Among the greenbone skeletons, 6 were extraordinary skeletons, comprising 4 flame skeleton knights, 1 earth skeleton knight, and 1 flame skeleton mage. The skeleton knights were forged from the ancient battlefield remains of human knights, while the skeleton mages were resurrected from the remains of human mages unearthed from the same battlefield. Through Suashin's mental resonance, McDiv restored the historical knowledge carried by the extraordinary skeletons. The flame-breathing technique remained in its initial stage, though the number of flame techniques increased from 3 to 5. From the Earth Skeleton Knight, McDiv acquired the upper scroll of the earth-breathing technique and 3 earth-based techniques. The Flame Skeleton Mage, wielding a staff with a flame skull in one hand and a book of magic bones in the other, possessed innate bone armor like the other combat skeletons. Within the Flame Skeleton Mage's book of magic bones were recorded 5 fire-based spells and 3 universal spells. While McDiv could not learn the fire-based spells, he could utilize the universal spells. The Flame Skeleton Mage, possessing formidable mental strength, could communicate directly with McDiv without requiring Suashin to relay messages. Under the mage's guidance, McDiv mastered the universal spells of Cleaning, Mage's Grip, and Magical Shield. The Cleaning spell, as its name suggests, was a simple auxiliary spell for dusting. The Mage's Grip was a basic invocation of mental strength to manipulate one's magical power, useful for grasping objects. With McDiv's current mental power, he could only grasp small items. It would be challenging to manipulate larger entities. The Mage's Grip served merely as an auxiliary spell. True offensive spells included elemental specialized techniques, such as Fire Grip or Death Grip. The Flame Skeleton Mage possessed the Fire Grip, and once McDiv ascended to the rank of an official mage, he could explore the potential of creating a Death Grip spell. The Magical Shield, as the name implies, was a spell that invoked magical energy for self-protection. After mastering these 3 universal spells, McDiv finally exhibited the semblance of a wizard. During the onslaught of bloodthirsty mosquitoes, the skeletons of Kubu camp gained significant enhancements by hunting the mosquitoes and absorbing their magical and purified blood. All extraordinary skeletons within the camp took a step forward, advancing to the ranks of low-tier skeleton knights, skeleton mages, and spirit cat warlocks. Among the greenbone skeletons, 6 became skeleton warriors, 3 became skeleton rangers, 2 became skeleton assassins, and 1 skeleton farmer awakened bone spirit power, ascending to low-tier bone spirits. Currently, Kubu camp boasted a total of 469 ashbone skeletons, 328 white bone skeletons, 290 ordinary green bone skeletons, and 34 extraordinary green bone skeletons. As McDiv celebrated his 8th month as a pioneer of Odyssey, the number of skeletons in Kubu camp surpassed 1,000. 1,000 tireless, unyielding skeletons worked with remarkable efficiency. Throughout the mosquito plague, The brickworks remained operational, and the construction of the wall area continued unabated. Under the phased construction, the northern city wall has been completed, while the walls on the east and west sides are more than halfway done, and the southern wall has reached 30% completion. At the current pace of construction, within a month, the towering walls will completely encircle the area, ensuring the safety of the Kubu camp. The herd of bovine beasts, having been nurtured for over a month, has nearly restored their vitality. McDivin has dispatched extraordinary skeletons to draw blood. Under the gaze of dozens of first-tier skeletons, the leader of the bovine beasts emitted an uneasy sound. However, the herd's panic quickly subsided as they realized the skeletons did not intend to slay them for meat, but merely sought a small portion of their blood. McDivin, a proponent of sustainable practices, refrained from sacrificing the creatures for immediate gain, taking only a minimal amount of blood that would not hinder their growth. Upon confirming Medivh's intentions, the bovine leader let out a cheerful sound. It was merely blood, so they acquiesced, as long as there were no intentions of consuming them. This herd of bovine beasts exhibited no significant elemental affinity, and due to their prominent horns, McDivin named them Dejiaonyo. The Dejiaonyo are robust and hefty. An ordinary Dejiaonyo stands 4 meters tall and 5 meters long, while a first-tier beast measures 6 meters in height and 8 meters in length. When they charge forth, they resemble tanks, and in the Odyssey region, they find few adversaries, except when confronted by the bloodthirsty mosquitoes. 74 of these creatures sought refuge at the Kubu camp, 5 of which are first-tier beasts, while the others remain ordinary Dejiaonyo without awakened beast bloodlines. After extracting the blood, McDivin utilized it to cultivate green bone skeleton rangers. The blood extracted from 5 Dejiaonyo allowed 2 seasoned green bone skeleton rangers to awaken their bone spirit power, advancing to first-tier bone spirit rangers. This sustainable cultivation method permits blood extraction approximately once a month, yielding 2 bone spirit skeletons. McDivin did not engage with the ordinary Dejiaonyo, as he anticipated more of them awakening their beast bloodlines to provide him with blood. After the blood extraction, McDivin instructed the logistical skeletons to deliver high-quality fodder to the Dejiaonyo as a reward. Following the mosquito disaster, due to the mass slaughter or migration of wild beasts, food scarcity became a pressing issue in the Odyssey region. However, this did not affect the Kubu camp, as McDivin commanded a cadre of skeletons that do not require sustenance. Only he, Audrey, the alien maid, and the domesticated Dejiaonyo and other herbivorous animals consumed food. The Dejiaonyo and herbivores were easily sustained by grazing on the grasslands, ensuring no shortage of food. During the mosquito outbreak, the Kubu camp hunted a significant number of fleeing wild beasts, with the meat stored in an underground cold storage crafted from the magical core of the frosthorn deer. Given their daily consumption rate, the meat in the underground cold storage would last for years. Hence, the issue of food scarcity was non-existent in the Kubu camp. Chapter 19. The division of interests to forge skeleton components. It is essential to maintain a certain degree of integrity in the bones. After 2 months of intensive work, the available skeletal reserves at the Kubu camp had dwindled. Thus far, no sites for extensive excavation of bones have been discovered nearby, leading McDivin to a period of leisure. During this time, he decided to switch to the night breathing technique to deepen his foundation. After careful consideration, McDivin chose to practice the Earth Battle Chi breathing technique. The Earth, a cradle of history, aligns harmoniously with his identity as an archaeologist. Renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, the Earth Battle Chi renders mages virtually invincible. The essence of the bloodthirsty mosquito's blood, along with its purified extracts, are potent materials rich in vitality. During the mosquito disaster, McDivin specifically collected some for his cultivation of Battle Chi. Utilizing the blood and extracts from first-tier bloodthirsty mosquitoes, he swiftly transformed his ordinary Battle Chi into Earth Battle Chi. The weighty nature of Earth Battle Chi significantly enhanced his defensive capabilities. As a necromancer, it would be beneath him to engage directly in combat. Delegating such tasks to skeletons is the appropriate course of action, allowing him to focus on bolstering his own survivability. He refrained from hastily practicing the 3 types of earth-based combat techniques, recognizing that they could not be mastered in a short time. Emerging from his secluded chamber, McDivin ascended to the 7th floor of the central tower in the castle district, leaving behind the era of brick and tile cottages. Upon reaching the 7th floor, he observed Audrey leaning over the terrace railing, gazing at the ongoing construction of the city walls. A gust of wind swept past, causing her skirt to flutter and accentuating her beauty. "Audrey, do not turn around. It is I." Just as Audrey felt a pair of hands on her shoulders and prepared to greet McDivin, she heard his hurried breath. realizing the situation mirrored one of her many fantasies. She playfully uttered some contrary remarks to heighten McDiv's sense of conquest. Feeling the powerful aura exuding from him, a smile she could not conceal adorned Audrey's face. She continued to tease him with exaggerated struggles, igniting McDiv's fighting spirit. You truly are a little imp. After a while, observing Audrey nestled in his embrace like a small cat, McDiv could not help but smile. This girl, whose mind is filled with peculiar fantasies, always brings him immense joy. Hee. Audrey proudly curled her lips. Happiness is reciprocal. She felt satisfied with McDiv's utmost efforts in response to her performance. A mischievous glint sparkled in her eyes as she began contemplating which of her fantasies to bring to life next. My Lord Marquis Justin. The Odyssey region is ravaged by swarms of bloodthirsty mosquitoes and is on the brink of famine. The Vincent family happens to have a stockpile of grain in Swan City, which could yield substantial profits if sold in the Odyssey region. You are well aware of the madness of the marauders to ensure the smooth sale of the grains. We hope you can send troops for assistance. While McDiv reveled in his joy, schemes were afoot in the Winter Fortress to further exploit the Odyssey region. The famished marauders would undoubtedly yield for a morsel to eat. They need not exert much effort. A single batch of grain could reap the wealth of the Odyssey region. So what do I stand to gain? The supreme leader of the Winter Fortress, Marquis Justin, fixated his profound gaze upon the Vincent family's negotiating representative, demanding clarity of intent. The profits from the sale of grains will be divided 19-1 between you and the Vincent family. The Vincent family's representative presented his offer, awaiting Marquis Justin's counter. 19? No, it should be 90-10. Marquis Justin shook his head impassively, asserting that the 19% would only yield a single grain transported from the Winter Fortress to the Odyssey region. My Lord Marquis. The representative began to engage in verbal tug-of-war with him, fully aware that Marquis Justin would not relinquish this lucrative opportunity. 70-30 is my bottom line. Do not forget that the Winter Fortress is not solely at my discretion. Deploying troops necessitates benefiting other families. After a strenuous exchange, Marquis Justin articulated his negotiating limits. This was not a solitary transaction. From the 70%, he would need to allocate 40% to the other families of the Winter Fortress and reward the soldiers executing the mission. That presents a dilemma for you, my lord. The grain will arrive at the Winter Fortress in 7 days. The representative from the Vincent family recognized this as the best deal he could secure. This was not an exclusive arrangement. Other families could also transport grain, and to profit, concessions to the garrison of the Winter Fortress were inevitable. The shipment of grain would not be dispatched prematurely from the Winter Fortress. Only when the marauders in the Odyssey region became utterly famished would they grasp the preciousness of food and empty their pockets of all valuables. Sui Xiang, do you long for home? While McDiv and Audrey strolled through the camp, they spotted Sui Xiang standing atop the Kubu wall, lost in distant contemplation. Audrey playfully tapped her, inquiring about her pensive state. I am quite worried about the Lingmiao tribe. Sui Xiang did not lie. She candidly admitted her past. In her childhood, she endured a mosquito plague, and the bloodthirsty swarms haunted her as a nightmare. The subsequent famine left a profound impression on her, as she worried for her kin. Fearing that their food reserves might be insufficient, and anxious about the potential assaults from famished marauders and foreign tribes on the Lingmiao tribe. How wonderful it would be if the Lingmiao tribe were to be conquered by you. Sui Xiang sighed as she gazed at McDivin. This was not a mere expression of loyalty. It was her genuine thought. After witnessing McDivin's methods of restoring history, Sui Xiang believed he was the future of the Lingmiao tribe, the hope for its resurgence. It was not yet time. McDivin shook his head with a smile. The Kubu camp possessed some strength, but conquering a tribe with a long-standing heritage was no easy feat. While the allure of lost legacies was undeniable, lacking self-defense capabilities was akin to a child carrying gold through a bustling market. Without sufficient military might to intimidate the Lingmiao tribe, McDivin would become a captive rather than a sovereign. Sui Xiang was perceptive and had discreetly shared information about the Lingmiao tribe with McDivin. Once the Kubu camp's foundation was solidified, McDivin would consider fulfilling her wish to conquer the Lingmiao tribe, making them a subordinate group within his domain. Following the retreat of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, tensions in the Odyssey region escalated immediately. Marauding gangs and foreign tribes with established territories fortified their camp defenses, preparing for the impending onslaught of famished beings. Alongside these fortifications, those factions dispatched combatants to scour the land, amassing food supplies to endure the forthcoming famine. The roving marauders seized whatever they could when they encountered others, believing that storing more food would lead to a more comfortable future. The resource-rich Tuntunshu refugees, however, were hiding in tunnels, planning to wait out the most frenzied period of famine in the Odyssey region within their basements. Chapter 20. Utter madness. The potential dangers surrounding the Kubu camp had long been eliminated by McDivin. However, as panic spread, marauding gangs from other areas gradually wandered into this vicinity. In this era, necromancers and skeletons were synonymous with weakness and refuse. Upon seeing the Kubu camp guarded by a horde of skeletons, the marauders charged forward, intent on plundering and claiming the camp as their own. In their eyes, hundreds or even thousands of skeleton soldiers posed no threat. They believed they could easily annihilate them. Were these truly necromantic skeletons? Surely not. The reckless marauders were swiftly taught a lesson by the formidable greenbone skeletons. Compared to the greenbone skeletons, the marauders were mere pretenders. Their blades struck the greenbone skeletons. Yet the latter felt neither pain nor discomfort. When the greenbone skeletons retaliated, the marauders fell lifelessly. In their final moments, they bore expressions of disbelief, unable to comprehend how such powerful necromantic skeletons could exist. Had they wandered in the Odyssey region for so long that the world had undergone an update? Had the necromancers reclaimed their peak, turning the necromantic tide into a nightmare for all races once more? They were filled with confusion. Yet no one provided answers to their inquiries. The unwilling souls sought to transform into ghosts, but before they could fully materialize, they were dissolved into nothingness by the divine mercy of the God of Light. Under the blessings of the God of Light, corpses were forbidden from achieving sentience. Regardless of how great their grievances were, fresh corpses could not spontaneously transform into ghosts or zombies. Their remains, after undergoing special treatment, were transported to the burial grounds designated by McDivin, where they would accumulate history underground, awaiting future utilization by him. The famine in the Odyssey region had yet to commence. Currently, it was merely a chaotic rehearsal. The marauding gangs attacking the Kubu camp were only small to medium-sized roving factions, lacking any extraordinary individuals. Such adversaries were not worthy of McDivin's attention, as the skeletons of the Kubu camp could effortlessly dispatch them. The marauder attacks did not hinder the development of the Kubu camp. Logistical skeletons worked tirelessly to construct the high walls of the city, striving to complete McDivin's assigned tasks ahead of schedule. McDivin was equally occupied, with a full schedule for his day. His time was spent on skeleton crafting, meditative recovery of magical energy, and practicing combat techniques. Life required enjoyment, a balance of work and leisure. Each day before resting, he sought out amusement. The fantasies of Audrey, whether wild, gentle, or affectionate, provided him with exquisite pleasure. Amidst the chaos in the Odyssey region, where various factions fought desperately for sustenance, McDivin relaxed in his tower, sipping fruit wine and savoring roasted meat, reveling in the comfort. After half a year of busyness in the Odyssey region, was he not entitled to a moment of enjoyment? In this pleasurable existence, McDivin did not forget to direct the combat skeletons to the ruins of human and foreign habitation. The supply of remains at the Kubu camp was dwindling, necessitating the search for new ancient sites to excavate. The marauding gangs, living by plunder, rarely maintained substantial food reserves. When they found themselves in want, they resorted to hunting. This way of life had not posed problems before, but following the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, prey became scarce, forcing them to scavenge or rob other factions. Surviving on scavenging was unsustainable. The marauders, accustomed to feasting on lavish meals, could hardly endure the bitter and nauseating roots and insects. After a period of turmoil, the food-deprived marauders began to unite. They understood their circumstances well. Robbing their fellow marauders yielded no food. Thus, they banded together to raid the bountiful camps and foreign tribes. The stable camps and foreign tribes had established agriculture and livestock, with ample food reserves. The return of the beast herds to the Odyssey region remained uncertain. No one knew how long the famine instigated by the bloodthirsty mosquitoes would last. However, those who had experienced famine understood that, during its later stages, even the edible roots and insects became hard to find, necessitating the consumption of the corpses of foreign and even fellow tribesmen. In a struggle for survival, those prosperous camps and foreign tribes clashed violently with the marauders and foreign entities. Some camps and tribes were plundered, while others managed to eliminate their assailants. Under the backdrop of famine, the living beings continuously depleted their numbers, and the population in the Odyssey region further dwindled. It was nearly time. More than half a month after the retreat of the bloodthirsty mosquitoes, the Vincent family, under the escort of the army from the Winter Fortress, transported grain to the entrance of the Winter Gorge for sale. The Vincent family dared not enter the Odyssey region, for the famished were devoid of reason. In the Winter Gorge, the military presence could keep the marauders at bay. Beyond the gorge, the escorting army would surely be attacked. The guardians of the Winter Fortress sought profit, but were unwilling to sacrifice themselves in the Odyssey region. After the Vincent family spread the word, a multitude of marauders flocked to the entrance of the Winter Gorge. Initially, the marauders balked at the exorbitant prices for grain, but the merchants of the Vincent family remained patient, knowing that the marauders would eventually succumb to hunger. Indeed, within days, some marauders could no longer bear the pangs of hunger and, pinching their noses, began to trade with them, and the numbers grew. As the merchants enjoyed fine wine and counted their gains, the expressions of the marauders grew increasingly frenzied. Eventually, the day came when frenzy overtook fear, and the marauders launched an assault on the Vincent family's camp. At first, the guards managed to control the situation, but when one marauder tore open a sack, causing golden grains to spill forth, madness ignited completely. More and more they pursued the retreating defenders, seeking to plunder the rations carried by the soldiers and reclaim the wealth that had been extorted from them. The army fought while retreating until reinforcements from Lintong Fortress arrived, slaying numerous brigands, at which point the marauders scattered in disarray. Truly, they were a band of lunatics. At this moment, the general leading the charge and the merchants of the Vincent family found themselves in dismay. Initially, they had amassed considerable riches, but they underestimated the ferocity of the brigands and overestimated their own capacity for intimidation. They failed to return to Lintong Fortress in time before the brigands descended into utter madness, suffering grievous losses. With so many soldiers lost at Lintong Fortress, it would be difficult to explain to the noble council. The wealth obtained from selling grain would scarcely suffice to silence the upper echelons. The thought of their futile efforts, even leading to potential losses, darkened their countenances. They were accustomed to the games of nobility, yet they suffered greatly in the lawless region of Odyssey. Chapter 21. Curd 9 Square. How peculiar it is that this past fortnight has been so tranquil. From her station atop the high walls surrounding the Curd camp, Audrey gazed into the distance, unable to discern a single figure. In the first half of the month, following the retreat of the bloodthirsty swarms, there had been daily assaults from brigands or alien tribes intent on raiding and seizing the Curd camp. However, after vanquishing several brigand factions, this region fell into an eerie silence, devoid of further attacks. Audrey knew that there were many brigands in Odyssey. While they had slain quite a few, it was unlikely they had eradicated them all. She pondered where those brigands might be plotting their next move. The absence of any marauders was likely due to the information disseminated by the Vincent family drawing them elsewhere. Given the remoteness of the Curd camp, it was only natural for Audrey to find this situation perplexing. As for whether brigand factions would launch an attack, McDivin remained indifferent. Eliminating them bore little profit. The path to tranquility lay in steady development. During this month, while the bloodthirsty swarms receded, the skeletal laborers toiled day and night, encircling the Curd camp with walls to establish the walled area. The walls, though not grand in stature, measuring 16 meters high and 6 meters thick, were adequate for the Odyssey region. A wall only needs sufficient height. The real defense relies on the soldiers manning it. Without a formidable garrison, even walls of 30 meters would struggle to repel an enemy assault. After the encirclement, access to the Curd camp was restricted to the gates in the cardinal directions. Entry from other areas necessitated scaling the walls. On these walls, skeletal soldiers stood guard, making it virtually impossible to evade them. With the encirclement complete, McDivin had established his first true urban area, officially naming the Curd camp as Curd. Curd would not consist of only one urban area. The brick factory continued to expand, producing various construction materials, and soon numerous large blocks would be integrated into Curd. For instance, the area to the west of the Curd walls, where yellow earth was excavated for brickmaking, was designated as a reservoir zone. McDivin had long envisioned this. The skeletons were not excavating aimlessly. Ultimately, this area would transform into a 4x4 block, with each medium-sized block containing a deep water pond nearly 200 meters on each side. The boundaries of the medium blocks would be earthen embankments, serving as thoroughfares for pedestrians. 16 deep water ponds combined would form the reservoir. The reservoir's purpose was to supply water to the urban area, irrigate nearby agricultural and pastoral lands, and even support fish farming. Centered around the Curd urban area was a 9-square grid, with reservoirs to the east and west, a burial area to the south, and a manufacturing zone for brick factories and other constructions to the north. The four corners would comprise 3 agricultural zones and 1 pastoral zone. These large blocks, like the Curd urban area, would be enclosed by a 100-meter-wide wall, providing protection to the inner zones. The walled area would also feature double rows of buildings, with the outer row serving as defensive walls against enemies and the inner row housing combat and logistical skeletons. The large blocks would not be in close proximity. 100-meter-wide main thoroughfare would separate them. Each large block would be an independent area while also allowing for strategic cooperation with neighboring blocks. Should an enemy approach via the main thoroughfare, they would be flanked from both sides. The thoroughfares between the large blocks would act as a moated city. Although the large blocks would not be completely isolated, McDiv had designed underground corridors to facilitate troop movements during wartime. The 9 large blocks would form a connected fortress, self-sufficient with water sources, farmland, and manufacturing zones. After the completion of the Kurd 9-square grid, they would no longer fear being besieged. His untimely death in a previous life, coupled with the upheavals of his childhood and the machinations of his kin, had left McDiv subconsciously lacking in security. His establishment of a fortified territory and his practice of the earth combat aura breathing technique clearly indicated his emphasis on defense. Furthermore, his innate talent supported his endeavors. As long as he remained alive, he would continue to grow stronger. With enough time, the skeletal laborers under his command would multiply and become ever more formidable. Throughout the past month, McDiv had not relaxed in his training. After exhausting the high-quality bones unearthed from the ancient battlefield, he turned to the remains discovered at the ordinary residential district to forge skeletons. Over this month, the Kurd urban area gained 165 gray skeletons, 124 white skeletons, and 52 green skeletons. These skeletons were all ordinary, as the residential ruins yielded no remains of human knights or mages. In addition to forging skeletons, McDiv learned 2 earth-based combat techniques: Earth Split, Slash, and Mountain Rock Stance. Earth Split Slash is an offensive technique. Its initial effect akin to a combination of Earthquake Imbalance and Sword Aura Slash. To achieve the effect of causing the ground to quake and the sword aura to erupt from beneath, tearing apart the target, requires a high knightly rank. Mountain Rock Stance is purely defensive, enveloping the body in combat aura to significantly enhance defense. Its effect is somewhat similar to the earth-based spell, Stone Skin. When mastered to a profound level, it can solidify into an immovable stance akin to a mountain, providing remarkable defensive capabilities. This too necessitates a high knightly rank. Insufficient combat aura would render the effect unattainable. There is another earth-based combat technique, the Rock Charge, which McDiv has yet to master. It is a shield-bearing charge skill. Regardless of the chaos in Odyssey, McDiv remained unconcerned. Following the encirclement of the Kurd urban area, the skeletons continued working tirelessly to construct walls for other regions. There was no rush to build the residential district of the Kurd urban area. McDiv intended to complete the Kurd 9-square grid first, and once self-sufficient, he would then refine the internal structures of the urban area. It had been a week since the Vincent family had been robbed by the brigands. The brigands gathered in Lintong Gorge lacked the courage to assault Lintong Fortress and penetrate the Jaiwot Federation for plunder. After lingering for a time and consuming the supplies pilfered from the Vincent family, the brigands formed various groups to raid the Odyssey region. Some brigand factions targeted known human camps and alien tribes, while others wandered along the Lintong mountain range, intending to hunt within its depths. The Lintong mountain range was no wasteland. The forests near the Odyssey region were either occupied by alien tribes or the territory of formidable magical beasts. Amidst poaching and being driven away, a large group of brigands moved eastward along the Lintong mountain range. Is there truly a small town here? Upon catching sight of the Kurd urban area, the brigands were astonished. This remote region had seemingly sprouted a small town. Food. Their eyes glimmered with greed as they rushed towards the Kurd urban area. Compared to Lintong Fortress, this small town appeared far easier to plunder. To have constructed a walled town here, its inhabitants must be quite affluent, lacking for naught. Ha ha ha. It turns out to be a skeleton town. The brigands discovered Kurd, and the defenders of Kurd similarly became aware of their presence. Seeing the skeletal workers returning from the fields, the brigands were taken aback for a moment before bursting into laughter. Chapter 22. Closing the door on the dog. Indeed, the foolish skeletons. The marauders whistled as they pursued the retreating skeletons back into the Kurdish city. Noticing that the skeletons had left the city gates wide open, merely rushing towards the inner walls, their laughter grew more boisterous. The hollow-minded skeletons displayed a complete lack of intelligence. With walls as barriers, attacking would prove challenging. Now, the skeletons had opened the gates to let them in. It was akin to leading sheep into the jaws of a tiger. It turned out there was a fortress within. Haha, did they think this would deter us? Upon entering the Kurdish city, the marauders found themselves in the central fortress area. There was an additional ring of walls. But compared to the high city walls, the 10-meter-tall fortress walls posed a considerably lower challenge for assault. Closing the door on the dog. The marauders believed the skeletons had forgotten to close the city gates. In truth, It was a deliberate ploy by McDivin to lure them in for battle. It was better for the enemies to perish entirely. He did not intend to let a single marauder escape. Allowing the marauders into the Kurdish city was akin to trapping fish in a barrel. The marauders were oblivious to the fact that the gates had closed behind them. Their eyes were solely focused on the central fortress. If they could seize the central fortress, the town would belong to them, along with its food and wealth. Fire the arrows. As the marauders entered range, the skeleton hunters and skeleton rangers, receiving McDivin's command, drew their bows and unleashed a volley of bone arrows from the walls. There were numerous archers atop the fortress walls, with over 200 skeleton hunters and rangers combined. They shot simultaneously, creating a rain of arrows. The marauders, mostly clad in inferior armor, emitted horrific screams under the barrage of arrows. Among them, a seasoned greenbone ranger's arrows could pierce even quality leather armor. The marauders, being rogue bandits, prioritized mobility and seldom donned heavy armor. Do not be so arrogant. This group of marauders had the strength to pursue the military of the Winter Fortress, demonstrating their capabilities. Witnessing their men fall in droves under the arrow storm, the leading knight-class marauder bellowed and charged forward. They unleashed their fury, bounding up the walls with just a few strides. Flame slash. The extraordinary skeletons of Kurdish were not mere wooden carvings and would not tolerate their rampage. Before they could even reach the fortress walls, they were intercepted by the fire skeleton knights, bone spirits, and spirit warriors. How could there be so many extraordinary skeletons here? Was there a high-level necromancer residing within? Surrounded by dozens of extraordinary skeletons, the once proud marauder knights wore expressions of sheer terror. While necromancers were indeed regarded as lowly practitioners, those who reached high levels were formidable. The blessing of last rites merely reduced the number of corpses a necromancer could use and diminished the quality of their spell components. It did not suppress the necromancer's own power. The strength of extraordinary undead was largely unaffected and warranted cautious consideration. My lord, we pledge our loyalty to you. Please spare our lives. After the extraordinary skeletons launched their assault, ordinary skeletons surrounded the marauders from all sides, dispatching the common bandits. These ordinary skeletons were incredibly valiant, and the bloodthirsty marauders fell as easily as wheat being harvested. Such unusually fierce ordinary skeletons further convinced them that a high-level necromancer resided in this town. McDivin did not respond to their pleas. From the moment they stepped into the Kurdish city, their death warrants had already been signed. Under McDivin's command were loyal extraordinary skeletons, rendering these treacherous marauder knights utterly useless to him. Regardless of gender or appearance, all marauders breaching the Kurdish city fell beneath the merciless blades of the skeletons. Atop the tall tower in the center of the Kurdish city, McDivin observed the skeletons clearing the battlefield with an unperturbed demeanor. Over 2,000 marauders had perished in the Kurdish city. Slaying over 2,000 marauders was akin to slaughtering 2,000 pigs, leaving no impact on McDivin's mindset. Possessing a maturity far beyond his years, he understood that this was a cruel world of survival of the fittest, and when the time called for cold-heartedness, there was no need for pity. Equally resolute was Audrey, who was currently boasting about their achievements to McDivin. This noble lady, filled with peculiar fantasies, was far less affected than the delicate women of Lowland City. The diverse female servants, having grown up in the Odyssey region, were accustomed to bloodshed and felt no psychological discomfort. The bodies in the Kurdish city were swiftly packed and taken away. After undergoing several processing stages, these corpses would be buried in the burial area, receiving the weight of history. The Kurdish city soon resumed its quiet and efficient operational state. That group of marauders seemed as though they had never been there, having no effect on the city's functioning. The marauders represented all those who ventured eastward. After exterminating that group of marauders, the Kurdish city seemed to be forgotten once more. The bloody turmoil in the Odyssey region stood in stark contrast to the tranquility of the Kurdish city. In this calm, another month passed. During this month, McDivin learned the earth-based combat technique of stone charging and oversaw the excavation of several residential area ruins. Throughout the month, McDivin crafted 212 gray bones, 196 white bones, and 84 green bones. Nearly 500 skeletons, all ordinary, with not a single extraordinary skeleton among them. It was evident that to acquire the remains of extraordinary beings, one needed to excavate ancient battlefields. Ordinary residential area ruins seldom yielded the remains of extraordinary beings. During this month, no skeletons naturally awakened bone spirit power. The Kurdish city gained 2 first-level low-grade bone spirit rangers cultivated from the blood of great horned beasts. Currently, the Kurdish region housed a total of 918 ordinary gray, white, and green skeletons, along with 38 extraordinary green skeletons. With such a multitude of skeletons, construction efficiency was remarkably high. The skeletons completed the city walls outside the eastern reservoir area in just 1 month. They were now digging the foundation for the walls of the southeastern pastoral area and the southern burial area. McDivin, known as the Pioneer, was essentially in exile without a team and no time to prepare for exploration. Upon arriving in the Odyssey region, he brought only some provisions and had no seeds for planting. However, the tame herbivorous animals captured by the skeletons during the onslaught of bloodthirsty mosquitoes provided ample resources. Thus, the first supply area McDivin constructed was a pastoral zone rather than a farmland area. The burial area would become McDivin's future source of skeletal remains, and the number of bodies buried in that region was increasing, necessitating protection from external disturbances. Fish swim in a small pond of the eastern reservoir. Audrey and the cat girls were releasing fish that the skeletons had caught from other waters. Fisheries also served as a commendable logistical industry, providing a continuous supply of fish and meat to the Kurdish city as the reservoir area developed. Tonight, we feast on fish. Upon seeing Suehua lying on the shore, entranced by the still fish in the water, McDivin, drawn by the splashes, laughed heartily. This group of cat girls seemed to have a penchant for fish, but before they dined, he wished to savor the white fish himself. Chapter 23. Driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf when establishing territory. The foremost priority is to possess a sufficiently secure base. The establishment of the Kurdish city fulfilled this requirement. With a solid base, the next step was outward expansion. My lord McDivin, there exists a Minotaur tribe within these woods. They have resided here for quite some time, reported Sueshin, relaying information gathered by the skeleton assassins to McDivin from the tower of the central fortress. The recent excavations of remains had been disappointing, prompting McDivin to dispatch the skeleton assassins to search for ancient battlefield relics in the Odyssey region. The targets reported by the skeleton assassins were a Minotaur tribe located in the woods directly south of Kurdish. This tribe was not far from Kurdish and had previously launched an assault on the fortress camp, posing a potential threat. The skeleton assassins had lain in wait in those woods for an extended period, gathering various intel on the Minotaur tribe. The Tauren are a tribe that places great importance on burial practices, unlike the goblin tribes that may consume the bodies of their kin. Deceased Tauren are interred in designated areas. They represent a potential threat to Kuurda, and their reverence for burial rites, combined with their vulnerability, renders them an ideal target for an offensive. The plan has been set in motion. Satisfied with this objective, McDivin promptly summoned the skeletons to gather at the city gates upon confirming that the Tauren tribe lacked any second-tier extraordinary beings. He intended to lead a night raid on the Tauren tribe. The skeletons moved swiftly, quickly assembling and marching silently out of the southern gate of Kuurda towards the Tauren tribe as darkness fell. The surrounding woodland was anything but quiet, occasionally echoing with furious roars. In a bid to gauge the Tauren tribe's defenses, the skeleton assassins had infiltrated the Tauren camp intermittently over the past week, executing stealthy strikes. Due to these frequent incursions, the Tauren tribe had heightened their vigilance, which would hinder a surprise attack. However, taking advantage of the situation, McDivin devised a plan for the skeleton assassins to provoke the Tauren guards, drawing them away from their posts. At that moment, nearly half of the Tauren warriors had pursued the skeleton assassins into the woods, intent on capturing them. To maintain their focus on hatred, the skeleton assassins would occasionally emerge to eliminate a Tauren warrior before vanishing in response to the chieftain's furious roars. Blinded by rage, the Tauren chieftain remained oblivious to how far they had been lured away. The skeletal assassins were not mere puppets, they possessed wisdom. One of the two bone spirit assassins continued to play hide-and-seek with the Tauren warriors, while the other stealthily infiltrated the beast territory, stealing several eggs before fleeing. When the returning beasts picked up the scent, the two bone spirit assassins exchanged hollow gazes before hurling the stolen beast eggs at the Tauren chieftain. The eggs soared through the air, and the chieftain, mistaking them for projectiles from the skeleton assassins, swung his massive axe to strike. With a crack, the eggshell shattered, raining down a mixture of embryonic beasts and egg liquid upon the chieftain, drenched in the viscous substance. The chieftain was momentarily stunned before his expression shifted to one of horror. These cunning skeleton assassins were far more treacherous than he had anticipated. This tactic of using the enemy against themselves was exceedingly detrimental to him. Indeed, the next moment, the chieftain was met with an enraged roar. A second-tier wind beast erupted from the treetops, its eyes blazing red upon seeing the remains of the unformed beast offspring scattered on the ground. Battle. In this dire moment, the chieftain, covered in egg liquid and the blood of the beast young, found himself in an inescapable predicament. Objectively, he had no intention of harm. However, The destruction of the beast eggs was an undeniable fact. The furious beast would not heed his explanations. This enmity could not be resolved. The enraged second-tier beast must be eliminated swiftly. Otherwise, once it regained its composure, it would unleash devastating attacks on the Tauren tribe, leading to their ruin. With eyes aflame, the chieftain understood that slaying this second-tier beast would demand a heavy toll, and most of the Tauren warriors he had brought would likely not return. This was the best-case scenario. It was highly probable that they would all perish here, and the beast would retaliate against the Tauren tribe afterward. Truly a remarkable individual. McDivin maintained a tenuous connection with the skeletons, allowing him to discern their actions. Upon discovering the Bone Spirit Assassin's clever manipulation, inciting the second-tier beast to attack the Tauren warriors, he could not help but commend their expertise in the art of assassination. One must admit their proficiency in chaos. They were indeed talents in this regard. In the struggle for survival, he perceived no moral wrongdoing in the Bone Spirit Assassin's dark tactics. They were but skeletons. Could one truly expect them to embody the virtues of noble gentlemen? The skeleton assassins had exceeded their mission, leaving the distracted Tauren warriors incapable of returning to aid their tribe. Seizing the opportune moment, while the Tauren chieftain and his warriors fought desperately against the second-tier beast, McDivin's skeletons launched an offensive on the Tauren tribe. The majority of the Tauren warriors had pursued the skeleton assassins, leaving the remaining defenders oblivious to the impending assault from beyond the mountains. By the time they realized the threat, the skeletons had already scaled the palisade and eliminated numerous Tauren. Warfare knows no mercy. Under McDivin's command, the skeletons struck without remorse, extinguishing every Tauren they encountered. Earthshatter. The Tauren tribe was left with a handful of extraordinary beings to defend. However, compared to the extraordinary skeletons, they were insufficient. Under safe conditions, McDivin tested his mastery of earth-based combat techniques against the Tauren warriors. The Tauren, robust and resilient, remained unfazed by his earth-shatter technique, which only produced the effect of a sword's aura. After several exchanges, McDivin wasted no time. He would not engage in fair combat with the Tauren warriors. Instead, he summoned a group of extraordinary skeletons to surround and overwhelm them. Under the relentless assault of thousands of skeletons, the Tauren tribe's defenses crumbled, and silence soon enveloped the area. The skeletons proceeded to meticulously scour the battlefield, while a contingent of logistical skeletons hurried to excavate the Tauren ancestral burial site. Whether the Tauren chieftain could withstand the enraged second-tier beast remained uncertain. Should the Tauren perish, that beast would likely seek vengeance upon the Tauren tribe. Thus, McDivin knew he must expedite the excavation. The treasures of the Tauren tribe were of little consequence. The bones from the ancestral burial site were paramount. This was the true objective of McDivin's war. The logistical skeletons worked with remarkable efficiency, unearthing and transporting the bones to Kuurda. The Tauren chieftain was remarkably resilient. Yet while McDivin completed his excavations, the battle on the other front had yet to conclude. Chapter 24. Only stances exist, no right or wrong sigma. Glory belongs to us. After a fierce battle, the Tauren chieftain cleaved the second-tier beast's skull with his reserve axe. As the beast fell, the Tauren shaman shouted his final words. What then is the cost, Jajadin? The Tauren chieftain surveyed the battlefield, sorrow overshadowing any triumph. To slay this second-tier beast, he had sacrificed every warrior he had brought along. His trusted aide, the shaman Jajadin, lay defeated in the aftermath of victory. Bearing countless wounds, his left arm was firmly clamped in the jaws of the dying beast. Seeing the encroaching extraordinary skeletons, the chieftain understood that this battle had no victor. In this struggle, the conflict only served to benefit another. For the tribe, as a last-ditch effort, the nearly spent Tauren chieftain charged forth. Soon, he succumbed to the overwhelming assault of the extraordinary skeletons. Meanwhile, the tribe he held dear had already faded into history. The tragic demise of the Tauren chieftain cast McDivin and his companions in the light of villains. Yet, in the struggle for survival, there exists only stance, devoid of notions of good or evil. Had the Tauren tribe been the stronger faction and Kuurda fallen, it would have been McDivin lamenting his fate. Without wasting time on sentimentality, McDivin gestured for the skeletons to advance and clear the battlefield, gathering the bodies of both the Tauren warriors and the second-tier beast for transport. The spilled blood of the beasts, mingled with the tainted soil, was meticulously removed, ensuring no resource went to waste. The skeletons offered no complaints, only diligent labor. Through their efforts, the skeletons had completely cleared the Tauren tribe by dawn. In the morning light of Kuurda, McDivin assessed the losses and gains from this endeavor. The Tauren were large and powerful, wielding heavy weapons such as cleavers, hammers, and spiked clubs with great lethality when spurred by rage. The skeletal structure of the time skeleton possesses remarkable strength. However, it remains somewhat fragile under the weight of heavy weaponry in a realm where all beings are deemed equal. In previous skirmishes, the adversaries merely inflicted minor cuts and fractures upon the skeletons, resulting in no casualties. This time, however, the situation was markedly different. During the assault on the Bullman tribe, 14 green bones, 27 white bones, and 72 gray bones perished, marking a significant loss. The skeletal assassins, tasked with luring the Bullman chieftain, suffered the demise of 12 of their number. These assassins were all veteran green bone skeletons, having touched upon the threshold of the first rank. Their sacrifice represented the greatest loss of this operation. The adversaries proved too formidable, with the Bullman chieftain, a Bullman shaman, personally leading a contingent of extraordinary Bullman warriors in pursuit. Had it not been for the ingenuity of the Bone Spirit assassins, who employed the cunning tactic of driving a tiger to swallow a wolf, the skeletal assassins would likely have met their end. Ultimately, the skeletal assassins outperformed expectations, not only successfully fulfilling their delay mission but also eliminating several of their pursuers, including a Bullman and a second-tier magical beast. This operation marked a significant triumph for the skeletal assassins. In recognition of their valor, the blood of the second-tier magical beast was generously bestowed upon them by McDivin. After assessing the battle losses, McDivin turned his attention to the spoils. The fresh corpses of the Bullmen held no value for him, as they would be interred in the burial grounds after special processing. He paid little heed to the treasures of the Bullman tribe, directing them straight to the treasury. McDivin's primary focus lay on the bones excavated from the ancestral burial grounds of the Bullmen. This tribe had existed for quite some time, and the bones from the ancestral grave had been preserved remarkably well, showing little sign of decay. Within the subterranean vault of the central castle, over 16,000 Bullman skeletons lay stacked, including 300-year-old blue bones and 500-year-old purple bones. A cursory examination through spiritual sight revealed that the oldest skeleton possessed an impressive history of 756 years. This deep purple skeleton radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure, suggesting it had once been a powerful entity, likely an ancestor of the Bullman tribe. The historical legacy of the Bullman tribe ceased to reveal any skeletons of greater renown than this, having eradicated potential threats and acquired a commendable collection of quality bones. McDivin achieved his strategic objectives. The escalating famine in the Odyssey region bore no relation to him, as they lacked for food. As long as no one foolishly attacked the Kurd city, he would refrain from bloodshed. His singular desire was to focus on the resurrection of skeletons, as those under his command would continue to perfect the 9-grid formation of Kurd. Following McDivin's generous rewards, the skeletal assassins experienced a significant enhancement. The original 2 Bone Spirit assassins, having absorbed the blood of the second-tier magical beast, ascended to the mid-level of the first rank. Among the green bone skeleton assassins, 15 awakened their Bone Spirit powers after bathing in the blood of the second-tier beast, elevating them to the low level of the first rank. The magical beast's body was a treasure trove, and its flesh would serve as a resource for McDivin and Ayadeli to cultivate their combat energy. The magical core of the second-tier beast was also a precious resource, yet McDivin's limited knowledge of magic left him uncertain of how to exploit its value. Previously, he had utilized the Ice Deer's magical core as a source of refrigeration for his underground cold storage. The magical core of the bloodthirsty mosquito lay gathering dust in the treasury, and this second-tier magical core would receive a similar fate. Lacking a legacy of magic, McDivin remained unperturbed. He could resurrect skeletal mages and draw knowledge from history. Initially, he was only proficient in bone resurrection techniques, but now he had learned 3 universal spells, and the library housed 5 types of fire-based spells. Given time, all would unfold smoothly. History would provide him with answers and restore the lost knowledge. The ordinary Bullman skeletons, akin to the catfolk skeletons, could be forged into human skeletal components, just as the common catfolk skeletons yielded unique ranger assassin skeletal components. The ordinary Bullman skeletons also produced special occupational skeletal parts. McDivin selected a batch of high-year green bones for forging, assembling them into heavy-armored skeletal warriors. These heavy-armored skeletal warriors were immensely robust, standing a towering 2.5 meters tall. They bore exaggeratedly thick bone armor, wielding a primary weapon of a bone war hammer and secondary weapons of dual bone axes slung across their backs. These heavy-armored skeletal warriors possessed formidable strength, dominating their equivalent skeletal warriors. Ayadeli tested her mettle and found herself at a disadvantage against the tough-skinned, resilient heavy-armored skeletal warrior, whose attacks posed a significant threat to her. Even with the use of combat energy, Ayodele found it impossible to slay the heavily armored warrior in a short span. The addition of this powerful new breed of skeleton delighted McDivin. Their sacrifices bore fruit, strengthening Kurd further. After successfully resurrecting the heavy-armored skeletal warriors, McDivin commenced the refinement of the remains of extraordinary bullmen, seeking to assemble extraordinary skeletons. While he busied himself with the melting of bones, Suishin and Suehua utilized materials scavenged from the Bullman tribe to concoct a spiritual liquid specifically for inscribing legacy spiritual patterns. Chapter 25, Ancestral Totem. They assisted Suishin in completing the legacy spiritual patterns and aided other catfolk in their inscriptions. Currently, the catfolk of Kurd were either apprentice spiritual pattern warriors or apprentice sorcerers. The advancements of the catfolk stirred envy in the foxfolk and rabbitfolk. Alas, the lack of skeletal predecessors from their tribes rendered them unable to reclaim the lost legacy. They eagerly anticipated McDivin's exploration of the ancient battlegrounds where the foxfolk and rabbitfolk had participated. McDivin, however, was not inclined to embark on expeditions. He was occupied with refining the bones excavated from the Bullman ancestral burial grounds. Following the assembly of heavy-armored skeletal warrior components, he forged two types of extraordinary Bullman skeletal components: Bullman skeletal warriors and Bullman skeletal shamans. The extraordinary legacy of the Bullman tribe resided in the power of totems. The extraordinary manifestation of the Bullman warriors was the totemic patterns inscribed upon their forms, comparable to the spiritual cat warriors and human knights. The Bullman shamans served as spellcasters, capable of releasing various totemic spells, akin to spiritual cat sorcerers and human mages. It had been half a month since the annihilation of the Bullman tribe. During this period, McDivin had tirelessly labored, refining the bones unearthed from the Bullman ancestral burial grounds and resurrecting a cadre of green bone skeletons. This assembly included 24 Bullman skeletal warriors, 3 Bullman skeletal shamans, and 56 heavy-armored skeletal warriors. The Bullman skeletal warriors and heavy-armored skeletal warriors shared identical foundational bone structures. However, their physiques were more robust. Standing at an impressive 5 meters tall, their bone armor thicker, radiating an imposing aura. The Bullman skeletal shamans were similarly clad in bone armor, wielding totemic bone staffs and bearing totemic pillars on their backs. The totemic pillars served as melee weapons for the Bullman shamans, who were adept both in casting spells and engaging in close combat. Like the spiritual cat skeletal warriors, the individual Bullman skeletal warriors exhibited incomplete totemic legacies. McDivin, alongside Suishin, meticulously compared the historical knowledge left by the Bullman skeletal warriors and shamans, successfully reconstructing the ancestral totemic legacy. The Bullman shamans, akin to spiritual cat sorcerers, were responsible for inscribing the totemic legacies for the tribal warriors. The 3 Bullman skeletal shamans, in alignment with McDivin's restored totemic legacy, completed the missing portions of the ancestral totems for the 24 Bullman skeletal warriors. These 24 warriors were specifically selected high-year green bones, teetering on the brink of the first rank. After perfecting the ancestral totems, they, like the spiritual cat skeletal warriors who refined their legacy spiritual patterns, ascended to the low level of the first rank. Under the complementary legacy of the Bullman skeletal shamans, they mastered 5 totemic spells: Healing Totem, Great Map Totem, Taunt Totem, Inspire Totem, and Wind Fury Totem. The Healing Totem provided area healing, the Great Map Totem enhanced area defense, and the Taunt Totem redirected target hostility. The effect of the Jiang Tuding is to enhance morale within a designated area, while the Fengnu Tuding increases movement speed within the same locale. The Tauren tribe's ability to vanquish second-tier beasts relies heavily on the totemic spells of their shamans. After the emergence of the Tauren skeleton shamans, McDivin assessed their capabilities, observing that they conjured bone-carved totems. Under the same temporal conditions, their totemic spells likewise affect non-Tauren temporal skeletons. With the blessings of the Tauren skeleton shamans, McDivin's legion of skeletons would become more resilient and ferocious. The subterranean repository harbors a significant number of Tauren bones, sufficient for McDivin's alchemical endeavors over an extended period. This undertaking greatly enhances Kurd's standing, as the lifeblood of second-tier beasts allowed 2 first-tier, low-level bone spirit assassins to ascend to intermediate rank, alongside 15 first-tier, low-level skeleton assassins. Post-battle, McDivin successfully crafted 27 extraordinary Tauren skeletons, as well as a formidable ordinary skeleton. Compared to the assault on the Tauren tribe, Kurd's overall strength has doubled. While McDivin refines the Tauren bones, the bone spirit assassins scout the wastelands in search of new targets. They will mark suitable targets for attack and unearthable ruins, initiating new operations when McDiv finds himself in need of skeletal materials. Progress is gradual. Before the bones are sufficiently processed, McDiv remains focused on solidly developing Kurd's urban environment. During McDiv's crafting of skeletons, Kurd faced an assault from a band of marauders and a goblin tribe. Kurd's martial prowess prevailed, leaving the marauders and goblins to rest in the burial grounds. The goblin tribe, having caused numerous disturbances, was subsequently pursued and attacked by McDiv's extraordinary skeletons and a cadre of skeleton warriors, tracing their path back to their forested hideout. Goblins are synonymous with poverty and malevolence, possessing no redeeming qualities beyond their ability to reproduce. The goblin tribe is largely composed of rags, with treasures scavenged being exceedingly scarce. Their evil reputation stems from their practice of capturing females from other races to propagate their kind. Within that goblin enclave, the skeletons encountered numerous captive females of foreign races and wild beasts, who ultimately would meet their demise at the hands of adult goblins and their offspring. The skeletons granted them a merciful release, liberating them from their endless torment. Goblins are universally reviled. Regardless of the faction, any army encountering goblins will readily eliminate them. Goblins possess insatiable appetites, consuming everything digestible, including the corpses of their kin. The goblin tribe lacks burial grounds, and this operation primarily aimed to eradicate a looming threat. Goblins sporadically launch assaults, causing considerable disturbance. Kurd's development continues to flourish amid the direst circumstances in the Odyssey region. A famine has persisted for 2.5 months, driving ravenous marauders and foreign tribes to pillage camps for sustenance. This is the darkness preceding dawn, the bloodiest of times. In due course, as the herds fleeing the Odyssey region return in large numbers, the famine will abate. Until then, the starving will resort to every conceivable means to procure food, including cannibalism. Foreign tribes and human camps will fiercely defend against the starving marauders, safeguarding their supplies. The Odyssey region is severely lacking in provisions. Yet merchants from the Jiwo Lianbong have not ventured forth. The terror of ravenous marauders is acutely felt by the Vincent family and certain soldiers of the Winter Fortress. Engaging in trade with a band of starving marauders could yield unpredictable consequences. Due to the losses sustained by the Winter Fortress garrison, the Vincent family incurred significant financial losses. Merchants are driven by profit. Presently, the Odyssey region offers only risk without reward, making them reluctant to engage in charitable endeavors. Naturally, this famine primarily impacts the smaller factions, while the larger powers in the Odyssey remain well-stocked and unaffected. Although the famine will drastically diminish the populace of the Odyssey region, it will not alter the larger dynamics. Smaller factions are akin to weeds by the roadside, easily cut down yet resilient in regrowth. Chapter 26. The business mind. The Odyssey region is characterized by complex power dynamics, rather than a complete absence of order. Marauders and foreign tribes adhere to their own set of operational rules. For instance, the marauders' sacred pioneering territory constitutes a realm of structured order. This pioneering domain is a remnant of the Jiwo Lianbong's attempts to reclaim the Odyssey region. Over the years, countless aspiring knights, accompanied by their teams, have ventured into the Odyssey to make their mark. Following that war, the Odyssey became a buffer zone between the Jiwo Lianbong and the foreign kingdoms, which would not idly stand by as the pioneers sought to recover the land. Without a doubt, they all met with failure. Some perished in the Odyssey, while others fled back to the Jiwo Lianbong. Those they had brought with them, their subordinates and subjects, were left behind, forsaken in the Odyssey, becoming refugees and the precursors to the marauder gangs. Similarly, the Jiwo Lianbong would not permit the foreign kingdoms to occupy the Odyssey. Amidst this multifaceted struggle, the Odyssey transformed into a sanctuary for refugees and indigenous tribes. The pioneering territories established by the pioneers were occupied by large refugee groups, some evolving into marauder gangs while others maintained a model of self-governing city-states. These large marauder gangs and the leaders of the city-states forged alliances, upholding a facade of peace while collectively resisting external foes. Of course, the marauders do not refer to themselves as such. The marauder gangs of the pioneering territories are termed mercenary groups. There exists a semblance of order within the pioneering territory, yet intrigue and rivalry are pervasive. Over the years, certain factions have faded into history, while formidable marauder gangs have taken residence in the pioneering territories. The expanse of the pioneering territory has multiplied several times over, becoming humanity's largest stronghold in the Odyssey. The leaders of mercenary groups and city-states within the pioneering territory are generally connected to the nobility of the Jiwo Lianbong. They frequently accept bounties from the nobility, engaging in lucrative trades such as slave trafficking. Occasionally, they act as shadowy figures, receiving payment to assist certain noble families in dealing with exiled pioneers. McDivin's uncle, Wysite, hired a mercenary group from the pioneering territory at a high price, intending to surprise him. Unfortunately, Wysite miscalculated, as McDiv did not naively head to the pioneering territory, but instead diverted elsewhere. Captain, someone spotted skeletons roaming the wasteland. One day, the intelligence chief of the Blood Crow mercenary group approached their captain with freshly gathered intelligence. Skeletons? What concern is that of ours? The captain of the Blood Crow mercenary group replied with a perplexed expression. Undead are no longer a threat in today's world. They hardly warrant attention. The emergence of skeletons in the wasteland bears no relevance to their Blood Crow mercenary group. Could it be that those we killed have risen as skeletons? How absurd. With a skeleton's frail frame, could they possibly seek revenge against us? Have you forgotten the task assigned by the Hobarton family? That pioneer named McDiv is an apprentice of the Necromancer. The captain of the Blood Crow, clearly dismissive of the matter, was reminded by his subordinate. Oh, you mean that? We have already completed the task, and Wysite still wants to kill his nephew? That will cost extra. The captain of the Blood Crow suddenly understood, a cunning expression breaking through the bristle of his unkempt face. It is hard to imagine this disheveled giant harboring ulterior motives. They had followed Wysite's supplemental instructions all the way from the pioneering territory to the Winter Canyon, yet had failed to locate McDiv. According to the terms of their contract, they had fulfilled their obligations, and McDiv was presumed dead. Now, the suspicion of McDiv's return from the dead constituted a new transaction, unless Wysite increased the payment. The Blood Crow mercenary group would not squander their time scouring the wasteland for McDiv. Indeed, I shall contact the intermediary to reach Wysite of Hobarton. The intelligence officer's eyes lit up. The captain, as expected, had a keen perspective, and his business acumen was worthy of lifelong emulation. The absence of rabbits precludes the release of eagles. Thus, the Vist family will not dispatch anyone to hunt until the additional tasks are completed. Prior to that, they assumed that McDivin had perished on his journey to the Quechuoling. Vist does not increase the bounty. The necromancer behind the skeletons has no connection to McDivin. The Blood Crow mercenary corps sees no wealth in the necromancer who has fallen from grace, and thus lacks any intent to plunder. Unbeknownst to McDivin, the skeletal assassin encountered hidden scouts during his forays, and he remains unaware that his uncle has prepared a surprise for him in the Awaken development area. At this moment, he is patrolling Kuur Day, and after nearly a month of construction, the southeastern livestock area and the southern burial zone of the 9-square grid have been enveloped by city walls. Although these walls are not yet complete, the skeletons continue to stack bricks to increase their height. However, the 7-meter-high walls suffice for the time being, as the herbivores confined within Kuur Day have been moved to the livestock area for free-range grazing. The remains interred in the burial zone are safeguarded from predation by wild beasts. Currently, the burial zone is undergoing renovation, with skeletons diligently constructing according to the multi-layered catacomb blueprints drawn by McDivin. This burial zone is destined to house vast underground structures, tiered to store specially treated remains. It is McDivin's envisioned bone farm, a future source of materials for his spellcasting. Just as vintage wines are cherished, the older the remains within the catacombs, the richer their historical significance becomes. In the other blocks of Kuur Day's 9-square grid, excavation of the city wall foundations has commenced. The Awaken region lacks regular military forces. The 7 to 8 meter tall makeshift walls are adequate for the time being, and the stacking of wall height and thickness can be postponed. McDivin intends to establish the prototype of Kuur Day's 9-square grid first, allowing each area to commence operations. In a little over a month, the summer planting season will arrive in the Awaken region. Missing this opportunity means that the farmland in Kuur Day will not be suitable for wheat cultivation until the latter half of the year. McDivin, where shall we procure wheat seeds? Audrey inquires, following McDivin as he surveys the territory, gazing at the well-tilled fields and posing a crucial question. They arrived empty-handed, without any seeds. The thought of wheat seeds evokes her nostalgia for the taste of honeyed white bread. It has been nearly 11 months since she left Lawlon City with McDivin, and she has not savored bread in nearly a year. Their daily sustenance consists of high-quality meats and various wild vegetables, lacking staple foods. Let us plant potatoes first. At this moment, crossing through Lindong Fortress to the Jaiwot Federation to purchase wheat seeds would be too conspicuous. The land cannot remain fallow. Fortuitously, the skeletal assassin recently discovered a potato field, which he can exploit. How wonderful! Mashed potatoes, fried potatoes. Even before the potatoes have been secured, Audrey has begun to fantasize about various potato dishes. This child has not had staple foods for too long and is quite hungry. On a dark, windy night, a group of skeletons stealthily approached the encampment of refugees that harbored the potato field. The skeletal assassin knocked out the field's guard, and a cadre of skeletons began to excavate the potatoes amidst the whispers of the wind, loading them for transport. The following morning, the refugee leader was confronted with an inexplicable scene. Chapter 27. There is a way for thieves. Half of the potato field had been excavated, while the guards slept soundly beneath a windbreak, their heads still bearing the remnants of their encounter. They had been knocked unconscious, not merely fallen asleep. Within the shelter, there lay equivalent wealth and a certain quantity of smoked meat. Even thieves have their code. McDivin did not massacre this group of self-governing refugees, nor did he entirely rob them of the potatoes essential for their survival. This group of refugees had not wronged him. It was unnecessary to kill for a mere handful of potatoes. He left behind money to purchase the potatoes and gifted them a portion of smoked meat to improve their rations. After all, this transaction was approved by McDivin, and whether the refugees were agreeable was of little consequence. The potato field had been pilfered, and the refugee leader understood, as the Awaken region was currently experiencing famine, with desperate marauders and foreign tribes frequently raiding. What puzzled him was why a good person would steal only a portion of the potatoes without bloodshed, leaving behind money and some smoked meat. This was not typical of Awaken. McDivin was not a native of Awaken and had his own principles. It was entirely understandable that the refugee leader found it perplexing. Upon awakening the dazed agricultural guards, they were unable to identify their assailant and could provide no information. The mysterious thief left no trace. The refugee encampment suffered no significant loss, yet being robbed is never a cause for celebration. The refugee leader promptly arranged for additional guards to watch over the remaining potato field. That afternoon, the encampment prepared several large pots of potato stew using the smoked meat gifted by McDivin. As the aroma of meat filled the air, the refugees, who had long been deprived of meat, salivated in longing. The rations of the refugee encampment had improved. Likewise, Day's provisions were enhanced. Audrey was delighting in the mashed potatoes, fried baby potatoes, and potato stew with beast meat, all lovingly prepared by McDivin. While the encampment suffered from a meat shortage, Day found itself rather tired of meat and yearned for a change in flavor. Fish is far more delectable. Suexiang and the cat girls sampled the mashed potatoes, and due to their dietary customs, they favored meat, particularly fish. Their favorite dish was potato stew with fish, where the rich fish broth and potatoes soaked in it were a perfect match. It was a rare opportunity for McDivin to personally cook, and Audrey, along with the foreign maids, reveled in this culinary honor. The skeletons, requiring no sustenance, were either patrolling, constructing walls, or transporting potatoes to dark and damp places to encourage sprouting. Once the potatoes sprouted, they could be cut and planted in the tilled fields, marking the beginning of agricultural development in Day. Agriculture relies heavily on water management. From mid to late June to mid-July, the Awaken region experiences its rainy season, characterized by frequent downpours. The drainage infrastructure in the farmland must be complete to ensure that the potato fields are not inundated by rainwater. Drainage and irrigation systems are intertwined. During drier seasons, water can be diverted from nearby reservoir areas for irrigation. McDivin, you have indeed not disappointed me. At the Hobarton family estate in Luolan City, Vist's countenance darkened upon receiving news relayed by an intermediary. At the time of McDivin's sudden exile and the annulment of his engagement, his overly calm demeanor led Vist to believe that this youth was extraordinary, prompting him to spend money to arrange a surprise. McDivin proved him correct, skillfully evading his purging plans and refraining from venturing to the Quechualing. My lord Vist, those ruffians refuse to acknowledge that the previous task remains incomplete and demand additional funding from you. The purpose of the Blood Crow Mercenary Corps relaying this message was to compel Vist to finance the additional assignment. Without money, they would not pursue McDivin in the wilderness. Vist's steward was infuriated by this disloyal and untrustworthy band. However, the Blood Crow Mercenary Corps is a force to be reckoned with in Awaken, beyond Vist's reach to exact retribution. Furthermore, as an uncle, I must look out for my nephew. Vist clenched his fists, the sound echoing with tension, devoid of any warmth of familial affection. As long as McDivin remains alive, there exists the potential for a turnaround. He does not wish for his hard-earned family status to be snatched away again. Vist is willing to finance the elimination of McDivin, provided that the Blood Crow Mercenary Corps can accomplish the task. Were it not for the watchful eyes upon him and the need to maintain appearances, Vist would not have allowed McDivin to pass through Lindong Fortress. Yet, McDivin bears the title of Pioneer, assassinating him within the Jaiwote Federation would reflect poorly. Should the assassination be exposed, the political adversaries of the Hobarton family would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to undermine Vist's position as the heir. Ironically, what he fears does not exist. McDivin harbors no aspirations for the title of Earl of Hobarton. He has long desired to break free from his confines and forge his own path. In a way, Vist's machinations to exile him to Aeodexi have inadvertently assisted McDivin in achieving his ambitions. Certainly, McDivin would not express gratitude towards him. He was fully aware that West was wishing for his demise. This enmity would remain etched in McDivin's memory, and when the opportune moment arose, he would ensure that West paid a bloody price. It seems that West is quite attentive towards his nephew. The price demanded by the Shuya Mercenary Corps is not insignificant, and the swift arrival of West's additional task funds left the leader of the Shuya Corps astonished. He found himself intrigued by the tale between West and McDivin. What could possibly compel West to relentlessly pursue his exiled nephew? Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, for the leader of the Shuya Corps had no intention of delving into the sordid affairs of noble families. Baya, take your men and hunt down that necromancer. Do not keep our clients waiting, he commanded. This time, the leader of the Shuya Corps employed no cunning tactics. He was relying on the wealthy nobility of the Jaiwote Federation, and maintaining a good reputation was essential. He dispatched his trusted lieutenant, Baya, to scour the wilderness for the necromancer. Whether or not the necromancer was indeed McDivin mattered not. He would be regarded as McDivin regardless of his true identity. Just as they had tacitly accepted McDivin's demise, any necromancer resembling him would be considered dead. Killing that necromancer would conclude West's additional task. Should another suspect resembling McDivin emerge later, that would be a different matter altogether. No wonder West was so eager to eliminate his nephew. The location where the skeleton assassin was discovered was not far from Kurd. The Kurd 9 grid had already taken shape, covering an area of 10 square kilometers, rendering it conspicuous upon the wasteland. It wasn't long before the Shuya Mercenary Corps arrived. Upon sighting Kurd, Baya and the mercenaries understood why West was so intent on eliminating McDivin. This necromancer's apprentice was quite resourceful. In merely a year, he had constructed a sizable settlement. Given a few more years of development, he could potentially become a formidable force. However, that was no longer a possibility. McDivin would meet his end beneath his great sword, and this settlement would be claimed by the Shuya Mercenary Corps. Baya was exhilarated, surprised by this unexpected boon. In Chapter 28, Baya was forced into a desperate battle. The areas under construction in Kurd's 9 grid mostly had walls that were still only rudimentary, some merely a meter high. The thugs of the Shuya Mercenary Corps could observe numerous skeletons toiling in the fields, cultivating potatoes. They could see many skeletons digging soil, firing bricks, and stacking them to build the walls. From horseback, they could see that there were indeed thousands of skeletons visible in Kurd. However, in the eyes of Baya and the mercenaries, there was not a trace of fear, only excitement. The opportunity for wealth had arrived. They charged forth, ready to shatter every skeleton and eliminate the necromancer. Baya shouted, leading the charge toward the low-lying segment of the wall. The mercenaries followed suit, laughing boisterously. This was no longer 1,000 years ago. The era belonging to necromancers had long since concluded. A necromancer, especially one like McDivin, an apprentice summoning skeletons, could possess no real strength. Despite the presence of over 1,000 skeletons within the walls, a group of rural farmers could easily seize this camp. The Shuya Mercenary Corps was a formidable team, and with Baya being a first-tier advanced knight, he also brought along several first-tier, mid-level knight captains for this operation. With such strength, they were unaware of how they could possibly lose. Fortunate lad, your luck ends here. As the Shuya Mercenary Corps approached the farmland, McDivin stood atop the high walls of Kurd, observing the scene. To ensure the mercenaries targeted the right individual, West had provided them with McDivin's likeness. Baya and McDivin locked eyes from a distance, confirming that the necromancer within the camp was indeed their quarry. An apprentice necromancer who had recently enrolled, evading their search and establishing himself in Aeodexi, certainly possessed some skill. However, McDivin's growth would cease here, for Baya intended to crush his skull. With a throat-cutting gesture directed at McDivin, Baya laughed maniacally as he spurred his horse over the wall, which was barely over a meter high. Flee, flee. Just as before, McDivin lured his enemies into a trap, allowing the skeletons in the farmland to retreat into the city of Kurd. Witnessing the skeletons hastily scurrying through the city gates, Baya and his mounted thugs erupted in laughter as they pursued them. Oh, the commander will certainly appreciate this place. What a splendid location. As they charged into Kurd's urban area, they discovered a castle at the center, which further delighted Baya. It must be said that the lad from the Hobbiton family was indeed capable. In just a year, he had constructed such a well-developed settlement. As he galloped through, he witnessed the farming district, the workshop district, and the core urban area. This was no mere refugee settlement. It was a self-sufficient, defensively sound small city. Just as their commander often lamented about the overcrowding at their camp, this small city seemed tailor-made for them. And the entire Shuya mercenary corps would be grateful for McDivin's hard work. As a form of repayment, he would send McDivin to meet the goddess of light without suffering. Before the battle even commenced, Baya and the thugs of the Shuya mercenary corps were already fantasizing about life incurred. Suddenly, what was this bizarre occurrence? Just as they reveled in their triumph, the earth trembled. Turning to look, they saw several Minotaur skeleton warriors leap down from the walls, blocking the city gate. In their recollection, skeletons were typically small and frail. The logistics skeletons they had seen before were somewhat taller, yet still within the realm of ordinary skeletons. But the Minotaur skeleton warriors, towering at 5 meters, clad in thick bone armor and wielding massive axes, shattered their preconceived notions. How could such terrifying skeletons still exist? Were these truly the lowly necromancers? Despite their imposing stature, they seemed fragile. Surely, these skeletons would shatter upon a single blow. As the commander, Baya could not display fear. He likened the Minotaur skeleton warriors to paper tigers to bolster morale. Archers, fire. McDivin, however, remained indifferent to their thoughts. Once they entered the city gates, it was time to close the door and deal with the intruders. With a command, the skeleton archers positioned themselves between the walls and began shooting arrows down at the mercenaries below. Defend, Baya bellowed, instructing the mercenaries to raise their shields to block the incoming fire. Damn it, are these truly skeletons? The mercenaries' shields were insufficient to protect against the deluge of arrows. One by one, they fell beneath the rain of bone projectiles, and the sight of their comrades' deaths inflamed Baya's eyes with rage. He recognized that he had acted recklessly, underestimating McDivin by charging directly into Kurd's urban area. It was one thing for ordinary warriors to be unable to withstand the arrow storm. But witnessing a squire knight in the mercenary corps use a shield to block an arrow only to have it pierce through and strike him in the head made Baya's eyelids twitch. Some of these skeleton archers possessed terrifying power. The skeleton archers capable of piercing shields were bone spirit rangers, first-tier extraordinary skeletons whose bone arrows, imbued with bone spirit energy, could not be defended against by ordinary ironwood shields. Charge with me. As the bone arrows continued to rain down, the bone spirit rangers were systematically targeting the squire knights. Baya realized that if this continued, the ordinary warriors and squire knights would soon be wiped out. He shouted for the other first-tier knight captains to charge alongside him, aiming to ascend the walls, eliminate the skeleton archers, and capture McDivin. With a clang, a fierce gust of wind surged, and Baya swung his sword to block the attack, only to be forced back by a tremendous impact. Glancing at the large sword that had created a breach, and then at the immovable Minotaur skeleton warriors, Baya was left astonished. As a first-tier advanced knight, he had been pushed back several steps by a low-tier skeleton in a direct clash. These skeletons, with their overwhelming presence, were indeed formidable. Damn it, I've been deceived. Surrounded by a group of hulking Minotaur skeleton warriors, Baya found himself encircled by other extraordinary skeletons, such as skeleton knights and bone spirit warriors. On the walls, the bone spirit rangers continued their deadly targeting, while agile bone spirit assassins and spirit cat warriors mercilessly slaughtered the ordinary mercenaries. A multitude of extraordinary skeletons suddenly emerged, leaving Baya feeling deceived by Waysita. Could such a legion of exceptional skeletons be within the grasp of a mere necromancer's apprentice? It was no wonder that Waysita had so freely offered his financial support. A trap awaited them. They had to scatter. At this critical juncture, Baya no longer believed he could capture McDivin or protect the ordinary mercenaries he had brought along. He instructed the knight captains to flee in different directions, taking whatever chance they could. Crack! Just as Baya turned to run a few steps, a gray bone totem descended from above, locking onto him. He was uncontrollably compelled to turn back and attack the totem, having fallen victim to the taunting totem's spirit control, wielded by a towering skeleton shaman. Following closely were green healing totems, ochre large totems, red fervor totems, and blue wind fury totems, each enhancing the skeleton's capabilities. Whenever Baya attempted to disengage from combat, the taunting totem would forcibly drag him back to the battlefield, leaving him with no choice but to fight the skeletons to the death. Damn it! As Baya fought more intensely, his frustration grew, and his eyes filled with fear. He struggled to destroy the taunting totem. Even if he succeeded in eliminating other skeletons, the shamans would simply replace it. Although he possessed a level advantage, the thick armor of the skeleton warriors proved nearly impenetrable. Coupled with the various enhancements from the skeleton shamans, the damage he inflicted barely registered, only to be swiftly healed by the healing totem. Chapter 29. The Silent Chronicle of History. I cannot accept this. Overpowered in battle and unable to escape, Bayas' vision blurred as he fell, murmuring in despair. A first-tier advanced knight, he had been slain by a horde of skeletons. McDivin, your skeletons are truly formidable. After Bayas fell, Awaken, who stood alongside McDivin on the city wall observing the battle, expressed her admiration. She frequently trained against skeleton warriors, well acquainted with their formidable strength. Bayas' personal prowess was unquestionable. He had dared to charge into the city of Kuurda, believing McDivin's skeletons to be inconsequential and confident in his own abilities. The status of the Blood Crow Mercenary Corps in the frontier was carved out through sheer strength. As a veteran of the Corps, Bayas had participated in numerous grand battles, having taken down more extraordinary beings than he could count. Alas, he had encountered a stronger foe in the time skeletons. Well fought. McDivin smiled approvingly, immensely satisfied with the skeleton's performance. In this skirmish, the Tauren skeleton warriors and the skeleton shamans shone the brightest. One could strike and withstand blows, while the other could taunt and support, keeping Bayas firmly under control. This pairing proved to be exceedingly powerful. The Tauren chieftain's collaboration with the shaman was evident in their ability to overcome second-tier magical beasts. The heavily armored skeleton warriors excelled in damage absorption compared to their flesh and blood counterparts. The sturdier the front line, the more formidable the duo became. As the battle progressed, and their coordination improved, the skeleton shamans could apply taunting totems directly onto the skeleton warriors, ensuring that as long as the enemies could not eliminate the warriors, they would remain trapped. Naturally, taunting totems were not infallible. They relied on mental control. Should the enemy possess sufficient mental strength or have extraordinary items to negate such control, they could break free from the taunts. Compared to the Tauren warriors, the damage inflicted by ordinary mercenaries and novice knights was limited, rendering them incapable of delivering fatal blows to the skeletons. The knights had their extraordinary skeletons to handle this. Thus, the eradication of Kuurda incurred no losses. With a wave, McDivin instructed the skeletons to clear the battlefield and collect the spoils, gazing down from the city wall at the foundation he had established. Over the past month and a half, McDivin had not focused on refining the Tauren bones. Observing the slow progress of Kuurda's construction, he had unearthed several residential ruins and resurrected a multitude of ordinary skeletons. Kuurda had gained 423 gray skeletons, 326 white skeletons, and 154 green skeletons. Among these 154 green skeletons, 36 were high-tier green armored warriors. During this time, the Great Horned Cattle had provided 2 blood offerings, aiding 3 Tauren skeleton shamans and 1 bone spirit ranger in ascending to the first-tier low level. Additionally, 1 high-tier green bone warrior had naturally awakened its bone spirit power. Currently, Kuurda boasted 82 extraordinary skeletons, including 2 first-tier intermediates and 80 first-tier low levels. McDivin was on the verge of advancing to first-tier advanced knight, while Awaken had already attained the rank of first-tier intermediate knight. The flesh of magical beasts served as premium training resources for knights, significantly hastening their combat energy enhancement. The extraordinary power of Kuurda was formidable. Even a few Bayas would find themselves regretting their venture into the city. On the ordinary level, there were 197 gray skeletons, 947 white skeletons, and 592 green skeletons. The accelerated construction of Kuurda's grid was a direct result of the substantial increase in ordinary skeletons. Without wasting time on celebration, McDivin promptly returned to the tower to refine the Tauren bones. Bayas' explicit mention of him indicated that he was not merely a group of marauding thugs. They had come specifically for him. Anticipating the worst, he did not believe this was the end. Bayas was likely not alone. Without doubt, stronger adversaries awaited him. To ensure that the enemies would sleep soundly in the catacombs, McDivin toiled tirelessly to create skeleton warriors and shamans. 300 years ago, the Odyssey War erupted, and over the subsequent 2 to 3 decades, the Jaiwote Federation gradually withdrew from the Odyssey, suffering heavy losses alongside the allied tribes. At this historical juncture, Odyssey transitioned from prosperity to decline, with numerous tribes losing countless kin and extraordinary beings, resulting in a loss of heritage. Within the ancestral burial grounds of the Tauren, the bones from 200 to 300 years past were most abundant, silently chronicling this history. The distinction between extraordinary skeletons and ordinary skeletons was significant. McDivin carefully selected the bones of extraordinary Tauren to forge green bone components for resurrecting Tauren skeletons. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed, and in his relentless pursuit, McDivin successfully resurrected 12 Tauren skeleton warriors and 2 Tauren skeleton shamans. The task of resurrecting high-tier green bone extraordinary skeletons had become significantly easier for him, a testament to the enhancement of his mental prowess. For him, each resurrection of a skeleton was a trial of mental strength. The greater the historical depth of the resurrected skeletons, the more effective the mental honing. Skeletons could not fully replicate history. Each skeleton encapsulated only fragments of their former knowledge. This batch of skeleton warriors and shamans bore unique knowledge, further enriching the heritage of the Tauren totem. The shaman totem now featured 2 new additions, the Holy Shield totem and the Flame totem. The white Holy Shield totem could bestow a holy light shield upon allied targets. The deep red Flame totem could unleash fiery rays to assault enemies and imbue the skeletons with fiery enhancements. Skeletons endowed with flame enhancements would have their weapons infused with fire elemental damage. McDivin had tested the effects of the Flame totem. While it was effective on ordinary skeletons, it would erode their foundational bone artifacts. Only extraordinary skeletons possessing bone spirit power could receive the Flame enhancement without harm. The shaman totems greatly amplified the capabilities of the skeletons, and McDivin eagerly anticipated the combat performance of these 2 new totems. Has Baya not yet relayed any news? While McDivin was busy resurrecting Tauren skeletons, the increasingly anxious leader of the Blood Crow Mercenary Corps awaited good tidings from the frontier. Baya had been scouring the wilderness for some time. His prolonged absence undoubtedly indicated trouble. The leader firmly believed in his good brother, with whom he had co-founded the Mercenary Corps, and could not fathom Baya betraying him. Given Baya's prolonged absence, it was highly probable that an accident had occurred. Presently, the beast herds that had fled from the bloodthirsty mosquito swarms were gradually returning to Odyssey, and the famine had mostly come to an end. The leader of the Blood Crow could not comprehend what other misfortune Baya could encounter aside from a starving foreign tribe. Could it be that someone intended to take action against the Blood Crow Mercenary Corps? The leader contemplated a possibility. They had originally risen to prominence by gradually supplanting another mercenary corps in a particular frontier. He feared that someone might emulate their path to ascendancy by targeting his trusted allies first. The leader of the Shuya Mercenary Corps cautiously dispatched scouts to seek out the whereabouts of the Baya while also gathering intelligence. It is said that the Shuya Mercenary Corps has indeed learned of external brigands preparing to invade the Kaifa Ling territory. This revelation made the leader even more vigilant, fearing that he might be their target. The leader of Shuya, still not having completed the employer's task, was agitated when an intermediary approached to inquire about the progress of the mission. The employer had been waiting too long for good news. Chapter 30. Conventional thinking against unconventional opponents. McDivin was dead. The leader of Shuya suppressed his ire and impatiently provided a response. It was highly likely that someone was plotting against them, leaving him little inclination to concern himself with the employer's task. Where's the body? The intermediary pressed. As this time the employer had added a demand to see the corpse, lest McDivin escape once more. I said he is dead. The leader of Shuya fixed a cold glare on the intermediary. It was impossible to verify the body prior to accepting the task. He had no certainty that the necromancer was indeed McDivin. If it were true, he would have kindly allowed for a body verification. If not, then it was confirmed that McDivin was dead based on his word alone. The sudden surge of murderous intent sent a chill down the intermediary's spine. It dawned on him that they were in Aodexy, and he hastily retracted his words, congratulating the leader of Shuya for the completion of the employer's task. The intermediary, puzzled by the leader's erratic behavior, quickly exited to avoid incurring his wrath. Upon leaving the hall, he encountered a voluptuous woman clad in revealing black attire. He dared not linger, knowing she was the infamous Black Widow of the Kaifa Ling region, the second in command of the Shuya Mercenary Corps, Yiya. Countless mercenaries had fallen prey to Yiya's beauty, only to vanish without a trace thereafter. Leader, we have discovered that Baya did not perish at the hands of that group. Yiya casually perched on the table, crossing her legs while sipping water as she recounted her findings. She had investigated the restless mercenary group and found that they were not targeting them. Baya had no connections with them. Then where has he gone? Mused the leader of Shuya, resting his chin on his hand, his gaze unfocused. He knew Yiya well enough to understand that indulging in such alluring roses would result in a painful sting. He had tasted that bitterness before, and the cost had been too high. He would rather seek out obedient, costless slaves. Leader, we have located a large stronghold in this area, filled with numerous skeletons. Yiya was not the only scout dispatched by the leader of Shuya. Others were also scouring the wilderness. One scout reported back that they had found the lair of the skeletons, Kurd. Whether Baya died in Kurd remained uncertain to the scouts of the Shuya Mercenary Corps. Even if the undead were weak, 1,000 skeletons gathered would not be something a handful of ordinary scouts could contend with. How interesting. When did a group of undead quietly establish a stronghold here? Upon hearing the scouts' description of Kurd, both the leader of Shuya and Yiyo were astonished. In Aodexi, such a well-structured stronghold was quite remarkable. Those undead possessed some ability. Compared to Kurd, the long-established base of the Shuya Mercenary Corps resembled a ruin. So, Baya met his end at the hands of a horde of skeletons? The leader of Shuya speculated with a hint of amusement, believing, like others, that the undead were synonymous with weakness and doubting Baya would perish there. This was a reasonable judgment. 99 out of 100 people would likely concur with his thoughts. After all, the dismal performances of necromancers and various undead over the years were well known. The most absurd incident was when a necromancer's apprentice was captured by a group of goblins. By the time she was rescued, she was already pregnant with goblin offspring. That incident had turned the necromancer into a complete laughingstock. Let me meet that necromancer. Though he instinctively disbelieved, Baya had set out to confront the necromancer. And now that Baya was missing while the undead remained, Kurd was undoubtedly implicated. A necromancer capable of constructing a large stronghold and defending it during famine was certainly formidable. The leader of Shuya would not underestimate the opponent and would proceed with utmost seriousness. As for failure, the leader of Shuya had not even entertained the thought. He was a second-tier low-level knight, one of the strongest in the Aodexi region. He did not believe that leading an assault against a group of skeletons would end in failure. At dawn the next day, the leader of Shuya, accompanied by his mercenaries, departed from the Kaifa Ling in grand fashion. Few remained at the Shuya camp, as long as they did not perish. There would be little incentive for anyone to target the Shuya camp. After all, a large band of ruthless brigands, who had lost their homes and disregarded rules, would pose a significant headache, even for the most powerful forces in Kaifa Ling, who would prefer to avoid such rabid dogs. Where was Shuya headed? Such a large-scale operation inevitably attracted the attention of other factions in Kaifa Ling. They dispatched scouts to monitor the Shuya Mercenary Corps, seeking to discern their intentions. Yiya, go clean up the tails. The leader of Shuya wished to keep his movements discreet. Like Baya, he had set his sights on Kurd, which was fully equipped and self-sufficient. He planned to relocate the Shuya camp there, not wanting other factions to compete and pluck his fruits. Even without Kurd, the leader of Shuya would still have scouts cleared out. It was standard procedure for all mercenary groups. After all, they were all competitors. And if an unexpected loss occurred and other factions learned of it, their rivals would surely take advantage of the situation. Maintaining operational secrecy was the key to survival in Aodexi. The Shuya Mercenary Corps did not head directly for Kurd, but circled the wilderness for several days, ensuring they were not being followed before proceeding to their destination. The leader of Shuya's caution granted McDivin an additional week to develop. During this week, McDivin resurrected 8 Greenbone Minotaur skeleton warriors, 1 Minotaur skeleton shaman, and 32 heavily armored skeleton warriors. This time, the number of extraordinary skeletons decreased, while the number of greenbone heavily armored skeleton warriors increased due to the absence of extraordinary bones aged between 250 to 300 years. Following the war in Aodexi, few extraordinary beings from the Minotaur tribe had perished, and there were not many extraordinary bones aged 100 to 250 years. During this resurrection, the ancestral totem of the Minotaurs was further perfected, though no new spell totems emerged. The 8 skeleton warriors, having completed the ancestral totem, were promoted to low-level bone spirits. McDivin borrowed some blood from the large horned bull to elevate the 3 resurrected skeleton shamans to the first tier. With unknown enemies potentially attacking Kurd at any moment, McDivin could not afford to proceed methodically. He needed to enhance immediate combat capability. As the Shuya Mercenary Corps approached Kurd, McDivin's first-tier extraordinary skeletons numbered 105. Whether the second-tier low-level knight would prove stronger, or if McDivin's extraordinary skeletons would have the last laugh, was about to be revealed. What a splendid stronghold. Gazing upon Kurd, it was far more magnificent than the scouts had described. During this time, construction in Kurd had not ceased. McDivin focused on developing the workshop area and the western warehouse area, raising the walls of both sections to 8 meters. Currently, Kurd's 9-square grid had the central urban area and eastern reservoir area with walls 16 meters high, while the livestock and burial areas had 10-meter-high walls. The workshop area and western reservoir area boasted 8-meter-high walls, and the 3 farmland areas maintained low walls of 1 meter. The core regions of Kurd were all enclosed within high walls. He had refrained from raising the walls of the farmland area for a reason. The livestock area was currently the primary source of food. Chapter 31. The face-changing of Sichuan opera. As before, the enemy appeared within sight, and the skeletons in the farmland area hurriedly retreated to Kurd's urban district. However, this time the enemy did not fall for the ruse. The leader of Shuya observed the skeletons retreating without pursuing them. Having taken the field himself, he would naturally not underestimate his opponents. In his eyes, the master of this necromantic stronghold was a formal mage, not merely a necromancer's apprentice, and certainly not made to win. He came to eradicate the necromancer's occupation of the fortress, not to fulfill the commission of Wei Site. Captain, from where shall we launch our assault? The Shuya mercenaries conducted a reconnaissance around, discovering that the fortresses surrounding the city of Kuer-do were fortified with walls, particularly the one at the southeast corner. If they were to bypass the outer fortresses to attack the city of Kuer-do, they would surely find themselves besieged from all sides. Let us commence our attack from here. Shuya pointed towards the walls of the workshop district. Strategically, being on the periphery, flanked by the agricultural fields of the workshop district and the western reservoir area, presents the most favorable target for assault. These two regions allow for an assault from 3 directions simultaneously. In contrast, the eastern reservoir area, livestock zone, and burial grounds can only be attacked from 2 directions. Shuya's decision to assault the workshop district was not arbitrary, but rather a choice made after careful reconnaissance. The method of reconnaissance was straightforward. They tossed scouts into the air to observe the situation within the walls from above. The walls of these 2 regions stood merely 8 meters high, a height easily achievable by Shuya's formidable strength to throw the agile scouts. The western reservoir area, filled with ponds, posed a challenge as the skeletons defended the paths between the ponds, making them difficult to clear. He did not wish for any skeletons to emerge from the water to ambush them while attacking the city of Kuer-do. With McDivin stationed atop the fortress, the movements of the Shuya mercenaries were under the watchful eyes of the skeletons. As the Shuya mercenaries approached the workshop district, McDivin promptly dispatched heavy troops for defense. He was not concerned about the guerrilla tactics of the Shuya mercenaries in terms of troop mobilization speed. The skeletons in the inner circle of Kuer-do were far more agile than the mercenaries outside. The Shuya mercenaries did not feign an attack after constructing siege ladders. They divided into 3 teams to assault the workshop district from the east, west, and north. Release the arrows. The skeleton archers would not forsake their advantage of range. Once the enemies entered optimal shooting distance, they positioned themselves at the edge of the walls to unleash their arrows. Attacking from a higher ground provided them with a significant advantage, and one by one, the mercenaries with insufficient defenses fell beneath the skeletal arrows. Below the walls, mercenary archers retaliated, but the skeleton archers paid them no heed. Being undead, the arrows from the mercenary archers inflicted no pain upon them. Instead, the mercenary archers, having exposed their positions, were swiftly targeted and taken down by the skeleton archers. Captain, there are too many skeleton archers. We cannot charge. The mercenary group was not the royal army and could not afford to maintain a large number of personnel. The Shuya mercenaries numbered less than 1,000 in total. Previously, the Baya had suffered the loss of a quarter of their forces, and excluding non-combatants and those left behind, the Shuya mercenaries attacking Kuer-do numbered just over 600. The various skeleton archers combined numbered around 500. They occupied the high ground of the walls, making it exceedingly simple to suppress the Shuya mercenaries attempting to scale them. The skeletal archers' arrows were both accurate and lethal, and before long, over 100 Shuya mercenaries had sustained casualties. As the initial excitement of encountering Kuer-do faded, the Shuya mercenaries began to feel fear and hesitated to charge. The apprentice knight leading the charge could not reach the walls, and the knight-level mercenary captain took the lead, attempting to ascend the walls. However, they were thwarted. One mercenary captain nearly perished under the cold arrows of a bone spirit ranger. This was indeed a dilemma. In response to the complaints of the mercenary captain, Shuya coldly observed the bone spirit ranger continuously loosing arrows from atop the walls. Each skeletal arrow that flew represented the downfall of an elite warrior or an apprentice knight team leader. If this continued unchecked, the attacking Shuya mercenaries would be systematically eliminated. Very well, I shall take matters into my own hands. Shuya turned around, but did not see the shadow of Yiya. That assassin had mysteriously vanished once more. With Yiya absent and the other knight-level mercenary captains repelled by the bone spirit rangers, he had no choice but to act himself. It must be said that the necromancer possessed considerable strength, commanding several low-tier skeletons. This was to be expected. Without some degree of power, one could not stand firm in Odisai, and the fortress would have long since been seized by others. Shuya did not retreat in the face of adversity. He was a second-tier knight, after all, and would not be intimidated by a few low-tier skeletons. If he were to withdraw today, where would his authority lie? Should this news spread, he would become the laughingstock of the pioneer territory. Oh, is that not the captain of the Shuya? I heard you were driven away by skeletons. Ha ha ha. The mocking faces of the other mercenary captains in the pioneer territory flashed through his mind. You shall perish. Shuya ascended the siege ladder with the ease of walking on flat ground, charging towards the bone spirit ranger atop the walls. He enveloped himself in fighting spirit, swinging his sword to deflect the arrows aimed at him. With a mighty shout, he leaped onto the walls, aiming to cleave the bone spirit ranger in two. Buzz! As he soared through the air, a ringing echoed in his mind, and his crimson eyes turned towards the skeleton warrior within the walls. Upon the back of that skeleton warrior rested a totem radiating a peculiar spiritual glow. Shuya, like one who had encountered a sworn enemy, pursued the skeleton warrior with fervor. The skeleton warrior made no attempt to block and, under McDiv's command, leaped down from the walls. Damn it, it is a mental spell. Shuya had not endured the taunting for long, but by the time he regained his senses, he was already following the skeleton warrior down from the walls. Below, a cadre of skeleton warriors awaited him. Shuya found himself encircled by 36 minotaur skeleton warriors, surrounded by a level terrain adorned with various supportive totems, such as healing totems and great shield totems. Do you truly believe this will lead to my demise? Enclosed within the circle of skeleton warriors, Shuya felt no fear. Instead, he laughed disdainfully. He acknowledged the necromancer's tactical prowess, which had swiftly placed him in a position of isolation. Yet, to think that a mere handful of low-tier skeletons could slay him was nothing short of fanciful. As a distinguished second-tier knight, how could he possibly fall to such lowly foes? He would demonstrate to the necromancer that in the face of absolute power, all schemes were but illusions. Damn it, why are they so resilient? These skeletons are not ordinary. In the next moment, Shuya exhibited what could only be described as a dramatic transformation. He believed that a sword imbued with his full fighting spirit could easily dismantle the skeleton warrior. However, when his sword struck down, it merely left a scratch on the skeleton warrior's bone armor, reinforced by the great shield totem. The cut was shallow, failing to penetrate the armor, and for the skeleton warrior, it scarcely registered as a light injury. Moreover, that scratch was swiftly healing under the green glow of the healing totem. His full-force strike inflicted minimal damage, incapable of significantly wounding or killing the skeleton warrior. The skeletal warrior's bone axe and bone hammer struck him, and he felt a tingle in his wrist as he blocked with his sword. These high-attack, high-defense skeleton warriors instilled in Shuya a palpable sense of death's threat. His sense of superiority evaporated. All he desired was to escape the battlefield swiftly, distancing himself from these peculiar skeletons. Yet, as he sought to flee, escape proved elusive. Each time he exerted himself to break out of the encirclement, the taunting totem landed accurately on the skeleton warrior. While the taunting totem could not control him for long, it was sufficient to draw him back into the fray. Each time he painstakingly shattered the taunting totem on the skeleton warrior's back, another taunting totem was already prepared to descend, under the meticulous care of 6 skeleton shamans. Shuya had no opportunity to escape the battlefield. The Shuya mercenaries surged up the walls, yet ascending the walls changed little. Kuurda boasted more than just skeleton warriors and skeleton shamans. The walls also housed skeleton knights, bone spirit assassins, and spirit cat warriors to greet the Shuya mercenaries. As Shuya was besieged, his subordinates fell one after another upon the walls of the workshop district, unable to regroup with him. The outcome of this battle was becoming increasingly clear. Shuya could not escape the wear of the skeleton warriors and skeleton shamans. The ranks of the Shuya mercenaries dwindled, destined to be eradicated by the bone spirit rangers and other extraordinary skeletons. This mercenary group, which held a prestigious rank in the pioneer territory and boasted a second-tier low-level knight, was on the verge of annihilation in Kuurda. Resist! The voice of the flame skeleton mage echoed from atop the walls of Kuurda. A ring of fire expanded outward from McDiv, spreading in all directions. Under the influence of the Antiju Huahuan, a concealed assassin was forced into the open, her attire riddled with charred holes. This assassin was none other than Yiya. She imbibed an invisibility potion, intending to eliminate McDivin. The ability to reach this point is quite impressive. Observing Yiya, who was repelled by the Antiju Huahuan, McDivin offered a generous commendation. The fact that she managed to bypass the outer perimeter's defenses speaks volumes of her stealth capabilities. Unfortunately, she did not anticipate that a fiery skeleton mage stood beside McDivin, and her concealment failed to escape the mage's mental probing. Death! Yiya, an exceptional assassin, displayed resolute courage upon realizing her escape was cut off. She advanced through the residual waves of the Antijuhuahuan, enduring the magical flames as she lunged toward McDivin, intent on delivering a fatal blow. The clash of her dagger against his long sword echoed with despair, as Yiya soon discovered that McDivin was a first-tier High Knight. She, being an assassination-type first-tier High Knight, could not match the might of McDivin, an Earth Knight. Flame Grip, Fire Dance. As their energies collided, Yiya's body stiffened, and the bone tome in the skeleton mage's left hand illuminated, summoning a fiery hand that grasped her. Simultaneously, standing beside McDivin, Audrey drew her sword and unleashed a fiery combat technique. The path of assassination, once vigorous, soon began to wane. After 2 failed assassination attempts, with no retreat available, Yiya was swiftly gravely injured and captured by Audrey. McDivin, how shall you dispose of her? With a blade poised at her neck, Yiya remained silent. Audrey glanced at her and inquired of McDivin. Let her die? While McDivin appreciated her capabilities and found her visually appealing, he had no intentions of making her one of his subordinates. Yiya indeed possessed talent and charm, yet she was not nurtured by McDivin, and thus trust was absent. Moreover, the skeletal assassin, who devised the strategy of devouring the tiger while swallowing the wolf, was not without merit. He had loyal skeletons at his disposal, rendering the acquisition of an ambiguous captive unnecessary. McDivin's abrupt decision took Yiya by surprise. She had anticipated that the necromancer would attempt to persuade her to surrender. After all, a first-tier High Knight was considered formidable in the Odyssey region. Faced with impending death, Yiya did not plead for mercy but lifted her chin, allowing the sharp blade to glide across her neck. She maintained her silence until her vision faded to black. A valiant warrior. Yiya's various displays evoked a tinge of regret in Audrey. Alas, they served different masters. Had Yiya been a native of Kurd, Audrey would have sought her friendship. My lord mage, I pledge my loyalty to you. After Yiya's demise, the only remaining combatant within the Kurd territory was Bloodcrow, unable to defeat or escape. The surrounding extraordinary skeletons exerted immense pressure on him. Bloodcrow realized he would perish if the battle continued. He called out loudly to McDivin, seeking to ally himself with him. McDivin did not respond, and the conflict persisted. My lord mage, I am willing to sign a slave contract with you. After a prolonged struggle, Bloodcrow, increasingly wounded, abandoned all dignity and begged for his life. Yet, he received no response. McDivin, being only a half-hearted mage, was not adept at mental contracts. Even if he were, he would not accept Bloodcrow's surrender. McDivin, merely an apprentice mage, did not believe that a mental contract could fully control a second-tier knight of such a ruthless nature. Though McDivin could create extraordinary skeletons and had a bright path ahead, he had no need to risk incorporating unstable factors. Confronted with death, Yiya and Bloodcrow exhibited differing behaviors, yet their fate was the same. Bloodcrow's death marked the downfall of the Bloodcrow mercenary corps. Have you considered relocating? While cleaning the battlefield, the skeletons unexpectedly discovered a significant cache of wealth within the temporary encampment of the Bloodcrow mercenary corps. McDivin initially believed that the inheritance of the Bloodcrow mercenary corps would be a boon for the wandering populace, only to find that Bloodcrow had confidently brought his belongings, believing he could conquer Kurd. The Bloodcrow mercenary corps indeed mobilized entirely, leaving few members behind. Their valuables were carried with them, displaying no fear of theft while they were away. This was an unexpected delight. McDivin briefly examined the findings before entrusting them to his steward, Audrey, for inventory. Among those items, few piqued his interest, as they paled in comparison to a batch of high-quality bones. Ah, it is you, Waisite. Not all members of the Bloodcrow mercenary corps were slain. The skeletons captured some prisoners and subjected them to severe interrogation to uncover their origins and motives for seeking McDivin. The mercenaries, not particularly resilient, readily divulged the reasons behind the Bloodcrow mercenary corps assault on Kurd. It was then that McDivin realized that even before his arrival in Odyssey, Waisite had prepared a surprise for him. A second bounty. How considerate of Waisite. McDivin coldly muttered Waisite's name. He was a sworn enemy. To deal with Waisite, McDivin needed to prepare for conflict with the Hobarton family, a noble lineage not to be trifled with, unlike the Bloodcrow mercenary corps, which lacked substantial backing. Take McDivin's father, for instance. He perished on the battlefield of another realm, having been a third-tier High Knight during his lifetime. McDivin's father was not the strongest in the family. The Hobarton family boasted fourth-tier knights. The fourth-tier knights of Hobarton would not be swayed by Waisite to target McDivin. The upper echelons of the family would not interfere in the competition among the lower ranks. However, Should McDivin wish to eliminate Wacy, he could not bypass the fourth-tier knights of the Hobarton family. While the Hobarton family encouraged competition, it did not endorse mutual slaughter among its kin. Just as Wacy needed to resort to hiring assassins to target McDivin and Odyssey, at least on the surface, he could not utilize the Hobarton family's power against McDivin. Chapter 33, Mysterious Disappearance. Revenge against Wacy was not something that could be accomplished in the short term. McDivin did not dwell on him. The immediate priority was to develop Kurd, bolster his own strength, and enhance the quantity and quality of time skeletons. The Bloodcrow mercenary corps had been vanquished. Yet the crisis persisted. Just as Wacy had managed to enlist the Bloodcrow mercenary corps, he could similarly offer substantial rewards to other factions in the frontier to target McDivin. Before confronting the Hobarton family directly, McDivin could only counter Wacy's schemes as they arose. Each of Wacy's moves came at a cost. He had expended considerable resources on these two bounties. The thought of Wacy spending a fortune for nothing, left to seethe in Lauren City, brought McDivin a sense of delight. Fresh corpses held no value for McDivin. Those bodies were subjected to special treatment and subsequently stored in the catacombs. After annihilating the Bloodcrow mercenary corps, McDivin diligently continued the development of Kurd. He selected Minotaur bones aged between 100 and 290 years for the forging of skeletal components. While those aged under 100 or over 290 years were preserved in the catacombs, Kurd already possessed a solid foundation, prompting McDivin to embark on long-term planning. No longer indiscriminately melting down all bones, the resurrected heavy-armored skeletal warriors forged from Minotaur bones were exceptionally capable soldiers. Utilizing lower-quality Minotaur bones for the resurrection of gray and white skeletons was a waste. It was more prudent to store them in the catacombs, allowing the passage of time to enhance their historical significance. The skeletal army that McDivin envisioned would commence with green skeletons, supported by gray and white skeletons as logistical personnel. In the construction of his territory, Odyssey had once been a thriving region, with numerous remnants of human habitation still extant. The skeletal assassins continued to explore outward, marking many red dots on their hand-drawn maps, each corresponding to a residential site. Kurd boasted a specialized archaeological team that ventured out each night to excavate bones, providing McDivin with a continuous supply of spellcasting materials. Ordinary human skeletons, save for those on the verge of transitioning to the next historical phase, were not retained. Whether gray, white, or green, they were all melted down. McDivin harbored grand ambitions, seeking to expand through large swathes of territory, consuming the wilderness and annexing Odyssey. The production of gray and white skeletons must not cease. The more logistical builders, the better. McDivin is the seed of greatness. Not long after McDivin returned to the tower, Ao Diley approached, carrying a burlap sack. While sorting through the spoils of the Shuaya mercenary corps, she discovered a batch of high-quality wheat seeds. The scouts of the Shuaya mercenary corps had conducted preliminary reconnaissance and were aware of several plots of farmland in Kurd. Before the full deployment of the corps, Shuaya had sent his subordinates to the city-state to acquire a substantial quantity of wheat seeds at a high price. Once the mercenaries settled in Kurd, Shuaya planned to capture some destitute slaves to cultivate the land. A stable agricultural presence in the city-state would certainly be more dignified than the plight of marauding brigands, perpetually on the brink of starvation. Even before capturing Kurd, Shuaya had prepared to relocate with his entire fortune, indicating his fervent desire for a city to call home. Who would wish to endure the relentless elements in the wilderness when a sheltering city awaited? What a delightful surprise it was. McDivin joyfully tossed the golden grains of wheat into the air. He had been contemplating how to resolve the issue of wheat seeds, unaware that the Shuaya mercenary corps had already delivered them to his doorstep. With this unexpected bounty, he immediately assigned a team of skeletal farmers to cultivate the fertile fields. The future territory of McDivin would be shaped through a grid of 9 segments within Kurd, each segment comprising 1 urban area, 2 reservoir zones, 3 agricultural fields, 1 pasture, 1 workshop, and 1 burial area. The 3 agricultural fields within the Kurd grid had already been planted with potatoes. McDivin instructed the skeletons to clear 2 new agricultural fields to the east, located in the northeastern farming area and the southeastern pastoral zone, belonging to the second grid. These fields would be conveniently situated near the well-equipped eastern reservoir for irrigation. The western reservoir zone, however, would not see new agricultural fields developed, as the wheat seeds provided by the Shuaya mercenary corps were only sufficient for the planting of 2 fields. Leaving the land fallow would be a waste of labor. Lord Wacy, the intermediary, relayed news that the Shuaya mercenary corps claimed to have killed McDivin, as the skeletons cultivated the wheat fields. The intermediary conveyed this intelligence to Lauren City. This was the second time McDivin had heard the Shuya mercenary corps assert that McDivin was dead. But where was the body? Due to the additional task, McDivin held little trust in the Shuya mercenary corps. When he augmented the mission, he allocated extra funds for the intermediary to retrieve McDivin's corpse. The intermediary reported that the Shuya mercenary corps refused to allow for a body verification. At that moment, Shuya was preoccupied, lacking even the inclination to find a disfigured corpse to placate the situation. The intermediary had been frightened away, leaving him unable to return with the specified body for McDivin. Did he truly believe my money was easy to earn? McDivin slammed his hand on the table, unable to suppress his anger after being deceived repeatedly despite his composure. He instructed the intermediary to persist in demanding the return of what was owed. If they failed to bring back what he requested, he would not hesitate to disregard the rules. McDivin coldly declared. The Shuya mercenary corps remained in Odyssey, making it inconvenient for McDivin to take action against them. The intermediary, however, often operated within the Jaiwote Federation, and McDivin had numerous methods at his disposal to deal with them. What a troublesome employer. After receiving a reply from above, the intimidated intermediary had no choice but to approach Shuya. Their organization could not afford to offend the aristocrats, and they recognized that their execution of the task was lacking. They could only hope Shuya's temper had cooled. Was Shuya absent from the camp? The intermediary could not locate Shuya, as few mercenaries remained in the Shuya camp. Where had Shuya gone? The intermediary inquired in the developing territory and learned that the Shuya mercenary corps had recently mobilized fully into the wilderness. Currently, various factions were closely monitoring the movements of the Shuya mercenary corps. If Shuya did not reappear soon, the restless forces would surely consume the assets of the Shuya mercenary corps. Should the Shuya mercenary corps withdraw, other factions would naturally fill the void. The shifting powers within the developing territory did not concern the intermediary. He simply wished to ascertain Shuya's whereabouts, for the employer's task awaited an explanation from Shuya. Had Shuya perished? After waiting for half a month, the Shuya mercenary corps stronghold was overrun by other factions, with neither Shuya nor the vice-captain appearing. The Shuya mercenary corps had been fully deployed for over a month. Under such circumstances, it could be reasonably concluded that the members of the Shuya mercenary corps had perished in the wilderness. Unable to await Shuya any longer, the intermediary could only report the unexpected developments back to the organization. Their message was that Shuya had mysteriously vanished. Soon, urgent news reached McDivin's ears. The intermediary organization recognized McDivin's impatience and worried that he might take action against them. Thus, they were eager to relay information. Upon receiving the intermediary organization's response, McDivin's expression soured. Was it truly so difficult to commission a simple extermination task? First, he had been deceived multiple times, and now the Shuya mercenary corps had mysteriously disappeared while undertaking the task. Previous extermination missions had proceeded smoothly, so why was it so complicated now? Chapter 34. Times have changed. The personnel left behind at the Shuya mercenary corps camp were expendable individuals, unaware of Shuya's whereabouts, or even the specifics of McDivin's commissioned task. Other factions in the developing territory and the intermediary organization could extract no useful information from them. In fact, even the majority of the Shuya mercenaries who had departed prior to arriving in Kurd were oblivious to the mission's objective, only aware that it was a significant operation. The skeletal figures in Kurd roamed by night, making it difficult for daytime marauding brigands to encounter them. Kurd's remote location, combined with the regular purging conducted by skeletal assassins, meant that few could discover Kurd. Following the Shuya mercenary corps incident, McDivin expanded the patrol range of the skeletal assassins. Time was on McDivin's side. The later Kurd was discovered, the better. Thus, was McDivin alive or dead? McDivin cared not for Shuya's fate. He was solely interested in the life or death of McDivin. Unfortunately, this question remained unanswered, as McDivin had mysteriously vanished upon entering Odyssey, leaving no trace. With Shuya missing, no one would draw a connection to McDivin. After all, in their eyes, McDivin was merely an apprentice necromancer, incapable of taking down a second-tier knight. They leaned towards the theory that Shuya had discovered a secret realm and had met his demise at the hands of some entity within. They claimed to have rehired individuals to investigate McDivin's whereabouts in Odyssey. The steward mentioned the intermediary organization's remedy plan. The intermediary had personally funded some scouts to seek out McDivin in the Odyssey region. As for their efficiency, expectations were low. After all, one could not expect much from something free. The intermediary organization would not invest heavily to hire a large mercenary group from the developing territory. They merely aimed to convey an attitude, providing McDivin with a superficially acceptable explanation. The intermediary organization could navigate between Odyssey and the Jaiwote Federation, not without reason. The mysterious disappearance of the mercenary group that accepted the task could not solely be attributed to their lack of diligence. They had prepared for the aftermath and were not afraid of Waisite's wrath. A bunch of good-for-nothings. Waisite slammed his fist on the table in frustration. The intermediary organization had expressed the necessary attitude, making it difficult for him to pursue them. This was a muddled situation, impossible to resolve. With no news of McDivin, hiring a large mercenary group to search for him long-term was a cost he could not bear. As for sending someone to Odyssey, it was not a feasible plan. First, the task needed to be entrusted to someone trustworthy. Those individuals were crucial personnel around Waisite, and their prolonged absence would undoubtedly raise suspicions among family competitors. Second, Odyssey was vast, and dispatching a few individuals to search for McDivin was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Thus, the matter stood as it was. Unless new information regarding McDivin emerged, it had already been a month and a half since the Shuya mercenary corps had perished in Kurd. While Waisite seethed with impotent fury, McDivin surveyed his territory. Over the course of a month, the walls of the 3 agricultural zones in the Kurdish 9-square grid have risen to a height of 8 meters, enclosing 3 potato fields, where the potato seedlings flourish in verdant abundance. To the east of the Kurdish 9-square grid, the second zone has been constructed, comprising 5 distinct areas, 2 agricultural zones, a central urban area, a reservoir zone, and a workshop zone. This new area is enveloped within 5-meter-high walls. The wheat seedlings in the 2 agricultural zones are lush and thriving. The workshop zones of the 2 9-square grids are filled with brick factories, which produce a substantial quantity of bricks daily for the construction of walls and urban development. Throughout this past month, McDivin has balanced work and rest, successfully creating a significant number of skeletons. The Kurdish population has increased by 625 gray skeletons, 424 white skeletons, and 216 green skeletons, among which 56 are heavy armored skeleton warriors. Due to prior advancements, the large horned demon beast has been recuperating for the past month, and McDivin has refrained from overexploiting its blood. During this time, 1 green skeleton warrior and 1 green heavy armored warrior have achieved self-awareness and transformed into bone spirits, while Suexiang has ascended to the rank of a low-level spiritual pattern warrior. Each 9-square grid encompasses an area of 10 square kilometers. As Kurdish becomes increasingly prominent, McDivin must possess the courage to bury all enemies when the Kurdish people become fully aware of their strength. He cannot afford to relax. After inspecting his territory, he promptly returns to the tower to create more skeletons. McDivin has erected a tall tower within the central castle, driven by his yearning for a mage tower. Regrettably, he is merely a novice mage, lacking the knowledge to construct such a tower. During his time at the Lauren Mage Academy, he only learned mental meditation and the art of skeletal resurrection. Much of his foundational knowledge has been imparted by the fire skeleton mage he resurrected. The knowledge carried by time skeletons is limited, and the fire skeleton mage can only teach McDivin a limited amount of magical knowledge. To acquire more magical knowledge, McDivin needs to resurrect additional skeleton mages, similar to the spiritual cat skeletons and minotaur skeletons, creating a varied lineage for improvement. Each resurrection of a skeleton serves as a form of training, continuously strengthening McDivin's mental prowess. He has now brushed against the threshold of ascension. He is unaware of how other mage apprentices achieve full mage status, but he knows that by persistently resurrecting skeletons, he can seize the opportunity for advancement. McDivin, the rainy season is upon us. That afternoon, a gust of wind swept through, lifting Audrey's skirt like a fluttering butterfly. She gazed into the distance, observing the sky darkening rapidly. The Odyssey region was about to enter the rainy season, heralding a period of continuous rain for over half a month. This does not pose a problem. McDivin rose to the terrace to take a look, untroubled by the impending rainy season. This was not the same as a year ago when McDivin and his companions were nearly overwhelmed by the fishmen. Now, residing behind high walls, with a formidable force at his command, he fears no onslaught of fishmen. How secure it feels. Audrey nestled closer to McDivin, recalling how she had nearly perished in battle last time. With him by her side, she felt an overwhelming sense of safety. After a while, sensing the strength behind her, Audrey's brows arched with delight. At that moment, she felt completely fulfilled and secure, unafraid even if the world should end. The rain clouds, driven by the fierce wind, moved swiftly, and within days, the Kurdish landscape transformed from clear skies to a mass of dark clouds. Amidst the flashes of lightning and the torrential downpour, the raindrops pounded against the windows. In the midst of the rain, the marauding gangs huddled in their camps, while Odyssey became a paradise for fishmen. Typically lurking in rivers and lakes, the fishmen took advantage of the rain to raid freely. The heavy rain did not hinder the construction in Kurdish. Canopies were erected in the urban area and atop the walls, while skeletons continued to stack bricks amid the downpour. Kurdish showed no fear of fishmen attacks. Should any fishmen wander near, they would be shot down by the skeletons atop the walls. The distinctive scent of fishmen's blood spread in the mist, attracting even more of them. Chapter 35. Salvage excavation. Kurdish was entirely unafraid of the gathering fishmen, and Audrey even organized a hunting competition, selecting a group of skeleton archers to compete in their efficiency of killing. Waves of fishmen, lured by the scent of blood, fell beneath the arrows of the skeleton archers. The archers were never short of arrows, as they possessed the trait of bone hyperplasia. The excess bone material could be refined into bone arrows. The skeleton archers were akin to hoarders, their dwellings filled with quiver after quiver of bone arrows. After each battle, they would reclaim and refurbish their arrows for reuse. Besides their own reserves, the skeleton blacksmiths responsible for logistical support would craft bone arrows from the remains of skeletons and smelt metal to produce iron arrows. The armory on the Kurdish walls held a substantial stock of universal bone arrows and fine iron arrows. It goes without saying that the skeleton archers preferred to use their own derived bone arrows, which were the most convenient. The scent of blood outside the Kurdish walls grew increasingly potent, ultimately drawing in extraordinary fishmen. A year ago, 2 first-tier extraordinary fishmen had nearly slain McDivin and Audrey. Today, the first-tier extraordinary fishmen had no chance to approach Kurdish. The Bone Spirit Rangers and Bone Spirit Assassins joined the fray, and the extraordinary fishmen fell within minutes. The scent of their blood spread, dousing the vengeful fishmen with cold water. Just like a year ago, the fishmen instinctively avoided confronting those capable of slaying extraordinary fishmen. Following the demise of those extraordinary fishmen, no further fishmen dared to assault Kurdish. After the hunting competition concluded, Audrey rewarded the victorious skeleton archers. The graveyard skeletons cleared away the fishmen's corpses, processing them before transporting them to the catacombs. This rainy season recreational activity concluded splendidly. During the rainy season, apart from the fishmen, no other dangers lurked. Amid the rain, Kurdish quietly flourished, growing ever more profound with each passing day. In the blink of an eye, the rainy season, lasting over half a month, came to an end. Kurdish's water management projects had withstood the test, with no flooding occurring in the urban and agricultural zones. The reservoirs in the various reservoir zones were filled to capacity. Should drought conditions arise, these deep reservoirs could release water to irrigate the agricultural and pastoral areas, alleviating the impact of drought on agriculture and animal husbandry. Under the clear sky, the large-horned demon beast trudged into the livestock area to donate blood. After a period of recuperation, the beast had resumed its periodic blood donations. A moderate amount of blood taken would not impede its growth. Following the donation, the large-horned demon beast joyfully returned home, pulling several carts of high-quality fodder. Bathed in the blood of the large-horned demon beast, 2 more skeleton rangers awakened their bone spirit powers, ascending to the first tier. Kurdish now possessed a sufficient number of melee extraordinary skeletons, and McDivin prioritized using the beast's blood to cultivate ranged attackers. Throughout the rainy season, construction in Kurdish continued unabated, with the walls of the livestock area, burial area, and western reservoir zone rising to 16 meters. In the second 9-square grid, the walls of the 5 areas increased from 5 meters to 8 meters. With the urban area's core fortress taking shape, the high tower where McDivin resided saw no significant changes on the surface, while extensive underground construction was ongoing. The castle's underground now boasted 3 levels, housing the bones and various supplies that McDivin regularly utilized. Over the past month, McDivin has remained diligent in his endeavor to resurrect skeletons. Recently, he had not discovered suitable ancient battlegrounds for excavation, relying instead on the bones from ordinary residential area ruins as his casting materials. He resurrected 312 gray skeletons, 208 white skeletons, and 136 green skeletons. This batch primarily consisted of farmer warrior hunters, along with logistical skeletons such as cooks, butchers, blacksmiths, tanners, and artisans. McDivin, a mountain flood has broken open the earth, and during our patrol, we discovered a site suspected to be an ancient battleground. As McDivin basked in the sun on the terrace, a patrolling Lingmao skull sorcerer approached to report. The extraordinary skeletons possessed considerable intelligence, and among them, the mentally potent Lingmao skull sorcerer, the Tauren skull shaman, and the human skull mage could emit precise sounds through the vibration of air via their psychic powers. Under the tutelage of Suishin's voice of the mind, Both the Lingmao sorcerer and the Tauren shaman had mastered the human tongue, enabling them to converse effortlessly with McDivin. Take me to see. Upon hearing the term ancient battlefield, a spark ignited within McDivin. He leapt to his feet, urging the Lingmao sorcerer to lead the way. After riding for a while, McDivin arrived at a desolate land ravaged by water. Scattered across the ground were numerous disjointed bones. McDivin used his psychic power to assess them, discovering they were remnants over 282 years old. The sheer volume of bones from the same year of demise indicated that this was indeed an ancient battlefield. Observing the disordered bones, McDivin felt a pang of regret. He needed complete skeletal components for his refining process, and these bones, having been scattered, presented a significant challenge to reconstruct. While restoring the skeletal framework was manageable given his prior experience in this field, he feared some components may have been swept away by flash floods, rendering any craftsmanship futile. Commence here. Without time for lamentation, McDivin immersed himself in a rescue excavation to prevent further deterioration of these buried remains. Soon, the desolate site buzzed with activity as thousands of skeletons diligently excavated the bones buried in the mud. Such an eerie spectacle would likely confuse any marauders wandering nearby, leaving them questioning their sanity as if caught in a nightmare. What a splendid location. As the excavation progressed, McDivin uncovered dozens of extraordinary skeletons belonging to humans and other races. The bones unearthed predominantly comprised those of humans and orcs. It was evident that the armies of the Jaiwote Federation and the Orc Kingdom had clashed here. McDivin instructed the skeletons to continue their work while he set up a temporary camp to refine the extraordinary bones. His psychic power had already reached the threshold for advancement, necessitating a momentous encounter with the Spring of Time to trigger a qualitative transformation. Under his magical influence, the extraordinary bones melted and condensed into components, with the human extraordinary bones yielding parts for knight and mage skeletons, while the orc extraordinary bones produced components for orc berserkers and orc prophet skeletons. The revival of new skeleton types presented the highest challenges. The difficulty of reviving magical skeletons surpassed that of other types. McDivin sensed that the opportunity for his ascension to a formal mage lay in the revival of the orc prophet skeleton. After several days of refining over 100 extraordinary bones, he finally assembled a complete set of orc prophet skeleton components. Calming his excitement, McDivin optimized his psychic and magical states, then proceeded to assemble the orc prophet skeleton for revival. During this assembly, the long-absent phenomenon of perspiration re-emerged. As he focused intently, the orc skeleton prophet rose, wielding a bone staff. Chapter 36. A step ahead. McDivin had no time to study the orc skeleton prophet. He was currently enraptured by the mental leap induced by the Spring of Time. His foundation was sufficiently robust, and this spring served as the catalyst for his transformation. He was on the brink of becoming a formal mage. After a period of sustained mental transition, McDivin experienced a significant surge in his psychic power, elevating him from a high-level mage apprentice to a first-tier, low-level mage. Upon becoming a formal mage, McDivin opened his eyes, unable to conceal his joy and pride. Prior to his enrollment in the Lauren Mage Academy, he had learned much about the experiences of other mage apprentices. Typically, the transition from apprentice to formal mage spanned a decade. Compared to those trained in academic environments, McDivin had indeed surpassed them by great margins. The path of a mage requires both talent and resources for cultivation. Mere talent without the aid of magical potions yields minimal improvement through meditation alone, and decades of arduous training may not suffice to reach the mental threshold of a formal mage. Conversely, abundant resources without talent lead to diminished effects from supportive potions, resulting in slow mental advancement. For such apprentices, attaining the status of a high-level mage apprentice may be achievable with sufficient resources. Yet the critical threshold for becoming a formal mage remains a challenge. Ascending from high-level apprentice to formal mage is not simply a matter of meeting psychic standards. In reality, this step is exceedingly difficult, with many high-level apprentices remaining outside the gate for their entire lives. To enhance the odds of success in ascension, mage predecessors invented ascension potions that could stimulate psychic power, placing it into a highly active transition state. However, these potions only marginally increased the chances of success, offering no guarantees. The outcome heavily relies on individual talent and the mage apprentice's mastery over their psychic and magical powers. Like McDivin, who had long met the psychic standards, his opportunity for ascension was akin to the special Spring of Time that served as an equivalent to the ascension potion. He had previously noted that each time he refined a new type of skeleton, a unique Spring of Time would reward him, stimulating his psychic power. In terms of psychic stimulation effectiveness, extraordinary skeletons surpassed ordinary ones, and magical skeletons excelled over physical skeletons. Thus, McDivin chose to utilize the revival of the orc skeleton prophet to trigger his ascension opportunity. The ascension of a mage is a mental trial. Failure could damage one's psychic power, necessitating a prolonged recovery period. Even with potions designed to heal mental trauma, they could only shorten recovery time to a degree, not offer instantaneous healing. Therefore, the possibility of continuous trial and error is non-existent. Each ascension requires meticulous preparation. For this particular ascension, McDivin was well prepared and, with fortune on his side, succeeded on his first attempt. Amidst his elation, McDivin tested the capabilities of the orc skeleton prophet. The orc skeleton prophet served as a spellcaster, adorning skeletal armor and wielding an origin bone staff. Besides the origin bone staff, each type of skeletal spellcaster possessed an additional unique origin bone artifact. The Lingmao Skull Sorcerer's second origin bone artifact was the Lingmao Sorcerer's blade, a pair of magical claw blades. The Human Skull Mage's second origin bone artifact was a bone book that could store spells for rapid casting. The Tauren Skull Shaman's second origin bone artifact was a massive totem pole, serving as their melee weapon. The orc skeleton prophet excelled in various curse spells, and his second origin bone artifact was the Sword of Curses. This was a cursed enchanted bone sword, allowing the orc skeleton prophet to inflict curses upon enemies with each strike. Time skeletons retain only a fraction of their knowledge from life. This orc skeleton prophet mastered 3 curse spells: the Weaken Curse, the Bleeding Curse, and the Pain Curse. The Weaken Curse diminishes the target's strength and constitution. The Bleeding Curse causes the target's wounds to bleed profusely, and the Pain Curse torments the target with excruciating pain, eroding their will. After ascending to a first-tier low-level mage, McDivin's ability to refine bones increased, and he could now process blue bones aged between 300 and 500 years. The bones unearthed from this ancient battlefield were predominantly fixed-age green bones, lacking blue bones. To refine blue bones, he needed to return to Kurd. Resisting the urge to refine blue bones, McDivin guided the skeletons in excavating the ancient battlefield while simultaneously refining the extraordinary bones they had uncovered. The blue bones at home would remain intact. If this ancient battlefield, eroded by floods, was not excavated promptly, he would incur losses of high-quality, aged green bones. Soon, he gathered a set of human knight components and began the assembly for revival. After ascending to first-tier mage status, reviving extraordinary green bone skeletons became effortless for him. The initial level of green bone skeletons is fixed and did not experience any growth due to McDivin's advancement. The newly resurrected skeleton knight, much like the seasoned greenbone knights of prior years, stands on the cusp of ascension to the first tier. He is a flame skeleton knight, his fiery aura stirring the air with a cacophony that is difficult to decipher. McDivin summoned his dedicated translator to assist in replicating the historical knowledge bequeathed by this skeleton knight. Like his predecessors, he inherits the advanced flame aura breathing technique, yet distinguishes himself with a unique combat skill among the 3 flame techniques he possesses. The legacy of Kurd's flame aura is particularly rich. Thus, McDivin instructed the flame skeleton mage to document this combat skill. Following the resurrection of the flame skeleton knight, McDivin continued to refine the extraordinary bones that the logistical skeletons tirelessly brought to him. After a period of time, having gathered the skeletal components of the orc extraordinary warriors, he set about the task of reassembling them. The resurrection of these components birthed the orc skeleton berserkers, towering at 3 meters, adorned with bone armor akin in thickness to that of human skeleton knights. Their primary bone weaponry consists of a pair of hand axes and a belt adorned with throwing axes. The skeleton berserkers eschew complex combat techniques in favor of a singular focus, to slash with fervor, relentlessly and fervently. Their extraordinary ability, Blood Fury, enables them to grow ever more ferocious in battle, increasing their attack speed and power the longer they fight, absorbing the blood of their enemies to form a wrathful blood shield that offers protection and heals their damaged bones. However, Blood Fury is not without cost. While true orcs expend their vitality, the skeleton berserkers draw upon their bone essence. Once the Blood Fury accumulates sufficiently to manifest the blood shield, the consumption ceases, relying instead on the vitality of their foes, as long as the shield remains intact. The first resurrection of an orc skeleton berserker yielded a particularly intense response from the Fountain of Time. After absorbing this potent energy, McDivin found his mental and magical faculties fully restored, and his mental capacity significantly enhanced. As he delved into his work with renewed vigor, he continued refining the skeletal components. Resurrecting extraordinary skeletons. Chapter 37. Magical Missile. A second skeleton mage emerged. During the subsequent assembly and resurrection process, McDivin felt a surge of excitement as the skeleton mage, holding a bone staff in one hand and a bone tome in the other, rose to life. Eager to expand his knowledge and not remain a mediocre mage, the birth of this skeleton mage promised to impart a wealth of magical wisdom. Unlike the previous skeleton mage, who specialized in fire magic with a tome marked by flames and a staff adorned with fire elemental patterns, this new incarnation bore a tome featuring frost motifs and a staff intertwined with ice elemental designs, indicating an expertise in ice magic. This skeleton mage inherited a plethora of spells, including 7 ice elemental spells such as Frost Shield and Ice Spike, along with 3 general spells, Magical Missile, Cleanse, and Mage's Grip. At last, a respectable offensive spell had manifested. The Magical Missile is a fundamental attack spell that conjures a magical sphere of energy to hurl at a target. Both Magical Missile and Magical Shield are essential spells that apprentices at the Lauren Mage Academy must master, forming part of their graduation requirements. The sole exception applies to Necromancer apprentices, who need only learn the reanimation spell to graduate, as Necromancers are often viewed as lesser practitioners. When McDivin graduated, his mentors submitted a resignation letter, and thereafter, the Necromancer discipline was phased out from the Lauren Mage Academy. McDivin stands as the last Necromancer apprentice to graduate from this esteemed institution. Returning to the matter at hand. Although the Magical Missile is merely a basic spell accessible to all apprentices, McDivin felt a deep sense of joy upon mastering it from the Ice Skeleton Mage. Now, he could resemble a true mage, capable of launching magical missiles and enveloping himself in a protective magical shield. After learning the spell, McDivin requested that the Ice Skeleton Mage transcribe the magical knowledge for his later study. The creation of new spells or the enhancement of existing ones through analysis is the prerogative of erudite mages. For someone like McDivin, who lacks a solid foundation, the focus remains on learning existing spells. Homeward bound, with the thrill of success coursing through him, after 5 days of intensive excavations, the ancient battlefield yielded no further bones. McDivin, leading the logistical skeletons, returned triumphantly, having been promoted to a formal mage, mastering the Magical Missile, and resurrecting a cadre of extraordinary skeletons. This included 5 Orc Skeleton Berserkers, 2 Orc Skeleton Prophets, 4 Flame Skeleton Knights, and 1 Ice Skeleton Mage. The second Orc Skeleton Prophet inherited a new curse spell, Dim Curse, which distorts the target's vision and impairs their situational judgment, making them prone to fatal miscalculations. The 4 Flame Skeleton Knights did not bring new flame techniques. Rather, they possessed only those already documented. However, each Flame Skeleton Knight had unique insights into their training, which McDivin had Sway Xian transcribe. Sway Xian, endowed with the ability of mental resonance, serves as McDivin's secretary, dedicated to clerical duties. This excavation yielded even more treasures, with the cart containing several unmatched extraordinary skeletal components, and the wagon laden with unrefined extraordinary bones. Ordinary bones were plentiful, and soon Kurd would see an influx of seasoned greenbone skeletons. Additionally, McDivin unlocked the refinement of blue bones, with Kurd's repository brimming with bones awaiting his expertise. McDivin, you have finally returned. Upon spotting the returning skeleton convoy, Audrey, tasked with guarding the home, rode forth eagerly. Like a busy bee, she and McDivin exchanged cheerful banter as they rode side by side back to the Kurd Tower. Audrey, turn around. Relishing his success, McDivin allowed his exuberance to surface uninhibited. He cast a cleanse spell upon himself and Audrey, manifesting her various fantasies into reality. Striking a balance between labor and leisure, he refrained from immediately refining the blue bones, instead opting to relax and rejuvenate. After a refreshing slumber, McDivin arrived at the underground warehouse beneath the tower the following morning, invigorated and ready to refine blue bones with at least 3 centuries of history. Yet, his prowess remained insufficient. McDivin began the refinement process with the lower-tier blue bones. The components aged between 300 and 350 years bore a pale blue hue, while those aged from 350 to 400 years exhibited a sky blue color. The components aged from 400 to 450 years were cobalt blue. Currently, McDivin lacked the capacity to refine those over 450 years in age. After refining a batch of blue bone components, he initiated the assembly of their resurrection. The ordinary pale blue skeletons posed little challenge for him to resurrect, yielding a typical response from the Fountain of Time, comparable to that of the seasoned extraordinary greenbone skeletons. The resurrection of the ordinary sky blue skeletons proved somewhat taxing, as each attempt left him perspiring profusely, depleting both his mental and magical energies. Nonetheless, the rewards were commensurate with the effort, as the sky blue skeletons provided a significantly better return from the Fountain of Time. However, the ordinary cobalt blue skeletons eluded his grasp, exceeding his current capabilities. Even the mere attempt at the extraordinary pale blue skeletons left him sweating profusely. The extraordinary sky blue skeletons also remained out of reach. Longusuin, initially classified as a first-tier entity, has a growth ceiling of the third tier. Variations in the initial levels of Longusuin exist across different years. Among these, the light blue skeleton is a low-tier first-class entity, while the sky blue skeleton is a mid-tier first-class. Although skeletons of the same color share the same initial level, their power disparities can be vast. Ordinary skeletons possess mere bone spirit power, whereas extraordinary skeletons exhibit both bone spirit power and specific extraordinary abilities. For instance, a skeleton knight possesses both bone spirit power and combat aura. In terms of combat performance, extraordinary light blue skeletons surpass ordinary sky blue skeletons. Additionally, combat capability is not solely determined by color. The profession of the skeleton also plays a crucial role. For example, a common sky blue skeleton farmer would be no match for a standard light blue skeleton warrior. Engaging in battles beyond 1S tier is not overly challenging. The extraordinary light blue skeleton resurrected by McDivin is a minotaur skeleton warrior. Within the underground repository, only extraordinary Longu excavated from the ancestral tombs of the minotaurs were present. All other Longu were ordinary bones collected from residential ruins. The totemic patterns on the minotaur skeleton warrior did not further enhance the existing totemic heritage. It is evident that during this period, the extraordinary legacy of the minotaur tribe was intact. The loss of the minotaur tribe's extraordinary legacy, akin to that of the spirit cat tribe, emerged during the Odyssey War, a time when they suffered the loss of numerous clan members. In Chapter 38, the Skeleton Assembly Line. Even though the residual holy light power from the blessings of terminal care can somewhat mitigate the decay of the bones, the passage of time is inexorable. Only properly interred bones can be preserved over the long term. The number of bones in the underground repository, aged over 300 years, is not substantial, resulting in a limited capacity for resurrecting Longu. The Odyssey War buried a vast number of bones underground. Those bones, aged between 250 to 300 years, are high-quality materials for spellcasting. It must be noted that McDivin is grateful for the terminal care blessings left by the God of Light, as the holy light has slowed the decay of ordinary bones, enabling them to be preserved more readily. Furthermore, the terminal care blessings have severed the path for typical necromancers, relegating them to the lower tiers. Various races no longer place significant importance on corpse handling, simply burying them hastily, which benefits McDivin's archaeological endeavors. After a period of focused refining, McDivin melted down all the available Longu, resulting in the assembly and resurrection of 2 extraordinary light blue skeletons, 32 ordinary light blue skeletons, and 18 ordinary sky blue skeletons. The extraordinary Longu skeletons were all minotaur warriors, while the ordinary Longu skeletons included warriors, hunters, and farmers. Over the course of half a month, Kuerda welcomed 52 first-tier Longu skeletons, their growth rate akin to that of a rocket. Following an inspection of this batch of Longu, McDivin allocated the monster blood extracted this month. The Greenbone Frost Mage and a Greenbone Orc Prophet were nourished by the monster blood, enabling their advancement to low-tier first class. In the past month, 2 promising skeletons emerged. A Greenbone Heavy Armored Warrior and a Greenbone Ranger awakened their bone spirit power, elevating to low-tier first-class bone spirits. Kuerda's construction has remained uninterrupted. While patrolling, McDivin observed that the second 9-grid area had been entirely enveloped by walls. The walls of the second 9-grid area stand at 5 meters high for the 4 new zones, while those of the 5 older zones reach 8 meters. In the first 9-grid area, 6 zones have walls reaching 16 meters high, with the remaining 3 zones standing at 10 meters. However, there remains a shortage of skeletons. Each phase has its own perspective, and McDivin, again dissatisfied with the construction speed of Kuerda, resolved to take time to resurrect a batch of ash and white bone skeletons to bolster the ranks of Kuerda. After advancing to first-tier mage, McDivin's speed in melting ash and white bones accelerated significantly, with minimal mental and magical power consumption required for resurrecting ash and white bone skeletons. He operated like a finely tuned machine, transferring each ash and white bone to the workbench, transforming them into skeletal components. Subsequently, the complete sets of skeletal components were transported to another workbench, where they were resurrected under his magical influence. Standing between the two workbenches, McDivin observed as the skeletons carried each ash and white bone to the melting workbench and subsequently transported the melted skeletal components away. The skeletons responsible for organizing the inventory moved sets of skeletal components to the resurrection workbench, where the newly resurrected ash and white bone skeletons walked off autonomously. McDivin and the skeletons in charge of filling materials formed an efficient assembly line, with the ash and white bone skeletons being the final products of this process. After more than half a month, the skeleton responsible for filling materials clattered its jawbones. "Lord McDivin, there are no more ash or white bones in the underground repository." The attentive secretary Suashin promptly translated. The assembly line for skeletons operated with such efficiency that the stock of ash and white bones in the underground repository was depleted. "Oh, bring up that batch of green bones." McDivin, now in a frenzied work state, was not yet satiated. He instructed the skeletons to transport the high-quality green bones excavated from ancient battlefields for continued production. First to the melting workbench were the extraordinary bones, one by one. Extraordinary bone components were melted in the dark light of necromancy. The quantity of extraordinary bones was not vast, and within a few days, they were all transformed into skeletal components. McDivin carefully selected from the extraordinary component warehouse, assembling sets of extraordinary skeletal components for resurrection. The third skeleton mage has emerged. The first to be resurrected was a skeleton mage, prioritized for resurrection. This mage specialized in fire magic and did not provide McDivin with new universal spells, but it did enhance the library of fire spells in the tower by 3 additional types. McDivin instructed the skeleton mage to transcribe its magical knowledge and store it in the library for his and other skeleton mages' perusal. In the ensuing days, one extraordinary skeleton after another rose from the resurrection workbench. This resurrection resulted in the addition of a fire skeleton mage, 3 fire skeleton knights, 1 earth skeleton knight, 6 orc skeleton berserkers, and 2 orc skeleton prophets to Kuerda. The fire skeleton knights did not introduce new combat techniques, while the earth skeleton knight brought forth 2 new earth-based combat techniques. Another curse-type spell was added, known as the slumber curse. Targets afflicted by the slumber curse with low mental resistance would directly fall into a deep sleep, while those with average resistance would experience lethargy and a foggy mind. Following the melting of extraordinary bones, McDivin did not cease his work. He continued to melt the bones of ordinary human soldiers and orc warriors. The skeleton components resulting from melting ordinary orc warrior bones are human skeletal parts. However, they exhibit some differences from pure human components, although both are skeleton warriors. The orc bones yield axe and shield skeleton warriors, while human bones produce sword and shield skeleton warriors. Above skeleton hunters exists the skeleton archer, a skeleton formed from the melting of regular longbowmen. The skeleton archer is a sword and shield warrior equipped with a longbow, differing in role from the skeleton ranger. The former excels in standing output, while the latter specializes in guerrilla tactics. Regardless of whether they are skeleton archers or skeleton rangers, both possess formidable melee capabilities, making it challenging for enemies to breach their rear lines. Time for a break. After a month of continuous operation, McDivin stretched and mentally signaled the logistical skeletons that no further materials were needed. Over the past month, apart from extraordinary skeletons, McDivin produced 625 ash bones, 736 white bones, and 324 green bone skeletons. The inventory in the underground repository has been nearly depleted. Moving forward, he plans to balance work and rest, selecting some bones to melt and resurrect while he learns and relaxes. Once the bones accumulate again in the underground repository, he will return to the assembly line for large-scale production of skeletons. McDivin, this is the freshly extracted monster blood. Upon returning to the tower's hall, McDivin found Ayodele directing the skeletons in transporting monster blood. The great horned bull monsters dutifully deliver their rent on the 9th of each month, happily returning home with a subsidy. They thrive in Kuerda, well-fed and cared for by the skeletons, free from the threat of predators. Their contribution is to provide a small amount of monster blood, ensuring it does not affect their health and growth. In the wild, they have endured considerable bloodshed without a hint of concern. The freshly drawn blood of the magical beasts was allocated by McDivin to the 3rd skeletal mage and a skeletal prophet. His training priorities were unequivocal. In the presence of magical skeletal beings, the focus would be on their elevation to the next tier, while in the absence of such, the other extraordinary skeletons would ascend, relegating the ordinary skeletons to the lowest position. Chapter 39. Discovering one's strengths during the streamlined production process. Thousands of skeletons remained industriously engaged. In the first 9-grid area, the walls of all 9 sections had reached a height of 16 meters, fulfilling the predetermined specifications. In the second 9-grid area, the walls of the 9 sections had ascended to 8 meters, a temporary height, as McDivin had not permitted the skeletons to continue stacking the walls further. Currently, the western section of the first 9-grid area had begun to take shape, with the walls standing at 1 to 3 meters tall. Aside from expanding the 9-grid areas, Kurd made significant strides in agriculture and animal husbandry, beyond the cultivated fields and livestock areas within the 3 established 9-grid zones. Adjacent agricultural zones to the north and south of the first 3 9-grid areas had also been developed. Presently, Kurd boasted 18 agricultural zones and 6 livestock areas, each spanning 1 square kilometer. In mid-March of this year, the skeletons sowed potatoes in 3 agricultural zones of the first 9-grid area. After over 3 months of growth, these zones were met with a bountiful harvest in July. A portion of the harvested potatoes was stored as sustenance, while the remaining superior quality was reserved for breeding, and the inferior ones were allocated for livestock feed. Currently, in the 18 agricultural zones, aside from 2 areas in the second 9-grid zone dedicated to wheat cultivation, 6 zones had already planted a second crop of potatoes, with 4 zones being tilled in preparation for the next potato planting. The 6 agricultural zones situated to the south of the first 3 9-grid areas had alternative plans laid out by McDivin. The wheat in the agricultural zones of the second 9-grid area had turned a golden hue, signaling the impending harvest. Once the wheat from these 2 zones is gathered, all 8 agricultural zones will be planted with wheat. The climate in Awaken is amiable, devoid of harsh winters, making it exceptionally conducive for crop growth. For instance, the most common crops, potatoes and wheat, can be managed efficiently to yield 3 harvests in a year. Currently, Kurd is focused on these 2 crops, and once this season's harvest concludes, McDivin will implement crop rotation, alternating between potatoes and wheat to maximize soil nutrients while minimizing pest infestations. Additionally, composting has been arranged. To ensure food production without fallow periods, fertilizers are indispensable. McDivin, savor the honey bread I baked. In mid-September, the skeletal farmers in the second 9-grid agricultural zone wielded their bone sickles to harvest the wheat. After threshing and drying, the logistical skeletons pushed the grinding stones to mill the flour. Using the freshly ground flour, Awaken baked the honey bread she had long desired, presenting it to McDivin for tasting. The aroma was delightful, and the texture was both soft and crispy, truly delectable. This honey bread transformed McDivin's perception. Awaken's culinary skills were not as deplorable as once thought, for her baked goods were not only edible, but also quite delicious. It appeared that her previous culinary failures stemmed from her not having found her forte. As the potato and wheat harvests flourished, Kurd's staple foods diversified, now encompassing pasta, potatoes, fish, meat, and various vegetables selectively bred by McDivin. The human populace has a considerable demand for food, as the path of the night necessitates nourishment through blood and requires copious amounts of sustenance, particularly high-quality meats. Relying solely on hunting cannot sustain the meat consumption. Thus, the human race has developed a robust livestock industry. The development of animal husbandry hinges on high-quality feed, necessitating substantial agricultural support. The Jaiwot Federation is deeply invested in Awaken, unable to overlook the region's agricultural potential. Should they reclaim Awaken, the Jaiwot Federation could sustain a greater number of soldiers and knights, significantly bolstering national strength. Not long after the wheat harvest, the skeletons began to till the land using iron plows and other agricultural tools designed by McDivin. Following the drying of the fields and the proper cultivation of wheat seeds, all 8 designated agricultural zones will be planted with wheat. By next spring, Kurd's wheat yield will multiply several times over. Oh, when did a town appear here? One evening in late September, another slave hunting group, seeking to traverse the winter mountains, arrived near Kurd. Each 9-grid area spans 10 square kilometers, and Kurd's city stands out prominently against the wasteland, visible from afar. This hunting group was not unfamiliar with traversing mountains. They had passed through years prior when no town existed here. Leader, should we investigate? The deputy leader of the hunting group squinted at Kurd, inquiring of the leading slave trader. To construct such a city in Awaken, the power behind it must be quite affluent. The third 9-grid area possesses only low walls, making it ripe for plunder. Our mission is fruitful. We should avoid unnecessary complications. The slave trader assessed Kurd before glancing back at the camp filled with slave carts. Shaking his head slightly, they were a large hunting group, and in the past, slave traders would typically take advantage of Kurd. This time was different. They had captured many valuable alien slaves, and simply returning them for sale would secure their livelihoods for years to come. To have erected such a city in just a few years indicates that this power possesses formidable strength and resources. They already held a golden watermelon and had no need to take risks for trifles. Lord McDivin has issued a directive: leave no one behind. Awaken exited the tower castle, accompanied by the magical skeletons to relay the combat orders. The hunting group avoided camp near Kurd, but that did not mean McDivin would allow them to depart unscathed. To gain more time for development, any targets approaching Kurd would be ruthlessly eliminated by McDivin. After conveying McDivin's orders, Awaken did not return to the tower castle. She and Awaken followed the skeleton legion out of the city. They had been brought here by the hunting group and wished to see if any of the captured slaves were of their kin. Should they find any, they would return them to Kurd, an action they had previously sought approval for from McDivin. In the cover of night, the skeletons advanced stealthily, minimizing noise as they approached the hunting group's temporary encampment. The skeletal assassins, as the reapers of the night, stealthily dispatched the sentries surrounding the camp. After neutralizing the outer sentries, the skeletal assassins continued their advance, eliminating the slumbering hunters within the tents. Bloodshed? An enemy attack. Within one tent, the deputy leader, deep in meditation, caught a faint whiff of blood in the air. He abruptly opened his eyes and rushed out of the tent, shouting for the warriors to prepare for battle. Archers, loose arrows. The assassination was uncovered, and the skeletons who had taken control of the camp's perimeter no longer remained silent. Skeletal archers drew their bows and unleashed arrows upon the startled warriors rushing out of their tents. Egget, what is happening? The slave trader hurriedly donned his clothing and emerged to inquire. We are under attack by skeletons? Without the deputy leader of the hunting group needing to respond, the slave trader already witnessed the unfolding chaos. He was astounded. Necromancers were a rare sight in these times. In all his years, he had only seen accounts of such a legion of skeletons in certain historical texts. The current state of necromancy is woefully weak. And who had emboldened this group of skeletons to initiate an attack? As you can see, some skeletons have silently approached and begun their assault. Egget, equally astonished, had not anticipated encountering a necromantic ambush in his lifetime. Chapter 40. Despair and Hope Leader. This group of skeletons is peculiar. Initially, the hunting group dismissed them as mere sewer skeletons, believing they would only engage in ambushes, and that once they reacted, they could easily crush them. However, after a brief skirmish, Egget and the knights of the hunting group wore serious expressions. The strength of these skeletons was extraordinary. Each one was akin to a trainee knight. Their bones remarkably resilient, treating the battle-hardened warriors of the hunting group as mere swine to be slaughtered. A low-tier knight ventured forth to confront the adversaries. Yet before achieving any notable success, he fell victim to the frenzied onslaught of extraordinary skeletons. This legion of skeletal foes transcended their expectations, instilling a palpable sense of peril. Edged, he implored, can you vanquish them all? The slave trader, reluctant to abandon the captives within the camp, gazed expectantly at the vice-captain, Edged, hoping this second-tier knight could provide a stirring response. Captain, Edged replied, the first-tier skeletons are rather numerous. I am uncertain of our chances for victory. Anxiety gnawed at Edged's heart as he lacked confidence. Outside the temporary encampment loomed over 100 first-tier skeletons, and their formidable bone structure could easily exhaust him. One certainty remained. During the clash, he would be unable to divert his attention to safeguard the captain. Edged, unwilling to risk his life, subtly advised the slave trader that it would be prudent to abandon the captives and make an escape. Retreat. Wealth can be regained, but life is singular. Heeding Edged's counsel, the slave trader commanded the knights and elite warriors of the hunting party to cover his retreat. Curse it! Where do all these skeletons come from? They believed that by breaking free from the temporary camp, they could escape the encirclement. Instead, they merely transitioned from one trap to another, meticulously prepared for their arrival. Outside the temporary encampment, several Minotaur skeleton warriors awaited their approach. Charge with me, Edged urged, as the pursuing skeletons closed in. He understood the necessity of maintaining momentum. Channeling his battle spirit, he surged ahead, intent on tearing through the barricade formed by the Minotaur warriors. With a resounding thud, the Minotaur warriors swung their hammers, the rush of wind accompanying their strikes. Edged, startled by the overwhelming force of the blow as he attempted to parry with his sword, swiftly disengaged and leaped backward. However, his steed bore the brunt of the attack, its skull shattered into a pulpy mass. Even a second-tier knight dared not confront the Minotaurs head-on, and the first-tier knights of the hunting party were no match for the crushing hammers. Some fell silent, their lives extinguished by a single blow, while others, grievously wounded, howled in agony. Sensing the dire situation, Edged abandoned the slave trader, seeking to save himself. Their bond had been one of mutual benefit. They could earn wealth together. But when peril arose, each would fend for themselves. "Edged, you coward! Spare me, and I shall pay a handsome ransom." The forsaken slave trader cursed him vehemently, then fell to his knees in supplication. The Minotaur skeletons did not crush his skull, but instead, several skeletal assassins rushed forth to bind him. The presence of one hunting party passing through was mere chance. The arrival of another hunting party surely bore significance. McDivin harbored intentions of traversing the Frostwinter mountain range to infiltrate the Jaiwote Federation for trade, and during this period, skeletal assassins had been roaming the mountains, searching for pathways. The hunting party's decision to bypass the Frostwinter fortress and head this way indicated they were aware of the mountain routes leading into the Jaiwote Federation. McDivin had left the slave trader alive to inquire about the route, not for the sake of his so-called ransom. In addition to the slave trader, several warriors from the hunting party had been captured. Taunt, Sacred Shield, Earth, Heal, Weakness, Bleeding, Darkness, Sleep. Only Edged, the second-tier knight, remained. As a seasoned Minotaur shaman skillfully summoned a taunting totem, pulling him back into the fray. Various enhancement totems then descended, bestowing buffs upon the Minotaur warriors confronting him. Unlike the previous encounter with the Bloodcrow leader, this time, the hunting party was bolstered by an orc skeleton seer. For curses were cast upon Edged, imposing a plethora of debuffs. The orc skeleton seer refrained from unleashing a curse of pain, as it conflicted with the sleep curse and taunting totem, which could inadvertently heighten one's mental alertness. Edged found himself in a state of greater despair than during his previous confrontation with the Bloodcrow leader. He could neither slay the Minotaur skeleton warriors nor escape their grasp, all while being burdened by various curses that affected his combat efficacy. He could not endure for long, and amidst his pleas for mercy, he was slain by the Minotaur skeleton warriors. McDivin did not capture prisoners for the sake of surrender. With the slave trader already providing sufficient information, there was no need for a second-tier knight, who would be challenging to manage. After clearing the temporary encampment of foes, the skeletons unveiled the coverings on the cages. Within those cages were catfolk, and as they witnessed the chaos in the camp, glimmers of hope ignited in their eyes, only to be extinguished upon seeing the glimmering skeletons. The heroes they had longed for did not arrive, and given the current plight of the catfolk tribe, their expectations were regrettably tempered. Whether at the mercy of necromancers skilled in desecrating flesh and soul or subjected to the indignities of slavery, the outcomes were profoundly despairing. Erling, what has transpired in your tribe? Why have you all been captured by the hunting party? Upon learning that the hunting party had captured only catfolk, Suexiang and Suexin hastened to the scene. Among the cages were many familiar faces. Suexiang grasped the hand of a cat girl she recognized, a fellow apprentice spirit warrior. Suexiang, how did you end up here? Upon hearing the familiar voice, the catgirl warrior named Erling attempted to rise, only to be yanked back by the clanking chains binding her limbs. To prevent self-harm among the catfolk, the slave trader had shackled them in iron chains. Upon hearing Suexiang's voice, the despairing catfolk raised their heads with renewed hope, glancing in her direction. Suexiang and Suexin navigated effortlessly through the throngs of skeletons, undoubtedly due to their connection with the necromancer orchestrating this skeletal horde. Suexiang, Erling spoke, her voice trembling with emotion, recounting the plight of their tribe since their capture by the hunting party, during the famine brought on by the bloodthirsty mosquito swarms. The elderly chieftain suffered grievous injuries while competing with other tribes for food, and soon thereafter passed away. The catfolk tribe's leader, Riddle, had been in poor health. Riddle is a term of respect for a sorcerer leader among the catfolk, signifying the tribe's guiding figure. Fearing that no one would protect the tribe in her absence, she clung to life, hoping that a younger individual would assume the heavy responsibilities once borne by herself and the late chieftain. After the chieftain's death, Riddle was left to bear the burden alone. While the catfolk tribe engaged in battle with their enemies, this hunting party seized the opportunity to raid their territory, capturing a multitude of catfolk. They deserved to be torn to shreds. Upon hearing that even catgirls had been taken, Suexiang and Suexin searched within the tent. As they exited the slave trader's tent, their expressions were icy as they glared at the trader, causing him to shiver with dread. Due to the large number of captured catfolk, this hunting party did not regard them as precious commodities. The slave trader had taken dozens of catgirls along with his trusted men to indulge in their company. Those catgirls, having endured much suffering, chose to end their own lives in disgrace as they broke free from their captors during the ensuing chaos of the skirmish between the skeletons and the hunters. Chapter 41. Just right. The fate of these catfolk was to be determined by McDivin. Suexiang and Suexin understood their place and refrained from unshackling the captured catfolk. Silence, commanded the skeletal sorcerer as he tapped his bone staff against the nearby cage, calling for the raucous catfolk to quiet down. Once the catfolk regained their composure, heavily armed skeletal warriors approached, seizing the cart's frame and dragging it forward as if it were a handcart. Suexiang, that skeleton speaks catfolk language. Suexiang and Suexin followed the cart's advance, and Kay Erling whispered excitedly to Suexiang. After so long, without Suexiang and Suexin, she felt less despondent about her fate and that of her kin. She curiously observed the skeletons outside the cart, particularly the skeletal sorcerer who spoke in their tongue. Indeed, he must be one of our ancestors. Suexiang chuckled mysteriously. Ah, how did our ancestors become undead? Has the blessing of the light god faltered? Kay Erling gasped, realizing too late that she had drawn attention from both her kin and the skeletons, hastily covering her mouth. It does bear a striking resemblance. The attire of that skeletal sorcerer is quite similar to that of our riddle. Among the skeletons, some bore a resemblance to catfolk. You cannot deceive me. This is the wisdom bequeathed to us by our ancestors. Suexiang activated her spirit pattern power, revealing the inherited spirit pattern upon her forehead. She aspired for the catfolk tribe to integrate into Kurd, intentionally displaying the inherited spirit pattern to diminish their resistance. Wow, what a complete inherited spirit pattern. Kay Ling and Suexiang were both recipients of the same inheritance. Yet when compared to the intricate spirit patterns adorning Suexiang's forehead, Kay Ling seemed as if many details had been gnawed away by some unseen force. Suexian, have you received the inheritance? Suexian's friend expressed concern for her well-being. I do not possess the spirit patterns. Instead, I have inherited the skill to inscribe them. The spirit patterns of Suexiang were completed by me. The cat-like elder you just saw is my mentor. Suexian demonstrated her magical prowess. She shared the same belief as Suexiang, considering Kurd as the future of the catfolk tribe. Suexian, could you assist me in completing my spirit patterns? Kay Ling eagerly inquired, yearning to become a formidable spirit pattern warrior to protect her kin. Certainly. Once you join Kurd, seek me out. During their conversation, Suexian subtly introduced the notion of surrender, preparing the catfolk mentally. On the return journey, the catfolk in Kay Ling's carriage whispered to Suexiang and Suexian. The other prisoners remained silent, yet the upright cat ears of the surrounding catfolk indicated their keen attention to the dialogue between Suexiang and Kay Ling, absorbing the information conveyed by Suexiang and Suexian. Remember, do not cause trouble, do not entertain thoughts of escape. You are not alone. Comply with the arrangements. Upon entering the first grid district, the skeletons were commanded to open the prisoner carts, unlocking the chains binding the catfolk, allowing them to move about the residential area. Before reporting back, Suexiang and Suexian repeatedly urged their kin to refrain from impulsive actions. Just before departing, they entrusted the spirit cat skeleton sorcerers and warriors to closely monitor the catfolk, ensuring they would not act foolishly. As the catfolk slaves entered the city, McDivin gazed down from the towering central spire. There were over 300 catfolk slaves, both male and female, coming from a noble family. He was aware that handsome foreign male servants were equally sought after in noble circles. It was not only noble women who sought to purchase foreign male servants. Some male nobles with peculiar tastes were also interested. Take them to reside in the second district. You all are responsible for their management. McDivin did not have the time to personally train the catfolk slaves, so he instructed Suexiang, Suexian, and the other catwomen to oversee their kin. Those willing to obey and assimilate into Kurd would reside within the district. The unruly catfolk who caused disturbances would find their place in the burial grounds. Thank you, Lord McDivin. Suexiang and Suexian bowed joyfully, grateful that their kin had been accepted by McDivin. Maintain silence and follow me. Soon, Suexiang returned to the residential area, raising her hand to signal the catfolk to remain quiet and follow her. Under her guidance, the catfolk exited through the northern city gate and onto the straight avenue outside the city, walking 3 kilometers eastward before entering through the northern gate of the second district. The catfolk possessed excellent night vision, observing the towering city walls on either side of the avenue, where rows of skeleton soldiers stood guard. At each intersection of the large grid areas, a skeleton soldier was stationed. The night watch of Kurd was impenetrable, leaving them no means of silent escape. You may find a house to rest for the night. As night had deepened, Suexiang pointed to the fortress tower in the residential area for her kin to rest. Remember, do not escape, do not attack the skeletons. Lord McDivin's mercy has its limits. After ensuring her kin were settled, Suexiang reiterated the importance of avoiding any rebellious sentiments and not causing trouble. She instructed Kei Ling's spirit cat warriors and some of the older catfolk to keep a watchful eye, preventing any impulsive actions that could endanger their fellow kin. Sui Xiang and her companions did not linger. After arranging for their kin, they returned to the towering castle. It was a restless night, with the catwomen expressing their heartfelt gratitude to McDivin for rescuing the catfolk slaves until dawn broke. Sui Xiang and Sui Xian, good morning. The next morning, Sui Xiang and Sui Xian arrived at the second district. While on patrol, Kei Ling approached them with several spirit cat warriors to greet them. Sui Xian was well acquainted with those spirit cat warriors, having been in the same squad as Kei Ling. Sui Xiang, you have gained weight. A few childhood friends chatted without reservation. After more than a year apart, Sui Xiang appeared significantly fuller than they remembered. Not at all, it is just right. Sui Xiang blushed slightly, recalling the scene at dawn. She had not gained weight. Rather, her body had adjusted to the situation, rendering her physique suitable for McDivin's purposes. Sui Xiang, why hasn't Sui Hua come? During their conversation, Kei Ling inquired about Sui Hua, the little follower who often accompanied their patrols. She is busy. You probably won't see her until afternoon. Sui Xiang chuckled, recalling the faint sound of bells when she left the tower, indicating that Sui Hua was momentarily tied up. All right, who will go first? After a while, Sui Xian prepared the spiritual liquid used for inscribing the catfolk's spirit patterns, smiling as she asked Kei Ling and the others. I will go first. Kei Ling and the others eagerly raised their hands, all wishing to complete their inherited spirit patterns to enhance their power, for with strength, they could better protect their kin. Then, let Kei Ling go first. Sui Xian called Kei Ling forward, harnessing her sorceress powers to dip the spiritual brush into the liquid before meticulously painting on Kei Ling's forehead. Sui Xian did not complete the entire spirit pattern in one go. Instead, she focused on refining a portion of the details before pausing. Inscribing too much at once is not advisable. Gradual adaptation and perfection is the correct method of inheritance. The spirit patterns are traditionally inscribed in stages. Inscribing too much at once can exceed the body's capacity, resulting in mild disabilities or, in severe cases, death for the catfolk receiving the inheritance. Chapter 42. The catfolk belong to Kurd. Hee, I have become stronger. After the inscription concluded, Kei Ling took a moment to adapt before activating the power of the inherited spirit pattern, competing against other spirit pattern warriors. The more complete the spirit pattern, the greater the strength. She could now defeat the warriors she previously could not match. This was merely the beginning. Once she completed the spirit pattern, she would grow even stronger. Kei Ling, come here. Sui Xiang beckoned the cheerful Kei Ling over. Sui Xian had completed her spirit pattern, and she had a gift for her childhood friend. She was prepared to teach Kei Ling the lost combat techniques she had learned from the spirit cat skeleton warriors. Wow, this is a long-lost technique of our tribe. Sui Xiang demonstrated a combat skill that Kei Ling had never seen before. When asked the name of the technique, Kei Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. Wasn't this the long-lost technique their mentor had always coveted? In her amazement, Kei Ling discreetly glanced at the patrolling spirit cat skeleton warriors on the city walls, noting their resemblance to the elder catfolk. Sensing Kei Ling's gaze, the spirit cat skeleton warrior turned and nodded at her. The extraordinary skeletons possessed considerable intelligence, and they were quite friendly towards their kin. The spirit cat skeleton warriors understood and could speak the catfolk language. However, their vocalizations were not as precise as those of the spirit cat skeleton sorcerers, who could communicate seamlessly with others. As Kei Ling's squad completed their inherited spirit patterns and learned the lost combat techniques, the other catfolk observed enviously. They remained silent, refraining from interrupting as per the elder's guidance. It was up to Sui Xiang and Sui Xian to decide who would receive the completion of their spirit patterns and instruction in the lost techniques. Even if they were envious, they could not rush forward when not called upon. Having survived an odyssey for so many years, the catfolk possessed a certain understanding. Kurd was the domain of necromancers. Those who preferred obedient and quiet catfolk needed to understand the importance of compliance. I wonder how our tribe is faring? During lunch, while enjoying the delicious potato stew with fish, Kei Ling felt a pang of homesickness. When they were captured by the slave-hunting team, Riddle was engaged in battle with the chief of a rival tribe. They all knew that Riddle was in poor health and wondered if he could endure this time. The slave-hunting team valued the catfolk's worth as slaves and would not kill them easily. The rival tribe, however, was different. They were competitors for survival against the spirit cat tribe, with overlapping hunting grounds. If Riddle were to fall, the spirit cat tribe would face a bloody massacre at the hands of the rival tribe. We will find a way to address this matter. Sui Xiang and Sui Xin are equally concerned about the Ling Mao tribe, fearing that Riddle would fall, leading to the tribe's annihilation. However, they are acutely aware of their own standing. They merely reported on the situation of the Lingmao tribe without soliciting aid from McDivin. Whether to intervene and rescue the Lingmao tribe is a matter for McDivin to contemplate, not for them to meddle in. To put it bluntly, they are merely servants of the tower, and everything must prioritize their master's interests. Do they wish for me to become the savior of the Catman tribe? On that day, McDivin smiled as he caressed Suexiang's cheek. In recent days, Suexiang, Suexin, and the first cohort of cat girls assimilated into Kurd have employed every means at their disposal to please him. They refrained from pleading with words, instead beseeching McDivin for his compassion through their actions. McDivin understood their innermost thoughts clearly. They desired him to resolve the crisis confronting the Catman tribe. The Catmen belonged to Kurd. Suexiang exclaimed passionately, striving to capture McDivin's attention and garner his life energy. Her conviction had never wavered. The future of the Catman tribe lies within Kurd. From the moment she accepted the legacy of the Lingmao skeleton, she had envisioned McDivin conquering the Lingmao tribe. Now, as the Lingmao tribe faces peril, it is the perfect moment for McDivin to descend and win the hearts of the people. I can offer them an opportunity. Whether they choose to migrate to Kurd is entirely their decision. This indeed presents a splendid opportunity. McDivin is unperturbed by the prospect of having several vassal tribes under his command. He is willing to dispatch troops to assist the Lingmao tribe in relocating, facilitating the Catman settlement in Kurd. Thank you, Lord McDivin, for your benevolence. Following McDivin's proactive proposal for assistance, Suexiang, overwhelmed with excitement, reached the pinnacle of her life. At dusk, exhausted, she fell asleep but awoke just in time. After greeting McDivin, she dashed out of the tower and joined the skeletal convoy outside the city. Racing through the night, the convoy chose a secluded route. Along the way, skeletal assassins and rangers spread out to eliminate any potential threats that might discover the convoy, ensuring the operation remained discreet. The skeletons, not requiring rest, traveled tirelessly for 10 days and arrived at the outskirts of the Catman tribe's hill. Lord Riddle. A host of skeletons approaches. The skeletons did not eliminate the Catman sentinels, and news of the skeletal convoy entering the Lingmao Hill swiftly reached the tribe. Upon learning that thousands of skeletons, including nearly 100 first-tier extraordinary skeletons, had invaded the Lingmao Hill, the recently appointed middle-aged chieftain reported solemnly to Riddle. As he reported, a profound sadness lingered in his eyes. Riddle's health was deteriorating, a fact well known among the tribe's people. The middle-aged chieftain knew Riddle's time was short. She clung to life, driven by a desire to protect the Lingmao tribe, sustaining herself through secret methods in a state that was neither human nor ghostly. After a recent confrontation with the leader of a rival tribe, Riddle's decaying aura had intensified. I am merely aging, not dead yet. Riddle, gaunt and with sunken eyes devoid of the vitality characteristic of the living, declared, I can no longer remain here. I will hold back those skeletons. You must lead the tribe to relocate. Her words were devoid of emotion. This would be her final battle. Without her protection, the Lingmao tribe could not survive in this region and would need to migrate in search of a new settlement. This would undoubtedly be an arduous process, and the decline of the Lingmao tribe began with that migration. Riddle faintly recalled being just a child, witnessing countless tribespeople perish along the way. It was precisely due to the harrowing experiences of her youth that she clung to life, fearing the repetition of that grim scene. Yet her strength had its limits. The Lingmao tribe had reached the point where they must migrate, hoping this time they could do so safely. Riddle, I am Suexiang. We are not here to attack the Lingmao Hill. As Riddle approached with the rear guard, Suexiang rushed to the front lines, calling out to prevent conflict from erupting. Joining her were Kaling and other rescued Catman slaves. It's Suexiang. Some of the rear guard warriors recognized Suexiang or the other Catmen who had rushed out to call, responding accordingly. So, you have returned to negotiate our surrender on behalf of the Necromancer? Misunderstandings were resolved, and upon learning Suexiang's intentions, the middle-aged chieftain was momentarily taken aback. From the perspective of the Lingmao tribe, this offer of surrender seemed utterly absurd. Indeed, the Catmen belonged to Kurd. Suexiang understood the fundamental crisis facing the Lingmao tribe. Only by moving to Kurd could the Lingmao tribe have a future. Chapter 43. The Great Migration. If we refuse, will war ensue? The suggestion of surrendering without negotiation was unacceptable to the middle-aged chieftain and the tribe's people. With the skeleton army looming, it was likely that the reality would not be as rosy as Suexiang and her companions envisioned. If they refused to surrender, war and slaughter would probably follow. No, we shall depart immediately. You may consider that we were never here. The Lingmao skeletal sorcerer, acting on McDivin's orders, stepped forward to address the chieftain's inquiries. McDivin had no intention of waging war. He merely aimed to provide the Lingmao tribe with a choice, indifferent to their decision. Grandfather? Upon seeing the skeletal sorcerer, Riddle's eyes, once dull as decayed wood, suddenly sparkled with life. She rushed to the skeletal sorcerer, inquiring with confusion. She sensed a familiar aura from that skeleton. Perhaps a part of him remains. The skeletal sorcerer glanced at Riddle and replied calmly. The Lingmao skeletal sorcerer comprises 6 components, each forged from the bones of a Lingmao sorcerer. From the looks of it, one of the components belonged to Riddle's grandfather. Without the blessing of the god of light, how could the necromancer desecrate the bones of our ancestors? Riddle's grandfather had perished during the migration, due to the urgency. His body was only buried on the spot and not transported. Given the god of light's blessing, had not the necromancer already weakened? How could this necromancer have resurrected the bones of their ancestors as undead? Riddle, look at this. Suexiang quickly revealed the inheritance markings on her forehead, demonstrating the lost combat techniques of the cat tribe. Suexiang followed suit, showcasing her own spells. They were deeply concerned that their tribe's people might clash with the skeletons over the bones of their ancestors, which would complicate matters significantly. Such complete inheritance markings. The attention of the catmen was immediately captivated. The decline of the Lingmao tribe was rooted in the loss of too many extraordinary individuals during the migration, compounded by the destruction of the legacy stone tablets, which led to many traditions being lost. Is this the inheritance you bestowed upon them? Riddle surveyed the skeletal sorcerer before her and then the other skeletal figures, likely the remains of catmen ancestors. The lost heritage of the catmen likely stemmed from these skeletons. Sometimes, knowing too much is not beneficial. The Lingmao skeletal sorcerer plainly conveyed McDivin's will. Originally, they had come merely to inquire, offering the Lingmao tribe a chance to relocate to Kurd without the intention of resorting to violence. However, Riddle saw through the identity of the skeletal sorcerer and understood the origins of this group of skeletons. This posed a grave issue. McDivin was not afraid of others discovering the presence of necromancers in the Odyssey wasteland. Rather, he was concerned about others learning that he could circumvent the god of light's blessing to resurrect the undead. The Lingmao tribe had stumbled upon this secret, and to ensure it remained undisclosed, failing to persuade them would lead to war. The catmen belonged to Kurd. Riddle discerned the underlying implication. She understood that the future of the Lingmao tribe lies within Kurd. The catmen belonged to Kurd. After Riddle made her decision, the middle-aged chieftain and the Lingmao warriors echoed her sentiments, expressing their willingness to accept the offer of surrender. One path leads to death, while the other leads to revival. The catmen knew how to choose wisely. Subsequently, the skeletons and catmen coexisted harmoniously as they dismantled the Lingmao hill, packing what could be moved and destroying what could not. Under Riddle's orders, the catmen carefully retrieved their ancestors' bones from the graves, packaging them with great care for transport. Upon realizing that the skeletal form can inherit knowledge, the catfolk no longer resist the transformation of their ancestors into skeletons. Lady Riddle has resolutely decided that she, like her grandfather, will safeguard the tribe as a skeleton after her demise. Lady Riddle, the worgs are upon us. During the relocation, a catfolk sentinel hurried back to report on the enemy's movements. In a recent battle, Riddle had repelled the Word chieftain, but this also exposed her circumstances. Since then, the Word tribe has intermittently sent warriors to harass the Lingmao hill, probing whether Riddle is alive or dead. Continue with the relocation. We shall deal with the worgs. The Lingmao skeletal sorcerer instructed the sentinels to lead the way, while hundreds of green-bone skeletons were dispatched to encircle and eliminate the worgs. Remarkably, the Word tribe has been the Lingmao tribe's sworn enemy, and the two tribes have been embroiled in conflict for years. The catfolk are acutely aware of the Word's ferocity and worry whether the skeletal soldiers can withstand the onslaught, as skeletons are often seen as symbols of weakness. However, the ruthless Word warriors were swiftly dispatched by the green-bone skeletons, who fought with a straightforward ferocity. The ordinary skeletons engaged in combat with simplicity, while the extraordinary skeletons offered a more visually stunning display. The Lingmao skeletal warriors bore intricate spirit patterns upon their bones, unleashing various catfolk combat techniques in pursuit of the Word's extraordinary warriors. The Lingmao skeletal sorcerers wielded their bone staffs, engaging in a fierce exchange of magic with the Word spellcasters. The battle prowess of the ancestral skeletons stirred great excitement among the accompanying catfolk, who eagerly anticipated the day they too could engage in such spectacular combat. The Worgs, intending to harass, were few in number and were soon overwhelmed by the vastly superior green-bone skeletons. Those catfolk who observed the battle returned home to vividly recount their experiences to their kin. They occasionally stole glances at the skeletons, astonished to discover the immense strength of those who silently transported goods. The catfolk worked with remarkable efficiency, completing their preparations for the migration in just half a day. Under the cover of night, the skeletal convoy departed Lingmao Hill, retracing its path back to Kurd. The catfolk possess excellent night vision and agility, allowing them to keep pace with the skeletons. Having undergone a great migration, the Lingmao tribe understood that the longer they lingered on the road, the more perilous their journey would become, so they persevered without requesting to camp for rest. Lord McDiv, we have confirmed that the mountain path is traversable. During the migration, the skeletal mages reported their findings to McDiv. Under duress, the captives of the Hunt Slaver Brigade revealed secrets regarding a hidden mountain path leading to the Givote Federation. The information varied among different captives, prompting McDiv to send skeletal mages with several skeletal knights to scout and ascertain the correct route. This path serves as a crucial smuggling route, allowing McDiv to enter the Givote Federation without passing through the Winter Fortress to procure what he needs. They have lost their value. Let the catfolk give them as a gift upon their arrival. McDiv showed no interest in the ransom for the slave traders. Instead of executing the slave traders outright, he planned to utilize the captives to win favor among the populace. The Worgs would only discover the catfolk's mass migration days later. After pursuing for a while and realizing the catfolk had fled far, the Worgs abandoned the chase and seized Lingmao Hill. On the return journey, under the protection of skeletal sentinels, the migrating group encountered no significant threats. Ultimately, the catfolk, being flesh and blood, could not compete with the tireless skeletons. Thus, even without delay, it took them 15 days to complete their migration. Chapter 44. Thunder from Baby's Belly. Is this Kurd? What a magnificent city. As Kurd came into view, the weary catfolk erupted in astonished cheers. They had thought Kurd merely a village, yet it exceeded all their expectations. During the time of the catfolk's migration, construction in Kurd had not ceased. Currently, the walls in the 4th grid area, located directly north of the 2nd grid, have reached a height of 5 meters. And the 5th grid area to the south has begun to take shape, with the wall's foundation reaching 1 meter high. Each grid area encompasses 10 square kilometers, and the wall currently protects an area of 50 square kilometers, with much farmland yet to be enclosed. Kurd is no smaller than Lingmao Hill. The overcrowded and rough conditions they had envisioned do not exist. It is far more than I anticipated. As the catfolk entered the city, McDiv stood atop the walls of the first eastern reservoir area, surveying the scene. The exact number of catfolk in the Lingmao tribe was unclear to Sui Xiong and Sui Xin, and McDiv did not inquire. He estimated their numbers to be in the range of several thousand, certainly fewer than 10,000. However, the actual population of the Lingmao tribe far exceeded expectations, as McDiv scanned the area and noted tens of thousands of catfolk below the walls. Sui Xiong was equally taken aback, as she had not anticipated such a large gathering of catfolk, typically scattered across Lingmao Hill. Lord McDiv, catfolk are quite easy to sustain. They require only a little food to survive. Sui Xiong, fearing McDiv might find their numbers overwhelming, quickly pleaded on their behalf. She emphasized that catfolk are adept at fasting and have low consumption rates. They are not mere consumers. They can gather and hunt in the wild, producing various daily necessities for Kurd. No worries, I can support this many. McDiv was merely astonished by the sheer number of catfolk and bore no disdain for their consumption. The skeletons in Kurd have no need for food, and McDiv and Audrey consume very little. The storerooms in Kurd are well stocked with potatoes, wheat, smoked fish, and cured meats, ensuring that feeding this group of catfolk poses no problem. The earliest planted second batch of potatoes is nearing a bountiful harvest, with subsequent plantings set to yield crops in the coming 1 to 3 months. Kurd continues to produce grain in abundance, with the cultivated areas steadily increasing, leading to ever-growing food reserves. Allocate a portion of the catfolk to the 4th grid area. With so many catfolk, it would be cramped for them all to reside in the 3rd grid area. McDiv issued a command to have the skeletons open the southern gate of the 4th grid area, guiding some of the catfolk to traverse across regions to the 4th grid area. After a long journey of half a month, the catfolk were exhausted and, after consuming the meat porridge provided by the skeletal chefs, promptly retired to the residential fortresses to rest. Once the catfolk have recuperated, they will be assigned housing and daily tasks. While the tribe members rested, Riddle, the middle-aged chieftain, along with the leaders of the Lingmao tribe, arrived at the tower castle in the 1st grid area, led by the Lingmao skeletal sorcerers, to pay their respects to McDiv. From now on, the Lingmao tribe will be a vassal of McDiv, obliged to heed the thoughts and teachings of their leader. McDiv's demands of the catfolk are not stringent. They need only to follow orders. While the Lingmao tribe has lost much of its heritage, it has not been entirely severed. Riddle possesses some Lingmao heritage spirit patterns, and after comparing them with Kurds, she has refined certain details, rendering the Lingmao heritage spirit patterns more complete. The Lingmao tribe retains numerous catfolk combat techniques, increasing the overall number of such techniques in Kurd to 15. Riddle has inherited a wealth of knowledge pertaining to Lingmao sorcery, combined with decades of experience and wisdom, resulting in a qualitative leap in Kurd's sorcerer's heritage. The two Lingmao skeletal sorcerers have expressed that they can learn a great deal from this descendant, significantly enhancing their depth and power. The integration of the Lingmao tribe into Kurd not only supplements extraordinary knowledge, but also brings a demographic advantage. McDivin specifically arranged for a skeletal count, revealing that a total of 328 catfolk have settled in Kurd. This is an astonishing number, as the total count of all skeletons in Kurd is less than 10,000. With such a vast population base, the Lingmao tribe has many potential Lingmao warriors and sorcerers, and nurturing them will considerably bolster Kurd's overall combat strength. The ordinary catfolk who have not received any heritage can engage in handicrafts, serving as valuable labor for Kurd. Upon visiting McDivin and understanding his policies towards the Lingmao tribe, Riddle and the middle-aged chieftains returned to District 4 to rest. Sui Xiang and the others, wishing to express their gratitude to McDivin, were playfully dismissed by him. Their exhaustion from the long journey was evident, and it was unnecessary to tease them at such a time. At dawn, precisely at 4:30, the comprehensive kitchens of the various districts in Kurd stirred to life. The skeletal chefs busied themselves with large cauldrons of potato and fresh fish stew, a welcome banquet arranged by McDivin to celebrate the Lingmao tribe's relocation to Kurd. The appetizing aroma wafted through the air, causing the stomachs of the slumbering catfolk to rumble in protest. They inhaled deeply, rubbing their sleepy eyes as they emerged from the fortress in search of the source of the delectable scent. Everyone tidy up. Breakfast will be served shortly. Sui Xiang and Sui Xian navigated through the residential area, cheerfully urging the drooling kittens to attend to their personal hygiene, as the grand feast was soon to arrive. By 6:30 in the morning, a series of flatbed carts laden with large iron containers were pulled from the comprehensive kitchen. The skeletons maneuvered these carts to Districts 2 and 4. At the call of the elder catfolk, they formed an orderly line before the carts, eagerly awaiting the distribution of food. Clang, clang, clang. Once the line was established, the skeletal chefs tapped on the iron containers and lifted the lids. A cloud of steam arose, releasing the enticing aroma of the food. The catfolk's eyes widened in anticipation as they inhaled deeply, imagining the culinary delights contained within the cauldrons. It's fish. As the skeletal chef ladled out portions of the stew, the keen-eyed catfolk could not contain their cheers. Fish was their favorite. Yet due to the scarcity of water in Lingmao Hill, they seldom enjoyed such a treat. I recognize that. Humans call it bread. After serving a small bowl of potato and fish stew to the first in line, the skeletal chef handed him a substantial chunk of bread. The stew was a dish, while the bread served as a staple. This was a lavish meal for the often hungry catfolk. The catfolk did not cultivate wheat, but the knowledgeable among them educated their kin about this human food. What is this? It tastes wonderful. The catfolk, having received their meals, gathered in small groups to share the feast. A young kitten, tasting the mashed potatoes, curiously asked his elder brother and parents about it. This is called potato by humans. I once tried it and thought it was poisonous and distasteful, but I never expected it could be cooked like this. The kitten's father, an experienced warrior, recalled a time in his youth when he had sneaked into a city of refugees to steal food. He and his companions had dug up a considerable number of potatoes, intending to feast, only to find them inedible. They had all suffered stomachaches after eating them raw. That experience led them to believe that potatoes were toxic, a cunning trap laid by humans to ensnare thieves. Now, however, it became clear that potatoes were indeed one of humanity's staple foods. They simply should not be eaten raw, a misunderstanding born from their lack of culinary skills. The Lingmao tribe cultivated their own crops, which they referred to as kakung. Kakung had low cultivation requirements, thriving even in neglected corners, thus providing sustenance for the many members of the tribe. Upon receiving the kakung presented by the catfolk, McDivin recognized it as corn. Corn truly thrived in various environments, and the layered hills expanded the areas suitable for cultivation. After confirming that kakung was indeed corn, McDivin confiscated all the kakung from the catfolk for breeding and planting purposes. In addition to kakung, the Lingmao tribe possessed herbs for inscribing and passing down spiritual patterns, as well as other medicinal plants. McDivin designated a farming area specifically for these herbs. Following the delightful feast, the catfolk, led by the middle-aged chieftains, assigned living quarters, settling in Districts 2 and 4 as families. After completing their household registration, the catfolk could collect rations from the supply warehouse according to their registered households and prepare their own meals. Given the catfolk's poor culinary skills and unfamiliarity with human food, McDivin opened numerous public dining halls in the Kubu area of Districts 2 and 4. While registering at the supply warehouse, the catfolk could opt for meal tickets instead of rations, allowing them to dine at the public canteens. With McDivin's permission, the sorcerers and apprentices of the Lingmao tribe enhanced the spiritual patterns for the Lingmao warriors. Those warriors, now equipped with refined spiritual patterns, trained alongside the skeletal warriors of Kurd to learn the lost combat techniques of their kind. Additionally, a group of catfolk with sorceress talent studied under the skeletal sorcerers, while another group suited for inscribing spiritual patterns became apprentice warriors. After my death, please inter me in the second burial area. After arriving in Kurd, the catfolk no longer lived from meal to meal. They could now enjoy filling meals, including meat. The transmission of the Lingmao tribe's heritage was being perfected, with the younger generation diligently striving for self-improvement. The master of Kurd treated the catfolk kindly and provided them with many accommodations. Witnessing the improvement of the Lingmao tribe, Riddle felt a tremendous weight lifted from her shoulders. Previously, she had feared death, clinging to her decaying body. Now, she could face it with composure. Farewell, Lady Riddle. The catfolk Riddle closed her eyes peacefully, and the middle-aged chieftains and others expressed both sorrow and joy. Riddle had endured much suffering during her life, and her serene passing was a bittersweet occasion. She departed this world having witnessed the dawn of the Lingmao tribe's rise. The catfolk should celebrate her legacy rather than wallow in sorrow. Riddle longed to pass on knowledge in the form of a skeleton, protecting future generations. She entrusted her kin with the task of interring her in the second burial area after her death, awaiting McDivin's activation. As the middle-aged chieftains and others carried her remains into the subterranean tomb of the second burial area, they passed by many well-preserved remains of catfolk. The second burial area was designated by McDivin for the tribe. Those remains were excavated from the burial grounds of Lingmao Hill. Henceforth, deceased catfolk in Kurd would be laid to rest in the second burial area, accumulating history underground until McDivin called upon them. The second burial area contained remains no older than 100 years. The green bones retrieved from Lingmao Hill had already been sent to the High Tower Castle in District 1, where McDivin had been refining them for resurrection. She was a great leader. Upon learning of Riddle's passing, McDivin praised her life. Objectively speaking, she was indeed a great leader. She safeguarded her people through their most difficult times, passing peacefully only when the dawn of their resurgence was upon them, amid the laughter of her kin. The catfolk integrated into Kurd swiftly. Within a week, they could be seen in various roles. Lingmao warriors patrolled the wilderness outside Kurd alongside their skeletal counterparts. Some stood guard on the city walls with skeletal soldiers, while others worked in the public dining halls, transporting ingredients and cleaning dishes. Many catfolk toiled in the fields, wielding small rakes alongside skeletal farmers to harvest potatoes. The catfolk expressed their gratitude for the sustenance provided by Kurd through their labor. Thank you, Lord McDivin. Leaning against the railing atop the tower, Suexiong gazed at the smiling catfolk in the distance, excitedly calling out in response to McDivin behind her. The present condition of the Lingmao tribe was a blessing bestowed by McDivin. In the blink of an eye, it had been over half a month since the Lingmao tribe migrated to Kurd. During this time, McDivin had been diligently refining the green and blue bones obtained from Lingmao Hill, balancing labor with rest. The remains from Lingmao Hill were numerous, including those of ancestors brought along during the migration, as well as the bones of catfolk who had perished over the past 200 years. Additionally, there were the remains of enemies slain by the Lingmao tribe and those left by the indigenous people before their migration. The skeletal remains obtained from the smelting process reveal that the indigenous inhabitants of Lingmao Hill were the lizard men. However, it remains uncertain whether these natives migrated or faced extinction. The remnants left by the lizardmen tribe are not abundant, yet the least of them dates back at least 300 years, while the oldest skeleton boasts a remarkable history of 724 years. The lingering aura of power unmistakably indicates that this skeleton belonged to a formidable transcendent being in life. After refining all the eligible blue bones, McDivin succeeded in resurrecting 20 pale blue dual-gun skeleton warriors, 12 sky blue dual-gun skeleton warriors, 5 pale blue transcendent lizardmen skeleton warriors, and 2 pale blue transcendent lizardmen shamans. The blue bone skeletons, initially at the first tier, awakened their bone's spiritual power upon resurrection. The dual-gun warriors are specialized human skeleton warriors derived from ordinary lizardmen bones. Standing at 2 meters tall, They are clad in bone armor and wield bone guns that can be assembled into dual-tipped long spears. The Lizardmen Skeleton Warriors, towering at 3 meters and 80 centimeters, possess unique transcendent abilities and techniques. Both the Lizardmen Skeleton Warriors and dual-gun Skeleton Warriors wield identical weapons, though the former sport thicker bone armor, showcasing the distinct characteristics of Lizardmen. The bony tail of the Lizardmen Skeleton Warriors serves as their third long spear. Unlike the Tauren Shamans, the Lizardmen Shamans are not totemic but rather battlesong shamans who inspire their kin through various transcendent battle songs. The source bone artifact of the Lizardmen Shamans includes their waist drum and bone gun, resembling the melee-oriented spellcasters found among the Tauren Shamans. Chapter 46. There are others beyond in the wake of the final wars before the Lingmiao tribe's migration to Lingmiao Hill, and in the subsequent years since. All deceased catfolk have been interred at Lingmiao Hill. McDivin selected the transcendent green bones from among them, successfully resurrecting 28 Lingmiao skeleton warriors and 3 Lingmiao skeleton sorcerers. The Lingmiao skeleton warriors are rather unique. Upon completing their inherited spiritual patterns, they all took a step forward, awakening their bone spiritual power and ascending to the first tier of low-level bone spirits. The Jackalweers, the arch-enemies of the Lingmiao tribe, left most of the enemy skeletons around Lingmiao Hill. McDivin, indifferent to the enmity between the two tribes, extracted and resurrected all the transcendent Jackalweer bones. After this endeavor, the underground workshop in the Tower Castle now boasts 12 Jackalweer warriors and 2 Jackalweer sorcerers. Jackalweer warriors are akin to bloodthirsty berserkers, while Jackalweer sorcerers employ blood as a medium for curses. Each transcendent skeleton carries a fragment of extraordinary heritage, enriching the accumulation of transcendent knowledge within the Kurdish library. In addition to the Bluebone and Greenbone transcendent skeletons, McDivin has also resurrected a considerable number of ordinary skeletons over the past 2 months, including 875 gray bones, 848 white bones, and 432 green bones. During this period, McDivin's mental prowess has significantly improved. As long as he has sufficient bones, he can resurrect ordinary gray, white, and green skeletons in large quantities. Recent resurrections have brought him closer to advancing to a second-tier intermediate mage. Time skeletons do not remain static upon resurrection. They possess a certain potential for growth. Within these 2 months, 3 Greenbone warriors, 2 Greenbone heavy infantry for Greenbone farmers, and 2 Greenbone hunters have spontaneously awakened their bone spiritual power, advancing to the first tier. Among the apprentice transcendent skeletons, 5 Orc berserkers and 3 flame knights have also taken a step forward, achieving their first tier. The blood of magical beasts from the past 2 months has aided 2 apprentice Orc prophets last month, and 2 recently resurrected apprentice Lingmiao sorcerers this month in their ascension to the first tier. Currently, there are 257 first-tier skeletons incurred, with several dozen more from the Lingmiao tribe, representing a formidable force. McDivin remains humble despite this power, while the transcendent skeletons can collectively vanquish second-tier transcendent beings. Kurd has yet to possess any second-tier transcendent individuals. He is not of humble origins, having witnessed the might of this world from a young age. He understands that there are always greater powers beyond. Without delving into the elite factions, even a comparison with the Hobarton family, from which McDivin hails, reveals that in a conflict, Kurd would be the one crushed. The Hobarton family boasts 4th-tier knights, possessing the standing to engage in interdimensional warfare, with territories and industries in other realms. In contrast to the noble families of the Jaiwot Federation, the outcasts of Odyssey are mere insects by the roadside. The power of these brigands to dominate this land arises from the mutual restraint among the Jaiwot Federation and other formidable forces, such as the Orc Kingdom, rather than any intrinsic strength they possess. Currently, the main forces of the Jaiwot Federation are engaged in battles in other dimensions, leaving the Winter Fortress devoid of elite troops, primarily consisting of hastily assembled foot soldiers. McDivin has only been in Odyssey for a year and a half, merely a first-tier low-level necromancer. It is unrealistic to expect him to surpass the centuries of accumulation found within noble families in just a year and a half of endeavor. However, time is on his side. Given Kurd's rapid development, with a few years of discrete growth, he can easily instill fear in those old noble factions, ensuring they think twice before acting against Kurd. Currently, Kurd's skeleton count exceeds 10,000, alongside over 80,000 catfolk, showcasing remarkably swift construction progress. Immersed in the process of refining and resurrecting for more than half a month, the walls of the 4th 9-square grid have risen to 8 meters, while the walls of the 5th square have reached 4 meters in height. In the 9 regions centered around the first 9-square grid, all farmland areas are under cultivation, with plans to sow wheat, corn, potatoes, and other crops come next spring. The skeletons serve as the driving force behind Kurd's advancement. As the Lingmiao tribe has marked all the battlefields from their migration route, their ancestral gathering sites before the Odyssey War, and the ancient battlefield locations they are aware of on the skeleton map chart. The Lingmiao tribe has not left behind detailed maps. Those ancient battlefields only possess approximate location information. Currently, skeleton assassins are exploring the wilderness, seeking the ancient battlefields based on the information provided by the Lingmiao tribe. McDiv eagerly anticipates the return of news from the skeleton assassins, for the rise of Kurd begins with the excavation of the ancient battlefields of the catfolk. Each excavation of an ancient battlefield brings forth a substantial quantity of quality skeletons, thereby augmenting Kurd's numbers. He also looks forward to exploring the primitive settlements of the Lingmiao tribe, hoping to uncover more blue bones and older catfolk remains. In addition to the ancestral lands of the Lingmiao tribe, the history of the catfolk contains numerous references to the ancestral lands of various other races. These fragmented pieces of information will aid Kurd in uncovering those burial sites. The Lingmiao tribe has provided Kurd with much in return, justifying McDiv's benevolent assistance during their migration and sheltering them. After surveying the territory, McDiv issued new directives regarding Kurd's development. Subsequently, as the skeletons enhance the 5th 9-square grid, they are to commence construction on the 6th and 7th 9-square grids, located directly north and south of the first 9-square grid, respectively. Queerling, would you kindly share your knowledge with us? The catgirls are affectionate, expressing their heartfelt gratitude to McDiv for bringing stability to the Lingmiao tribe's lives. On this day, Queerling, having spent a few days at the Tower Castle with Sui Xiang, returned to the 2nd district, only to be immediately surrounded by childhood friends. They sought her guidance, eager to perform outstandingly when the time comes. Remember, don't be greedy when eating at the start, otherwise, you will feel quite uncomfortable. Queerling enthusiastically shares her accumulated little details. At this moment, she no longer perceives Sui Xiang as having gained weight, for as Sui Xiang stated, it is just right. Catfolk and humans exhibit differences in physique. Only someone with Sui Xiang's exaggerated S-shaped figure can perfectly complement McDiv. On November 22nd, the 2nd district became exceedingly lively. The catfolk have settled in Kurd for a month, and now those who have found stability are beginning to contemplate the significant matters of life. Under the blessings of the cat people, the valiant hero of the Lingmiao tribe is set to wed his beloved cat maiden, marking the first union as the tribe migrates to Kurd. Welcome, Lord McDiv. On this day, McDiv happens to be inspecting the territory and, upon noticing the cat people preparing for the joyous occasion, decides to join in the celebration and offer his blessings. The Lord himself approaches the newlyweds, and the welcoming cat people exuberantly shout in anticipation of McDiv's arrival. Along the way, the cat people respectfully bow to him, guiding him to a seat of honor. As McDiv observes the ceremony, he notices some cat people anxiously whispering amongst themselves. Chapter 47. The Secret Parchment. Lord McDiv, please come this way. We have prepared a special reception for you. After the newlyweds complete their vows, McDiv rises to depart when a cat maiden approaches him. This cat maiden is known to McDiv. She is the great-great-granddaughter of the former Riddle, possessing remarkable sorceress abilities and is a prominent candidate for the next Riddle of the Lingmiao tribe. McDiv hesitates for a moment before agreeing to see her. He does not perceive any malice from the cat people, for he is not a defenseless being. He is an intermediate necromancer and a high-level earth knight. The wedding, both inside and outside the venue, is attended by numerous extraordinary skeletons, Lingmiao skeleton sorcerers, and Lingmiao skeleton warriors. Should an attack occur, McDiv only needs to think, and throngs of extraordinary skeletons would rush to his protection. A massacre would ensue, and the trapped cat people would be obliterated by the skeletons. McDiv has rendered great kindness to the Lingmiao tribe, and under these circumstances, they would have no reason to risk their annihilation by attempting to assassinate him. Upon entering the inner hall, the cat maiden sorceress walks gracefully to the center of the hall and gently claps her hands. Then, several young cat maidens, draped in delicate veils and possessing exquisite beauty, emerge from behind a screen, dancing elegantly in the center of the hall. The veils flutter, signaling the commencement of a unique reception. After enjoying several performances and relaxing, McDiv decides against lingering and plans to return to his work of forging skeletons. The land does not yield skeletons. The thousands of skeletons incurred are the result of his tireless efforts night after night. Rising in the dead of night to forge skeletons is a common practice for McDiv. However, the cat people are unaware of this, and upon noticing McDiv's intent to leave, the cat maiden sorceress quickly dons a veil and steps out from behind the screen. What is your intent? McDiv inquires, seizing the opportunity to question the sorceress about her unusual arrangement. Initially, he regarded it as an expression of gratitude, believing that after the Lingmao tribe's migration to Kurd and their newfound prosperity, the affectionate cat maiden felt indebted to him as their lord. Recently, aside from the cat maidens like Kei Ling, who were brought into the High Tower Castle by Sui Xiang and her companions, McDiv had experienced numerous romantic encounters while patrolling in Zones 2 and 4. He initially thought it was merely a gesture of thanks, but now it seems the cat maiden sorceress has ulterior motives. Lord McDiv, have I failed in my service? The cat maiden sorceress Lingxi gazes at him with watery eyes, her voice trembling with supplication. Speak frankly. McDiv's demeanor shifts, his smile fading slightly. I have heard that human lords take the first night from their subjects' brides. Brother Baichuan and sister Qingya have finally come together, and I wish for their union to be fulfilled. Thus, I took the liberty of finding a few sisters to serve you in place of sister Qingya. This was entirely my own decision. Please punish me, Lord McDiv. But do not blame the Lingmao tribe. Lingxi does not cry out in pain. Instead, she anxiously implores McDiv, hoping he will not retaliate against the Lingmao tribe for her transgression against his authority. No, who told you this? McDiv responds, somewhat speechless. He had anticipated a conspiracy, only to discover this was the reason behind it. When did human lords require such displays of authority? While it is true that some noble scions may forcibly seize maidens or keep certain subjects as concubines, such occurrences are rare and limited to a few individuals. As for the notion of territorial regulations, that is entirely unfounded. The former issue only involves a handful of people, and any missteps can easily be concealed. The latter concerns the very foundation of the territory. Any noble daring to act thus would surely invite treachery from behind. The path of the night, due to the vigorous demands of blood refinement, necessitates considerable energy. Noble families are predominantly comprised of knights, and tales of their exploits circulate frequently within the aristocracy. However, no noble would enact such depraved policies out of personal desire within their own territory. Noble knights maintain their own refined methods, and the aristocracy indulges in high-quality concubines. In his youth, McDiv was taken by his father to a slave auction, where he was exposed to the trade of female slaves. The noble knights can easily address their needs by purchasing from slave merchants. There is no need to undermine the foundation of their own territory. If he were to engage in such actions, it is likely the Lingmao tribe would soon harbor resentment and turn against him. Ah, is it not so? The secret parchment I examined records it this way, Lingxi exclaims, her eyes widening as she realizes the blunder she has made, mistaking some fabricated calumny from ancestors for truth. It is not entirely the fault of the cat people's predecessors, due to their frequent targeting by human slave hunting parties. The ancestors of the cat people likely sought to portray humans in a negative light, branding them as malevolent. What are you still doing? You must atone for your transgressions. In a good mood, McDiv is not angered by the misinformation that led to this misunderstanding. A smile reappears on his lips, suggesting Lingxi should fulfill her responsibilities. Oh, Lingxi exclaims joyfully, grateful for McDiv's mercy. Once her breathing steadies, McDiv does not rise to leave, wary of another misinformed cat maiden rushing in to add to his burdens. His energy is finite. He will not overindulge when rest is due. The next day, as McDiv departs, he assigns Lingxi a task to incinerate those parchments conveying erroneous information and to disseminate the correct information among her kin. Given the current circumstances, McDiv could easily summon several affectionate cat maidens to express their gratitude. There is no need for misinformation to circulate and create unnecessary misunderstandings. McDiv typically resides in the first High Tower Castle, and after the Lingmao tribe's migration, he had the skeletons construct the second High Tower Castle. The second High Tower Castle is allocated to the Lingmao skeleton sorcerers and cat sorcerers. This castle serves as the Lingmao Sorcerers Hall, responsible for guiding the tribe's legacy and development. The Lingmao Sorcerers Hall regularly screens tribe members with sorceress potential and those suited for inscribing and inheriting spiritual runes. Sorcerer apprentices will study at the Lingmao Sorcerers Hall, while rune warrior apprentices will periodically receive training in rune inscription and completion at the same location. The second High Tower Castle also houses the Martial Arts Hall, where Lingmao warriors can learn various cat tribe combat techniques. Thus, the second High Tower Castle has become the center of extraordinary inheritance for the Lingmao tribe. Lord McDiv, we have located an ancient battlefield. The intelligence provided by the Lingmao tribe proves to be exceedingly valuable, leading to a succession of good news. The ancient battlefield, vaguely marked on the map, is consistently confirmed by skeleton assassins, with cartloads of high-grade green bones transported back to Kurd by the skeleton convoy. The forging and resurrection of skeletons is akin to a form of cultivation, and McDiv is passionately devoted to this endeavor. One by one, the bones are forged into skeletal components, and under McDiv's command, they are resurrected, standing once more as skeletons. Excellent. Let us continue our efforts. On a day in late November, McDiv's spirits soar as he bursts into hearty laughter. Through diligent work, his mental power has surged. Surpassing the threshold of the first intermediate level, he is now an intermediate necromancer. Chapter 48. Fortuitous opportunities upon his promotion to intermediate mage. McDiv's mental acuity and magical capacity have increased, enabling him to forge and resurrect skeletons of even greater age, specifically the blue bone variety. Bones aged from 400 to 500 years yield deep blue skeletal components. He can assemble and resurrect ordinary cobalt blue skeletons and extraordinary sky blue skeletons. These two types of skeletons represent the pinnacle of his assembly and resurrection capabilities, and each resurrection leaves him drenched in sweat. The ordinary cobalt blue skeletons, upon resurrection, are immediately classified as first-tier high-level bone spirits. The extraordinary azure skeleton, upon its inception, possessed two forms of exceptional powers, classifying it as a first-tier intermediate bone spirit. The ordinary cobalt blue skeleton components and the extraordinary azure skeleton components had previously been refined by McDivin. The high-quality skeletal parts stored in the Tower Castle's repository were scarce, and within a few days, the complete set of blue skeletal components was assembled and resurrected by him. There were 21 ordinary cobalt blue skeletons, predominantly consisting of heavily armored skeleton warriors and dual-gun skeletons, with a few skeleton farmers among them. The extraordinary azure skeletons numbered 9, comprising 3 Minotaur skeleton warriors, 1 Minotaur skeleton shaman, for lizardman skeleton warriors, and 1 lizardman skeleton shaman. This resurrection significantly enhanced Kurda, elevating his combat potential with 21 first-tier advanced bone spirits and 9 first-tier intermediate bone spirits wielding dual powers. Milady Audrey, this is the residence of the bankrupt merchant, Anthony. As McDivin immersed himself in the resurrection of the blue skeletons, a group of cloaked figures traversed the mountainous paths of the Winter Mountains, arriving at a border town within the Jaiwot Federation. Leading this assembly of cloaked individuals were Audrey and the fiery skeleton mage, accompanied by skeleton knights and skeleton assassins. They were on a mission from McDivin, their objectives clear, swiftly locating a bankrupt merchant. Their crossing of the Winter Mountains aimed to establish trade routes, and a bankrupt merchant was undoubtedly the most manageable partner for collaboration. What do you want? Feel free to take whatever you desire. In the living room, Anthony, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, was oblivious to the entrance of the cloaked figures due to his intoxicated state. Following his business failures, creditors had already stripped his residence of all valuables, rendering his home a place where even thieves would mutter curses. With nothing left to lose and a life of little worth, he remained indifferent to the purpose of the cloaked visitors. Anthony, do you wish to make a comeback? Audrey remained silent, allowing the skeleton mage to pose the inquiry she had premeditated. A comeback? After a few minutes of dulled cognition due to alcohol, Anthony's mind finally began to function. You are willing to fund me. Upon encountering a glimmer of hope, excitement surged within him, causing his inebriation to dissipate as he eagerly questioned. Indeed, upon signing this magical contract, we shall provide you with initial funding and bring you orders. The skeleton mage produced a magical scroll, which he expertly unfurled across the table. Realizing he was in the presence of a mage, Anthony's excitement intensified. Mages were affluent individuals. In this extraordinary world, business dealings were not based on verbal agreements or personal integrity. High-value commercial contracts typically required notarization by a commercial alliance or the signing of magical contracts. Anthony, once a prosperous merchant, had engaged in numerous commercial magical contracts over the years. He examined the magical contract closely. There were no hidden traps, only rather stringent demands. I am willing. Having lost everything, Anthony was ready to accept even the most stringent terms. This was his opportunity for a resurgence. He pricked his finger and pressed his handprint onto the magical contract. With the contract established, the magical scroll ignited, transforming into a mark that pierced through Anthony's brow, searing his soul. Should he breach the contract, this magical mark would claim his life. This marked the first order. Following the signing of the magical contract, the skeleton mage promptly tossed a large bag of coins to Anthony, serving as his initial capital. Subsequently, a procurement list flew over, detailing seeds for rice and soybeans, saplings for peach, pear, and grape trees, as well as common livestock such as chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and pigs, along with common household items like fabrics and clothing. Simply ensure the procurement items are delivered here. Beyond that, you need not concern yourself. There was no need for Anthony to involve himself in smuggling activities. He merely had to purchase the listed items and transport them to the location designated by the skeleton mage. At that time, a skeleton caravan would take over, transporting the goods back to Kuerda. Understood. Anthony promptly went to prepare himself, exiting with newfound confidence. Four cloaked figures trailed behind him, sent by McDivin as his protectors, tasked with both surveillance and ensuring Anthony's safety. These 4 cloaked figures were skeleton knights, their bodies encased in sealed iron armor. The spellcasters of Kuerda had made arrangements. The armor was equipped with detection wards, ensuring that even if someone were to lift their cloaks, the concealed figures within the iron shells would remain indistinguishable as to whether they were human or skeleton. In addition to the 4 skeleton knights, a bone spirit assassin shadowed them, assisting in clearing their tracks. Anthony exhibited remarkable efficiency, quickly acquiring all the items on the procurement list and delivering them to the designated location. Here is your reward. Once the materials were counted and confirmed to be correct, Audrey produced a manual on the knight's breathing technique, previously cultivated by McDivin, as a reward for his compliance. This item was entrusted to her by McDivin to win Anthony's loyalty, motivating him to work diligently for Kuerda. Thank you, Milady in Black. Upon discovering that the manual was the knight's breathing technique, Anthony was ecstatic. The knight's breathing technique was monopolized by the nobility, making it exceedingly difficult for commoners to access the knightly legacy. During his most prosperous times, Anthony had participated in an auction for the knight's breathing technique in the black market, where the final bid exceeded his entire fortune. The extraordinary legacy was the very foundation of a faction's power, and few would willingly part with their own sacred heritage. The knight's breathing technique operated under a unique commercial model, with some individuals specializing in selling magical imprints of the technique. These encapsulated magical imprints allowed only one person to learn the knight's breathing technique, preventing the learner from passing it on to others. This way, they could profit without the risk of their technique becoming widely disseminated. The roving knights prevalent in the market typically became apprentice knights through magical imprints. True knights were predominantly the domain of nobility and their vassals, although a few non-noble factions also preserved the knight's breathing technique. For instance, some refugees from Audasai were once vassals of noble pioneers, possessing fragments of the knight's breathing technique. The versions of the knight's breathing technique circulating in the market were generally limited to the first volume or even incomplete fragments, with the highest level achievable being the 3rd tier. Beyond that lay the realm of noble families. Factions that preserved the complete knight's breathing technique may not have been born nobles, but upon their ascendance, they would be courted by the noble council, ultimately becoming part of the elite. The knight's legacy that McDivin bestowed upon Anthony could only be cultivated to the 1st tier. For those without connections, such distinctions were inconsequential. With this legacy in hand, Anthony had the hope of becoming an extraordinary knight, enjoying a longer lifespan. Furthermore, this legacy was not merely a magical imprint. McDivin permitted him to pass it on to his descendants. Even if he could not become an extraordinary knight, his offspring would still have the opportunity to do so. The transition from an ordinary individual to an extraordinary knight marked a significant class leap. The cloaked figures not only brought the funds for his resurgence, but also imparted the knight's breathing technique, leaving him overwhelmed with excitement and gratitude. McDivin did not rush to proceed with the 2nd procurement. After receiving the materials, the skeleton caravan returned. Have you heard? Anthony has risen again. The commotion surrounding Anthony's extensive procurement quickly reached the ears of merchants in the town. As Anthony paraded his wealth, he naturally drew attention. But those who attempted to target him were swiftly dealt with by the skeleton knights. Observing that Anthony had knightly protection, would-be robbers abandoned their intentions. Fortunate fellow, unaware of why he caught the attention of his benefactor. Some destitute merchants were consumed with envy and resentment. They understood that Anthony's resurgence was supported by a financial backer. Anthony had become the commercial agent for a certain faction. Why had this opportunity fallen into Anthony's lap? How they wished it had been theirs. While outsiders gossiped, Anthony renovated his residence, establishing a warm welcome for the skeleton knight protectors. Anthony is a man of intellect, acutely aware that these guards are not ordinary beings. However, he has never sought to uncover the true identities of the skeleton knights. He reveres them, reporting all matters to the skeleton knights. Anthony is astute, and the skeleton knights occasionally offer him guidance on mastering the knight's breathing technique, further endearing themselves to him. McDiv, it's been a long time. The vastness of the winter mountains made the journey arduous, and it took the skeleton convoy more than half a month to return to Kurd. After a long separation from McDiv, Audrey hurriedly made her way to the tower castle. As she approached, McDiv cast a cleansing spell, fully aware of the young lady's desires after their prolonged absence. The skeleton mage did not disturb McDiv, but entrusted various crop seeds to the skeleton farmers for cultivation and provided saplings for planting. Chickens, ducks, geese, sheep, and pigs were sent to the livestock area for rearing. Fabrics, garments, and various daily necessities were stored in the warehouses of the Kurd fortress. After properly rewarding Audrey, McDiv began to strategize the next phase of Kurd's development. The large grid centered around the first 9-square grid would maintain its original planning. The larger grid would expand outward, and the 16 outer 9-square grids would adopt a different architectural style. The 16 outer 9-square grids would preserve the central urban area and the eastern and western reservoir regions, while eliminating the workshop and burial zones. The 4 corner areas would be designated for agriculture, cultivating rice, wheat, corn, and other staple crops, alongside flax and cotton as cash crops. The former workshop area would transform into an orchard, planting peach and grape trees. The original burial area would become a livestock zone, where pastures would support cattle and sheep, along with facilities for raising chickens and pigs. The outer 9-square grids would serve as Kurd's logistics zone, with the central urban area and city walls not prioritized for construction. The skeletons would first level and cultivate farmland, planting saplings. By next spring, these newly cleared fields would be sown with various staple and cash crops, enhancing Kurd's self-sufficiency. Chapter 49. You truly are a genius. During her leisure, Audrey often found solace in resting her chin on her hands, watching McDiv diligently at work. McDiv, you are truly a genius. I had no idea you possessed such profound knowledge of fashion. The sight of his elaborate and minimalist clothing designs springing to life on paper compelled her to praise him. In her eyes, McDiv was a polymath, effortlessly mastering urban planning, agricultural infrastructure, and various workshops. His culinary skills were exceptional, and his expertise in fashion was equally remarkable. In response to her accolades, McDiv smiled in silence, knowing that one cannot become a seasoned archaeologist without a wealth of knowledge. In his previous life, he had delved into various fields, conducting extensive research across disciplines. While he was capable of basic sewing, he would not consider himself a competent tailor. He preferred to leave specialized tasks to the professionals and handed the clothing designs to the skeleton tailors for crafting. Wow, such a beautiful dress. Elated, Audrey twirled in the gown McDiv had presented. For over a year, she had worn the poor-quality garments hastily purchased at the winter fortress. While her exquisite dress remained a cherished keepsake, worn only on special occasions for McDiv to see. Despite the lack of resources, she never complained nor broached the topic with McDiv. No girl is devoid of a love for beauty, and as circumstances improved, her appreciation for fine dresses naturally grew, especially since this particular gown was designed and gifted by McDiv himself. McDiv admired this trait in her. She never indulged in frivolity when it was unwarranted. On the battlefield, she was a competent warrior, sharing hardships with McDiv during times of scarcity, and when conditions improved, she joyfully embraced the pleasures of life alongside him. McDiv, it's time for a private ball. With her dress in hand, Audrey spun around, her eyes sparkling with newfound excitement, her mind brimming with delightful fantasies. She conjured various ideas without needing McDiv's prompting, fully realizing the value of the gown and ensuring a joyous afternoon for him. Soon after, the catgirls of the tower castle donned matching dresses. It must be said that the black and white maid outfits suited the catgirls perfectly, with butterfly hairpins nestled beside their ears adding a whimsical charm, inciting a mischievous impulse. After dressing Audrey and the catgirls in their new attire, McDiv felt something was still amiss during his moments of enjoyment. It seemed a waste for beautiful legs to go unadorned by stockings, and visions of an improved textile machine danced in his mind. The fabric procured from the Javot Federation was unsuitable for crafting stockings and other specialized garments. To be frank, the quality of those fabrics was mediocre. Thus, McDiv planned to start from the ground up and develop Kurd's textile industry. Imagining skeletons picking cotton, spinning yarn, dyeing fabric, and operating sewing machines was certainly an amusing thought. In the future, Kurd would boast sprawling factories. Nonsense. I have no blood and do not sweat. I am a diligent little skeleton working 24 hours. I possess no limits. It is the machines that restrict my potential. Were it not for the limitations of the sewing machine, I could make it smoke with my industriousness. In the blink of an eye, the Lynx tribe's migration to Kurd had occurred over 2 months ago, with the arrival of the new year. McDiv surveyed the development of Kurd from the pinnacle of the first tower castle. The first tower castle was a landmark structure, the tallest in Kurd, reaching a height of 24 meters. Next was the first 9-square grid area, where the city walls stood at 16 meters high. Following that was the first ring of 9-square grids, with the walls of the 2nd to 5th grids measuring 8 meters. The walls of the under-construction 6th and 7th grids rising to 5 meters, and the newly commenced 8th and 9th grids standing at a mere 1 meter. Lastly, the second ring of 9-square grids had only laid foundations, with no walls yet erected. Currently, Kurd was in its spring plowing phase, as the skeletons toiled in the agricultural fields, sowing a variety of crops. Naturally, McDiv did not forget his original vocation, as skeleton convoys transporting bones periodically returned from afar. They were excavation teams he had dispatched. The intelligence provided by the Lynx tribe proved invaluable, as Kurd had uncovered several ancient battlefields over the past 2 months, yielding a substantial collection of green bones. Despite the playful nature of his endeavors, McDiv's work ethic was beyond reproach. During this time, he had resurrected 22 greenbone lynx warriors, 3 greenbone lynx sorcerers, 45 greenbone orc berserkers, 6 greenbone orc seers, 56 flame skeleton knights, 24 earth skeleton knights, 3 flame skeleton mages, 2 frost skeleton mages, and 1 storm skeleton mage. The ability to resurrect such a multitude of extraordinary greenbone skeletons was attributable to the intelligence provided by the Lynx tribe, leading McDiv to discover an ancient battlefield where an orc empire had clashed with the Javot Federation. There, a fierce battle had erupted, resulting in numerous extraordinary casualties on both sides. The Lynx skeletons originated from the remains left by the Lynx tribe during their migration. The 6 skeleton mages brought considerable arcane heritage to Kurd, allowing McDiv to learn several universal spells. More importantly, the accumulation of magical knowledge, including techniques like the Spiritual Pact, alongside studies in potion making and alchemy, enriched his understanding. McDiv was pleasantly surprised to find that several flame skeleton knights carried scrolls of the flame-breathing technique, and 1 earth skeleton knight bore a scroll of the earth-breathing technique. Undoubtedly, this ancient battlefield was the remnant of a significant conflict during the Odyssey War, where numerous key figures from the Javot Federation perished. When conditions allowed, noble families would transport the remains of their knights back to their family burial grounds. The situation was undoubtedly chaotic, and some noble corpses were left unreturned. The orc side suffered equally, augmenting the array of curses available to Kurd. McDivin's focus extended beyond merely resurrecting extraordinary skeletons. Over the past 2 months, he has also revived a significant number of ordinary skeletons. Among them, there are 576 gray bone skeletons, 692 white bone skeletons, and 635 green bone skeletons. The high proportion of ordinary green bone skeletons can be attributed to the soldier remains excavated from the ancient battlefield. In the underground warehouse of the No. 1 Tower Castle, there are still tens of thousands of soldier remains unearthed from that ancient battleground. In the upcoming months, McDivin will not be lacking in spellcasting materials. The blood from the magical beasts provided by the Dajiao Nyo over the past 2 months has been entirely allocated to the skeleton mages, allowing 5 greenbone mages to ascend to the first tier. The reason for selecting 5 is due to the diligent care provided by the skeleton farmers, who have successfully bred several magical beasts among the Dajiao Nyo herd. In gratitude for Kurd's sustenance, the Dajiao Nyo willingly offered their blood. Compared to when they first arrived in Kurd, the Dajiao Nyo herd has significantly increased. Currently, there are 134 Dajiao Nyo, including 8 first-tier magical beasts, without affecting their growth. Every 2.5 young Dajiao Nyo magical beasts can nourish 1 greenbone skeleton each month, allowing it to bathe in the blood of magical beasts and awaken its bone's spiritual power. The diligent skeleton farmers are devotedly caring for the Dajiao Nyo herd, hoping to cultivate more of these magical beasts. Chapter 50. We are professionals. The greenbone spirit cats, through the completion of their inherited spiritual patterns, can instantly elevate to the first-tier low level and awaken their bone's spiritual power. Other high-tier extraordinary greenbone skeletons are merely half a step away from the first tier. Possessing extraordinary power, they can easily surpass the threshold with regular training, thereby awakening their bone's spiritual power. In the past 2 months, over 30 apprentice extraordinary greenbone skeletons have advanced to the first tier of bone spiritual power. In contrast to extraordinary skeletons, ordinary greenbone skeletons find self-awakening of their bone's spiritual power considerably more challenging. However, with a sufficiently large base, the results remain impressive. Kurd boasts a substantial number of high-tier greenbone skeletons, with 1 or 2 ordinary greenbone skeletons occasionally achieving self-awakening. The first-tier low-level skeletons that awaken their bone spiritual power can continue to grow by enhancing their bone spiritual power and extraordinary strength. Among the earliest batches of first-tier low-level green bone skeletons, over a dozen have progressed to the first-tier middle level. My Lord McDivin. We have located the ancestral land of the Spirit Cat tribe. While McDivin was operating a skeleton assembly line to refine the remains excavated from the ancient battlefield in the underground warehouse of the Tower Castle, a Spirit Cat skeleton sorcerer who had ventured out for reconnaissance brought back good news. The Spirit Cat skeleton sorcerer, accompanied by several catfolk, traced their origins back to the early ancestral site of the Spirit Cat tribe. Be gentle. McDivin felt no psychological pressure regarding the excavation of ancestral graves. He attached his mental energy to a white bone skeleton, remotely guiding the skeletons in unearthing the ancestral graves of the Spirit Cat tribe. The mental attachment technique is something McDivin recently learned from the Storm Skeleton Mage. One particular component of that Storm Skeleton Mage had a profound interest in alchemical puppets during its lifetime, and the mental attachment technique serves as a means of remotely controlling these alchemical constructs. McDivin skeletons resemble alchemical puppets made of special materials rather than traditional necromancy. Through the mental attachment technique, McDivin can entirely control the skeleton's every movement. Any high-tier remains are exceedingly precious. Care must be taken to avoid damaging several blue and purple bones, as this would constitute a significant loss. The skeletons participating in the excavation are specially trained archaeological skeletons, adept at delicately and precisely unearthing nearly decayed remains. Upon the excavation of high-tier remains, a first-tier skeleton will utilize bone's spiritual power to create a spiritual membrane for encapsulating and protecting the skeletons, ensuring that these remains do not accelerate in decay due to environmental changes and that they remain intact during transportation. The archaeological skeletons have participated in multiple excavations of ancient battlefields, demonstrating strong professional abilities. Under McDivin's remote guidance, all preserved remains were successfully retrieved from the Spirit Cat ancestral graves. This is merely the first step. They must continuously maintain the spiritual membranes on the remains to ensure this batch can be safely transported back to Kurd. In the skeleton warehouse of Kurd, there are professional caretakers. The easily perishable remains that McDivin currently does not require are being nurtured day and night by the skeleton caretakers using bone's spiritual power to slow down their weathering and decay. From excavation to maintenance, from preservation to utilization, Kurd has established a professional industrial chain, excelling in the art of bones. Those remains with less desirable quality and shorter shelf life will be prioritized for melting into skeleton components, ensuring nothing is wasted while alleviating the caretaker's burdens. Is that our ancestor? Upon the skeleton convoy's return to Kurd, the catfolk, having learned of the excavation of their ancestral graves, lined the path to bid farewell to their forebears. In time, their ancestors will accompany them in another form. Observing the Spirit Cat skeleton sorcerers and warriors within the convoy, they reflected on this thought. The catfolk did not revolt upon learning of the disturbance to their ancestral graves, and the remains were successfully delivered to the number 1 Tower Castle. McDivin paused his melting of ordinary skeletons to personally assess and process that batch of remains. There are numerous remains belonging to the ancestors of the Spirit Cat tribe, with the oldest being a skeleton that is 762 years old. The purple bones over 500 years old were properly handled and transported to the core storage room for maintenance. The remainder consists entirely of blue bones, and McDivin chose to extract the remains in poorer condition for melting first. The Spirit Cat tribe has undergone multiple migrations, having relocated even before the outbreak of the Odyssey War. The remains unearthed from the ancestral land of the Spirit Cat tribe have a minimum age of 432 years, indicating that they departed from their ancestral land over a century prior to the war's onset. McDivin is aware of the general location of the Spirit Cat tribe's first migration point. However, it is too distant for him to send skeletons across much of the Odyssey to excavate remains. The ancestral land of the Spirit Cat tribe is much closer to Odyssey. In fact, the second migration of the Spirit Cat tribe initially aimed to return to their ancestral land, which is why they left behind an ancient battlefield relic near Kurd. They encountered significant setbacks during their migration, prompting them to divert towards the Spirit Cat Hills. The geology of the ancestral land of the Spirit Cat tribe is unique, allowing the remains of their feline ancestors to be remarkably well preserved. This excavation yielded several thousand blue bones, with the youngest being cobalt blue skeletons at least 432 years old. With blue bones, the green bones become the secondary tier. McDivin devoted himself tirelessly to refining those cobalt blue and deep blue skeletons. The well-preserved deep blue skeletons, aged over 495 years, were not melted. Instead, he instructed the skeleton caretakers to send them to the core storage room to preserve history. In just 5 years, those deep blue skeletons will transform into light purple skeletons, significantly enhancing their historical value. Were it not for Kurd's need for a certain level of extraordinary power, McDivin would have wished to preserve all deep blue skeletons for historical significance. He would only consider implementing such a measure once the purple bone skeletons are in service and the blue bone skeletons no longer serve as the backbone of his forces. Just as there exists a batch of minotaur skeletons under 100 years old that are currently being preserved for history in the burial area. Currently, the backbone of Kurd consists of green bone skeletons, which do not lack in battle power, and there is no urgency to utilize or resurrect ordinary skeletons. Suexiang, you truly are my lucky star. After several days of intense work, McDivin completed the refining of all urgently needed remains. During a break, Suexiang, dressed in a maid outfit, approached with food. McDivin, in high spirits, extended his hand to pull her closer, making her his main course. This unexpected group of cat girls has made a significant contribution to the development of Kurd. The first major leap for Kurd occurred when Suexiang took him to excavate the ancient battlefield left by the battle between the spirit cat tribe and the human army. Following that excavation, the number of extraordinary skeletons in Kurd began to rise. With that foundation, Kurd stood resilient through subsequent events, even launching proactive offensives against the Minotaur tribes in the mountains, excavating their ancestral graves. Providing refuge to the spirit cat tribe also represented a significant enhancement. The remains brought back from the Spirit Cat Hills greatly bolstered the upper echelon of Kurd's forces. The ancient battlefields marked by the Spirit Cat tribe subsequently yielded a wealth of high-quality green bones for Kurd. The recent excavation of the ancestral land of the Spirit Cat tribe has brought an abundance of high-quality blue bones to Kurd. As this batch of high-quality lawn skeletons is completely melted and regenerated into lawn skeletons, the combat strength of Kurd's upper echelon will experience a significant enhancement. The resurrection of lawn skeletons is an efficient method of spiritual cultivation. In the forthcoming period, McDivin's mental prowess will grow at an astonishing rate. Chapter 51. As solid as a rock after a period of leisure and entertainment, McDivin adjusted his state and began assembling the resurrected lawn skeletons. Sometimes, the challenge of having overly high-quality skeletal components becomes a delightful dilemma. With McDivin's current mental and magical strength, he can only resurrect ordinary cobalt blue skeletons. While he can only gaze enviously at the extraordinary cobalt blue skeletal components and all the deep blue skeletal parts. Immersed in the process of assembly and meditation, McDivin lost track of time. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and Kurd had gained 108 ordinary cobalt blue skeletons. The ordinary catfolk skeletons yielded skeletal ranger and skeletal assassin components, resulting in 36 cobalt blue rangers and 72 cobalt blue assassins. Born as first-tier elites, these cobalt blue skeletons are destined to become the nightmares of their enemies. The speed of this cultivation is akin to riding a rocket. Ceasing the assembly process, McDivin monitored his mental and magical intensity. Compared to a month ago, his mental and magical powers had significantly improved under the nurturing influence of the Fountain of Time. Glancing at the ordinary cobalt blue skeletons and skeletal components in the underground warehouse, McDivin's eyes gleamed with fervor. He believed that once he resurrected all the ordinary cobalt blue skeletal components in the underground warehouse, he would be poised to advance to a first-tier, high-level necromancer. While McDivin was engrossed in resurrecting cobalt blue skeletons, Kurd was developing in accordance with his plans. The walls of the first ring's 8 grid areas had been stacked to a height of 8 meters and would not be raised further for the time being. In the second ring's 16 grid areas, construction began on the walls enclosing the square grid areas, with an initial planned height of 5 meters. Currently, Kurd focused on low-profile development, as McDivin did not wish to raise the suburban walls too soon and draw attention. The higher the outer walls, the more likely they are to be discovered, necessitating a larger perimeter for maintaining secrecy. At present, Kurd boasted over 10,000 skeletons, the majority being logistical and archaeological skeletons, with only a few thousand ordinary and extraordinary skeletons responsible for patrolling and combat. The 25 grid areas combined span 250 square kilometers, making patrolling a daunting task. Fortunately, McDivin welcomed the Spirit Cat tribe, blending catfolk warriors and ordinary skeleton soldiers for nearby patrols, thereby alleviating the defensive pressure on the Skeleton Legion. Extraordinary skeletons only need to lead patrols on the outermost perimeter to prevent marauding gangs and foreign squads from approaching Kurd suburbs. The first grid area and the first rings grid areas form the central zone of Kurd, which includes urban, workshop, and burial districts. The urban area comprises 4 sections, with the outermost wall area serving as the first line of defense, where a mix of skeleton and spirit cat warriors patrol. The residential area within the wall forms the second line of defense, characterized by typical fortress tower architecture, with neatly arranged towers connected by aerial corridors, akin to multiple layers of walls stacked together. The core area within the residential zone is the Treasury District, representing the third line of defense, where the treasury buildings are also interconnected by aerial corridors. Unlike the residential area, the Treasury District features closed structures with gates beneath the cross-street aerial corridors, half of which serve as fortress towers and half as storage facilities, while the exterior constitutes the defensive line and the interior houses basic resource reserves. At the center lies the Castle District, the fourth line of defense, a fortified stronghold with a prominent tower structure at its center. Tower 1 serves as McDivin's residence, while Towers 2 to 9 are managed by magical skeletons and spirit cat sorcerers. The towers symbolize McDivin's aspirations for a mage tower. Once he masters the knowledge of constructing mage towers, these towers will ultimately be replaced. The multi-layered wall skeleton legion, complemented by a mage tower, represents the true essence of tower defense, embodying an unyielding stronghold. McDivin tirelessly fortifies his stronghold's defenses. Beneath the towers lies the underground warehouse, a storage facility for high-quality skeletons and strategic resources. In the underground warehouse of Tower 1, McDivin maintains a workspace for melting and resurrecting skeletons. Kurd's advancements stem not only from McDivin's resurrection of skeletons. Each month, several green skeletons bathe in the blood of magical beasts to ascend to the first tier, leading to a batch of apprentice extraordinary green skeletons and ordinary green skeletons awakening their bone spiritual power. Those green skeletons that have awakened their bone spiritual power can continue to grow, advancing to the second tier. Kurd also has the Spirit Cat tribe, whose Spirit Cat warriors and sorcerers are a formidable extraordinary collective. After assessing his own condition, McDivin opened his eyes to find Audrey gazing at him, resting her chin on her hand. This silly girl, who had followed him all this way, often enjoys lingering by his side and daydreaming. Noticing a subtle shift in Audrey's aura, McDivin used his mental power to probe her, discovering that she had already become a first-tier high-level knight. It had been some time since McDivin had ascended to a first-tier high-level Earth Knight, so he was not surprised that Audrey had caught up to him. After all, Audrey was primarily focused on the path of the knight, while he had been preoccupied with melting and resurrecting skeletons aside from a brief period of active training with the blood and flesh of magical beasts. "Congratulations, Audrey," McDivin said with a smile as he approached and sat down, celebrating Audrey's advancement. Hey, I am your guardian knight, so I cannot slack off." Audrey giggled as she poured water for McDivin. She prided herself on being McDivin's guardian knight, and she knew that without strength, she would not want to be a mere ornament. After sitting for a while, Audrey gently nudged McDivin with her elbow. Having not been close for a month, she felt a deep yearning and reminded McDivin with her gaze to take action promptly, assuring him she would cooperate with various performances. It must be said that Audrey has a vivid imagination. After a month apart, she conjured many new ideas, making McDivin's time unforgettable. After Audrey fell into a deep slumber, McDivin did not rush to melt and resurrect cobalt blue skeletons. Instead, he ventured outside to inspect the territorial developments of Kurd. When he left, he was alone. But upon returning to Tower 1, McDivin found himself followed by several cat girls with affectionate gazes. Back in the castle of Tower 1, McDivin continued to blend relaxation with work. After Audrey awakened, she faintly heard the sound of meows echoing in the air. She smiled knowingly. Ever since the Spirit Cat tribe migrated to Kurd, the presence of cats in Tower 1 had been increasing daily. She did not mind this, as long as McDivin kept her in his heart. From the moment she received the nurturing rain to McDivin, gifting her the first set of self-produced dresses and other small details of life, she could sense her position in McDivin's heart. Audrey refrained from disturbing McDivin and returned to her training. She understood McDivin well and knew that after he relaxed and adjusted his state, he would continue to melt and resurrect skeletons. True to Audrey's expectations, after a night of relaxation, McDivin returned to the underground warehouse the following morning, fully immersed in the process of melting and resurrecting cobalt blue skeletons. Chapter 52. A fortuitous encounter. Lord McDivin. We have located the ancient battlefield marked by the fox and rabbit maidens. After only a few days of work, the bone spirit assassin responsible for investigating the ancient battlefield brought new information. During his first encounter with the slave hunting group, in addition to rescuing catgirl slaves. He also acquired several fox and rabbit girl slaves. Suexiang voluntarily pledged allegiance, marking the ancient battlefield for McDivin to excavate. While the catgirls received the lost catfolk legacy from the skeletal spirits, the fox and rabbit girls, wishing to emulate the catgirls, provided McDivin with some information they had heard about ancient battlefields. The area they marked was relatively distant from Kurd. At that time, Kurd lacked the confidence to venture too far and did not excavate those ancient battlefields. Subsequently, the Kurds grew stronger, prompting McDivin to instruct the Bone Spirits assassins to investigate the ruins of the Lingmao tribe, while simultaneously searching for the ancient battlefield marked by the fox and rabbit women. The younger generation of the fox and rabbit women possessed scant knowledge of events from centuries past, their understanding confined to vague information regarding the ancient battlegrounds, making the search arduous. The Bone Spirits assassins spent considerable time before inadvertently discovering the location marked by the fox and rabbit women while exploring the ruins of the Odyssey War. I shall arrange for an archaeological team to undertake the excavation. McDivin, as an archaeologist, would not disdain the abundance of bones, dedicating himself to the excavation of every ancient battlefield. The first revival of the new variety of skeletons yielded a substantial reward from the Fountain of Time, greatly enhancing his spiritual realm. Different types of skeletons possessed distinct extraordinary systems, enriching the combat roster of the Kurds. McDivin, passionate about new archaeological discoveries, was particularly invested in refining these newly revived skeletons. The archaeological team operated with remarkable efficiency, returning after approximately 10 days with a plethora of fox, rabbit, and word remains. Upon the return of the skeleton convoy to the Kurds, McDivin set aside the cobalt blue skeleton components he had been working on to attend to the newly acquired bones. A serendipitous discovery indeed. When dating the bones, McDivin was astonished. The Odyssey War was a conflict initiated by foreign races against the human Givot Federation. The absence of human remains at this ancient battlefield suggested that it was highly unlikely to have originated during the Odyssey War. Rather, it was likely a remnant of tribal conflicts either prior to or following the war. By analyzing the age of the remains, McDivin discerned that the war between the Fox and Rabbit tribes and the Wurg tribe erupted 356 years ago, well before the onset of the Odyssey War. This was the most favorable outcome. Excavating a battlefield predating the Odyssey War promised at least blue bones, while those from post-war battles yielded merely green bones, a significant disparity. The geological conditions of that battlefield were average, coupled with the limited scale of the conflict between the Fox, Rabbit, and Wurg tribes, resulting in the archaeological team retrieving only over 800 intact skeletons. All of these skeletons dated to 356 years ago, crossing the critical threshold and belonging to the sky blue quality. The unexpected acquisition of a batch of sky blue skeletons brought great joy to McDivin, who prioritized refining the nearly decayed bones into skeleton components, subsequently summoning the Fox and Rabbit maidens from Tower 1 to reward them generously. Upon learning of their ancestors' bones being stored, the Fox and Rabbit maidens exerted themselves with renewed vigor. Fortune smiled upon them, as soon they would inherit the extraordinary knowledge left by their forebears, akin to Suexiang and Suexin. The ordinary Fox and Rabbit remains, when refined, yielded skeleton components comparable to those of ordinary catfolk, specifically skeleton rangers and skeleton assassins. The extraordinary systems of these two tribes closely resembled those of the catfolk, rooted in spirit pattern heritage and sorcerer lineage. However, unlike the catfolk, the proportion of sorcerers among the Fox and Rabbit tribes was relatively high, with the skeletons of their spirit pattern warriors being merely double that of the sorcerer skeletons. Ordinary sky blue skeletons required less energy for revival. McDivin paused the revival of ordinary cobalt blue skeletons, turning his focus to the sky blue skeleton assassins and rangers. These two types of sky blue skeletons were not new varieties. During their first revival, McDivin did not receive any special rewards from the Fountain of Time. He intentionally set aside the skeleton components of the two tribes' spirit pattern warriors and sorcerers, waiting to revive them once he reached the mental threshold of a first-tier high-level mage, utilizing the special rewards from the Fountain of Time to break through his bottleneck. In the following days, McDivin resided in his workshop, spending his time either meditating to recover mana or refining and reviving ordinary sky blue and cobalt blue skeletons, diligently enhancing the strength of his spiritual energy. The time had come. After a period of intensive training, McDivin found the enhancement of his spiritual energy slowing, as if a thin membrane was impeding his growth. Recognizing that he had encountered a bottleneck in his spiritual energy, He promptly instructed a logistic skeleton to bring a set of sky blue fox sorcerer skeleton components to the workbench, adjusting his mental state to optimal conditions. McDivin began assembling the revived Ling Hu skeleton sorcerer. The revival of the extraordinary sky blue skeleton proved somewhat challenging. By the time the Ling Hu skeleton sorcerer stood upright, beads of sweat had already formed on his forehead. Once successfully revived, McDivin refrained from hastily examining the abilities of the Ling Hu skeleton sorcerer, instead taking advantage of the activation of his spiritual energy from the fountain of time to break through the bottleneck. His strategy yielded excellent results, as the membrane hindering the enhancement of his spiritual energy was shattered. When his spiritual energy stabilized, McDivin had ascended to a first-tier, high-level necromancer. The rewards from the fountain of time were exceptional. Not only had his spiritual realm improved, but all expended mana had also been restored. Opening his eyes in delight, McDivin carefully examined the Ling Hu skeleton sorcerer standing on the workbench, awaiting his command. Clad in bone armor and wielding a Ling Hu bone staff, the Ling Hu sorcerer bore a row of bone potion vials at his waist. The Ling Hu sorcerer excelled in various mind-affecting spells and was proficient in concocting numerous potions, adept at using them to assist in casting spells. How intriguing! McDivin commanded the Ling Hu sorcerer to cast spells upon him, and his mind was immediately flooded with vivid illusions. The Ling Hu sorcerer's spells proved remarkably powerful. After testing the capabilities of the Ling Hu sorcerer, McDivin instructed him to leave a legacy in the library and then to teach the Fox Maidens. Upon his promotion to a first-tier high-level mage, McDivin could now revive higher-quality skeletons, with ordinary deep blue and extraordinary cobalt blue skeletons entering his revival list. He was in excellent form, prompting him to have a logistic skeleton bring over a set of cobalt blue Ling Mao sorcerer skeleton components. Law-based skeletons were the most challenging to revive. The familiar scene of sweat pouring from his brow reemerged as McDivin exerted every ounce of effort to assemble and revive the cobalt blue Ling Mao sorcerer. The cobalt blue Ling Mao sorcerer, revived from remains sourced from the ancestral lands of the Ling Mao tribe, possessed a wealth of extraordinary knowledge, further enhancing the lineage of the catfolk's spirit patterns and sorcerers. This revival yielded a robust reward from the Fountain of Time, solidifying McDivin's spiritual realm. After completing this revival, McDivin utilized his residual mana to revive a sky blue skeleton assassin and then settled down to meditate, restoring his spiritual and magical energy. Once his state was adjusted, McDivin did not rush to revive the extraordinary cobalt blue skeletons and ordinary deep blue skeletons. Instead, he retrieved a set of sky blue Ling Hu warrior skeleton components. Chapter 53. The Barrel Effect. McDivin did not intend to retain the Ling Hu skeleton warriors, rabbit skeleton warriors, or sorcerers of these new varieties. Firstly, he was still far from promoting to a second-tier mage. Secondly, the strength of the Fountain of Time associated with the sky blue extraordinary skeletons was limited. Had these been new varieties of deep blue extraordinary skeletons, McDivin would have certainly kept them to activate his spiritual energy upon his promotion to a second-tier necromancer. However, sky blue extraordinary skeletons were better utilized to activate and restore his spiritual and magical energies, allowing him to revive more challenging skeletons and expedite his recovery from the fatigue following his advancement. Thus, he could revive extraordinary cobalt blue and ordinary deep blue skeletons without breaking a sweat, significantly enhancing the efficiency of reviving high-quality skeletons. Under the guidance of McDivin's spiritual and magical energy, a sky blue Ling Hu warrior soon stood up. The sky blue Ling Hu warrior, clad in bone armor, bore mysterious spirit patterns etched across its skeletal form. The primary weapons of the Ling Hu warrior were crossbows and claw spikes, akin to the Ling Mao warriors, leaning towards the roles of rangers and assassins. Unlike the Ling Mao warriors, the Ling Hu warrior had a row of potion slots at its waist, similar to the Ling Hu sorcerer. The Ling Hu warriors were also adept at utilizing potions in combat, though they did not produce combat potions themselves and required Ling Hu sorcerers to supply them. After reviving the sky blue Ling Hu warrior, McDivin wasted no time, taking advantage of his activated state of spiritual energy. He retrieved a set of ordinary deep blue skeleton components to assemble and revive. The revival of ordinary deep blue skeletons was not as challenging as that of the extraordinary cobalt blue Ling Mao sorcerer, and McDivin only broke into a light sweat as he successfully revived the deep blue skeleton assassin. After reviving a sky blue spirit fox sorcerer with the remnants of his mental and magical energy, McDivin seated himself in meditation. In this activated state, his meditative efficiency was remarkably high, and he soon achieved full restoration. As the activation of his mental energy waned, he revived a cobalt blue spirit cat warrior and 2 sky blue skeleton rangers. Subsequently, he replicated this process by reviving sky blue spirit rabbit warriors and spirit rabbit sorcerers to further invigorate his mental energy. Then, while still in an activated state, he revived extraordinary cobalt blue skeletons and ordinary deep blue skeletons, while also utilizing the remaining magical energy to revive sky blue skeletons. This intricate combination allowed McDivin to rapidly enhance his mental strength, swiftly overcoming any fatigue, and reviving extraordinary cobalt blue and ordinary deep blue skeletons posed no challenge. The joy of cultivation enveloped him, and when McDivin finally emerged from his engrossment in the creation of skeletons, it was already mid-April. While refining the bones, he would randomly produce one of 6 skeletal components, such as heads, torsos, left and right arms, and left and right legs. However, this process was not entirely random. As his mental energy grew stronger, the probability of obtaining desired components increased. Following this trend, as his mental prowess reached a certain level, he would be able to dictate which skeletal components to refine. These skeletal parts would also be categorized based on the professions they excelled in during their lifetimes, such as chef bones for skeletal chefs and warrior bones for skeletal warriors. When assembling and reviving, he needed to select complete sets of components from the same profession to successfully recreate the skeletal forms. Consequently, many unmatched skeletal parts remained in storage, awaiting compatible components to emerge. Ordinary skeletons, particularly those of humans, were the most complex, yielding various professional skeletal components like warriors, farmers, hunters, chefs, and craftsmen. In contrast, the ordinary skeletons of other races generally only produced 1 or 2 types of unique humanoid skeletal components. For instance, ordinary catfolk skeletons yielded skeletal rangers and assassins, while ordinary taurens produced heavy-armored skeletal warriors. Extraordinary skeletons, unlike ordinary ones, retained racial characteristics due to their extraordinary power. For example, the bones from spirit cat warriors would exclusively yield skeletal warrior components of spirit cats, without producing any other types. During these 2 months of fervent refinement, McDivin successfully revived all of the newly acquired sky blue skeletons. The ordinary skeletons of catfolk, foxfolk, rabbitfolk, and wergs produced versatile humanoid skeletal assassins and rangers, which were highly utilized. From the more than 800 sky blue quality skeletons, he revived 2 spirit fox sorcerers, 5 spirit fox warriors, 1 spirit rabbit sorcerer, for spirit rabbit warriors, 3 werg sorcerers, 9 werg warriors, 35 skeleton rangers, and 40 skeleton assassins. Due to the versatility of ordinary skeletons, the success rate of this assembly and revival was quite high. Different quality components of the same type of skeleton could be combined. For example, green skeletal components of spirit cats could be combined with blue components. However, McDivin refrained from such practices, having previously experimented with gray and white bone components. The assembly and revival of skeletons exhibited a wooden barrel effect, where the quality of the skeleton was determined by the weakest component. As long as any of the 6 components contained gray bones, the resulting assembly would be a gray skeleton. Combining high-quality skeletal components with low-quality ones was a shameful waste. Pursuing the path of surpassing the standard 6-piece set, engaging in complex assemblies with a greater number of skeletal components, and transcending racial and professional limitations in fusion assemblies were endeavors McDivin considered viable. Yet, he acknowledged that he was not yet qualified to tread this path, much like he lacked control over the directed output of skeletal components. These aspects would only become accessible once he ascended to a higher rank as a necromancer. In addition to this batch of sky blue skeletons, McDivin had also revived a considerable number of cobalt blue and deep blue skeletons over the past 2 months. Among them were 6 cobalt blue spirit cat sorcerers, 18 cobalt blue spirit cat warriors, 52 cobalt blue skeleton assassins, 48 cobalt blue skeleton rangers, 12 deep blue skeleton assassins, and 15 deep blue skeleton rangers. Deep blue skeletons began as first-tier advanced beings, and some older deep blue skeletons were on the verge of self-promoting to second-tier skeletons. The months of secluded refinement and assembly had significantly bolstered the overall strength of Cudel. Within just 3 months, Cudel had gained 259 skeletons of at least first-tier intermediate quality. Given Cudel's current strength, they would encounter no adversaries in the Odyssey. However, McDivin maintained a prudent mindset, resisting any urge for recklessness. His gaze extended beyond the confines of the Odyssey. Ruling over this chaotic region bore no real significance. The empires of other races desired to witness a fragmented and chaotic Odyssey, unwilling to allow for unification in this area. Should McDivin unify the Odyssey, it would undoubtedly incite retaliation from the foreign empires. The Javote Federation would surely intervene, leading to a second Odyssey war on McDivin's territory against the foreign empires. Regardless of the outcome, it would not concern him. Cudel would merely serve as a pawn, a sacrifice for the Javote Federation. McDivin was acutely aware of this reality. He would quietly develop in a corner of the Odyssey, refraining from disrupting the tacit agreement between the foreign empires and the Javote Federation. These months of immersive refinement had exhausted the sky blue skeletons, and over 2,000 cobalt blue and deep blue skeletons excavated from the ancestral lands of the Spirit Cat tribe had been consumed. The underground storage was now low on blue bone reserves. Chapter 54. Intelligence gathering. In the following days, McDivin planned to balance work and leisure, alternating between relaxation and the refinement of time skeletons. Leaving his underground workspace, he ascended the steps to the top of Tower 1. Standing on the terrace, he surveyed the recent developments of Cudel. The walls of the second circular 9-grid zone had risen to heights of 5 meters, with the lower sections reaching 3 meters, enclosing all of Cudel's logistical and economic activities within. At this moment, it was the busy farming season for Cudel, and logistical skeletons along with the catfolk were harvesting wheat, potatoes, corn, and various crops from the agricultural zones of the 9-grid layout. Crops with longer growth cycles, such as rice and cotton, would gradually be harvested in the coming month or two. Various grains, fruits, and vegetables were being transported in carts from the fields to the urban areas, some for immediate consumption while others were dried for storage or processed into more easily preserved products. Within the underground spaces of Cudel, numerous frost skeleton mages maintained cold storage facilities, while the workshop area housed various food processing plants designed by McDivin, ensuring food preservation was not an issue. Currently, Cudel was self-sufficient in food supplies, offering a rich variety of staples, fruits, vegetables, fish, and various meats. The catfolk harvesting potatoes in the fields displayed expressions of happiness. They had never imagined a day would come when they could eat so well and so abundantly, resulting in a noticeable increase in the average height of the new generation of catfolk. Having migrated nearly half a year ago, the population of the Spirit Cat tribe had significantly increased. Each month, a few apprentice extraordinary greenbone skeletons bathed in magical beast blood to advance to the first tier, while a batch of apprentice extraordinary greenbone skeletons and some deep green ordinary skeletons awakened their bone spirit power to ascend to the first tier. The bluebone skeletons revived by McDivin in recent months greatly supplemented the catfolk's inherited spirit patterns and sorcerer legacies, enriching the extraordinary traditions of the foxfolk, rabbitfolk, and wargs. With abundant resources, an increasing number of catfolk had the opportunity to inscribe their inherited spirit patterns, contributing their efforts to Cudel. It had been 2 years since McDivin began his journey as an apprentice necromancer, and unknowingly, he had evolved from an underestimated apprentice to a first-tier advanced necromancer, establishing the foundation of Cudel. If those who once ridiculed him were to learn of his current achievements, they would undoubtedly be left astounded, exclaiming disbelief. However, McDivin had no desire to boast. He preferred to be forgotten by those individuals, allowing him to quietly cultivate and develop. As McDivin immersed himself in the alchemical process of reviving the blue skeletal warriors, Awaken stealthily traversed the hidden mountain paths to the Javote Federation. This act of clandestine crossing served 2 purposes. First, to instruct Antony to procure the supplies listed on the second inventory, and second, to gather historical texts and legends pertaining to the Odyssey War, to prevent Antony from discerning their true motives. The scope of the historical collection was broadened to encompass nearly 5 centuries of warfare between the Javote Federation and its neighbors. Accounts of battles from other regions were meticulously filtered out, leaving only the records relevant to the Odyssey for McDivin's perusal. Prior to this, Awaken had thoroughly studied these texts, serving as an advisor to McDivin and highlighting nuances he might overlook. 3 centuries is not a distant past for the consistently stable Javote Federation, and thus, there exists a wealth of accounts regarding the Odyssey's conflicts. The war had inflicted substantial losses on the Javote Federation, resulting in a plethora of biographies related to notable figures from that era. However, the official records from the Noble Council remained inaccessible to Antony due to their concealed content. The materials Antony managed to gather were primarily various versions of folk histories. Through these narratives and personal biographies of numerous participants, McDivin and Awaken distilled valuable information. Kuwarda uncovered several ancient battlefields, using their locations and associated details as anchor points. and combined this with fragmented maps of the Odyssey and the information extracted from folk histories and biographies to identify several sites where major battles had erupted. In addition to confirmed ruins of war, there were numerous battle sites with relevant clues, allowing for a reasonable determination of the general areas involved. Armed with this intelligence, the skeletal assassins would no longer be searching for ancient battlefields in vain. Kuurda's rapid advancement was a testament to the archaeological discoveries, ensuring that McDivin would not lack in materials for spellcasting. The ranks of Kuurda's skeletons would continue to swell in number, their foundation growing increasingly formidable. Ayodele, well done. McDivin expressed his elation, praising Ayodele for her commendable work in gathering intelligence. I imagine Ayodele biting her lip and gazing intently at McDivin, her intentions unmistakable. McDivin, fully aware of her desires, laughed heartily and rewarded her generously. Yet, the manpower remained insufficient. That morning, as McDivin practiced on the terrace, he gazed at the desolate residential area and lamented. In such an expansive region, with fewer than 15,000 skeletons, how could it suffice? McDivin resolved to postpone the revival of blue skeletal warriors and instead focus on raising a batch of gray and white skeletal laborers. After several months of silence spent refining the blue skeletons, the underground repository had accumulated a considerable number of bones aged under a century. For the next half-month, McDivin dedicated a significant portion of each day to the process of reviving gray and white skeletal laborers. With his current mental and magical prowess, producing dozens, if not hundreds, of gray and white skeletons daily posed no challenge. While refining the skeletal laborers, McDivin simultaneously directed the archaeological skeletons, guiding them in excavating the ancient battlefield remotely. That battlefield was a remnant of a significant engagement during the Odyssey War, with an astounding number of remains buried, consisting entirely of 276 historical green bones. Following the commencement of full-scale excavation, several thousand intact skeletons were returned to Kuurda each day. While refining the skeletal laborers, McDivin ensured that no remnants of war were wasted, deftly handling any decaying remains before they were transported back to Kuurda. Other green bones uncovered from the battlefield were not immediately processed for revival, as the focus remained on laborers. As May 9th arrived, after nearly a month of reviving a substantial number of gray and white skeletons, 412 gray and 346 white, this multitude of skeletal laborers, primarily assembled from human remains, greatly enhanced Kuurda's artisanal production. It was time for action. After prolonged development, McDivin decided to wage war against a certain goblin tribe in the Lindong mountain range. What? Do not speak so harshly. I am not coveting their ancestral graves. Merely curious about the lineage of the goblin tribe's forebears. Chapter 55. The Dragonblood Sorcerer McDivin. This mountainous region is the domain of the goblin tribe. The goblin tribe was first discovered by skeletal assassins exploring mountain paths in the Lindong Mountains. McDivin assigned several bone spirit assassins to surveil and probe the goblin tribe over an extended period. The goblin tribe is populous, with surface dwellings serving only as a facade. Most reside in intricate underground mines. The labyrinthine tunnels took over a year for the bone spirit assassins to map out completely. McDivin's interest in the goblin tribe stemmed from their extreme reverence for their ancestors. Goblins meticulously dry the corpses of their dead and inter them in desiccated environments to prevent decay. The extensive underground burial grounds of the goblin tribe were recently investigated by the bone spirit assassins, who, avoiding the notice of the extraordinary goblins, discovered an overwhelming number of skeletons within. Such a lavish ancestral resting place incited McDivin's insatiable curiosity for archaeological excavation. Secure all concealed exits and mobilize. Once all soldiers were in position, McDivin issued the command to attack. The main force of the skeletal army advanced on the surface structures of the mountainous region, seizing primary entrances. Meanwhile, the remaining green skeletons, under the leadership of extraordinary skeletons, secured the escape routes of the underground mines. High Priest, the skeletons have assaulted our farms. Following the surface attack, a goblin warrior rushed to the ancestral burial site to report to the goblin Dragonblood Sorcerer. The goblins claim descent from mighty dragons. Regardless of their physical resemblance, it is undeniable that the goblin tribe produces dragonblood warriors and dragonblood sorcerers. Some scholarly mages speculate that certain dragons, unable to endure solitude, may have erred in their guardianship of goblins tending to their lairs. The goblin tribe's habitation lies within the underground mines, while the surface is designated for agricultural cultivation. Skeletons? Such an alien term, inciting warriors to burst forth from the mines to shatter their skulls with pickaxes upon hearing of the skeletal incursion. The aging dragonblood sorcerer momentarily stood in shock. Since the cataclysm of the undead, when the holy light enveloped the land, it had been many years since he had encountered the term skeleton. Necromancers are but refuse. He scoffed at the severed head of a necromancer displayed on a trophy rack. That was a trophy from his youth, shortly after he ascended to the rank of dragonblood sorcerer, when he encountered a first-tier high necromancer wandering in the Lindong Mountains. He had feared for his life, only to find that the necromancer lacked the gravitas of a typical human mage. The necromancer possessed no magical artifacts and knew only a handful of spells. The skeletons of the necromancer crumbled like limestone at a mere touch. It was a battle devoid of suspense, wherein he triumphed over the first-tier high necromancer, adding an impressive achievement to his life's record. Personal experiences, coupled with widely circulated information, have sufficiently demonstrated that today's necromancers are a disreputable profession, and the skeletons they create are merely the refuse of refuse. The elderly dragonblood sorcerer believed that any strapping young lad in the underground mines could achieve divine slaughter among the skeletons. Remember how you mind. Raise your pickaxes overhead and strike down hard. You shall obtain a shattered skull. When the goblins surged forth, a warrior brandished a pickaxe, delivering a speech that incited waves of laughter and agreement. No one deemed the skeletons fearsome. The mining goblins rushed to join the fray, eager to slay a few skeletons to embellish their mundane lives. In the future, when recounting tales to their descendants, they may boast about the year and month when they vanquished their foes, shattering countless skeletons. The morale of the dog-headed tribe surged as they howled and charged forth from the mine's entrance, launching an assault against the skeletons besieging the farmland. Some of the dog-headed warriors, brandishing pickaxes, were met with swift death, their throats slit or chests pierced by the swords of skeletal soldiers before they could strike. Others, still in their fervent cries, fell victim to whistling bone arrows that struck their foreheads, leaving gaping wounds. With a resounding thud, some managed to bring their pickaxes down, only to have their blows parried by the skeletal warriors' bone shields or swords. A few struck the skeletal soldiers, yet their weapons met the resistance of the undead as if hitting rubber, leaving their hands numb from the impact. The heavily armored skeletal warriors swung their long-handled bone hammers, sending a group of dog-headed warriors flying. Those who were cast aside landed with a gruesome thud, their bodies crumpling and flesh splattering, evident that survival was impossible. Something was amiss with these skeletons. The dog-headed tribe, emboldened by their cries, had assumed they could easily sweep away the skeletons, using the ashes of their remains to fertilize the fields. Instead, they were themselves swept away, with the blessing of the holy light seemingly vanished. The performance of these time-worn skeletons left the aged dragon-blood sorcerer wide-eyed. These were not the same skeletons he had encountered in his youth. Had the divine mercy of the god of light failed, allowing necromancers to rise again? This was not a place for skeletons to run rampant. He envisioned adding a necromancer's skull to his trophy display. Despite his astonishment, the elder sorcerer felt no fear. He was no longer the youth he once was. Much like a dragon that grows stronger with age, so too did the dragon-blood sorcerers. As a high-tier dragon-blood sorcerer, he would not be cowed by a mere first-tier necromancer. In this clash of equals, the roles of offense and defense had shifted. The necromancer was now the challenger, seeking to surpass his limits. McDivin had believed the dog-headed tribe boasted only mid-tier second-tier extraordinary beings, yet the ancestral tomb harbored a high-tier dragon-blood sorcerer. This intelligence was evidently lacking. It was not entirely the fault of the bone spirit assassin. The gap in levels was apparent. The dragon-blood sorcerer was nearing his end, lying in wait for death within his ancestral tomb. Such a powerful being, having buried himself, was not so easily detected. Focus fire. The high-tier dragon-blood sorcerer was immensely powerful. McDivin was uncertain if the armored skeletal warriors could withstand his might. He instructed some of the Tauren shamans to assist the green-boned Tauren warriors against the other second-tier dog-headed foes, while the remaining spellcasters and blue-boned skeletal warriors concentrated their fire on the elder dragon-blood sorcerer. Thankfully, they were able to endure. The primary defenders were two cobalt-blue Tauren warriors, reforged by McDivin prior to their departure. Supporting them were the light blue and azure Tauren warriors, along with the heavily armored skeletal soldiers and various extraordinary warriors such as spirit cats and lizard folk. The disparity was too great. McDivin did not dare to risk deploying the green-boned skeletons to the front lines. As it turned out, McDivin's caution was warranted. The elder dragon-blood sorcerer's draconic spells were incredibly potent, scattering the blue-boned skeletal warriors into fragments with each strike. A few more hits would result in severe fractures and heavy damage. Fortunately, the blue-boned skeletons were sufficiently resilient, preventing their immediate collapse in the front line. With their numerous ranks and the augmentation from the rear spellcasters, they successfully withstood the onslaught of the Elder Dragon Blood Sorcerer. Chapter 56. An unexpected surprise. Unable to breach the front line of skeletons, the sorcerer's rear ranks of magical and ranged skeletal warriors continued their relentless assault. Various debilitating curses were cast upon the Dragon Blood Sorcerer, and an array of offensive spells bombarded him. The light blue to deep blue bone arrows flew unceasingly, aiming for him. The sheer number of ants can bring down an elephant. Even the highest resistance of a dragon blood creature could hardly withstand the continuous barrage of curses and spell attacks. The Elder Dragon Blood Sorcerer, already on the brink of death, found his extraordinary power dwindling with each passing moment. His body was riddled with wounds from bone arrows. And as his condition worsened, the initially ineffective curses like bleeding and weakness began to take their toll. The weaker he became, the more vulnerable he grew. As the various curses took effect, the Elder Dragon Blood Sorcerer reached his limit and ultimately fell beneath the concentrated fire of over 200 blue bone skeletons. What a hard-fought battle. With the fall of the Elder Dragon Blood Sorcerer, McDiv breathed a sigh of relief. This unexpected battle of exceeding levels was fortunate. The blue-boned warriors were resilient enough to distract and ensnare the Elder Dragon Blood Sorcerer. Had he broken through the front line, the damage inflicted would have been catastrophic. The dog-headed tribe had more than one second-tier extraordinary being, including a mid-tier Dragon Blood Warrior and a low-tier Dragon Blood Sorcerer. They were not indifferent to the plight of the Elder Sorcerer. They were ensnared and fighting for their own survival against the onslaught of over 200 blue-bone skeletons and green-bone Terran warriors. McDiv had cultivated his power for so long, amassing a substantial wealth. The Kuldur had nearly 500 blue-bone skeletons, close to 400 first-tier green-bone skeletons, and over 2,000 ordinary green-bone skeletons. It was this abundant foundation that allowed him to deal with the unforeseen enemy so effortlessly. After defeating the Elder Dragon Blood Sorcerer, the blue-bone skeletons joined other battles. Before long, the remaining two second-tier dog-headed warriors and the ones who had emerged from the ground were all slain. In this conflict, McDiv did not intend to take prisoners. With blood feuds at play, he sought to eradicate all threats, unwilling to retain dog-headed slaves who could betray him in the future. The gray and white skeletal warriors were the finest laborers. McDiv did not require the dog-headed slaves for mining, as the underground mines would be managed by the gray and white skeletal warriors. After clearing the dog-headed foes from the surface, the magical skeletons, equipped with a replicated map of the mines, led the charge to purge the remaining enemies from the subterranean caverns. In this battle, not a single adversary was spared. The burial grounds of Kuldur became the perfect resting place for the dog-headed tribe. Lord McDiv, this is the ancestral tomb of the dog-headed tribe. Once the remnants of the enemy were cleared from the underground mines, the skeletal mage led the way into a searing cavern. Entering the ancestral tomb of the dog-headed tribe, McDiv felt as though he had returned to the burial grounds of Kuldur. Along the walls, long vertical slots had been chiseled out, each housing a desiccated corpse of a dog-headed creature. McDiv cast a necromantic black light to sense the surroundings. The ordinary bones became increasingly ancient as he ventured deeper. Initially, his spiritual sight was filled with gray light, followed by white and green, culminating in striking blue and purple hues. What astonished him further was a group of corpses radiating yellow light near the magma pool at the tomb's deepest point. These bones were over 800 years old. Among them were not only the remains of dog-headed creatures, but also the remains of other dragon blood beings that McDiv identified. This underground cavern was likely the abandoned lair of a giant dragon. There were no signs of dragon bones within the cave, leaving the mystery of whether they had relocated or perished outside. This was indeed a windfall. McDiv had launched his assault on the dog-headed tribe with the intention of acquiring a batch of blue and a few purple bones. Yet the history of this tribe far exceeded his expectations. Deep within their ancestral tomb lay what appeared to be the remnants of an ancient dragon's lair. One could only marvel at the success of this battle. If all the bones within the dog-headed ancestral tomb were reforged, one could only imagine the extent to which Kuldur's foundation would be strengthened. The ancestral tomb of the dog-headed tribe served as a natural repository for the dead, and McDiv refrained from the folly of transporting those bones back to Kuldur. As a seasoned archaeologist, McDiv was well aware that certain ancient artifacts maintain their integrity when left undisturbed. Any alteration to their environment could lead to rapid decay. The bones stored deep within the ancestral tomb had existed in a delicate balance for years, and it was best not to disturb them until he could refine such bones. The ancestral tomb of the dog-headed tribe was a treasure. After his victory, McDiv did not rush back to Kuldur. He meticulously examined the terrain to draft the city design. intending to construct a mountain fortress in this mountainous region to safeguard the ancestral grave of the dog-headed people while simultaneously engaging in mining activities. Under the auspices of McDivin, a significant number of blue and green-boned skeletons returned to Kurd, while a multitude of gray-boned and white-boned skeletons arrived at the dog-headed people's mines for construction. Fresh corpses were transported back to Kurd's burial area by the skeleton caravan for interment. These tens of thousands of corpses would require at least 5 years before they could be utilized. Along with them, a considerable amount of ore and a certain quantity of extraordinary or imbued with elemental firepower were also transported back. Naturally, various precious items were included, as the dog-headed people inherited the greed of dragons, delighting in the collection of gold, silver, and jewels. McDivin practiced his skills on the dog-headed corpses, and from the outermost ordinary gray bones, he refined skeleton miners and skeleton blacksmith components. For the first skeleton miner, McDivin selected a set of deep blue skeleton components to reassemble, aiming to maximize the exceptional effects of the Fountain of Time. During the activation of spiritual power, he successfully resurrected a number of deep blue skeleton miners and gray-white-green skeleton miners. Skeleton blacksmiths had previously emerged from human bones, and they could not be resurrected a second time. The primary tools of origin for skeleton miners were mining picks, while for skeleton blacksmiths, they were forging hammers. Ordinary skeletons, some of whom were born without bone armor, would develop it upon awakening their bone spiritual power. Gray-white-green bone miners and blacksmiths naturally lacked bone armor, whereas blue-bone miners and blacksmiths were inherently endowed with it due to their innate status as first-tier beings possessing bone spiritual power. McDivin decided to leave the professional tasks to the specialized skeletons and, after surveying the underground mines, resolved to resurrect a group of skeleton miners and skeleton blacksmiths. Just because skeletons have bone armor does not mean they cannot wear iron armor. For example, he dispatched skeleton knights, clad in iron canisters, to serve as bodyguards for Anthony. The iron armor forged by the skeleton blacksmiths could be utilized for their own needs or sold by Anthony for profit to acquire other resources. The extraordinary dog-headed corpses yielded components for dog-headed dragon blood warriors and dragon vein sorcerer skeletons. McDivin chose not to resurrect these two types of skeletons, intending to reserve them for his ascension to the second-tier mage. The bones of these two types of skeletons, found in the ancestral grave of the dog-headed people, were of high quality and age, making them the finest tools. McDivin did not linger long in the underground mines. After resurrecting a group of skeleton miners and blacksmiths, he returned to Kurd in early June with a batch of blue-bone skeleton components. From mid to late June and into early July, the Odyssey region would experience its rainy season. Henceforth, he would remain in Kurd, refining and resurrecting the stock of cat people blue bones. Once those were exhausted, he would assemble and resurrect blue-bone miners and blue-bone blacksmiths. Chapter 57. The Cunning Rabbit Has 3 Burrows. Lord McDivin. We did not find any additional bones of the Necromancer. After discovering the skull of the Necromancer in the trophy display of the ancient dragon vein sorcerer's burial chamber, McDivin instructed some skeletons to search the dog-headed people's mines for other skeletal remains. Along with them, they were also tasked with locating the skeletal remains corresponding to other trophy skulls. A month passed with no results. What a dreadful habit! McDivin lamented helplessly. This was indeed a poor custom of the dog-headed people. They would sever the heads of formidable foes, desiccate them, and preserve them as trophies, discarding the more cumbersome torsos. The number of powerful creature skulls discovered in the ancestral grave of the dog-headed people was substantial, a testament to the trophies collected by their champions over the years. Unfortunately, not a single skull could lead to the recovery of a body. A solitary skull held no value for McDivin. In truth, the actions of the dog-headed were even more abhorrent. They did not merely discard the bodies, but rather pulverized them to use as fertilizer for farming, making it impossible for McDivin to recover any other skeletal fragments. One skeletal fragment could not be resurrected into a necromancer skeleton. McDivin did not dwell on this, but instead directed the skeletons to proceed with their construction and collect surface bones. From noon on June 9th, the thunderous roars echoed throughout the Odyssey. This year's rainy season arrived significantly earlier than in previous years. Startled by the thunder, McDivin set aside his magical tomes and stepped out onto the balcony to gaze into the distance. In the past 2 years, the rainy season had commenced after June 15th. This year, however, it arrived early, as thunder accompanied the rain clouds before the first week of June had concluded. Overlooking Kurd, all 16 squares of the second ring city walls had been stacked to a height of 5 meters. The brick factories in the various workshop districts were still working tirelessly. with the massive bricks for the city walls accumulating beneath each region's fortifications. If the location of Kurd were to become known, the skeletons would quickly fortify the city walls to defend against any potential enemies. Within the walls, the summer harvest of Kurd had long been completed, and summer tilling had been finalized, leaving the farmlands lush with verdant seedlings. Kurd's water conservancy projects had proven reliable before the rainy season's arrival. The reservoir levels had been sufficiently lowered, alleviating McDivин's concerns about potential flooding disasters. Over the past month, McDivin had obliterated the dog-headed tribes in the mountains and resurrected numerous skeletons. This batch of skeletons included those from the bull-headed people's remains, comprising 2 cobalt blue bull-headed warriors, 1 cobalt blue bull-headed shaman, and 6 deep blue heavy infantry. Others were derived from ordinary dog-headed remains, consisting of 8 deep blue skeleton miners, 2 deep blue blacksmiths, and a total of 800 gray bones, 600 white bones, and 400 green bones, either miners or blacksmiths. Some came from the remains of ancient battlefields. Featuring 3 fire skeleton mages, 1 frost skeleton mage, 2 earth skeleton mages, and 1 thunder skeleton mage. These skeleton mages carried a wealth of magical knowledge. The magical tomes McDivin had just perused had been transcribed by them. They enriched Kurd's diverse elemental spell heritage and general spell legacy. Unfortunately, their legacy did not include necromantic spells, and McDivin could only learn a few general spells. Some skeletons were excavated from the ancestral lands of the spirit cats, including 1 cobalt blue spirit cat sorcerer for cobalt blue spirit cat warriors and 20 deep blue skeleton assassins or rangers. The beast blood offered by the great horned demon beasts continued to primarily cultivate magic-based skeletons, with the past 2 months shares dedicated to the skeleton mages. Skeleton mages were not solely combatants. Some specialized in potion brewing, while others had a commendable understanding of magical armaments and alchemical constructs. Like-minded skeleton mages gathered together, establishing disciplines such as tower alchemy, and magical patterns. They had already produced simple magical potions, and each discipline was currently refining and perfecting their legacies. McDivin had not acquired much magical knowledge from the Lowland Mage Academy. He was merely a half-hearted necromancer apprentice. He sought knowledge through archaeology, gradually establishing Kurd's tower magic legacy. Embarking on a path of magic that did not rely on outsiders, he ensured that patrols were vigilant, preventing any fish people from encroaching upon Kurd's reservoirs. After casting one last glance at the darkening sky, McDivin ordered the Skeleton Legion to bolster their defenses. During the rainy season, skeletons would refrain from venturing out. Combat skeletons would patrol inside and outside the city walls, while logistical skeletons would continue construction within the walls. Kurd was not solely defined by its above-ground structures. In addition to the underground warehouses and burial chambers beneath the tower castle, many deep subterranean constructions existed in other areas. Kurd boasted not only an above-ground city, but also an underground city. The city at the dog-headed people's mine was named by McDivin as Hyla Fortress. Hyla Fortress was similarly composed of numerous block districts. Unlike Kurd, the architecture there was built in accordance with the terrain, featuring multi-layered structures both above and below ground from the outset. In areas where the terrain was elevated and the underground mines were deep, the combined height could reach over 10 levels. The architectural layers of Hyla Fortress were still considerable, with a gap of at least 30 meters between each level. Hyla Fortress was constructed atop the mine, with the underground portion primarily excavated, while the above-ground portion was predominantly constructed from stone bricks quarried from beneath, eliminating the need for Kurd to transport bricks. Kurd was already sufficiently large and conspicuous, and McDivin did not intend to further expand the urban area, focusing instead on cultivating additional farmlands. The next phase of construction would center on Hyla Fortress, as he prepared to build a concealed secondary stronghold deep in the mountains. In the event that the Kurds find themselves in the direst predicament, targeted by foreign empires, McDivin may abandon the Kurds and retreat to Hyla Fortress for development. To prepare for unforeseen circumstances, it is a commendable trait for a necromancer to have multiple contingencies. However, this is merely a worst-case scenario. The Kurds have not exhibited tendencies towards unifying the Odyssey, and the foreign empires would not arbitrarily set their sights on them. By halting the expansion of Kurd, McDivin actively diminishes the overt threat they pose. Compared to the Kurds, the numerous mercenary bands and refugee settlements clustered in the frontier regions attract far more attention from foreign powers. If a foreign empire were to strike, it would first target the burgeoning frontier rather than the Kurds. Soon, the sound of heavy rainfall echoed, signaling the arrival of this year's rainy season. McDivin listened to the rain from behind the window and, feeling a sudden impulse, called for Audrey to join him in admiring the rain. Amidst the cacophony of raindrops, an unusual sound intermingled. Meow, it's raining. In the torrential downpour, the catfolk of the Kurd residential area huddled inside their fortress, watching the splashing raindrops outside. The catfolk detest the rain, for each rainy season brings landslides and flash floods to Lingmiao Hill, claiming some of their kin. The rainy season also washes away the corn they cultivate, exacerbating the food scarcity faced by the Lingmiao tribe. Besides natural disasters, the loathed fishmen also emerge during the rain, posing a significant threat. The catfolk prefer fish, not fishmen, and each fishman attack results in the loss of many catfolk lives. Mom, I smell the fishmen. Is Dad all right? A young kitten, with keen senses, detected the distinct odor of death emanating from the fishmen, realizing that an attack on Kurd was underway and the battle had commenced. Her father, a warrior of the Lingmiao tribe, was currently patrolling the outer walls with the skeletal legion, worried for her father's safety. She hoped to see him during mealtime. The core of Kurd is structured in concentric 9-square grids, with grand avenues connecting the gates formed by aerial corridors. The inner and outer sides of each square are enclosed by fortified walls. Outsiders must scale the walls to enter Kurd. The young kitten, carrying a food box and donning a raincoat, tightly held her mother's hand as they exited the northern gate of District 4. They traversed eastward for 1.5 kilometers, passing through the gate that separates the first and second 9-square grids, entering the 13th grid of the second circle. Continuing south for over 3 kilometers, they arrived at the eastern wall of District 13, the easternmost wall of Kurd. The wall of the second circle, though only 5 meters high, is remarkably thick, measuring 16 meters in width. McDivin, wishing to remain inconspicuous, did not elevate the outer walls of Kurd, but focused instead on their thickness. Following the cessation of expansion, all walls of Kurd are undergoing reinforcement. The design plans indicate a wall area nearly 100 meters wide, resulting in a finished product of two 16-meter-wide double-layered walls, with a reserved barbican between them. Once fully realized, the fortifications of Kurd will reach a level of unparalleled strength. A gust of wind swept through, carrying the pungent scent of fishmen's blood, nauseating to the average person, indicating the presence of numerous fishmen outside the walls without needing to ascend them. Dad, unable to contain her anxiety, the young kitten released her mother's hand and dashed up the wall, calling out. Hearing the familiar voice, a Lingmiao warrior stationed atop an arrow tower aimed at the fishmen turned to look. Hichuan, I'm well rested. You can go down for a meal. A Lingmiao warrior, who had been resting, stood up and smiled, urging the young kitten's father to take his turn for nourishment. Xiaohua, what are you doing here? Hichuan nodded to his approaching wife and pulled the kitten under the shelter of the eaves. The walls are a critical area. The kitten should not be here. Dad, I'm worried about you. The young kitten lowered her head, feeling aggrieved, recalling how she had always feared that her father might not return during the rains. Her little friend had lost her father during a rainy season. You see, there's no danger. Hichuan chuckled, ruffling the kitten's head, assuring her that the fishmen outside were being easily dispatched. Even the heartless skeletons intentionally captured the extraordinary fishmen alive, lest they frighten away others. This is no longer Lingmiao Hill. This is Kurd, and the tribulations of their tribe have come to an end. They no longer fear the rain. For even during the rainy season, they can thrive within the walls of Kurd. They are well-fed and warmly clothed, protected by high walls and the formidable skeletal legion, free from fear of any tempest. Yes, Dad, remember to eat. See you tomorrow. The kitten nodded vigorously, smiling as she handed her father the food box. Then, she skipped back to her mother, waving goodbye to her father as she descended the wall. Hichuan watched his wife and daughter depart with a smile, feeling an even greater gratitude towards Lord McDivin. Such a blissful and stable life, a dream come true, was bestowed upon them by McDivin. In every battle, the most resilient skeletons stand at the forefront, while the Lingmiao warriors are positioned as rear support. Do not return to this place. That town lures our people to their demise. The overwhelming stench of blood attracted the attention of a second-tier elder from the Fishman tribe. The elder, cautious not to act recklessly, discerned that Kurd's defenders were deliberately enticing the fishmen to slaughter, subsequently marking Kurd as a forbidden zone, forbidding their tribe from venturing into this area again. The fishmen are not invincible. They exploit the rainy season to pillage. But they dare not provoke many powers in the Odyssey. When faced with formidable opponents, they will mark such areas, advising their kin against venturing there to meet their end. Hichuan, congratulations. The Headhunting Championship was a recreational event conceived by Audrey during the previous rainy season. This season, the event continued, and after the fishmen retreated, a Lingmiao skeletal sorcerer responsible for counting awarded prizes to the victors. Hechuan was among the few catfolk who made it to the podium, surrounded by skeletal archers and rangers. As Hechuan received his award, other Lingmiao warriors cheered to congratulate him. Wow, so many fish. The victors received fish trophies and material rewards, and upon seeing her father return home with a string of large fish, the young kitten rushed out the door, circling around him. "Achui, we're having stewed fish at my house tonight. Come join us." Amidst the curling smoke of cooking, the kitten dashed out to invite neighbors and friends to dine with her family. The Hechuan family epitomizes the Lingmiao tribe's experience. After relocating to Kurd, the catfolk have begun to enjoy a life of happiness, all thanks to McDiv's benevolence. The gratitude the catfolk feel is palpable to McDiv. Recently, the number of catfolk in the towering castle has surged, with maidens working diligently. The torrential rains are devastating. As July drew to a close, the early rainy season showed no signs of abating. Standing atop the highest tower, McDiv gazed into the distance, where traces of flooding were evident beneath the dark clouds. The prolonged rainy season threatens to inflict severe flooding upon the Odyssey region. The fields of Kurd are beginning to accumulate water, and the reservoirs, which were drained before the rainy season, are nearing critical levels. If the rains persist, Kurd will face internal flooding. Days passed, and while the dark clouds began to dissipate, the rain continued, with intermittent light showers until August 5th, when the skies finally cleared. The nearly 2-month-long rainy season has wreaked havoc. Under the clear sky, McDiv surveyed the landscape, now dotted with marshes. Those areas, once barren grasslands, now bore murky waters, with various corpses of beasts, humans, and other races floating atop, emanating a foul stench. The flood is not an end, but merely the beginning, as vast fields are washed away and numerous beasts drown, leading the Odyssey to face impending famine. The impending famine may prove to be more severe than the last, as the Odyssey faction, having recently endured a devastating scarcity, is unlikely to possess sufficient sustenance to weather this new crisis. In the struggle for food, the Odyssey will become increasingly ruthless. This bout of conflict will be fiercer, with numerous large factions suffering from food shortages joining the fray. In addition to famine, there is the looming threat of disease, as the bodies rotting in the floodwaters serve as a breeding ground for pathogens. Hospice blessings can only stave off the necromantic transformation of corpses and prevent the spread of deathly plagues, but they cannot halt the proliferation of natural bacteria. The corpses must be dealt with and sent to Hailu Bao for drying. Mage McDiv furrowed his brow and ordered the skeletons to venture out of the city to collect the bodies soaked in the floodwaters. These corpses could not be transported back to Kurd, so he instructed the skeletons to take them to the magma caverns of Hailu Bao for drying. Chapter 59. The Roots of Hatred. Upon receiving McDiv's orders, groups of skeletons emerged from the city gates, dragging wooden rafts across the muddy terrain. Upon entering the marsh, the skeletons clambered onto the rafts and rowed across the surface of the water. They secured the floating corpses with ropes, and once a sufficient number had been gathered at the stern, they would navigate their way out of the marsh. The skeletons on the shore lifted the bodies onto the sleds, pulling them out of the muck and loading them into carts. Prior to the rainy season, there had been frequent trade between Kurd and Hailu Bao, forming a well-trodden path into the mountains. This path, paved with gravel, remained intact despite the heavy rains. Heavily armored skeleton warriors pulled carts laden with corpses along the gravel road. This route did not directly connect to Hailu Bao to prevent anyone from tracing back to the hidden stronghold in the mountains. Upon reaching the end of the gravel path, the armored skeleton warriors unloaded the corpses from the carts. Waiting skeletons from Hailu Bao either shouldered the loads or carried them on stretchers, swiftly transporting the heap of bodies deep into the mountains. The skeletons traversed the woods back to Hailu Bao, where they hung the corpses in the magma caverns to naturally dehydrate. McDiv instructed the blacksmiths and craftsmen to construct zip lines along the route. The muddy roads and winding mountain paths made transporting the bodies exceedingly cumbersome. McDiv sketched out designs for pulley systems, directing the skeleton blacksmiths to forge iron pulleys, while the skeleton craftsmen installed the pulley brackets along the way. Soon, a segmented zip line stretched from Hailu Bao to the outskirts of the Winter Mountains. The armored skeleton warriors no longer needed to enter the mountains. They merely had to drop the bodies at the unloading area. The unloading skeletons would then hang the corpses and transport them, station by station, to Hailu Bao via the zip line. While the forces in Kurd were clearing the nearby waterlogged corpses, humans and other factions, trapped at home by the rain, began to mobilize. They scoured the marsh for still fresh bodies, transporting them back to their camps for cooking. Having been stranded in their camps for nearly 2 months by the torrential rains, many factions were ravenously hungry. Faced with extreme starvation, even the faintly putrid corpses were not beyond consideration. Concerns about pathogens did not weigh heavily upon their minds. Not consuming the bodies would soon lead to their demise, while eating them did not guarantee illness, and illness did not necessarily equate to death. After a hearty meal, even more beings ventured into the murky marshes to salvage corpses, cooking and drying them for future provisions. Though the act of scavenging for corpses was the same, the mindset of these beings was entirely different from that of McDivin. With the floodwaters not yet fully receded, various factions were active around their camps. And only when the ground became solid would the bloody conflicts commence. McDivin stood atop his tower, observing the logistics below and feeling the strain of insufficient labor. He decided to resurrect a few more ash and bone skeletons. That cunning little brat, he must still be alive. While McDivin busied himself with the natural calamity. In Hobarton Manor of Lauren City, Vister slammed his fist on the table in frustration after reading a critical intelligence report. This report contained a key piece of information. McDivin had leveraged his father's connections to obtain the knight's breathing technique and numerous resources for knightly cultivation. A tiger father does not raise a dog's son. He believed that the child of the spear known as Hobarton, Rain, could not possibly lack knightly talent. It turned out that this boy had been deceptive, showcasing his magical talents to mislead outsiders while clandestinely training in martial energy. No wonder he had acted so decisively after becoming an explorer for the Odyssey, not seeking any assistance from his family. It seemed McDivin was confident in his ability to fend for himself. Consequently, the notion that McDivin had been slain by wandering brigands was rendered untenable. He had undoubtedly gone into hiding. Contact the Bounty Guild. The mere thought of McDivin likely still being alive made Vister restless. Gritting his teeth, he ordered his steward to reach out to the Bounty Guild, offering a handsome reward for McDivin's head. Lord Vister, the steward's voice rose slightly, hinting that Vister's actions were crossing a line. The Hobarton family permitted competition among its members, and while minor underhanded tactics were acceptable, involving the Bounty Guild and issuing an unlimited kill order was excessive. Immediately, at that moment, Vister displayed no semblance of composure. His eyes reddened, betraying a hint of desperation. He could not forget the agonizing scene of his long-held advantages being ruthlessly snatched away by the sudden emergence of Rain. He did not wish to relive the experience of having everything taken from him by the Son of Rain after finally regaining his footing following Rain's demise. Upon encountering Sir Leeways, the steward nearly collided with the guards of the Hobarton Elder Council in the courtyard. His expression shifted, and he hurriedly raised his voice to alert Vister within. Leeways glanced at the steward before entering the living room. Sir Leeways, what instructions does the Elder Council have? Vister, a master of facade, adeptly managed his expressions. Just moments ago, he had been in a state of frenzy, but now he wore a warm smile. The eldest elder instructed me to remind you that appropriate competition is beneficial for the growth of the clan. One must not go too far. The second elder also has a message for you. You have lingered too long at the second tier. How can you bear the weight of the family's responsibilities? The elders of Hobarton were not indifferent. They turned a blind eye to moderate competition, but they would intervene if matters escalated. The Bounty Guild and the brigands were not synonymous. Vister had overstepped the mark. Understood. Vister paused for a moment before responding with difficulty. The Elder Council's warning was not only a reprimand for his overreach, but also expressed disappointment in his personal development. He had focused too much on scheming and neglected the fact that extraordinary power was the foundation of everything. The relationships he painstakingly cultivated paled in comparison to the commanding presence of the newly emerged third-tier knight, Rain. It is not that interpersonal relationships and strategy lack value. Rather, extraordinary power is the essence of all. With a solid foundation, there is ample room for the optimal utilization of these other aspects. The Hobarton family required a courageous leader capable of guiding the clan towards ascendance, not a wolf that merely employs underhanded tactics to suppress the growth of its kin. Sir Leeways merely conveyed the message. After relaying the words of the two elders, he turned to leave. In the courtyard, the steward glanced at Vister, who shook his head impassively. The Elder Council had already issued a warning. Seeking the aid of the Bounty Guild strongmen to hunt down McDivin in the Odyssey was tantamount to courting death. Of course, Vister would not relinquish his pursuit. He would still hire the mercenary group from the Odyssey, for he wished to provide his dear nephew with some trials. He truly wondered whether allowing that child to become an explorer for the Odyssey was right or wrong. Within the Elder Council, one elder sighed, aware that they knew about McDivin's training in the knight's breathing technique, but they were uncertain if he could withstand the pressure. I trust Rain's judgment. That boy is simply too relaxed and needs some pressure. The eldest elder believed that McDivin was still alive. Do you all think Rain is truly dead? The elders whispered among themselves. The mystery of Rain's death remained unsolved. Everyone claimed he was dead, yet no one had found his body. McDiv was unaware of the events at Hobarton Manor. He remained ever vigilant against Visther's schemes, prepared to counter any maneuver. Whether Visther had indeed learned restraint or continued in his old ways. For him, Visther was merely a small stone along the path of his growth. He looked further ahead, strategizing on how to survive amidst the interstices of the alien kingdoms and the Jaiwot Federation. Encountering Visther was merely a matter of resolving the situation at hand. His reason remains intact. He would not idly return to Llewellyn City to engage in a futile battle with Weiss. Rather than waste time, he would prefer to upgrade further and resurrect formidable time skeletons. McDiv had never contemplated returning to the Hobarton family or contesting for the title of Earl of Hobarton. His ties to the Hobarton family were severed the moment he departed from Llewellyn City. Chapter 60. Do not assume gender after the rainy season. A series of scorching sunny days ensued. The sun's relentless rays dried out the mud, which then emitted a pungent odor. The stench of the dried mud mingled with the foul smell of waterlogged corpses, causing the air quality in Aedexi to plummet. The overwhelming putrid scent in the air was akin to a toxic gas for the olfactory-sensitive catfolk. The catfolk of Kurd appeared lethargic, donning cotton masks distributed by McDiv, their ears drooping as they remained indoors. The skeletal mage in the tower regularly cast cleansing spells to eliminate the noxious odors in the air, ensuring that the atmosphere within Tower 1 remained fresh. McDiv, accustomed to the stench from frequenting with the skeletal remains, had developed a strong tolerance for foul odors. However, he would not refuse a better working environment. Since mastering the cleansing spell, McDiv had been using odorless corpses during the process of resurrection, with the skeletal mage serving as an air freshener nearby. He set about cultivating fertile land and collecting the bones washed out by the floods. After clearing the corpses surrounding Kurd, McDiv issued 2 new directives. The foul-smelling mud made for the best fertilizer, and he instructed the skeletal farmers to commence reclamation around Kurd. The floods had stripped the topsoil, exposing many bones that were ripe for collection. He then ordered the patrols to expand their coverage. Shortly thereafter, a 3rd directive was issued, instructing the Skeletal Legion to extend their watchful perimeter. The impact of the flood on wildlife was no less severe than that of a bloodthirsty mosquito plague, leaving scant prey in the wilderness. The corpses of waterlogged dead would serve as a last meal, once the food reserves were depleted. Starving refugees and foreign beings would scour the area for plunder. Hunger would compel these forces to abandon their comfort zones in search of sustenance elsewhere, and Kurd would inevitably attract attention. The Skeletal Legion aimed to deter the marauding refugees and foreign tribes from encroaching. Lord McDiv, we have detected a werewolf tribe advancing towards Kurd. Lord McDiv, a large horde of goblins, is approaching. Lord McDiv, the marauders are gathering. They have set their sights on Kurd. As McDiv had anticipated, it was not long after the ground dried that marauding gangs and foreign beings began to wander near. Initially, they were small groups, but within 2 weeks, McDiv received multiple alerts. The situation was indeed becoming untenable. With such an expansive wilderness, a mere few thousand skeletons could not patrol every inch, and it was inevitable that a few scouts would slip through. Clearly, Kurd had been exposed. The human marauders and foreign tribes perceived the skeletons as easy prey and rushed in to pillage and seize Kurd. He left a few agile warriors to engage in guerrilla tactics while the remaining skeletons retreated to defend Kurd. The outer walls had been built low for the sake of secrecy, but now that Kurd's existence had been revealed, there was no need for further concealment. As the Skeletal Legion withdrew, the logistical skeletons hastened to stack the height of the outer walls. Skeleton artisans piled bricks and mortar, while the earth mages accelerated the curing process from behind. Under the influence of earth-based spells, the mortar and wall bricks fit together seamlessly and became as resilient as fortifications. The outer walls of Kurd spanned nearly 16 kilometers in width, and in a short time, only a portion of the wall's height could be increased. However, this did not compromise Kurd's defenses. It was the guards atop the walls that were crucial. The first to arrive at the outer wall were the goblins, and McDiv ordered the skeletons to open the gates. Most goblins, lacking intelligence, rushed in en masse upon seeing the open gates. Behind the gates lay the main thoroughfare, a 100-meter-wide road forming a concentric fortification with the walls on either side. Skeleton archers and catfolk warriors lined the walls, while rows of green-boned warriors clad in iron armor awaited. Arrows rained down from the walls as the goblins, overwhelmed by the onslaught, were forced to charge against the phalanx of skeletal warriors. The green-boned warriors possessed formidable defenses, and their iron armor provided an additional layer of protection. Moreover, Within the ranks of the skeletal warriors stood healing totems and other supportive totems, ensuring that the skeletal soldiers continued to deliver devastating blows to the advancing goblins. Outside the walls, a group of green-boned orc berserkers and green-boned flame riders leaped down to wreak havoc against the goblin tribe. The skeletal legion did not need to remain on the walls to defend. Each extraordinary skeleton launched into the goblin masses, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. Although the goblin tribe boasted some extraordinary beings, those few were swiftly dispatched by the bone spirit assassins and rangers. The goblin tribe, apart from its sheer numbers, had little else to commend it. The strongest goblin among them was merely a mid-tier first stage, incomparable to other foreign tribes. Compared to other foreign beings, goblins were particularly despised by humans due to their prolific nature. A single escaped goblin could quickly lead to an overwhelming horde. Indeed, one was sufficient. The origin of the goblin race remained a mystery, but they would plunder other tribes' females and even beasts for reproduction. Their gender should not be assumed. They could switch genders depending on the situation to propagate their lineage. When the tribe had sufficient foreign breeders, the goblins remained male. When unable to capture foreign breeders, goblins would engage in combat, and those who lost would transform into females. While the battle continued, another enemy had arrived. The second adversary to engage was the werewolf tribe. The werewolf tribe was no ragtag bunch like the goblins. Although few in number, each werewolf warrior was exceptionally formidable, comparable to a human squire. This particular group of werewolves had annihilated several encampments along their path, but this time they had chosen the wrong opponent. It was a well-known consensus that skeletal beings were weak, and the werewolves howled as they charged the walls, using their claws to attack the wall guards, only to be met with astonishment. Their claws could shred thick hide armor and penetrate light iron armor, yet upon striking the blue-boned skeletons, they found their claws shattered. Were the skeletons not as fragile as they appeared? How could these skeletal bones be harder than reinforced iron armor? McDivin had matched elite against elite, leaving the werewolves questioning their very existence. The weapons wielded by the blue-boned skeletons were not mere decorations. They counterattacked when the werewolves struck. The werewolves, believing they could easily tear apart the skeletons, had not considered evasion or defense. Consequently, under the disparity of information, a significant number of werewolves fell in the initial exchange. Upon realizing their opponent was not an ordinary skeleton, the mid-tier second-stage werewolf leader howled a command for his kin to retreat. However, they could not simply leave unscathed. The leader's howl was abruptly silenced as he charged at a cobalt-blue minotaur warrior. The outcome was evident. The taunting totem had activated. The minotaur shaman taunted to draw aggro, while the orc prophet and warg sorcerer hurled curses at the werewolf leader. In a moment of disorientation, the werewolf leader's vision flickered between red and black, and amidst the chaos, he was slain. Chapter 61. The allure of numbers. The werewolf tribe adhered to the principle of survival of the fittest. The weak were eliminated, and only the strongest warriors deserved to survive. The werewolf tribe consisted entirely of elite fighters, and the number of werewolves attacking Kurd was a mere 200 or so. In a battle of elite against elite, this confrontation concluded swiftly. While the goblins were plentiful, their sheer numbers made them a formidable force, and it would take more than a moment to eradicate tens of thousands of them. As the Kurds confronted their adversaries, a trio of squads, each comprising over 100 skeletal assassins and rangers, roamed the battlefield. The small bands of displaced marauders and foreign troops were deemed unworthy even to approach the walls of Kurd. While the skeletal logistics team continued to transport the remains of werewolves, yet another enemy contingent arrived outside the city walls. Upon discovering the presence of the Kurds, several large marauder factions rallied the displaced, forming a mercenary army exceeding 10,000 strong, known as the Storm. The objective of the Storm mercenaries was to seize Kurd, establishing this self-sufficient city as their stronghold. They hastened their advance to take control of the city and fortify its defenses. This city belongs to us. The leaders of the Storm, invigorated by ardor, urged their marauders to quicken their pace. The skeletal forces of Kurd were not a concern for them. In their eyes, the skeletons of the city could be easily dispatched. Their true adversaries were the foreign tribes and rival mercenary groups vying for dominance over the city. Kurd, with its vast expanse, self-sufficiency, and fortified walls, presented an enticing target. What faction wouldn't be tempted by such a prosperous and stable city, especially after the recent calamity? If a tribe or camp were established within Kurd, the floodwaters would scarcely pose a threat to them. A city with such formidable defenses would grant a significant advantage to the first group to occupy its walls. Archers, fire. The Storm mercenaries were indifferent to the skeletons, meticulously gauging the distance of the marauders from the wall. Once the marauders entered optimal range, the skeletal mages issued the command to attack. Swiftly, the skeletal archers atop the walls and the catfolk warriors in the arrow towers drew their bows. Bone arrows and iron-tipped shafts soared through the air, creating a whistling sound as they flew. In an instant, arrows rained down upon the enemy outside the walls. The number of catfolk incurred was substantial. McDivin did not require them to engage directly. Adult catfolk armed with longbows stationed in the arrow towers provided formidable firepower. They had underestimated their effectiveness. As the mercenaries fell in droves beneath the onslaught, the marauder leaders were taken aback. They had not anticipated the combat prowess of the skeletal forces. Indeed, even a decayed vessel possesses its nails. The tireless skeletons, coupled with their bows, demonstrated remarkable lethality. Quickly, charged the walls and engaged them in close combat. Naturally, they did not attribute this strength to the skeletons, but rather to the advantage of the bows and the fortifications. Had they occupied the walls, the attackers would have found it equally challenging to raise their heads against the rain of arrows. Being targeted beneath the walls was untenable. The marauder leaders raised their shields and charged forth, intent on dismantling the skeletal archers' defenses through melee combat. The chosen point of attack by the storm mercenaries featured walls only 5 meters high. At this height, with ladders, even extraordinary knights could scale the walls in just a few swift strides. Resist. As the skeletal archers drew near, fiery rings erupted on the walls. The fire mages among the skeletons unleashed their fiery barriers. The flames expanded instantaneously, sending the charred bodies of commoners and the blazing forms of extraordinary beings hurtling backward. The extraordinary knights propelled by the fiery rings found no opportunity for safe landing. The skeletal archers had already knocked their arrows, and as the knights flew through the air, they became living targets for the bone arrows that followed suit, transforming into corpses upon impact with the ground. What was the true nature of the elemental mages and extraordinary skeletons that governed this city? The assaulting forces were decimated, and the leaders of the storm mercenaries hesitated. Their prior confidence had waned. The combat capabilities of these skeletons were extraordinary, and the presence of elemental mages within the city was alarming. Was this suddenly appearing city truly as simple as it seemed, or were the skeletons merely a facade? Should they continue their assault or retreat? One of the vice-commanders of the storm mercenaries sought the opinions of the other leaders. We must continue our assault. We have already made enemies, and retreating now will not dissolve our animosity. After a moment of silence, the commander of the storm made a decision. What if this city is merely a gathering of a few wandering mages attempting to bluff us? With our 5 large marauder factions combined, and 5 second-tier knights gathered, it would be laughable to be intimidated by a cluster of first-tier mages. We cannot retreat without uncovering the true background of this city. Furthermore, they were not the sole aggressors against Kurd. Should another faction occupy it, they would surely regret their inaction. Even if Kurd possessed some underlying power, could it contend with the multitude of factions besieging it? The vice-commanders exchanged glances, agreeing with their leader's resolution. They abandoned their posts in the main camp and surged to the front lines, rallying morale for a second assault on the walls. So it is the skeletal mages. That startled me. Upon reaching the front line, the mercenary leaders spotted the elemental mages atop the walls. Contrary to their fears of facing legitimate federal mages, they were confronted by the skeletal mages. Their apprehensions dissipated, and they erupted into boisterous laughter. A purely skeletal force was nothing to fear. However, their mirth was short-lived. Their blades struck the blue skeletal warriors, and they found their hands numbed from the impact. The blue skeletal warriors bore only faint scars upon their robust bone armor, which seemed trivial in comparison. The blue extraordinary skeletons remained silent, relentlessly counterattacking without any semblance of defense. They reveled in their formidable resilience, engaging in direct confrontation with flesh and blood. This was the allure of numerical superiority. These beings were impervious to their assaults. After attempting to attack for a while, the leaders of the storm mercenaries became disheartened. They could not break through the defenses of the blue skeletal warriors, unable to penetrate their ranks while simultaneously repelling their counterattacks. The battle could not progress. Looking back, they noticed that the mercenaries who had charged alongside them had nearly perished. The once mighty mercenary army had been subdued by a legion of skeletons. This peculiar cohort of skeletons was unlike any they had encountered, and they had yet to glimpse the shadow of the necromancer. Unable to breach the defenses of the blue skeletons or locate the necromancer to address the issue at its source, they had no choice but to retreat. It was not that they were incapable of defeating the skeletons. Rather, they were simply repulsed by the grotesque nature of these skeletal beings. Yet, this was merely their perspective. McDivin had no intention of allowing their escape. As the 5 second-tier knight leaders retreated, a taunting totem descended with precision, drawing them back. Damn it, it's a Tauren shaman. Find him. The mercenary leaders, seasoned in battle, quickly deduced that they had been ensnared by the taunting totem. They shouted for the Tauren shaman among the skeletons. Without eliminating him, they would find no escape and would ultimately perish here. Chapter 62. Cherish Life. The Orc Curse. The Foxfolk Sorcery. Where did this horde of skeletons spring from? The taunting totem was merely the beginning. Soon, the Orc Seer's debilitating curses, the shadowy hexes, and the mental charms of the Foxfolk Sorcerers followed in succession. The 5 second-tier knights were engulfed in a whirlwind of red and black, visions obscured by layers of illusions. A barrage of spells and spell-like effects fell upon them, rendering their situation perilous. Whoosh! A bone arrow hurtled through the air, striking a targeted second-tier knight who failed to evade in time. The deep blue-hued shaft piercing through his forehead and exiting the back of his skull. Watch out, it's a second-tier skeletal archer. The leader of the storm pointed at a white skeletal archer stationed in an arrow tower. He regretted his earlier decision. This necromancer city was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Not only were there first-tier skeletons, but hidden within were also second-tier skeletons. The white skeletal archer he had marked was, in fact, a high-ranking deep blue skeletal ranger. The Awaken Bone Spirit wielded the ability to adjust the color of its skeletal form. In Kurd, the bone spirits manifested in white during combat. However, while the color of the bones could be disguised, the essence could not. For instance, the bone spirit power accompanying that arrow was deep blue, not white. Cobalt blue skeletons and deep blue skeletons both originated as high-tier, first-level bone spirits. The disparity between the first-tier high-level entities is substantial. The cobalt blue skeleton has just ascended to this tier, while the deep blue skeleton is merely a step away from reaching the second tier. Occasionally, the apprentice-level deep green skeletons achieve self-awareness and transform into first-tier bone spirits. It is quite common for a large number of first-tier high-level deep blue skeletons to make the leap to the second tier. The growth limit of the blue bone skeletons is at the third tier, making their self-promotion to the second tier a relatively easy task. However, knowing the source of danger does not equate to being able to avert it. Under various curses and spells, the remaining 4 second-tier knights made successive misjudgments, each falling victim to the headshots delivered by the deep blue skeleton rangers stationed in the arrow towers. With the emergence of the second-tier skeletons, the Skeleton Legion became increasingly adept at besieging their second-tier foes, capable of executing pinpoint kills without exhausting the enemy's resources. The battle on the outer city walls was personally commanded by McDivin, his spirit imbued in a skeleton. He was quite pleased with the skeleton's performance, a testament to his relentless dedication to their resurrection and refinement. As a necromancer, personally engaging in combat is a significant taboo. No necromancer would willingly face the enemy unless absolutely necessary. Sending forth a legion of skeletons to command from a distance ensures an effortless victory, making personal risk on the front lines unnecessary. For McDivin, self-preservation is paramount during the rainy season. He took up knightly training and has now advanced to a low-level second-tier knight, exhibiting formidable earth-based defensive combat techniques. The concept of layering armor as a mage is McDivin's guiding principle. Had he mastered the knowledge for constructing a mage tower, his first tower would have transformed into a fortified mage bastion. It is accurate to say that McDivin fears death, having experienced it once. He cherishes life even more and has no desire to face death again. After the demise of the second-tier knights of the Storm Mercenary Corps, the remaining members fled, but they could not outpace the skeleton assassins, meeting their end in the wilderness. With the fall of the Storm Mercenary Corps, the goblins who initially attacked Kurd had nearly perished. However, the battle for Kurd was far from over. 3 new factions had arrived at the city walls. These factions, all of medium size, included a nomadic group of over 2,000, a gang of 600 to 700 marauders, and a squad of over 200 lizard men. Their goal was not to seize Kurd, but rather to plunder its food and treasures. These factions were cautious, feigning attacks in several locations before launching a surprise assault on another section of the walls. They aimed to scale the walls while the defenders were distracted. However, they underestimated the rapid response of the skeleton reinforcements, which outpaced their movements. Believing that their night-feigned assaults were ingenious, they were oblivious to the fact that every maneuver was under the watchful eyes of the skeleton sentinels. The warriors who engaged in their feigned attacks fell victim to merciless slaughter, while the main force of the skeleton army awaited their ambush. The catfolk were exceptional sentinels for the arrow towers. The more than 20,000 catfolk on the outer walls of Kurd were the most lethal group. As preparations were made for a grand feast to reward the spirit cat tribe, the battlefield became lively under the cover of night. with nomads and marauders falling in droves to the rain of arrows from the catfolk warriors. McDiv acknowledged the contributions of the spirit cat tribe, instructing the skeleton chefs to prepare a lavish banquet, featuring a grand fish feast to honor them, despite the skeletons of Kurd still being insufficient in numbers. The absence of catfolk warriors as sentinels meant that the nearly 64 kilometers of outer walls would inevitably have vulnerabilities. McDiv took in the spirit cat tribe at the behest of his catgirl maids, and they did not disappoint, diligently maintaining the stable and happy life McDiv had provided. The Lizardman squad, like the werewolf hunting party, was also elite. However, against the Bluebone squad, they paled in comparison, suffering complete defeat in a battle of elites. The nomadic group, akin to the goblins, was a disorganized rabble, with few extraordinary beings, and they were swiftly dispatched. The Marauder gang possessed some strength, with both the leader and deputy leader being first-tier high-level knights, in addition to a dozen first-tier knight captains. Yet, they were no match for the skeleton army, which boasted hundreds of first-tier high-level skeletons. The greatest threat came from the Lizardman squad, led by a second-tier, mid-level Lizardman, whose physical and magical defenses were formidable, skillfully wielding dual pistols to maintain an impenetrable defense, ultimately succumbing to attrition. The second-tier skeletons incurred were still too few to effectively deal with enemies with high magical resistance, limiting their capabilities to merely containing and exhausting them. The Lizardman squad was the last enemy to be dealt with, after which no further disturbances plagued Kurd. However, the battles in the wilderness had only just begun, with skeleton assassins and rangers prowling the wilds, targeting those who camped within Kurd's alert range. Under the cloak of night, Kurd was bustling with activity. The warriors of the Spirit Cat tribe enjoyed their feast in the Arrow Towers, while their families dined at home. Below the walls, logistical skeletons transported corpses to the burial area for processing. On the walls, skeleton craftsmen and earth-based skeleton mages labored to stack bricks. Within the walls, the foundation set aside for construction began to take shape, as skeleton craftsmen hurriedly erected inner walls to create a height differential for defense. With the exposure of Kurd City, McDiv pondered how many more enemies would be drawn to it. There was no longer a need for concealment. The walls of Kurd were to be constructed according to the original design. McDiv himself was also busy, activating the skeleton production line to mass-produce greenbone skeletons. It was time to put the bones excavated from ancient battlefields to good use. As for the bluebone skeletons, the stock of catfolk bones and other blue bones in Kurd had been depleted during the rainy season, leaving only the dog-headed blue bones from the ancestral tomb of Hylabeo. This was unnecessary. With the situation in Kurd looking promising, creating more blue bone skeletons held little significance. It was far more advantageous to mass-produce green bone skeletons to enhance defensive density. In the 2 months of the rainy season, McDiv had not been idle. In addition to elevating his knightly rank to the second tier, he had also resurrected a multitude of skeletons. The final batch of catfolk blue bones yielded 10 cobalt blue spirit cat warriors, 2 cobalt blue spirit cat sorcerers, and 32 deep blue skeleton assassins or rangers. The blue bones brought back from Hylabeo resulted in 16 deep blue skeleton miners and 12 deep blue skeleton blacksmiths. After depleting the blue bones, McDiv began refining the green bones unearthed from ancient battlefields, resurrecting 32 various greenbone knights, 6 greenbone mages, 45 greenbone orc berserkers, 8 greenbone orc prophets, and 1,000 ordinary greenbone skeletons. Additionally, during his leisure, he refined the low-year bones collected during his explorations, resurrecting 2,578 gray bone skeletons and 1,524 white bone skeletons. During the rainy season, besides McDiv's promotion to a second-tier knight, 2 deep blue skeletons also advanced to the second tier. One was the skeleton ranger who had slain enemies atop the walls, and the other was a skeleton assassin. This second-tier deep blue skeleton assassin is currently leading a hunting team in the wilderness, clearing out enemies camped at night. With the initiation of the skeleton production line, McDiv's objective was clear: to refine the ordinary green bones from ancient battlefields into skeletons. The expanse of the Kurd city required defending outer walls nearing 64 kilometers. Enemies could launch attacks from any section of the wall, necessitating an increased density of skeleton guards. The Odyssey is a chaotic low-tier realm, where even second-tier extraordinary beings are a rarity, let alone those of the third tier or above. The Storm Mercenary Corps has demonstrated with their lives that a few second-tier extraordinary beings cannot breach Kurd's defenses. As for third-tier extraordinary beings, they are not a concern. If a third-tier extraordinary being were to enter the fray, even a proliferation of cobalt blue and deep blue skeletons would not suffice for defense. However, the probability of such an occurrence is exceedingly low, The foreign tribes in Odyssey have declined following the war, their lineage is diminished. The human pioneers left behind a disorganized rabble of nomadic marauders, possessing only fragmented remnants of nightly breathing techniques, devoid of any legitimate inheritance. The Jaiwote Federation and empires like the Orc ones allow these nomadic marauders and foreign tribes to exist here because the local forces of Odyssey pose no significant threat. If a force emerges that stands out prominently, there is no need for the indigenous thinking of Aodisa to devise a response. The external empires will swiftly eliminate any potential threats that may rise. Aodisa is a low-end game constructed by the Jaiwote Lianbong and the alien empires, which will not permit high-end pieces to enter, as it is their own domain and will not allow other forces to intrude. The fate of Aodisa will culminate in either being occupied by a single empire or divided among several. McDivin has never contemplated the annexation of Aodisa. In comparison to the empires like the Jaiwote Lianbong, he is but a mere ant. This place serves merely as his developmental ground. In the future, he could become one of the noble lords of the Jaiwote Lianbong in Aodisa or abandon it to pursue opportunities in other regions and dimensions. The future remains unpredictable, contingent upon how far Kuurda can develop by the time the empires like the Jaiwote Lianbong arrive. As long as he possesses a certain level of confidence, McDivin can establish himself in Aodisa. After all, he is formally appointed as a pioneer of Aodisa by the noble council of the Jaiwote Lianbong. The long night lingers, and when the sun rises the next day, many creatures will forever remain unable to open their eyes. The hunting squads have merely cleared out the small to medium-sized vagrant mobs and tribal groups. At dawn, several large teams continue their march, their sights set firmly on Kuurda. The movements of these large teams remain under the vigilant watch of the skeleton sentinels. The outer walls of Kuurda stand filled with skeletal guards. The arrow towers atop the walls are well stocked with arrows. Kuurda is on high alert, waiting for the enemy to approach. What a formidable fortress it is! The second wave of large teams arriving did not rush to assault Kuurda. Kuurda remains firmly under the control of the Necromancer, and the large teams intending to attack have vanished, indicating that this city is not easily conquered. The city spans a considerable area. How can they divide it among themselves? The leader of a large mercenary group sends envoys to establish contact with other factions. Kuurda is a tough nut to crack. Attempting to devour it whole would only result in shattered teeth. The urban expanse of Kuurda comprises numerous independent districts. They may join forces to capture Kuurda, each claiming a few districts as neighbors. As for the central district, they can jointly govern it or agree upon a plan to determine its ownership. Thus, everyone would have a stronghold to defend, and none would suffer loss. What a splendid idea! The other three factions concur with the mercenary leader's proposal. The urgent task is to eliminate the Necromancer and develop within the city. Such a vast city cannot be defended by any single faction alone. It is wiser to find a few allies and together partition Kuurda while jointly defending against external threats. With a stable home, they can experience rapid growth. As for who Kuurda ultimately belongs to, that will depend on which of the four factions develops the fastest and overwhelms the others. To prevent allies from slacking off and deliberately easing pressure on the Necromancer, they reach a united agreement, gathering together for a frontal breakthrough, making it clear who contributes and who does not. A frontal assault is certainly not as effective as a simultaneous attack from all sides. But the four factions believe that by uniting, they can easily defeat the Necromancer, motivating allies to exert greater effort. McDivin has been closely observing the movements of the enemy. As the four factions consolidate, the main force of the Skeleton Legion follows suit. Whether they opt for a frontal breakthrough or a multi-directional assault, McDivin is confident of victory. A frontal breakthrough would indeed be preferable, as it would allow for a quicker rout of the enemy and facilitate the clearing of the battlefield. Archers, prepare, fire. Once the enemy enters optimal range, the cat-like warriors in the arrow towers and the skeletal archers on the walls draw their bows in unison. The sound of arrows slicing through the air responds to the command of the officer. In an instant, arrows rain down upon the battlefield, felling numerous unarmored vagrant mobs and alien warriors. How many skeletons are there in this city? The density of the arrow rain astonishes the enemy leaders. How many skeletons would be required to unleash such a barrage from such a long wall? Not only skeletons. Look, there are cat-like warriors. The arrow towers are not completely enclosed. Keen-eyed individuals catch glimpses of the cat-like warriors within. The cat-like race is skilled in archery. And if Kuurda houses a sizable cat-like tribe, the density of the arrow rain becomes readily explainable. No wonder it is so difficult to conquer. It turns out there are cat-like warriors as well. The enemy leaders are now relieved. How could a city of skeletons be so formidable? It appears the Necromancer has managed to recruit a tribe of cat-like warriors to assist in the defense. This cannot continue. They must quickly scale the walls and eliminate the cat-like archers in the towers, or else they will be worn down. The enemy leaders clearly see the situation. The walls of Kuurda are interconnected, with arrow towers standing tall. If they cannot effectively eliminate the cat-like warriors and allow them to continue their relentless fire from the towers, no amount of soldiers will suffice to fill the void. Chapter 64. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The second-tier leaders of the four factions lead their extraordinary subordinates to assault the walls, aiming to wipe out the cat-like archers in the arrow towers. Weakness curse, dim curse. Fire resistance ring, ice resistance ring, mental charm, soul illusion, taunting totem, great map totem. The enemy's extraordinary beings spring into action. And the extraordinary skeletons of Kuurda are not idle either. The hardest blue-bone skeletons take the front line, while various spell-casting skeletons unleash their skills from the rear. How many mercenaries has this necromancer hired? The attacking extraordinary beings on the outer walls are taken aback. There are curses from orcs, elemental spells from humans, fox people techniques, and bull-headed totems. How many different races of mercenaries has this necromancer enlisted to assist in the defense? No wonder none of the factions that attacked Kuurda yesterday have shown their faces again. The city's defenses are unexpectedly formidable. The enemy's extraordinary beings find themselves with no retreat, engaging in fierce combat with the blue-boned skeletons atop the walls. That must be the necromancer of this city. If we can eliminate him, the frontline defenders' morale will crumble. As the four factions besiege the city, they employ underhanded tactics. A team of assassins, having consumed invisibility potions, infiltrates Kuurda. The necromancer is the master of this city. Eliminating him will shatter the resolve of the defenders. We will hold off the skeletal guards. Sake. You deliver the fatal blow. McDivin stands atop the wall of the first grid, overlooking the battlefield. Surrounding him are numerous skeletal sentinels. The assassination team has clear roles, with others responsible for holding back the defenders and creating an opportunity for the first-tier elite assassin, Sake, to strike. Ayodele, another jester, approaches. As the assassin sneaks closer, McDivin and Ayodele whisper and jest together. He is no longer the mediocre mage of the past. He has acquired extensive knowledge of magic, techniques, and universal spells. He is on the verge of advancing to a first-tier advanced mage, and the invisibility potion used by the assassins proves ineffective against his mental detection. Kill. As they near their target, the restraining assassins spring into action to eliminate the skeletal guards. The skeletal guards, as if possessing eyes in the back of their heads, raise their shields to block the backstabs, while their swords mercilessly pierce the chests of the assassins. Fire dance. The assassin captain rushes forward, aiming to deliver a fatal blow to McDivin, only to be intercepted by Ayodele's fire-based techniques. Damn it, it's a trap. Sake's expression darkens. The restraining assassins are swiftly eliminated, and he finds himself blocked by a first-tier advanced knight. This assassination has failed. They have been exposed. Do not think of escaping. Sake quickly assesses the situation. With the assassination attempt foiled, he has nowhere to retreat. In a fit of desperation, he bites down on a berserk potions vial, blood drenching his mouth as he charges at McDivin. Ayodele's longsword slices through his side, but he seems impervious to pain, dragging his spilled entrails as he lunges at McDivin. Have you had enough? McDivin swiftly draws his sword, the blade enveloped in fighting spirit, slicing through a head that bears a frantic and dazed gaze. Second-tier knight. These are the final thoughts of the assassin Sake. He exerted every ounce of his strength to seize an opportunity to strike, only to discover that the death mage was but a second-tier knight, offering him no chance to fight for his life. It seems I am still not strong enough, nor ruthless enough. Allowing the assassin to approach McDivin, Ayodele felt a pang of guilt, believing she had failed in her duty to protect. Yet, this cannot be entirely blamed on her. The berserk Sake, having consumed the rage potion, defies conventional reasoning. Her response was swift. The enhanced Sake surpassed the first tier, qualifying as a half-second-tier assassin. If only there were a mage tower. Killing the assassin did not bring joy to McDivin. This marked the second encounter he had with an assassin. Had the towering castle been a mage tower, this group of assassins, having consumed invisibility potions, would have had no chance to approach. The second-tier knight served as his ultimate trump card, and if possible, McDivin preferred not to deploy it, unwilling to grant his enemies an opportunity for assassination. Cease your attack. I am willing to surrender and accept employment. The situation on the outer city walls deteriorated, with first-tier extraordinary beings and ordinary soldiers falling in greater numbers. The morale of the skeletons and cat-like archers remained steadfast, indicating that their assassination teams had failed. They had fought hard to reach this point and were unwilling to perish. The mercenary leader was the first to step forward, proclaiming that he and his band were willing to serve the Death Mage, becoming mercenaries for Kuurda like the cat people. Surrendering after a defeat is not such a simple matter. McDivin offered no response, as the blue skeletons and magical skeletons intensified their assault. Their master had just been attacked. This was an unforgivable transgression, and these beings would pay with their lives. In a desperate struggle, those second-tier extraordinary beings unleashed a final surge, injuring several blue skeletons. But that was the extent of it. As long as the skeletons did not perish, the situation was manageable. My lord McDivin, for the moment, no enemies are approaching. The 4 factions that had been defeated by Kuurda retreated, while others remained hesitant. Kuurda's foundation exceeded expectations. They needed to contemplate how to confront Kuurda and whether an assault was worthwhile. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since that battle, and no factions attempted to attack Kuurda again. Whichever faction held confidence in conquering Kuurda possessed a solid base and city-state. Attacking such a fortified city would incur significant losses. Major losses and splitting forces for defense would effectively weaken themselves. After thorough consideration, confident factions were reluctant to bite into this hard nut, leaving others at a loss regarding Kuurda. Kuurda weathered the storm and established a firm foothold in the region. The swift arrival of peace did not surprise McDivin. The tendency to bully the weak while fearing the strong is a universal ailment. As long as one appears sufficiently formidable, other factions will weigh the risks of attempting to attack. Following the onset of peace, McDivin did not let his guard down. He busied himself with managing the skeleton production line, resurrecting more skeleton warriors. The logistical skeletons, under his direction, fortified the height of the outer city wall. Once the height of the outer wall rose from 5 meters to 8 meters, the factions that had entertained thoughts of attack lost all appetite. The higher the wall, the greater the cost of assault. 5 meters was relatively easy to surmount, while 8 meters posed a significant challenge, requiring a steep price to scale the walls. The cat-like archers of Kuurda had already made a name for themselves. No one wished to face the barrage of arrows from this group of sentinels while attempting to climb the walls. If one were to assign blame, it would be for discovering Kuurda too late, granting the Death Mage space to rise. With fearless skeletons in the front line and numerous cat-like archers in the rear, such a defense was a nightmare for any enemy. Regarding extraordinary beings, Kuurda had proven its strength by repeatedly slaying incoming second-tier extraordinary beings, showcasing its formidable foundation. A city guarded by multiple second-tier powerhouses. Vizit, a Death Mage city has emerged in the southeast of Aodisai. Your nephew may be there. The intermediary organization proved quite responsible, relaying news of Kuurda's existence to Vizit. Chapter 65. I reported it. What a coincidence. Upon learning of the emergence of a Death Mage city in Aodisai, Vizit felt intense envy toward McDivin's fortune. First, during the grand reception he arranged in the new territory, McDivin had managed to evade him. Then, the Bloodcrow Mercenary Corps had acted collectively, only to vanish without a trace. Now it seemed that the Bloodcrow Mercenary Corps had not met their demise in some ruins, but rather within the Death Mage city. It remained uncertain whether McDivin had fortuitously received the protection of the Death Mage city during the pursuit, or if he had initially joined the city. In this day and age, Death Mages are regarded as pariahs, rarely seen outside of mage academies. The emergence of a Death Mage in Aodisai, one with the power to construct a city, could only be deemed an extraordinary stroke of luck for McDivin, as if the heavens had spared him. He must not be allowed to grow so comfortably. A method must be devised to remove his protective umbrella. The appearance of a Death Mage city in Aodisai surely calls for action from the Church of Light. The intermediary organization conveyed several messages, and Vizit understood that Kuurda had withstood the test. This Death Mage city was not something that ordinary marauding factions could confront. Even if he exhausted his personal wealth, he could not afford to hire a faction capable of dealing with Kuurda. Wishing to stifle McDivin's growth while relying on marauding factions to confront him proved unrealistic. Vizit could only explore other avenues. For instance, the Church of Light, vigilant against the resurgence of necromantic disasters, would undoubtedly be interested in this suddenly risen Death Mage city. Upon this realization, Vizit sprang into action, instructing his steward to report to the Church of Light in the city. Upon receiving the report, the Church of Light reacted swiftly, with news rapidly reaching the border stronghold, Zwan. The Church of Light in Zwan promptly dispatched an investigative team to Aodisai for confirmation. Unbeknownst to McDivin, the Church of Light's powerful agents had already infiltrated Kuurda, covertly gathering evidence. Bishop Moana, These skeletons are peculiar. The detection of evil does not affect them, and I have not perceived any negative energy emanating from them. After regrouping, a priest clad in white robes shared his findings with the bishop, his expression revealing confusion. The skeletons of Kuurda merely bore the semblance of skeletons, starkly different from traditional necromancers. Within the skulls of these time skeletons, there was no soul flame. Their essence and bones were one. In the time skeletons, he found no traces of the unique negative energy characteristic of necromancers. Astonishingly, he noted remnants of holy light blessings within the skeletal structure. Could it be that the death mage has already found a way to circumvent the final blessings left by the god of light, resurrecting the undead? If this were true, it must be taken seriously, lest a cataclysm of death once again sweep through the realms. However, it is more accurate to say that rather than the death mage resurrecting the undead, he is crafting golems. The skeletons within this city are not traditional necromancers. Bishop Imoana had gathered more information. She had secretly observed the entire process of McDivin refining bones to resurrect skeletons. McDivin resembled an alchemist, albeit with materials more specialized for golem crafting. Other mages typically utilized stone, while higher-level ones employed metals or even magical metals for golem creation. McDivin had substituted the alchemical materials with bones. The skeletons in Kuurda were a unique type of golem, and it was entirely normal for their methods against necromancers to be ineffective. Bishop Imoana had tested this. The dispelling of necromantic spells proved ineffective against time skeletons. They were not traditional undead, but rather skeletal golems. They did not originate from negative energy, and the divine light spells did not restrain them. Vizit remained ignorant of the true master of Kuurda. The information regarding McDivin was transparent before the Church of Light. The burial grounds of Kuurda housed hundreds of thousands of corpses, deceased less than 3 years ago, since McDivin had become an apprentice death mage and entered Aodicei. Less than 2.5 years had passed. In this brief span, McDivin had slaughtered so many humans and other races, indicating he was no benevolent figure. Speak of his sanguinary cruelty, yet the Kurdish have taken in a tribe of catfolk. Judging by the living conditions of these catfolk, it is evident that McDiv is not an irredeemable brute. His ruthlessness is directed solely at enemies, marking him as a competent noble pioneer. Bishop Moana, what is your counsel? The Church of Light does not adhere to a policy of better to kill wrongly than to let slip, for if that were the case, the Lauren Mage Academy would not possess a branch dedicated to necromancy. The Church of Light upholds the tenets of terminal care and protection against calamities of death. In the absence of evidence indicating that a necromancer poses a threat of unleashing such disasters, they will refrain from executing lethal measures. Moreover, times have changed. We no longer live in an era where gods and myriad races unite to propagate the faith of light and guard against the resurgence of the liches of the Necromancer Council. In contemporary times, necromancers have fallen into disrepute, while various factions view the Church of Light as an obstruction. In recent years, they have sought ways to diminish the number of churches across different planes. The reason for this animosity lies in the Church of Light's steadfast neutrality, refusing to intervene in the disputes among the races. Bright priests, adept in healing and protective arts, are not utilized for warfare, leading to discontent among the factions. This distinctly alchemical necromancer, if considered a remnant of death's disaster and purified, would certainly prompt the Mage Association of Humanity to retaliate, diminishing the presence of the Church of Light. In the twilight of the gods, human mages are the vanguard, holding no reverence for the divine. Tracing back, most liches of the Necromancer Council originate from the Mage Association of Humanity. This particular necromancer is unique. My suggestion is to establish a Church of Light, encouraged to observe him over the long term. Bishop Moana is well aware of the delicate relationship between the Church and various factions. It would be unreasonable to indiscriminately deal with McDiv. Yet to ignore him is even more so. McDiv's pace in producing skeletal golems may not match that of traditional necromantic resurrection. Yet there is still a trend towards mass production. One such necromancer is sufficient. Bishop Moana does not wish for the knowledge of skeletal golem creation to proliferate, allowing necromancers to experience a renaissance. Should there be thousands of such necromancers, they could potentially incite an alternative calamity of death. Furthermore, mages possess formidable creativity. An increase in high-tier necromancers may lead them to discover ways to circumvent the blessings of terminal care. The current state of necromancers is the most favorable outcome. After the information and recommendations gathered by Bishop Moana and the investigative team were reported and discussed, the Regional Episcopal Council of the Church of Light endorsed her proposal and dispatched her to preach while closely monitoring McDiv. Should McDiv succumb to the Necromancer Council, the Church of Light will promptly organize a crusade against him. McDiv, the emissaries of the Church of Light have arrived. The efficiency of the church is remarkable. Mere days later, Bishop Moana arrived in the Kurdish territory accompanied by a cadre of clerics. Audrey, responsible for regional patrols, reported with a look of concern that McDiv, being a necromancer, posed a significant threat with the arrival of the Church of Light. Chapter 66. A firm refusal. The inevitable has finally come. It was no surprise to McDiv that the Church of Light sought him out. From the moment he embraced necromancy and began to resurrect skeletons en masse, he anticipated this day would eventually arrive. The Church of Light represents an insurmountable threshold. His choice of establishing his first stronghold in Kurd was, in fact, a desire for the church to arrive sooner. Remaining hidden in the mountains, with scarce resources, would eventually lead to exposure. He could not develop to a level capable of confronting the Church of Light in a short time. The longer he remained undiscovered, the stronger his skeletal army would become, and the higher the church's threat assessment of him would rise, resulting in increasingly severe measures. He boldly established his territory on the plains, awaiting the church's inspection. In the twilight of the gods, few deities remain active. Among them, the Goddess of Light is one of the most vibrant, with her faith enduring across multiple planes. Over the years, the Church of Light has acted with righteousness, and McDiv felt that their visit might not necessarily be a sanction against him. McDiv did not shy away. He welcomed the clerics with open gates, personally greeting them at the central city gates. Mage McDiv, may I request that you perform the skeletal resurrection on this corpse? We have certain matters to verify. In their formal introduction, Bishop Moana wasted no time, instructing the clerics to present a fresh corpse for McDiv to cast his spell. She sought to confirm whether McDiv's necromantic arts could bypass the blessings of terminal care. Of course, McDiv replied without hesitation, braving the radiant holy light within his mental field as he performed the incantation. As the dark necromantic energy enveloped the corpse, a visible white light erupted, indicating that the necromantic spell had been dispelled. The body ignited and swiftly turned to ash. When the white light shone, McDiv let out a muffled groan, his spirit waning under the backlash of the terminal care blessing. Audrey hurriedly stepped forward to support McDiv, who grasped her hand, shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed. He was using the mental backlash to prove his innocence, asserting that the blessing of terminal care remained effective. He was not resurrecting the dead but engaging in alchemy. This is troublesome. This is a clarity potion that can heal the damages inflicted by mental backlash. McDiv's demeanor was amicable, and after obtaining the desired answer, Moana produced a vial of shimmering, magical elixir and handed it to McDiv. The clerics of the church acted justly, ensuring that McDiv's mental trauma during the verification process was acknowledged. There must be a reason for the many buried corpses in Kurd. Traditional necromancers prefer to resurrect the recently deceased, for the fresher the corpse and the heavier the deathly aura, the more potent the effects. Traditional necromancers utilize live corpses for their spells, while McDiv selectively employs the refuse deemed useless by traditional necromancers, casting spells on bones devoid of any deathly aura. A stark contrast. Currently, it appears that McDiv is waiting for the holy light's blessing to permeate the bones, using the residual holy power within the skeletal remains as magical material for his alchemical endeavors, thereby creating skeletal golems. The presence of holy energy within the time-worn bones explains his actions. We plan to preach here. Mage McDiv, do you have any other thoughts? After verifying McDiv's necromantic spells, Bishop Moana proposed establishing a Church of Light in Kurd. Kurd welcomes the arrival of the Light's emissaries. Here is the city map of Kurd. Please select a location for the church, Bishop. McDiv is indeed welcoming of the Church of Light's presence, as he is not a traditional necromancer. His actions are upright and legitimate. The church's presence would bring numerous benefits. The clerics would certainly wish to prevent his abilities from spreading, thereby shielding him from remnants of the Necromancer Council or other factions coveting his powers. The map McDiv provided to Bishop Moana delineates the administrative divisions, with each grid representing a distinct neighborhood within Kurd. The central grid, designated as Zone 1, is the first district. The first circle of grids, named sequentially from the northernmost 2nd district in a clockwise manner, includes the 2nd through 9th districts. The second circle of grids follows suit, starting from the northernmost 10th district, continuing clockwise through the 10th to 25th districts. The map also reveals a third circle of proposed yet unconstructed districts, spanning from the 26th to 49th districts, comprising precisely 24 new neighborhoods. McDiv did not specify a construction area, allowing the clerics to choose any district for the church. Let it be this district. Bishop Moana examined the city map of Kurd and selected the 10th district in the 2nd circle to establish the Church of Light. McDivin's demeanor was upright and friendly. It would be excessively rude to monitor them at their doorstep. The neighborhoods from the 2nd to the 9th districts have already been constructed, leaving no space for a church. They would not be so domineering as to demand McDivin's relocation. The districts in the 2nd circle are not far from the 1st district. With the urban area only extending to the Fortress district, residential towers have yet to be built, making it a suitable location for the church. Bishop Moana's choice of location for the church is intriguing. The number 10 corresponds with the Holy Light's cross. The digit 1 symbolizes light, while 0 represents the sun, perfectly aligning with the faith of light. Bishop Moana selected the 10th district, which indeed relates to the numeral 10 marked in Chinese characters by McDivin. In the Church of Light, the statue of the deity is depicted with outstretched arms, embodying a cruciform gesture, and the symbol of 10 is widely embraced within the church. Should there be any requirements for the construction of the church, do not hesitate to express them. McDivin retracted the map, made the necessary annotations, and exchanged polite pleasantries. The Church of Light possesses a dedicated sanctum for the construction of churches and the sculpting of divine statues. Thus, the responsibility of building the Church of Light does not rest upon him. The Church of Light cannot be erected overnight, prior to its construction by the sanctum. Bishop Moana and the clergy of Light resided temporarily in the towering castle of the 10th district. The Church of Light has always had observers. And mere days after Bishop Moana and the clergy settled in Kurd, another group arrived. The Mage Association dispatched representatives to visit Kurd. McDivin. The bone refinement spell holds significant value. I will officially document this spell on behalf of the Mage Association. After a brief exchange, the leading mage Saruman, akin to a dagger revealing itself in a shadowy alley, demanded that McDivin surrender the bone refinement spell under the pretext of saving the waning necromancy. Firstly, I am not a member of the Mage Association. Secondly, the Mage Association lacks the authority to compel a mage to relinquish their heritage. McDivin firmly rejected, unafraid of offending the members of the Mage Association. At worst, he could be a rogue mage. He had not gleaned much from the Mage Academy and had no intention of acquiring knowledge from the Mage Association. McDivin, please demonstrate your bone refinement spell in detail. Saruman was taken aback by McDivin's outright refusal. Did he not wish to join the Mage Association or obtain superior heritage? Should he not negotiate for greater benefits? Observing McDivin's unyielding stance, Saruman grasped his staff and unleashed mind control, compelling McDivin to showcase the bone refinement spell. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall take it myself. Chapter 67. Stepping into the limelight. Halt. Just as the dark necromantic energy shot from McDivin's fingertips, Moana's voice rang out. The mind control was interrupted, and McDivin ceased his incantation. The dark energy that had descended upon the corpse lacked subsequent magical support and mental control, resulting in merely a half-finished skeletal component. Bishop Moana. This is an internal matter of the Mage Association. I kindly ask you not to interfere. With the control disrupted, Saruman cast a slightly irritated glance towards the source of the voice. The clergy of Light were meddling unnecessarily. McDivin has not joined the Mage Association. Moreover, is the Mage Association not the one that values personal privacy above all? Are you in error, or has the Mage Association altered its rules? Bishop Moana stood her ground, refusing to allow Saruman access to the bone refinement spell. You, Saruman, return. What McDivin had unleashed was merely the ordinary skeletal resurrection spell. It was his unique soul that caused an anomaly in the spell. As Saruman attempted to argue further, a mental transmission echoed in his mind. While Saruman released the mind control, a high-level mage observed McDivin from the shadows, documenting his spell model. What McDivin had performed was indeed the skeletal resurrection spell, altered by his unique soul. If it were a broadly disseminable conventional spell, he would have been interested. A specialized spell destined for failure to be inherited was not worth incurring the ire of the Church of Light. The spell for crafting golems was possessed by the Mage Association, with many high-level mages maintaining golem workshops within their towers, capable of automatically producing various golems. The production efficiency of these workshops far exceeded that of McDivin's bone refinement spell. Saruman had many questions to unravel, such as the source of McDivin's training resources and the reason for his rapid advancement. However, the high-level mage behind the scenes had already spoken, and with Bishop Moana's protection, he could only abandon his inquiries, departing Kurd with visible dissatisfaction. McDivin had aligned himself with the Church of Light. Henceforth, he should not expect to join the Mage Association or acquire magical knowledge from them. Saruman left decisively, and by the time McDivin fully regained consciousness from the mind control, he had already exited the 1st district. McDivin did not allow the skeletons to obstruct his path. He was capable of controlling his emotions when patience was required. During his time at the Hobart Manor, he had endured in silence, under scrutiny, for 8 years, and had only just reached this point. Bishop Moana did not approach him, and Medewin bowed in gratitude towards the north. Quickly, Audrey, turn around. Upon returning to the upper levels of the tower after departing the Grand Hall, Medewin's tone shifted upon seeing Audrey. Young man, when faced with grievances, you only seek solace in those aspects. Bishop Moana, observing from a distance, shook her head in disbelief. She had thought Medewin would manage to endure, yet she had overestimated the youthful temperament. In truth, she was mistaken. At that moment, Medewin felt no grievance, only joy and excitement. The clergy of Light's demeanor signified that he had passed their scrutiny. Bishop Moana's interruption of the mind control had effectively shielded him from external covetous gazes, with the strength of the Church of Light at his back. As long as he did not cross their bottom line, he could develop in peace. Having navigated through the two insurmountable challenges of the Church of Light and the Mage Association, he had now stepped into the limelight. How could he not feel elated? Bishop Moana, what aspects are you referring to? A young priest beside Bishop Moana inquired curiously. She was aware that Kurd housed hundreds of thousands of corpses. What kind of scene would a brutal individual suffering grievances create? Lakes, do not ask what should not be asked. Bishop Moana shot a glare at the young priest. Is that something that can be described directly? After receiving official recognition, the burden on Medewin's shoulders lightened considerably. The following morning, he rode out to survey his territory, guiding the skeletons in the construction of the 3rd district. Kurd had risen to prominence, allowing many endeavors to be conducted openly. The Black Furnace Fortress nestled in the mountains was developing steadily under Medewin's remote guidance. The aerial tramway had been dismantled following the receding floodwaters to prevent enemies from tracing it back to the Black Furnace Fortress. Currently, an underground passage was under construction, a route planned by Medewin to facilitate the transport of the deceased in the event of flooding. Kurd and the Black Furnace Fortress would utilize this underground passage for the transportation of goods and personnel. White bread, roasted meat. Freyla, where did you procure such food? Is there a market in Kurd? Days later, upon seeing the lavish spread on the table, Lox rubbed her eyes in astonishment and inquired curiously. The clergy of Light typically carried provisions, but these were hard, bread-like rations that could serve as clubs, not the soft, honey-scented white bread before her. After the flood, wild beasts were scarce, and roasted meat was equally difficult to acquire. This sumptuous feast could not have been brought by them. It must have been purchased by Freyla from the market in Kurd. How peculiar that Kurd has a market. Without a market. I went to the catfolk residential area in the afternoon to assess their living conditions, discovering that during dinner time, they all went to the Spirit Cat canteen to eat. Curiously, I followed along, waiting in line, and when it was my turn, the skeleton chef seemed momentarily startled before packaging a grand feast for me. Freyla recounted her experience with a smile, finding it exceedingly amusing. These were made by skeleton chefs? Lox was taken aback, the honey bread in her mouth suddenly losing its appeal. Horrific images of skeleton chefs and dough flashed through her mind, sending chills down her spine. Indeed, Freyla did not find it odd, cutting a piece of roasted meat to place within her bread. Lox remained in a daze, still processing the situation. By the time she regained her senses, Bishop Moana and a group of priests had already seated themselves at the table, ready to dine. Bishop Moana, do not eat. Lox cried out urgently. Is it poisoned? Lox's exaggerated reaction prompted Bishop Moana to cast a detection spell, confirming that the food on the table posed no threat. This food was originally meant for the catfolk. Freyla had shamelessly queued to obtain it, not specifically prepared for them. Moreover, Medewin had no motive to poison them, unless he had grown impatient with life itself. Bishop Moana, this food has been prepared by skeletons. Lux explained the situation at a rapid pace, vividly describing the scene of the skeletal chefs at work. Lux, you lack experience. Tomorrow, accompany me to rescue the beings afflicted by the plague. The other priests maintained their composure, while Bishop Moana let out a resigned sigh. How is it that tens of thousands of catfolk can consume it, yet they cannot? The light clerics should not be coddled. How can they rescue the suffering if they themselves do not endure hardship? Oh, is there a plague in the city? Lux lowered her head in regret, but suddenly raised it again to inquire about the plague status. It is not in Cooled, but in other regions. The mage Medewin, possessing remarkable foresight, has cleared the corpses from the floodwaters. There is no plague here. The light clerics do not solely focus on Cooled. In recent days, they have been patrolling the Odyssey region and discovered that the plague brought by the floods is spreading. Rescuing the beings affected by the plague is their solemn duty. Chapter 68, Stars and Seas Fulera. What is the daily life of the catfolk like in Cooled? During a meal, Bishop Moana inquired about Fulera's investigation. Previously, They focused primarily on Medowin and did not conduct a thorough investigation into the catfolk's situation. The Spirit Cat tribe initially resided far away in the Spirit Cat Hills, far from Cooled. At first, Cooled only had a few catwomen rescued from the slave-hunting factions. Later, they learned from the captured catfolk of a large hunting group that the Spirit Cat tribe was in crisis, prompting Medowin to send a skeletal convoy to assist in their migration to Cooled. Fulera began by introducing the origins of the Spirit Cat tribe. This was not secretive information. The catfolk often spoke of it, making it easy to inquire about. Does he still possess such kindness? With so many corpses buried underground and Cooled, Lux initially believed Medowin to be an outright tyrant, enslaving the Spirit Cat tribe. Little did she expect that there existed such a heartwarming story between the Spirit Cat tribe and Medowin. Once often facing hunger, the catfolk have now moved to Cooled, living comfortably, able to eat their fill without fear of hostile tribes or natural disasters. During times of war in Cooled, the skeletal warriors are always at the forefront, while the others remain in the arrow towers to shoot. The catfolk not only eat sufficiently, but also enjoy a variety of delicious food. The Spirit Cat Canteen is dedicated to serving the catfolk, offering a rich selection of dishes. The canteen provides main courses of fish and various meats, along with staple foods such as rice, bread, potatoes, and corn. Lux listened intently and raised her hand to inquire when she heard an unfamiliar term. What is corn? Corn is the traditional staple food of the catfolk. We generally refer to it as huangmi, or cat gnawing sticks. Fulera explained the human naming of corn. Since their relocation to Cooled, the catfolk's food has been provided free of charge. The logistics department within the city distributes meal tickets to the catfolk monthly, based on their household registration. The catfolk can use these tickets to either procure their monthly supplies and cook at home or dine for free at the Spirit Cat Canteen. The vast majority of catfolk prefer the canteen, where the skeletal chefs provide convenience, variety, and deliciousness. Adult catfolk take pride in serving in battle under Medowin, while young catfolk aspire to serve their lord in the high towers. I have asked many young catfolk, and their dreams as they grow up are to serve their lord. Some kittens even hope to enter the high towers to serve him. The respect that the Spirit Cat tribe holds for Mage Medowin is genuine, not that of subjugated servants. Fulera reported her findings from her investigation into the catfolk to Bishop Moana. Medowin is not a cruel and unfeeling lord. He cares deeply for his subjects. The brilliance of Medowin's humanity is undoubtedly a good thing. The more human-like he is, the less likely he is to veer toward extremism. If Cooled were inhabited solely by skeletons without any other living beings, their assessment of Medowin would be significantly lower. Many necromancers are not inherently heartless. Rather, they have been eroded by negative energy from prolonged contact with the dead, turning cold-blooded and predatory. Such necromancers ultimately succumb to their negative energies, becoming obsessed with exterminating all life and transforming the world into one solely inhabited by the undead. Fulera, tomorrow you shall seek out Mage Medowin to discuss the procurement of living supplies. Cooled is quite distant from Zwan City, making it inconvenient to supply living resources from there. Bishop Moana instructed Fulera to represent the Church of Light in signing a procurement agreement with Medowin, allowing for local purchases of supplies for the Church of Light in Cooled. The following morning, Bishop Moana and the Clerics of Light, escorted by the Knights of Light, split into several groups to address the plague disaster in various regions of Odyssey. The commotion caused by the Light Clerics caught Medowin's attention, and he came to the city wall of the first district to watch them depart. Soon, a skeleton conveyed the news of Fulera's visit, prompting Medowin to descend the wall to meet her. Mage Medowin, we wish to procure daily living supplies from Cooled. Here is the procurement list. Are you able to supply it? Upon meeting, Fulera explained her purpose and presented the procurement list to Medowin. Medowin took the list and read it carefully. The daily needs of the Light Clerics were quite minimal. Is it inconvenient? Noticing Medowin's momentary distraction, Fulera pressed for clarification. She assumed that Medowin might be facing difficulties, especially considering the need to care for tens of thousands of catfolk, and she was unaware of the supply situation in Cooled. No problem, it will be provided free of charge. Medowin was merely surprised. The items on the procurement list were easily supplied and posed no issue. Mage Medowin, this seems inappropriate. As Fulera pondered how to reduce the supply, Medowin immediately stated it would be provided for free, creating a stark contrast. The Church of Light has its own enterprises, and living supplies are usually procured with money. They would not request the local lord to supply materials for free. What is inappropriate about this? It is my donation to the Church of Light, an offering to the goddess. Medowin rephrased, indicating that the supplies were his donation to the Church of Light, offered in reverence to the goddess rather than as aid to the local Light Clerics. The local Light Clerics are the recipients of divine grace. May the goddess protect you. With McDivin invoking the name of the goddess of light, Fulera found it impossible to refuse and accepted the donation. The Church of Light frequently receives donations from all sectors. This is a standard practice. By the way, I also have these communion tickets, all of which are my donation to the Church of Light. Your clerics can use these tickets to dine for free at the canteen in Cooled. After receiving the procurement list, McDivin took from a skeletal attendant a beautifully crafted wooden box engraved with a cross and handed it to Fulera. The box was filled with communion tickets. Fulera could not hide her intention to collect food from the Spirit Cat canteen from McDivin. He had prepared a batch of communion tickets, intending to donate them once the Church of Light was established, and today, as procurement opportunity, was a perfect occasion to deliver them. Communion tickets differ from the catfolk meal tickets. The former bears the emblem of the Holy Light Cross, while the latter features a cat paw design. Mage McDivin, are you also a believer of the goddess? McDivin's enthusiasm for donating piqued Fulera's curiosity about his faith. In a sense, yes, God loves all. McDivin smiled and made the sign of the Holy Light Cross, affirming that there was nothing wrong with broadly believing in the goddess of light. As the Church of Light had helped him resolve many challenges, hiding in the deep mountains holds no promise. Stepping into the limelight and aligning with the Jaiwote Federation leads to a brighter future. Without a supportive background, how can a mere nobody rise? Lacking the direct ability to revive the divine, he must leverage the tiger's skin to buy himself time to develop. McDivin places great importance on his identity as a pioneer. Without the Church of Light's investigation of events, he would have contacted the Jaiwote Federation's Noble Council at an opportune moment to gain noble status. Cooled is merely a corner of Odyssey. Odyssey is just a small area of this continent, and this continent is but one among many in this world, which is home to numerous realms beyond. McDivin's objectives are crystal clear. Everything in Kuerda is aimed at laying the groundwork for the qualification to traverse the vast cosmos. Becoming a noble of the Jaiwote Federation is undoubtedly the most straightforward path to achieving this qualification. Chapter 69. Are the skeletons more orthodox than us? McDivin. A secret envoy from the Federation has arrived. Shortly thereafter, Ayadali reported that Kuerda had received new visitors. The Noble Council of the Jaiwote Federation dispatched envoys, arriving at Kuerda through the smuggling routes of the Lindong mountain range. It was evident that the council was already aware of this slave trafficking passage, with many of the hunting groups being supported by the nobles of the Jaiwote Federation. The Church of Light and the Mage Guild successively paid visits, prompting the Noble Council to investigate the origins of Kuerda. Upon learning that Kuerda was a city founded by the pioneers, the council promptly sent envoys for contact. The Jaiwote Federation had never given up on reclaiming Odyssey. Although the pioneer slots had been somewhat abused, their original intent remained unchanged. Odyssey serves both as a land of exile and a frontier. If a pioneer could establish a notable reputation, the Noble Council would certainly recognize it. McDivin must maintain the current momentum of development and await the arrival of the Federation's army. The Federation's envoy acknowledged McDivin's pioneering achievements and encouraged him to continue his development. When the opportune moment arrives, the Jaiwote Federation's forces will return to Odyssey to reclaim this lost territory. At that time, McDivin need only cooperate with the Federation's army to achieve merit and ascend from pioneer to noble status. He eagerly anticipates the arrival of that day. McDivin did not refuse the envoy's proposal, expressing his willingness for Kuerda to collaborate with the Federation's military in the future. He personally hoped for the swift entry of the Federation's forces. Odyssey was too formidable for him to conquer alone. It would be wiser to acquire noble status early on and pursue broader horizons through the Jaiwote Federation, participating in the interdimensional wars. The envoy did not linger, returning through the slave passage after reaching a consensus with McDivin. The Noble Council was aware that the down-and-out merchant, Andoni, was Kuerda's representative, assuring McDivin that he need not worry and could procure whatever he required. Ayadali. Everything is progressing in the direction he anticipated, and McDivin felt elated, his spirits soaring. Ayadali, ever attentive, consistently allows McDivin to express his enthusiasm unreservedly. With the identity dilemma resolved, McDivin devoted himself wholeheartedly to the development and construction of Kuerda. The Greybone skeletons are responsible for logistics, while the Greenbone skeletons are tasked with combat, continuously emerging from the first high tower. The Church of Light closely monitors the skeletons of Kuerda. The latest batch remains unchanged, resembling skeleton golems, devoid of the traditional necromantic essence. My Lord McDivin, we have located the Lizardman tribe. McDivin harbors a long memory and has been diligently tracking the forces that besieged Kuerda. The foreign tribes, particularly, have become his primary focus. The burial grounds of the Minotaur tribe's ancestors, the Dogman tribe's ancestors, and the Spirit Cat tribe's ancestors have all brought him considerable delight. He admits to having an eye on the ancestral tombs of those tribes. "Oh, lizardmen, old friends, please summon their ancestors." McDivin's spirits lifted at the mention of the Lizardman tribe. The Lizardmen are a group that places great importance on burial rites. When the Spirit Cat tribe migrated, they brought with them the remains left by the indigenous Lizardmen. The remains are at least of blue bone quality, which have been resurrected into 56 blue bone dual gun warriors, 15 blue bone Lizardman warriors, and 5 blue bone Lizardman shamans. The dual gun warriors span shades from light blue to deep blue. However, McDivin has yet to master the resurrection of the deeper shades. In the recent conflict, these 3 types of Lizardman skeletons performed exceptionally well. The battle songs of the Lizardman shaman served as a death knell for the enemies. At that time, the force attacking Kuurta was merely a hunting squad from the Lizardman tribe. The Lizardman tribe is quite distant from Kuurta, which was not within their hunting range. However, due to flooding that devastated their hunting grounds, they extended their range and inadvertently encountered Kuurta. The Lizardman tribe is indeed powerful. McDivin assembled an impressive army to launch an offensive, with all 3 of Kuurta's second-tier skeletons participating. What is this all about? The mobilization of the Skeleton Legion caught the attention of the Church of Light. Following the Skeleton Army, a cleric from the church trailed behind, documenting McDivin and the Skeleton Legion's daily activities. It is the Lizardman tribe. The objective of the Skeleton Army soon became clear. McDivin was on a campaign against the Lizardman tribe in the Eastern Hills. This fellow, born of traditional nobility and a pioneer of the Federation, displays a boiling bloodlust for war. The hundreds of thousands of corpses beneath Kuurta stand as undeniable proof. The Church of Light's duty is to guard against malevolent calamities while maintaining absolute neutrality amidst racial disputes. The clerics showed no inclination to intervene or assist McDivin in his assault on the Lizardman tribe. The battle commenced with resounding war songs and powerful drumbeats echoing across the battlefield. The Lizardman shaman's battle hymns rallied the Lizardman warriors, enhancing their morale. To the astonishment of the clerics and the bewilderment of the Lizardman tribe, the Skeleton Legion resonated with even more ancient Lizardman battle songs and drumbeats. Compared to the Skeleton shaman's hymns, the Lizardman tribe's efforts appeared as mere imitations. The Lizardman tribe, incensed, cried out to crush those shaman skeletons and allow their ancestors to rest in peace. Of course, before allowing their ancestors to rest, they must preserve their heritage, otherwise, they cannot be blamed for their filial piety. Lizardman warriors, bolstered by shamanic battle songs, proved more formidable than the prior hunting squad that attacked Kuurta. However, their enhancements paled in comparison to those of the Skeleton Legion. In addition to the support from shamanic battle songs, the Skeleton Army received boosts from the Minotaur totems and the bloodlust of the Wurg sorcerers. Orcish seers cursed the Lizardmen, while Spirit Cat sorcerers unleashed various spells against them. And elemental mages transformed into magical artillery, unleashing concentrated firepower. The number and diversity of spellcasters within the Skeleton Army far surpassed that of the Lizardman tribe. The clerics of the Church of Light were astonished by the performance of the Skeleton Legion. Indeed, the skeletons of Kuurta are anything but traditional. They do not rely on sheer numbers to overwhelm their enemies, but rather employ meticulous strategies and absolute precision to counter the enemy's onslaught, achieving victory against the odds. The second-tier Lizardman chieftain, under the enhancement of shamanic battle songs, exhibited remarkable ferocity. Yet, the skeleton warriors executed their maneuvers with tactical precision, allowing the sturdier large skeletons to alternate in absorbing damage and exhausting the chieftain's strength. While no individual skeleton warrior could match the prowess of the Lizardman chieftain, through careful tactics and seamless coordination, the chieftain was ultimately worn down. Prior to this, the second-tier Lizardman shaman had been slain by 2 second-tier skeleton assassins and a second-tier skeleton archer. The close combat abilities of the Lizardman shaman were formidable. The clerics initially believed that McDivin's decision to dispatch skeleton assassins against the Lizardman shaman was ill-conceived. However, it proved to be a sound choice. The skeleton assassins exhibited remarkable agility and resilience. These were not the traditional fragile assassins. They could withstand the Lizardman shaman's attacks and press forward. Kuurta possesses its own Lizardman shamans, and the skeleton assassins frequently spar with both Lizardman and Minotaur shamans, well aware of how to counter combat-oriented spellcasters. Chapter 70. You are truly remarkable. After clearing the resistance forces of the Lizardman tribe, the archaeological skeleton team waiting on the periphery rushed into the Lizardman tribe's burial grounds. Equipped with shovels and brushes, It turns out that this is how the materials for spellcasting are procured. McDivin, the mage, is rather adept at this. Observing the archaeological skeletons energetically excavating in the lizardman burial site, carefully extracting bones to load onto carts, the clerics were at a loss for how to assess McDivin. Especially when the archaeological skeletons unearthed high-quality remains, the sound of their jawbones clashing produced an eerie, laughing noise. It was evident that McDivin and his cadre of archaeological skeletons are enthusiasts of tomb raiding. They have earned McDivin the label of a grave robber. In the future, anyone dealing with McDivin should pay close attention to their ancestral graves. Otherwise, they may inadvertently face excavation. It is intriguing that the Lizardman tribe is not from Lingmao. Among the archaeological remains, there exists a green-bone skeleton that serves as a spiritual vessel for McDivin. Upon conducting a rough assessment of the excavated remains, he discovered several blue-bone skeletons aged between 3 and 5 centuries. The Lizardman tribe from Lingmao departed 300 years ago, which does not align with the history of this particular Lizardman tribe. This is not surprising, as humanity is not solely represented by the Jiwote Federation. Other continents in this world and dimensions beyond also harbor human populations. It is entirely normal for lizardmen to be divided into various tribes. The Skeletal Legion operates with efficient and clear divisions of labor. Some skeletons scour the Lizardman tribe's treasures, while others meticulously clean and package the lizardman's corpses. Excavate ancestral burial sites, and dig deep to ensure that no risks or spoils are overlooked. Such meticulous division of labor further convinces the light clerics that these skeletons do not resemble traditional undead. Undead creatures consume life force to absorb the negative energy produced by death for growth. During the recent battle, the light clerics observed closely. As a result, the terminal care blessings function normally. The time skeletons did not rely on absorbing negative energy for growth and had never triggered a backlash from the terminal care blessings. This fact reinforced the light cleric's belief that McDivin was creating skeletal constructs rather than traditional undead. However, the necessary oversight must continue, as McDivin's bone-manipulating spells belong to the necromancy school. Should any remnants of the nefarious necromancer council gain access to them, it would spell disaster. One such necromancer is sufficient. They do not wish for the widespread dissemination of bone-manipulating spells, which could lead to loss of control. Has McDivin crafted a new form of alchemical life? When the archaeological skeletons utilized bone spirit energy to care for the severely deteriorated remains, the light clerics were further astonished. This group of skeletons possesses a remarkable transcendent system, combined with the intelligence they exhibit, embodying all the elements of a true alchemical race. Human mages are renowned for their creativity, a sentiment acknowledged by the gods and all living beings. Throughout history, human mages have birthed a myriad of fantastical alchemical races, some of which have endured to this day, either attached to or independent from humanity. Instances of low-ranking mages like McDivin creating alchemical races are recorded in history, albeit exceedingly rare. McDivin's innovative approach of utilizing the residual holy light in skeletal remains to forge skeletal constructs is indeed filled with creativity. Behind the Lizardman tribe lies a mountain range running north to south. McDivin knows that beyond the mountains lies the sea, and thus refrains from sending skeletal assassins to explore across the mountains. Currently, Kuwarda's focus of development is on AODs, aiming to control the maritime trade routes and establish strength, a capacity Kuwarda has yet to possess. McDivin's goal is clear, to primarily accumulate strength through the excavation of remains in the AOD's region, without the urgency to consider many matters until he attains noble status within the Jiwote Federation. After repeated reconnaissance and confirming that no remnants were left underground in the Lizardman tribe, the Skeletal Legion escorted the convoy back to Kuwarda. On the return journey, undisturbed by enemies, the Skeletal Legion successfully returned to Kuwarda, transporting cartloads of remains to the one tower castle and cartloads of fresh corpses to the burial area for processing and interment. Based on existing intelligence, the light clerics deduced McDivin's purpose of stockpiling corpses in Kuwarda. He is waiting for these corpses to transform into skeletal remains imbued with holy light, thereby ensuring a continuous supply of casting materials. Who would have thought that the terminal care blessings meant to prevent necromancers from desecrating corpses and souls would someday be utilized by a necromancer through alternative means? Even the light god, if reborn, would likely exclaim, "You are truly remarkable." After the skeletal convoy's return, McDivin, with a beaming smile, approached the underground warehouse to inspect the cart, meticulously examining the ages of the bones for classification and preservation. The history of this Lizardman tribe is even older than that of the one from Lingmao. Among all the remains, The one with the richest historical significance is an 836-year-old yellow-bone skeleton. There are not only that one, but also a dozen or so yellow-bone skeletons. This indicates that lizard men had already established themselves on that hill 836 years ago. The remains can only yield a minimal historical assessment. How many years those remains lived, and whether older remains have decayed into dust, remains unknown. Purple-boned and yellow-boned skeletons are each historical treasures. McDivin directed the skeletal caretakers to ensure their preservation, guaranteeing that they would not decay into refuse before he could refine them. Subsequently, he melted down the poorly preserved remains into skeletal components, then focused on refining the blue-boned skeletons. Finally, he could resurrect the deep blue, transcendent skeletons. That day, McDivin joyfully wiped the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. He had been a high-ranking mage for some time now, and today he felt a surge of inspiration. He took out a set of deep blue transcendent skeletal components and successfully assembled them into a deep blue lizardman warrior. The successful resurrection of the deep blue transcendent skeleton indicated a significant enhancement in McDivin's mental prowess, bringing him closer to the required intensity for ascending to second-tier mage. For the following period, McDivin tirelessly assembled and resurrected all stocked blue-bone parts before finally taking a break. When he emerged from the underground warehouse, it was already early November. Since the end of the rainy season in early August, through the arrival of the light clerics in mid-September, and up to today, McDivin had endured many trials and emerged unscathed. Over the course of these 3 months, McDivin did not allow external crises to hinder his progress in the refinement and resurrection of skeletons. By the end of this period, Kuerda had accumulated a total of 216 gray-bone skeletons, 834 white-bone skeletons, and 582 green-bone skeletons. Among the blue-bone skeletons, there were 5 deep blue Lingmao warriors and 2 deep blue Lingmao sorcerers. For deep blue Minotaur warriors and 1 deep blue Minotaur shaman, there were 98 dual pistol warriors ranging from light blue to deep blue, 34 lizardman warriors, and 8 lizardman shamans. The green-bone skeletons were the most numerous, as McDivin had sensed the vulnerability of the city wall's defenses during the siege and initiated the skeleton assembly line. Before the excavation of skeletons from the lizardman tribe was stored, the green-bone skeletons were the primary focus of resurrection. This batch of green-bone skeletons was sourced from ancient battlefields, where the remains of extraordinary beings had already been refined and resurrected. This time, the melting and resurrection involved only the remains of ordinary warriors. Chapter 71. Joyful Interaction. Kuerda possesses over 16,000 gray-bone skeletons, more than 9,000 white-bone skeletons, and over 7,000 ordinary green-bone skeletons. With nearly 700 ordinary first-tier green-bone skeletons and extraordinary green-bone skeletons combined, there are 635 ordinary blue-bone skeletons and 135 extraordinary blue-bone skeletons. Currently, Kuerda has 4 second-tier low-level skeletons, comprising 2 deep blue skeleton assassins and 2 deep blue skeleton rangers. In terms of city defense construction, the walls from the 1st district to the 25th district are being systematically raised and thickened, while the construction from the 26th district to the 49th district is progressing in an orderly manner. In the 3rd ring district, a 3-meter low wall has already been erected, and the farmland within the district has been sown. While McDivin was engrossed in the refinement and resurrection process, craftsmen from the Holy Forge arrived in Kuerda. With divine power aiding them, the Holy Forge constructed a grand light church in just half a month's time. The light clerics, who had temporarily resided in the high tower castle of the 10th district, have now moved into the light church. In addition to the earliest batch of light clerics, another group accompanied the Holy Forge to settle in Kuerda. Bishop Moana, who had gone out to alleviate the plague, has yet to return. Awaken. A balance of work and rest brings joy to life. After surveying the territory, McDivin called for Awaken. In the number 1 tower, the catgirls in their black and white maid outfits perked up their ears and leaned in curiously. Kuerda is developing remarkably quickly. A few days later, Bishop Moana returned and was amazed to see the 3rd ring district now enclosed by walls and the 4th ring district transformed into farmland. These tireless skeletons make for excellent logistics. They can continuously cultivate the land to produce resources, and they do not consume resources themselves. The Kurds catfolk enjoy such bountiful meals for a reason. After Bishop Moana returned to the Cathedral of Light, the supervising clerics reported the intelligence they had gathered during her absence. All was normal in Kurd, and McDiv and his alchemical skeletons were anything but conventional. Setting aside the appearance of the skeletons, no one could associate McDiv with necromancy. He resembled a traditional alchemist, becoming utterly absorbed in his work upon entering the alchemical workshop. "Philila, let us dine at the Spirit Cat Canteen." After confronting various unpleasant scenes during her adventures, Lux managed to overcome her psychological hurdles. Upon returning to Kurd, she eagerly dragged Philila to the Spirit Cat Canteen for a meal. She was now able to accept food prepared by the skeleton chefs. "Here, take this." Philila produced a communion ticket and handed it to Lux. "What is this?" Lux inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice. "This is a communion ticket. Similar to the Cat Paw meal voucher, serving as a dining credential for the Spirit Cat Canteen," Philila briefly explained. Lux had attentively listened to Philila's report on the investigation of cat life and instantly understood. McDiv, as generous as ever, donated a substantial amount of resources to the Cathedral of Light, and the communion ticket was among them. What kind of food is that? Why is no one in line? Upon arriving at the Spirit Cat Canteen at mealtime, they observed the cat folk queuing at various food counters. Yet, one counter stood devoid of patrons, displaying ingredients distinct from the others. "That is skewered meat," a nearby kitten enthusiastically clarified, swallowing as they gazed at the skewered delicacies. "You can speak the common tongue?" Lux expressed her surprise, having encountered many foreign beings who required divine language for communication. The sudden presence of a speaking foreigner was quite striking. "Indeed. The common tongue is a required subject. We all can speak it." The kitten proudly lifted its head, while other kittens chimed in, greeting Lux in the common tongue. "Are you not allowed to eat that kind of food?" Lux perceived the kitten's longing for skewered meat, noticing the occasional glances from other catfolk towards that direction. Clearly, their lack of queuing was not due to disinterest, but rather a prohibition from above. "No," my lord stated that while the skewered meat is delicious, it is not as healthy and nutritious as staple foods and should not be consumed frequently. It is only available during the middle and end of the month. The kitten shook its head repeatedly. McDiv limited the supply of skewered meat to prevent the catfolk from being picky eaters, which could adversely affect their health. "But why is there skewered meat today?" Lux queried, puzzled, as it was not yet the middle of the month. "Meow? Good day, my lord." The chorus of greetings from the catfolk answered Lux's question, explaining that skewered meat was served today because McDiv planned to dine at the Spirit Cat Canteen, and the skewers were prepared for them. "Welcome to the Spirit Cat Canteen, ladies. If you have any special requests, you may inform the chefs, and they will prepare them if possible." The clerics from the Cathedral of Light were quite prominent, and after McDiv greeted them, he reminded them that if they were not accustomed to the canteen's offerings, they could place orders. McDiv merely mentioned it in passing, and after speaking, he led Audrey and the others to their reserved table. "Can we eat skewers?" Lux's voice grew louder as McDiv turned away. Upon hearing her, McDiv glanced back to see Lux pointing at the counter serving skewered meat. "If you do not mind, you are welcome to join us," McDiv nodded, indicating that they could indeed order skewers. "Come, let us enjoy skewers." Lux beamed, pulling the kitten who had been conversing with them toward the skewered feast. The kitten, caught off guard, momentarily stood bewildered. "Do not be shy, sit." McDiv smiled, nodding at the kitten, signaling that it could indulge in skewers today. Prior to his arrival, he had already informed the skeleton chefs to commence grilling, and as soon as they were seated, a skeleton waiter brought forth several large platters of skewers. The platters were laden with a variety of meats and vegetables. Upon seeing the skewers served, the catfolk in line turned their heads in unison. "Do not drool. The ingredients prepared today are insufficient for all of you. In a few days, it will be the middle of the month, and then the skewers will be supplied in double." McDiv laughed, engaging with the catfolk. "Meow, thank you, my lord," the catfolk cheerfully exclaimed, no longer staring longingly at the skewers on the table, allowing McDiv to enjoy his meal. "Remember to help in the kitchen when the time comes, if supplies run low. I shall not provide you with extra," McDiv kindly reminded them, ensuring they remembered to assist in preparing the skewers. "Understood," the catfolk replied in unison. McDiv is quite indulgent towards the catfolk. As McDiv joyfully interacted with the catfolk, Lux and Philila exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting the same sentiment. McDiv maintained a harmonious relationship with his subjects, displaying a lively personality, unlike the somber demeanor often associated with traditional mages. Who knew potatoes could be cooked this way? Observing the kitten savoring a non-spicy potato skewer, Lux and Philila followed suit, determined not to embarrass themselves during their first tasting of such cuisine. Familiar with potatoes, they were delighted as the skewer entered their mouths. The flavor was exquisite, explaining the catfolk's longing. After finishing the potato skewers, they followed the kitten in sampling a grilled corn cob, which was equally delectable. Chapter 72, Specialty Delicacies. Wow, grilled yellow fish. Just as the kitten finished the corn cob, a skeleton waiter arrived with several large platters of skewers. The enticing aroma of grilled fish wafted through the air, prompting the kitten to immediately grab a skewer of grilled yellow fish. Whatever the kitten ate, Lux and Philila imitated, trusting the kitten's taste. Indeed, the grilled fish was astonishingly flavorful, proving yet again the culinary prowess of the skeleton chefs, who, despite their eerie appearance, were undoubtedly master chefs. No wonder the catfolk preferred not to cook for themselves. With such talented chefs preparing meals daily, it was entirely reasonable for them to linger in the Spirit Cat canteen. Lord McDiv, the whole chicken is ready. Just as Lux prepared to sample other skewers, a skeleton mage approached to inform McDiv that the new dish was prepared. I would like a honey-glazed whole chicken, spicy. Oh, and a cold cola. Upon hearing the whole chicken was ready, Audrey raised her hand to place her order while enjoying a beef skewer. I also want a honey-glazed whole chicken, spicy. The kitten followed suit, eager to try this new dish. We want some too. Lux and Philila, ever the imitators of the kitten, asked for the same, ensuring they could enjoy a variety of delicious dishes without embarrassment. I'll have a crispy whole chicken, please. McDiv and his cat maidens, Suka and Sueshin, also placed their preferred orders. Before long, several whole chickens weighing a few pounds each were brought to the table by the skeleton waiters. One of the waiters carried a large pitcher of a reddish-brown beverage. Prior to serving the drink, the skeleton mage cast an ice spell on the glass pitcher, ensuring the chilled beverage was presented at the table. In addition to the whole chickens, the skeleton waiters also provided oil paper gloves. Audrey skillfully donned the gloves and tore off a chicken leg to feast upon. This was not her first experience with grilled whole chicken. She knew precisely how to indulge in it most enjoyably. The honey-glazed whole chicken was generously sprinkled with chili powder. After a few bites, Audrey poured herself a glass of cold cola and drank it down, blissfully squinting her eyes in delight. Seeing Audrey relish her meal so thoroughly, the kitten and Lux eagerly followed her lead, donning gloves and tearing off pieces of chicken to savor. So spicy. The kitten's more sensitive palate reacted to the spice, tears welling in its eyes after just one bite. Lux and Philila also felt discomfort, having previously enjoyed non-spicy skewers with the kitten. The sudden switch to spicy whole chicken was a bit overwhelming. Though they did not gasp or shed tears, their flushed cheeks revealed their struggle to endure the heat. Have some of this. McDiv laughed as he poured a glass of cold cola for the kitten. The kitten cradled the glass, taking several sips, the sweetness of the cola alleviating the fiery spice. You all need this. Meanwhile, Ayodele poured 2 glasses of iced cola and pushed them towards Lakexi and Philila. She could tell that these 2 followers of the light were not accustomed to spicy food. Thank you, but we do not drink. Lakexi coughed slightly, swallowing a piece of roasted chicken, as she mistakenly assumed the glass jug contained rum. Many dishes in Kuerda have alternative names. Perhaps cola is a unique designation for rum here. The followers of the light abstain from strong spirits, as they must remain clear-headed to uphold their image. This is not alcohol. It is a sweet juice, a corn-based beverage, Ayodele explained while scratching her head. She had visited Kuerda's cola workshop and knew that corn syrup was the primary ingredient in cola, which, interestingly, did not possess a corn flavor. She wondered how McDivin handled it. Thank you. Lakexi did not decline further and took a small sip from the glass. Ayodele was not deceiving her. This drink bore a resemblance to rum and beer, yet lacked any alcoholic taste, presenting a unique flavor of sweet juice. They simply could not detect the corn flavor. Perhaps Ayodele had misremembered. Meanwhile, the little cat, recovering from the spiciness, gazed longingly at the roasted chicken on her plate, torn between her desire to eat and her fear of the heat. Here, this one has no chili, McDivin said with a smile, gently patting the little cat's head and pushing the crispy roasted chicken towards her. McDivin was accustomed to seasoning his own food, and this dish had not been spiced with chili. Thank you, my lord. The little cat looked at McDivin with sparkling eyes. Indeed, he was very kind-hearted. Ladies, if the food is too spicy for your taste, feel free to set it aside. The 2 followers of the light, much like the little cat, had ordered on a whim, unable to handle the heat. McDivin kindly reminded them that they could opt for a non-spicy version. It is fine, we can manage. Lakexi and Philila firmly expressed, unwilling to waste food. They had endured much worse dishes before, considering it a form of ascetic discipline. McDivin merely offered a gentle reminder, choosing to relish his own meal. The cola chicken was a creation McDivin had crafted during the 8 years of silence, and after Kuerda got back on track, he imparted his culinary knowledge to the skeleton chefs. Delicious. After acclimatizing to the spiciness, Lakexi and Philila embraced this delicacy, no longer suffering as they savored the roasted chicken. While McDivin dined, the catfolk next door occasionally stole glances at them. The roasted chicken was not part of the usual menu at the Lingmao cafeteria, as it was not offered to the catfolk tribe. After all, there were over 80,000 catfolk, and even if a single roasted chicken were divided into several portions, it would be a daunting task for Kuurda's poultry farms to satisfy all the catfolk. It is not about scarcity, but rather about equity. Until Kuurda's poultry production met supply standards, roasted chicken would not appear on the Lingmao cafeteria's regular menu. Meidawen, thank you for the hospitality. After lunch, Lekexi and Philila, with a slight blush, expressed their gratitude to Meidawen. The various skewers and the whole chicken were so delightful that they had inadvertently eaten a bit too much. You're too kind, Meidawen replied with a smile. Please take some of Kuurda's specialty dishes to Bishop Moana for her to taste. As Lekexi and Philila stood to take their leave, Meidawen instructed a skeleton servant to prepare a packaged meal for them to bring back to Bishop Moana upon her return. That day, Bishop Moana had come to his aid, and it seemed inappropriate to thank her directly. Thus, Meidawen offered delicacies as a token of his appreciation. We will deliver it, they assured, accepting the meal box and bidding farewell to Meidawen as they exited the Lingmao cafeteria. Upon returning to the Cathedral of Light, Lekexi and Philila eagerly encouraged Bishop Moana and the other priests to sample the specialty dishes. During the meal, Bishop Moana and the priests sang praises of Kuurda's culinary delights. The followers of the light could endure hardship, but were not masochists. In times of scarcity, they could persevere, but when conditions improved, they would not subject themselves to unnecessary suffering. They would lead normal lives. They would savor and commend exquisite cuisine, yet they would not become obsessed with it. They could just as easily accept less palatable food for the next meal. After tasting the specialty dishes, the regular orders at the Cathedral of Light remained unchanged. They continued to eat standard fare and did not specifically pursue gourmet delicacies, asking Meidawen for skewers and roasted chicken. Of course, the communion tickets would not go to waste. As followers of the light rotated through the Lingmao cafeteria daily, enjoying the same meals as the catfolk. Chapter 73, The Flourishing Career. What? The Church of Light did not take action against the master of that necromantic city, but merely constructed a church there? Damn it, these obstinate fools. Why can't they decisively eradicate the problem? Upon learning that the Church of Light had not attacked Kuurda, Wysite was incensed. The followers of the light were quite stubborn, only doing what they deemed right and refusing to take orders, which left the upper echelons of various races dissatisfied with the followers of the light among their ranks. Of course, dissatisfaction aside, the radiance of the light goddess shines upon all realms. It is unrealistic to forcibly eliminate the faith in the light. They could only seek ways to reduce the number of churches within the bounds of the rules. Since the Church of Light did not act against the necromantic city, the Council of Family Elders forbade him from introducing powers beyond the Odyssey. Wysite could not eliminate Meidawen's protective umbrella, nor had he retreated. He could only pray that Meidawen, as the Blood Crow Mercenary Corps claimed, perished along the way, not falling under the command of the necromantic mages in the necromantic city. He did not realize that the necromancer of Kuurda was none other than the Meidawen he longed for. And the Jiwochuo Federation's noble council had not communicated with the Hobbiton family, making public intelligence. How harmonious indeed. Before long, it was mid-month, and Lekexi and Philila arrived at the Lingmao cafeteria to document the lives of the catfolk during this period. Eager to partake in the double portion of skewers promised by Meidawen, the catfolk were up early, assisting in the kitchen of the Lingmao cafeteria. In the bustling kitchen, the skeleton chefs busily chopped various ingredients. The prepared ingredients were placed in large bowls, with the catfolk sitting on small stools around them, assembling skewers. The scene of the skeleton catfolk collaborating was harmonious beyond measure. Amidst their harmonious labor, the aroma of skewers wafted through the Lingmao cafeteria as the meals arrived. This time, the catfolk did not queue at the window. They had seated themselves in an orderly fashion at the tables, awaiting the skeleton servants to serve the dishes. Each plate of skewers was delivered with precision to every table. The number and variety of skewers on each plate were consistent, ensuring equal distribution among the catfolk. Moreover, alongside the roasted chicken, they were also served various skewers they had previously enjoyed dining with Meidawen. Meidawen was exceptionally approachable and treated the Lingmao tribe with great kindness. Respect is mutual. With such generous treatment, it is no wonder that the catfolk aspired to pledge their loyalty to Meidawen. With many catgirls dreaming of serving him in the tower, Meidawen was sincere and forthright, showing no signs of succumbing to darkness, which further reassured the followers of the light. Meidawen had not abandoned his archaeological endeavors despite the presence of the followers of the light in Kuurda. Recently, he had been frequently interacting with members of the Jiwochuo Federation's Noble Council. Under Meidawen's guidance, Kuurda's commercial agent, Antony, spent a considerable sum purchasing intelligence about the Odyssey war and maps of the Odyssey from the Noble Council. This was a cooperative arrangement he had negotiated with the Federation's envoy. McDivin was willing to be the vanguard for the Jiwochuo Federation in reclaiming the Odyssey region. In exchange, the Noble Council would grant him noble status and sell him intelligence and historical accounts of the Odyssey War. After thoroughly reading the history of the Odyssey War, McDivin marked the locations of ancient battlefields on a complete map of the Odyssey. Kuurda's archaeological skeleton team, equipped with tools, began excavating those ancient sites in an orderly fashion. The flow of skeleton caravans to and from Kuurda was unceasing, with numerous bones transported to the underground warehouses daily. The slave trade passage in the Lindong Mountains had become a trade route between Kuurda and the Jiwochuo Federation. The Skeleton Brigade transports various products from Kuurda across the mountains for Anthony to sell on their behalf, and then returns with the assorted supplies Anthony has procured according to the list. The high quality and reasonable prices of Kuurda's products have garnered much attention from merchants, breathing new life into this bustling border town that thrived on the trade of slaves and smuggling, enhancing its prosperity further. McDivin balances work and leisure, producing gray, white, and green skeletons on the assembly line while indulging in relaxation and entertainment. An unceasing stream of skeletons emerges from the towering castle of Number 1, contributing to the construction of Kuurda. The walls of the 2nd district have been completed, the walls of the 3rd district are being systematically elevated and thickened, and the foundation for the walls of the 4th district has officially commenced. McDivin has reached an agreement with the Jiwote Federation, lifting restrictions on the scale of Kuurda's urban area. The Jiwote Federation is intent on reclaiming the Odyssey region, aiming to set an example and demonstrate its value. After all, skeletons are free labor. Not utilizing them to build walls would be a waste. The central point of Kuurda is not far from the edge of the Lindong mountain range, with most of the land in the southern area of the 4th district encroaching into the mountains. Within the Lindong mountains lies Hailebeo, a subterranean city. McDivin has no intention of expanding further into the mountains. Future expansions of Kuurda will only occur from the east, west, and north, while the southern boundary will remain at the mountain's edge. Hailebeo, a city built upon the foundations of dog-headed miners, has minimal above-ground structures and has continually been expanding within the mountain. Hailebeo is inhabited solely by skeletons, requiring no resupply. The underground corridor connecting Hailebeo to Kuurda is nearing completion, facilitating logistics through subterranean rail transport. It must be noted that skeleton mages are exceedingly effective. Any challenges encountered by skeleton miners while excavating the underground corridor have been flawlessly resolved by the Earth Skeleton Mage. As development proceeds steadily, it swiftly approaches early March of the following year. With the watchful eye of the Light Clerics, no mages have dared to trouble McDivin over these past 4 months. To express gratitude to the Church of Light, McDivin donates a substantial amount of supplies at the beginning of each month. The precise intelligence provided by the Jiwote Federation has propelled McDivin's archaeological endeavors to new heights. Over the past 4 months, the archaeological skeletons of Kuurda have unearthed numerous ancient battlefields formed during the Odyssey War, as well as the remnants of ancient cities left behind by the Jiwote people. Ancient battlefields are McDivin's favorite, as every excavation yields a wealth of extraordinary skeletal remains. During this period, McDivin has resurrected 42 greenbone skeleton mages, 536 greenbone skeleton knights, 56 greenbone orc prophets, and 728 greenbone orc berserkers. The Odyssey War undoubtedly marked a defeat for humanity, as the extraordinary orc skeletons outnumbered their human counterparts. This disparity largely stems from the practice of human nobles collecting the remains of their kin when possible, a luxury not afforded to orcs. Skeleton mages are elemental mages, proficient in fire, earth, ice, lightning, and wind. These 5 elemental mages are frequent visitors on the battlefield and serve as benchmarks for magical artillery. The sudden increase of 42 skeleton mages holds significant implications for the enrichment of Kuurda's magical knowledge. The magical library contains a wealth of spells from the fire, earth, ice, lightning, and wind elements, as well as various magical knowledge, including some incomplete construction knowledge for mage towers. Unfortunately, McDivin's long-held dream of constructing a mage tower remains unfulfilled due to insufficient magical knowledge. However, as long as the resurrection continues, McDivin believes that one day he will acquire the requisite magical knowledge, and that day is not far off. Chapter 74. I have become the mage. The skeleton knights are primarily composed of fire and earth knights, alongside some attribute-less knights and over 20 storm knights. In terms of inheritance, the breathing techniques for fire and earth knights are still limited to the upper and middle volumes. Yet numerous accompanying combat techniques and cultivation insights have been added. The storm-breathing technique has yielded upper, middle, and lower volumes all at once, indicating that a core member of a certain noble clan perished in a recent conflict. Additionally, several middle volumes of night-breathing techniques from smaller families or mercenaries have been acquired. The resurrected skeletons possess fixed professions. For instance, farmer skeletons can only become extraordinary skeletons by awakening their bone spirit power, with only the skeleton knights having the foundational training to cultivate martial energy or magic. Time skeletons possess learning capabilities, allowing fire skeleton knights to learn martial techniques they do not already possess from their kin. However, time skeletons cannot cross professions. For example, skeleton knights can only learn martial techniques, not elemental spells or the battle skills and spells of other professions. Skeleton knights can transition to other night-breathing techniques. McDivin has instructed all attribute-less skeleton knights to transition to the storm-breathing technique. The storm-breathing technique represents the most complete night inheritance currently available in Day. McDivin has not instructed the fire and earth skeleton knights to transition to the storm-breathing technique. The growth ceiling for greenbone skeletons is limited to advanced second tier. Whether they can surpass their historical foundations to become bluebone skeletons remains uncertain. Currently, there are no time skeletons with upgraded historical foundations. The fire and earth-breathing techniques, which can cultivate to the 6th tier, are sufficient for greenbone knights. There is no need to waste time transitioning. The orc inheritance has also been significantly enhanced, with numerous battle techniques and curses of the orc berserkers added. While refining extraordinary skeletons, McDivin does not forget to bolster the foundational development of Day, ordinary skeletons. Over the past 4 months, he has resurrected 214 greybone skeletons, 869 whitebone skeletons, and 435 greenbone skeletons. The quantity of greenbone skeletons far exceeds that of gray and white bones, primarily due to the overwhelming loss of life during the Odyssey War. As excavations of ancient battlefields and ancient city ruins from the Odyssey War continue, greenbone skeletons are poised to become the most numerous type within Day. Occasionally, during the excavation of human ancient city ruins, blue and purple quality skeletons have been added to the collection. During this period, he has not resurrected any bluebone skeletons, as he is finalizing preparations for his advancement to second-tier mage. Before focusing on assembly line production, the foundation for the walls of the 4th district had already begun construction. When he emerged for inspection in early March, the walls of the 3rd district had reached a height of 16 meters, while the walls of the 32 blocks in the 4th district stood at 8 meters. Upon reclaiming the Odyssey region, the initial focus will be on expanding the territory, and McDivin intends to fortify defenses as much as possible before the impending conflict. Day possesses a contingent of earth skeleton mages, who, after completing the underground corridor from Hylabeo to Day, are tasked by McDivin to reinforce the walls with magic. Walls constructed of stone and brick can only defend against ordinary beings. To withstand extraordinary entities, walls must be magically fortified, in addition to standard earth magic reinforcement. The skeleton mages in the tower are researching various defensive formations for the city. Those defensive formations used in mage towers will be deployed along the walls of Day, significantly enhancing its defenses. Alongside urban development, the skeletons themselves are also evolving. Over the past few months, a number of deep green skeletons have awakened their bone spirit power, advancing to 1st-tier bone spirits. Many 1st-tier bone spirits have also seen minor level increases, and 10 deep blue skeletons have advanced to 2nd-tier bone spirits. These 10 2nd-tier bone spirits include 2 skeleton rangers, 2 skeleton assassins, 1 minotaur warrior, 1 minotaur shaman, 2 lizardmen warriors, 1 lizardman shaman, and 1 spirit cat warrior. Currently, Day has 14 2nd-tier skeletons, further elevating their limits. It is time to attempt a breakthrough, relying solely on the autonomous growth of skeletons. The elevation of limits occurs at a sluggish pace. To achieve a leap in foundations, McDivin must elevate his mage rank. Over the past few months, he has honed his mental prowess through the mass production of gray, white, and greenbone skeletons, believing that his accumulation is now sufficient to attempt advancement. Adjusting himself to his optimal state, McDivin retrieves a set of deep blue dog-headed dragon vein sorcerer skeleton components he had previously refined. In addition to this set of deep blue components, he possesses several sets of deep blue skeleton components, such as dog-headed dragon blood warriors, that he has never resurrected before. McDivin was thoroughly prepared. If he failed to ascend to the 2nd tier of the Necromancer before the unique temporal spring generated by the resurrection of the dog-headed dragon vein sorcerer vanished, He would immediately activate the backup skeletal components to reignite the special temporal spring, thereby invigorating his mental prowess until his ascension. Currently, as he resurrected the deep blue magical skeletal minion, McDivin felt no pressure and swiftly completed the assembly. He did not take the time to examine the deep blue dragon vein sorcerer, instead focusing on utilizing the activation effects of the temporal spring to break through his mental barriers. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed more. Fortune favors the prepared. As the first temporal spring was about to dissipate, McDivin had yet to complete his ascension. In haste, he resurrected the deep blue dragon blood warrior, leveraging the activation effects of the second temporal spring to continue his assault on the mental barrier. I have succeeded. With diligent effort, McDivin, having not utilized any other backup skeletal components, broke through the barrier shortly after the second temporal spring began to rise, thus ascending to the second tier of Necromancer. With his elevation in rank, McDivin burst into laughter. As a second-tier mage, he could now forge and assemble the resurrected purple skeletal minions. The purple skeletal minions began at the second tier, with a growth limit of the fourth tier. If he exerted maximum effort in their resurrection, Kurd would soon witness a batch of second-tier skeletons. Seizing the moment while in a state of mental activation, McDivin instructed his skeletal attendants to bring forth a collection of purple-grade bones for the forging process. From bones aged between 500 and 575 years, he produced pale purple skeletal components. From bones aged between 575 and 650 years, he created pink-purple skeletal components. From bones aged between 650 and 725 years, he forged medium purple skeletal components. However, he lacked the ability to forge bones aged between 725 and 800 years, which were anticipated to be deep purple skeletal components. The pale purple ordinary skeletons were easily resurrected by McDivin, initially classified as second-tier low-level bone spirits. The pink-purple ordinary skeletons and pale-purple extraordinary skeletons required more effort for resurrection. The former began as second-tier medium bone spirits, while the latter initiated as second-tier low-level bone spirits within a dual extraordinary system. After ascending to the second tier of Necromancer, McDivin remained in the underground workshop, forging and assembling the resurrected purple skeletal minions to enhance the intensity of his mental power and solidify his newfound rank. When he finally emerged from the underground storage, a month had passed. Accompanying McDivin were 18 ordinary pale purple skeletons, 12 ordinary pink purple skeletons for pale purple dog-headed dragon blood warriors, and 1 pale purple dog-headed dragon vein sorcerer. The ordinary purple skeletal minions consisted primarily of skeletal farmers, skeletal miners, and skeletal blacksmiths, with only a few combat-oriented types. The 5 dog-headed skeletons were particularly striking, their skeletal forms emanating a faint dragon might. Chapter 75. Once again great when fully unleashing their powers. The 5 dog-headed skeletons exhibited red patterns across their skeletal bodies, remnants of the dragon blood force within their remains. Temporal skeletons are unique alchemical beings. Their skeletal structures possess intricate networks akin to human blood vessels. The distinctive bone spirit power of the temporal skeletons is generated and accumulated within these bone veins. The bone veins of extraordinary resurrected skeletons are even more complex. For instance, the skeletal knights possess not only the bone spirit energy channels, but also innate combat chi channels, which are essential for their training in nightly breathing techniques. Temporal skeletons lacking this innate combat chi network cannot cultivate nightly breathing techniques postnatally. They lack the foundational training unless McDivin can create a blood refining method suitable for skeletal cultivation. This is achievable, as orc berserkers and gnoll warriors possess blood boosting abilities, and McDivin can draw inspiration from their bone vein structures for creation. However, these matters are exceedingly intricate. For now, it is more pragmatic to continue resurrecting and assembling skeletons, leaving the research to the magical skeletons. The dog-headed dragon blood warriors and dragon vein sorcerers possess a unique bone vein structure, characterized by blood vessels that allow dragon blood to flow within their bones. In fact, other varieties of bone spirits also contain substances akin to blood within their bone veins, albeit less conspicuous than in the dog-headed dragon blood skeletons. There are even more colors of skeletons. It is becoming difficult to distinguish them. Aside from her training and patrols, Audrey spent her time by McDivin's side. When McDivin was busy resurrecting skeletons, she would usually wait in the hall on the first floor. Thus, when McDivin emerged from the underground workshop, she approached him, curiously examining the newly formed skeletal lineage. Indeed, the variety of colors made it hard to remember. In the future, the lighter shades would be referred to as inferior grade, the deeper shades as medium grade, and the even darker shades as superior grade, with the darkest being labeled as exceptional grade. For example, this pale purple skeleton would henceforth be known as an inferior purple skeletal minion. Presently, there exist gray, white, green, blue, and purple skeletons, with yellow and other colors anticipated in the future. Using unique terms for each color would certainly be cumbersome. McDivin stroked his chin, establishing a standardized classification for the various color series of skeletons to facilitate internal communication. After entertaining Audrey, McDivin, upon regaining his composure, instructed his skeletal attendants to transport all purple skeletal components of exceptional grade and below from the underground workshop for forging. Curd stock of purple grade skeletal components was limited, and within a few days, they were all processed. McDivin meticulously categorized and stored different sets of purple skeletal components of varying grades. Excellent. The feline lineage's inheritance has been substantially augmented. After refining the purple grade skeletal components, McDivin began assembling and resurrecting the bones unearthed from the ancestral grounds of the catfolk. Following a period of industrious effort, sets of catfolk purple bones transformed into 10 inferior purple bone spirit cat warriors, 2 inferior purple bone spirit cat sorcerers, and a total of 18 inferior and 12 medium purple skeleton rangers or assassins. The purple bone spirit cat warriors and sorcerers hailed from 5 centuries past, their lineage being notably complete. McDivin summoned his cat maids, Sui Xiong and Sui Xin, to document the proceedings. Lord McDivin, we have important matters to report. Just as McDivin was preparing to resurrect a set of inferior purple bull-headed warrior skeletal components, a rabbit maid and a fox maid approached him, clad in armor. They had been observing the comfortable lives of the feline tribe. After obtaining the inheritance from the ancestral skeletons, they sought McDivin's assistance in executing a mission to pacify the indigenous tribes. During this time, under the protection of the medium-grade blue bone ancestral skeletons, they frequently traversed between Curd and the Fox Rabbit Hills, attempting to persuade the Spirit Fox and Spirit Rabbit tribes to join them. They had come to report significant achievements. What is it? McDivin paused his spellcasting and turned to inquire. Lord McDivin, the sorcerer leaders of the Fox and Rabbit tribes have agreed to relocate to settle in Curd. But the precondition is that you must assist them in annihilating their ancestral enemy, the Bloodclaw tribe. Following the deluge, the Fox and Rabbit tribes learned of the famed necromantic city and, under the leadership of the Fox and Rabbit women, sent envoys to visit Curd. The living environment in Curd was indeed exceptional, but the troubles that may arise in the future were considerable. Their conditions for allegiance included McDivin demonstrating strength to help them eliminate their nemesis, the Knoll Bloodclaw tribe. Only if Curd could showcase substantial strength would the Fox and Rabbit tribes be willing to share in the hardships and confront future crises together. Unlike the feline tribe, the Fox and Rabbit tribes were firmly established in the Fox Rabbit Hills. Unless faced with dire circumstances, their demands for relocation as vassals would be significantly higher. Lord McDivin, the Bloodclaw tribe has thrived in that region for many years and is a large clan. There are many high-aged skeletal remains awaiting your excavation. The Fox Rabbit Hills are the ancestral lands of our 2 tribes. You could relocate the ancestral graves of our tribes, and once our kin witness your capabilities, they will undoubtedly support your archaeological endeavors to make our ancestors great once more. The Fox and Rabbit women, fearing McDivin might find them bothersome, swiftly appealed to him from the aspects he valued most. You truly know how to win my favor. McDivin raised an eyebrow, as the Fox and Rabbit women struck a chord, uplifting his spirits. Prepare for battle. The target is the Shuizhua tribe. Not long after McDiv was promoted to a second-tier necromancer, he was brimming with enthusiasm. Yet the blue and purple skeletons in the Curd underground warehouse were insufficient for his needs. The ancestral burial grounds of the Shuizhua tribe and the Hutu tribe present themselves as perfect targets for his endeavors. McDiv is poised to ignite a new war. The large-scale gathering of skeletons has alarmed the Light Clerics. Witnessing the Skeleton Legion's annihilation of the Lizardman tribe, the Light Clerics are acutely aware that conflict is imminent. He remains as ruthless as ever. The massive assembly of skeletons reminds Lox of the hundreds of thousands of corpses buried in the Curd underground. McDiv's apparent kindness towards the catfolk cannot obscure his fervor for war. This time, the underground of Curd will surely yield a plethora of fresh corpses. Lox, Philila, you shall accompany the other clerics to witness and document this war. Although it is established that skeletons are alchemical life forms, oversight remains essential, and the Church of Light will dispatch clerics to accompany the Skeleton Legion once more. Moana has assigned Lox and Philila, along with other young priests, to witness and record, allowing them to undergo trials. The light clerics must possess unwavering resolve. They need to embrace the baptism of war, tempering their spirits to fear neither blood nor battle. Light clerics will not merely linger in the church to offer prayers. They face cruel and malevolent adversaries, and without steadfast hearts, they cannot endure the harrowing scenes that may unfold. Yes, the young priest stepped forward to respond. They have already endured the baptism of the plague, having witnessed various grotesque scenes, and believe themselves capable of withstanding the trials ahead. They understand that the rotting corpses of the plague differ fundamentally from the blood and fire of war, and they yearn to forge a more resolute spirit through these challenges. Chapter 76. Blood Recoil. The mobilization of the Skeleton Legion occurred at an astonishing speed. Soon, combat-ready skeletons, logistical skeletons, and archaeological skeletons were all in place. Forward. Under the leadership of 30 purple-bone skeletons, including the Spirit Cat Warlock and the Dog-Headed Dragon Vein Warlock, an imposing legion of over 20,000 skeletons marched forth from Kurd. Heading westward. Kurd lies at the southeastern corner of the Odyssey, while the Hutu Hills are situated to the southwest. This journey westward will lead them through the mouth of the Winter Gorge. There are still too few skeletons. After the legion's departure, only over 10,000 skeletons remained in Kurd, and with those from the Black Furnace Fortress, the total reached nearly 20,000. The density of skeletons diminished, and McDivin's sense of security waned. He commanded the skeletal attendants to transport gray, white, and green bones to him, aiming to establish an assembly line for the production of gray, white, and green skeletons to bolster the city's population. After his promotion to second-tier necromancer, McDivin found it effortless to assemble and resurrect gray and white skeletons, as his mental and magical energies were sufficient to support multi-threaded operations, allowing him to simultaneously assemble and resurrect 5 gray and white skeletons. The green bone skeletons posed no challenge either. He could simultaneously assemble and resurrect 3 green bone skeletons, although their mental and magical energy consumption was greater than that of the gray and white skeletons. Blue and purple skeletons, however, could only be assembled one at a time. The former presented no pressure and could be assembled swiftly, while the latter was more time-consuming, yielding only 1 or 2 in a day, which drained his mental and magical resources. Captain, the necromantic skeletons are launching a large-scale offensive. Should we intercept them on the way or attack the vulnerable Kurd? The line from the Winter Gorge to the frontier territory is heavily monitored by the eyes of vagrant marauders, and such a large-scale skeleton army passing through would naturally be hard to conceal. Upon learning of the mass exodus of necromantic skeletons from the city, some members of the larger mercenary groups perceive this as an opportune moment. Without the protection of city walls and catfolk archers, these skeletons in the wild would be easy prey for them. At this moment, Kurd's defenses were thin, and taking advantage of the Skeleton Legion's expedition to raid the city seemed like an excellent choice. Do not concern yourselves with them. The higher-ups have forbidden us from taking action against Kurd. The mercenary captain gently shook his head, gesturing towards the direction of the Jaiwot Federation. Their ability to claim dominion over the frontier territory was a result of tacit approval from the higher authorities. The prominent mercenary groups and vagrant settlements registered with the Noble Council maintained close ties with the Jaiwot Federation. While ruling the mountains may seem glamorous, without profound, extraordinary legacies, one cannot achieve lasting success. Furthermore, this glamour is fleeting, as the Odyssey region may descend into chaos at any moment. Those mercenary leaders and settlement leaders registered with the Noble Council hope for the Jaiwot Federation to reclaim the Odyssey region, desiring formal recognition. Following Kurd's rise, the Noble Council has plans to reignite the grand reclamation of the Odyssey region. Having received orders to cooperate with the explorers entering Odyssey to prepare for the comprehensive recovery of the territory, McDivin is recognized as an explorer by the Noble Council, and they are not permitted to oppose Kurd. Of course, they will not offer assistance either. Each has their own noble backing, and those noble family explorers are en route to Odyssey. They will aid these explorers in achieving their accomplishments, becoming vassals of those noble families, and acquiring extraordinary legacies. The powerful vagrant marauder factions received orders not to confront Kurd, and the weaker ones dared not challenge such a massive skeleton army. The Skeleton Legion advanced unimpeded, arriving at the ancestral grounds of the Hutu tribe, the Hutu Hills. All forces advance. After a brief meeting with the sorcerer leaders of the Hutu tribe, McDivin's possessed skeleton issued the order to attack. The Skeleton Legion surged forth towards the Shuezhua tribe. Chief, can these skeletons truly withstand the claws of the Wargen? According to the battle strategy devised by McDivin, the Skeleton Legion would face the enemy head-on, while the Hutu tribe would provide fire support. Much like the Spirit Cat tribe assisting the Skeleton Legion in battle, In contemporary times, necromancy is synonymous with weakness, and the Hutu warriors following the Skeleton Legion harbor doubts regarding the combat effectiveness of the white and green skeletons ahead. However, this is merely the appearance they perceive. In truth, the frontline combat skeletons are at least green-boned, while the white-boned skeletons are merely camouflaged by bone spirits adjusting their bone colors. Blue and purple skeletons only reveal their original forms when freshly produced. Upon exiting Tower Castle No. 1, they had already disguised themselves as white-boned skeletons. Green-boned skeletons, upon advancing to the first tier of bone spirits, commonly adjust their bone colors to white. On the streets of Kurd, only gray, white, and green skeletons can be observed. Under normal circumstances, white-boned skeletons are the deepest pits, yet encountering formidable gray-boned skeletons should not be surprising, as they too are camouflaged by bone spirits, especially the skeleton assassins, who favor disguising themselves as inconspicuous gray-boned skeletons. Trust in this. Regarding the doubts of their kin, the leader of the Hutu tribe felt uncertain. The war in Kurd was won through the cooperation of skeletons and catfolk. The battlefield strength of the Skeleton Legion is questionable, but the Lord of Kurd is so confident that he has allowed them to observe from the rear. He must possess considerable skill. They had followed in the rear as support, requested by the leader of the Hutu tribe. Bloodthirsty, blood curse. Upon detecting the large-scale assault from the Hutu tribe, the Shuezhua tribe swiftly recalled their warriors, assembling a great force to confront the Skeleton Legion. The Wargen's extraordinary system relies on blood energy, with Wargen warriors unleashing their bloodthirsty berserk forms, and Wargen sorcerers casting various blood curses upon their foes. However, the previously effective battle strategy proved entirely ineffective this time. The skeletons are immune to blood curses, and the Wargen warriors' attacks cannot inflict bleeding or life-draining effects upon the skeletons. Blood Rage. The Skeleton Legion will not passively endure the onslaught. The Orc Skeleton Prophet and Wargen Skeleton Sorcerers siphon the blood energy emitted by the bloodthirsty Wargen warriors, bestowing blood rage upon the skeletons. Empowered by blood rage, the Orc and Wargen Skeleton Berserkers charge into the Wargen ranks like rabid dogs, tearing apart the bodies of Wargen warriors and absorbing their blood to amplify their blood rage, once instilling terror through bloodthirst. Today they find themselves merely serving as sustenance for the enemy's bloodthirsty frenzy. These skeletons, the Ward warriors, found themselves overwhelmed by the relentless assault of the Skeleton Berserkers, leaving the warriors of the Fox and Rabbit clans in a state of astonishment. It appeared that even wargs could fall victim to the repercussions of bloodlust. Other skeletons, unwilling to let the Berserkers bask in glory alone, joined the fray, with formidable skeleton knights and various powerful undead emerging to decimate the Warg warriors. Different types of spellcasting skeletons specialized in suppressing the Warg warlocks. The sanguine powers were the Warg's greatest reliance, yet against skeletons impervious to blood-based skills, they found themselves at a loss, resorting solely to clawing in battle. Unfortunately, their claws were dulled, unable to penetrate the robust bone armor of the skeleton warriors. The time skeletons were notably renowned for their resilience, with some of their armor boasting defenses surpassing even that of knightly heavy armor. It seemed there was no need for our intervention. The Fox and Rabbit clans watched in astonishment from the rear, their minds racing to find words, yet they remained speechless. Chapter 77. Friends walking together. Initially, they believed that McDiv had become complacent due to his success in the Kurd War, thinking the Skeleton Legion incapable of engaging in field battles. It seems their understanding was limited. The skeletons of Kurd were anything but ordinary, each as formidable as heavily armored warriors, not the fragile undead that crumbled at the slightest touch. Furthermore, the extraordinary composition of the Skeleton Legion was striking. As they witnessed 28 second-tier skeletons and over 1,000 first-tier skeletons participating in the massacre of the Warg army. Regardless of whether this legion was assembled as a last resort by Kurd, their combat prowess alone was enough to leave them astounded. With abundant martial vitality and favorable living conditions, the battle had only just begun, and the leaders of the Fox and Rabbit clans had already informed their kin to prepare for relocation. What they had witnessed was merely a fraction of the entire force. McDiv had placed great importance on this archaeological endeavor, dispatching 42 second-tier bone spirits, 1,800 first-tier bone spirits, and 6,000 elite green skeletons equivalent to apprentice knights. These skeletons were the frontline combatants, while over 14,000 others, tasked with battlefield cleanup and archaeological duties, were not combat specialists but could easily intimidate ordinary soldiers with their resilient forms. When necessary, they could engage in battle. Yet this did not represent the entirety of Kurd's might. Alongside the fort of Black Furnace, there were nearly 20,000 skeleton guardians, including 56 second-tier bone spirits and over 1,600 first-tier bone spirits. After 3 years of diligent cultivation, McDivin had ensured that Kurd's military strength remained formidable, proving difficult to contend with in the Odyssey region. Should any vagrants or foreign tribes perceive an opportunity to attack Kurd during this period of perceived vulnerability, they would soon discover that Kurd's underground burial grounds would gain numerous new inhabitants. These skeletons are remarkable. The Light Priests did not engage in battle but closely observed the conflict between the Skeleton Legion and the Blood Claw tribe from a distance. For the first time witnessing time skeletons in combat, the priests compared them to the traditional undead they had encountered, realizing that they belonged to an entirely different echelon. The extraordinary power system of the time skeletons was fundamentally distinct from that of traditional necromancy. Moreover, this conflict was initiated to assist the Fox and Rabbit clans, enhancing the overall perception of McDivin, whose brutality appeared diminished in the eyes of the priests, such as Lux. Upon reflection, the priests acknowledged that McDivin was not as dreadful as they initially believed. "Fear not, little rabbits and foxes, your dear friends have arrived." Amidst the ongoing battle, an unfamiliar group surged from a diagonal rear. The skeleton archers immediately aimed their arrows at the approaching alien warriors. "Lord McDivin, do not fire. They are our allies." "The Humau tribe," exclaimed the leader of the Fox and Rabbit clans, standing beside the skeleton possessed by McDivin as the skeleton prepared to attack. The Humau people were individually strong but struggled to produce food, often enduring hunger during times of scarcity. The Fox and Rabbit clans excelled in agriculture, with the Lingtu tribe cultivating various crops like carrots and white radishes, while the Linghua tribe raised poultry and sheep using the produce from the Lingtu clan. During times of famine, the Humau tribe frequently sought relief supplies from the Fox and Rabbit hills to endure the harsh conditions. Over time, the friendship among the three tribes deepened, with the Humau tribe consistently sending warriors to assist during conflicts between the Fox and Rabbit clans and the Bloodclaw tribe. Knowing that they were not enemies, McDivin signaled for the skeleton archers to redirect their arrows and continue their assault on the wargs. He scrutinized the approaching Humau people, noting their distinction from the Lingmao tribe. The Humau were taller and more robust, their rounded cat ears contrasting with the pointed ears of the Lingmao. They embodied a blend of strength and agility, wielding pickaxes, while the Lingmao favored agile claw blades. "Where did you find these powerful skeleton warriors? They are quite formidable, nearly on par with us." The Humau were boisterous, mingling with the warriors of the Fox and Rabbit clans to observe the front lines, loudly commenting on the skeletons' performance. Some eager Humau warriors, dual-wielding their pickaxes, charged into the battlefield, clashing with the wargs. McDivin did not impede their participation. Recognizing that the allies supported by the Fox and Rabbit clans were indeed impressive, with a single Humau effortlessly battling over a dozen wargs. The Bloodclaw tribe was vast, and the inability to eradicate the Linghua and Lingtu tribes from the Fox and Rabbit hills over the years was largely due to the formidable assistance of their Humau friends. "You have the upper hand. Why consider relocation?" The situation of the war was quite clear, with the Skeleton Legion overwhelming the warg army, leaving the Fox and Rabbit clans without pressing survival concerns. The Humau leader expressed confusion regarding their desire to move. "Kurd is a far better home, where we can thrive." The leader of the Fox and Rabbit clans urged those who had visited Kurd to depict the life scenes there to the Humau leader. McDivin had already demonstrated their martial strength, and the Fox and Rabbit clans were committed to their word. Moreover, they could not afford to break their promise. Provoking McDivin would ensure that the skeletons would no longer be so amicable. The Skeleton Legion possessed the capability to annihilate the Bloodclaw tribe, and they could just as easily turn against the Fox and Rabbit clans. "Is it truly that wonderful over there?" The Humau leader seemed skeptical, questioning the existence of such a prosperous place in the Odyssey region. Indeed, Kurd boasts a Lingmao tribe with tens of thousands of inhabitants, who enjoy 3 hearty meals daily, complete with fish and meat. The envoy from the Fox and Rabbit clans recounted their personal experiences at the Lingmao dining hall, reminiscing about the delectable dishes. "What? That group of little cats eats 3 meals a day, and they are filled with fish and meat?" The Humau leader's eyes widened in disbelief. A daily feast with such abundance was beyond the reach of even their stronger breed of cats. "Can we move there together?" The Humau leader, filled with envy, expressed their desire to share in such a fortunate life. During times of prey scarcity, the Humau tribe relied on the Fox and Rabbit clans for sustenance. If the Fox and Rabbit clans relocated to Kurd, who would provide aid to them? Accustomed to a life of mercenaries, the Humau wished to remain alongside their friends forever. "That is a question for the Lord." The leader of the Fox and Rabbit clans could not make any promises and led the Humau leader to meet McDivin. "Of course, You are welcome to join Kurd. McDiv did not refuse, dispatching logistics and archaeological teams to assist the Humao tribe's relocation. Leader, the skeletons are excavating our tribe's burial grounds. Upon hearing about the move to a place of abundant meat, the Humao were thrilled and cooperated with the logistics skeletons. Unintentionally, they witnessed a group of skeletons rushing to excavate the burial grounds of the Humao tribe, leaving their minds in a whirl. Chapter 78. A shift in perception. Do not worry, I understand. We will not return to this area again, Mr. McDiv stated. Expressing concern that unguarded burial grounds might attract wild beasts, he offered to assist in transporting the remains of their ancestors to Kurd. The Humao leader waved dismissively, signaling that it was of no concern. He explained to his kin the reasons behind the skeletons excavating their burial grounds. If conditions allowed, migrating with the ancestors' remains would indeed be a commendable choice. Upon understanding the circumstances and realizing that the skeletons were assisting in relocating the ancestral graves, the gaze of the Humao people softened, and they ceased to concern themselves with the archaeological skeletons disturbing the burial site. They were not alone in this endeavor. The ancestral burial grounds of the Hutu and the Fox Rabbit clans were also being excavated by archaeological skeletons. The leader of the Humao placed great trust in their good friends, believing that nothing untoward would occur. Their impression was that necromancers utilized fresh corpses as materials for their spells, and they did not perceive any threat to their ancestors' decayed bones. They assumed that the corpses collected on the battlefield were intended for the revival of undead skeletons. As for the association with necromancers, there was no need for concern. They had learned from their friends that Kuerda had a Church of the Light Church, a necromancer bathed in radiance. Moreover, they had witnessed the observing light clerics in the rear, who did not obstruct the skeleton army from collecting corpses, raising no issues. Faced with the lowest-ranking apprentice knights and an overwhelming number of first- and second-tier skeletons, the Bloodclaw tribe's werewolves had no recourse and soon suffered a swift defeat. After vanquishing the werewolf army, the skeletons pursued the fleeing foes across the plains, while the support skeletons followed to collect the fallen and clear the battlefield. The skeleton possessed by McDiv trailed behind, probing for buried remains beneath the grasslands in search of the werewolves' ancestral graves. He marked each burial site for the skeletons to excavate in sequence. This individual certainly lacked discretion. In the past 6 months, young priests like La Cusifalela had occasionally participated in tracking the archaeological skeletons. During this time, the archaeological skeletons primarily focused on excavating ancient battlefields and city ruins, and they had only heard from their elders about McDiv's penchant for digging up ancestral graves. They could comprehend the skeletons excavating the graves of the Fox Rabbit clans and the Humao tribe, as all 3 clans were set to relocate to Kuerda, making the transfer of ancestral graves entirely reasonable. They had seen the collective burial grounds of the Cat people in the Lingmiao tribe's settlement area. When the skeleton possessed by McDiv searched for and summoned skeletons to excavate the werewolves' ancestral graves, this rumor was confirmed. Particularly, when the skeleton unearthed ancient remains. The sound of the upper and lower jawbones clashing produced a chilling laughter that was almost suffocating. Their perception of McDiv had accumulated several unsavory labels due to his love for collecting corpses, digging up ancestral graves, and enthusiastically excavating the remains of the buried. Setting forth, the skeleton army lingered in the Fox Rabbit Hills and Werewolf Plains for half a month, ensuring that no remains were overlooked before McDiv issued the order to return. The grand skeleton convoy returned laden with treasures, accompanied by the clansmen of the Fox Rabbit tribes and the Humao tribe, while the combat skeletons provided perimeter protection. The skeleton army had indeed enslaved the Fox and Rabbit tribes of the hills, showcasing their formidable strength. Initially, the skeleton army could not conceal their movements, but upon returning, their numbers had expanded, and the territories they traversed witnessed the skeleton army's triumphant return. The Fox and Rabbit clans were sought after as exotic female slaves, with hunting parties frequently sent to capture them, while mercenary groups in the frontier often dabbled in slave hunting. They were acutely aware of the strength of the Fox Rabbit tribes, particularly the Humao people, who were formidable allies. Typically, they only had opportunities to capture a few female slaves when conflicts arose between the Fox Rabbit clans and the werewolves. They had initially believed that the victory in the Kuerda War was solely due to the skeleton army's reliance on the protective walls and the archers of the Cat people, underestimating the skeleton army's combat prowess. Their understanding had been refreshed. The skeleton army's field strength was remarkably high, having conquered the Fox Rabbit clans. Among the ranks of the skeletons were the figures of Humao people, showcasing that even their formidable allies had been subdued. This war warranted serious consideration. It was no wonder that the Jaiwot Federation placed such importance on Kuerda, prohibiting any aggressive actions against it. Thankfully, They had refrained from seizing the opportunity to attack the skeleton army or the defenseless Cuerda, for to provoke these extraordinary skeletons would have led to significant troubles. The Lord of Cuerda had struck it rich. Observing the fox-rabbit tribes among the skeleton army, many leaders of other factions were envious. The enslavement of the fox-rabbit clans meant that Cuerda would no longer fret over a lack of exotic female slaves to sell. Additionally, Cuerda had a contingent from the Lingyao tribe, also a lucrative source of exotic female slaves. In their eyes, Cuerda would soon become wealthy solely through slave trading. Inciting their envy, wealth and power were proportional. They lacked the capability to conquer the fox-rabbit hills, while the skeleton army possessed the strength to enslave both tribes, thus allowing the Lord of Cuerda to thrive. Accompanying the skeleton convoy, the clansmen of the fox-rabbit tribes and the Humyao tribe radiated joy, dreaming of a splendid future. They had no inkling that, in the eyes of other factions, they had already become commodities on display. This narrow-mindedness was evident. McDivin had no intention of selling the young members of these two tribes. Having been with the Lingyao tribe for so long, not a single cat person had been treated as a slave and transported to the Jiwote Federation. While slave trading was indeed highly profitable, he found it beneath him. The various industrial products of Cuerda could also yield significant profits. What a magnificent city! The architectural grandeur of Cuerda was immense, from a distance. The fox-rabbit and Humyao people beheld the towering walls. Even from afar, it was awe-inspiring, and upon entering the urban circle, they were further astonished. The city defenses of Cuerda were exceptionally extravagant, with one wall connected to another and one arrow tower adjacent to the next. The fox-rabbit clans and the Humyao tribe were settled in the second ring of streets, specifically in blocks 12 to 16, directly west of which lay the 3rd to 5th blocks inhabited by the Lingyao tribe. The Lingyao people held unwavering loyalty to McDivin, guarding the first ring of the first block, which would ultimately become their residential area. The vassal tribes resided in the urban residential districts, with the skeleton army stationed at the ends of the city wall and the fortress district. The support skeletons lived in the resource area encircling the city. Under the surveillance of the skeleton army, the vassal tribes were monitored closely, should any tribe rebel. The skeleton soldiers stationed in the city wall and fortress district would encircle the residential area to quell the insurrection. The fox-rabbit clans, capable of resisting the formidable Bloodclaw tribe, naturally had a considerable population. Upon statistical assessment, the Linghua tribe comprised 51,237 individuals, while the Lingtu tribe boasted 127,489. The Humyao tribe had a smaller population, totaling only 8,364. The Humyao people's appetites were much larger than those of the Lingyao, and their lack of agricultural and pastoral skills justified their lower numbers. Were it not for the support of the fox-rabbit clans, their population would have been even less. The Bloodclaw tribe, their age-old enemies, was even larger. The support skeletons collected nearly 200,000 corpses while cleaning the battlefield. This figure represented the total number of kills, with just over 100,000 werewolves actively participating in the battle, though the actual number of werewolf warriors who perished on the front lines was likely only around 50,000 to 60,000. The majority of werewolves died during the pursuit following the army's rout and subsequent carpet cleansing. The devastating defeat of the werewolf army was primarily due to the disparity in quality and extraordinary capabilities compared to the skeleton army. The skeletons directly involved in combat were at least equivalent to armored veteran apprentice knights. The werewolf army's combat capabilities were inconsistent, with many mere militia members. In terms of extraordinary strength, the Bloodclaw tribe, which dominated its region, had only 8 second-tier and over 400 first-tier werewolves, rendering them incomparable to the skeleton army. Furthermore, the fox-rabbit clans were not merely spectators. They heeded McDivin's commands to provide ranged support, hastening the werewolves' defeat. After all, with 200,000 werewolves and fewer than 10,000 skeletons on the battlefield, it would take considerable time to eliminate them. The subsequent bloody purge of the werewolves saw substantial contributions from the fox-rabbit clans. As sworn enemies, the fox-rabbit clans showed no mercy when annihilating the Bloodclaw tribe, ensuring complete eradication. Additionally, some Humyao individuals also participated in the conflict. The alliance between the fox-rabbit clans and the Humyao tribe was inherently balanced against the Bloodclaw tribe. The formidable skeleton legion swiftly led to the demise of the Bloodclaw tribe. Fresh corpses of the war were dispatched to various burial sites for proper handling, thereafter stored within the subterranean crypts. Remains under 5 years of age were treated similarly, while only those exceeding 5 years were transported to the underground warehouse of the first Hightower Castle. Among these, Skeletons anticipated to reach the next historical stage within 5 years were meticulously selected by McDivin, designated for a specialized historical repository awaiting utilization. Other remains, deemed unsuitable for preservation, were immediately melted down into skeletal components by McDivin, while those in good condition were categorized and stored according to their historical phases in different warehouses. The remains of the fox and rabbit clans, along with those of the tiger cat tribe, were sent to designated burial areas within their residential zones, which had been demarcated as the ancestral cemeteries for these tribes. McDivin exhibited patience, refraining from refining the ancestors of the newly subjugated tribes immediately. He ensured the implementation of necessary measures by dispatching a maintenance team to care for the ancestral remains, preventing their natural decay before he could commence his work. The fox and rabbit tribes did not fabricate tales. The history of the Bloodclaw tribe was indeed ancient. Deep within the sealed crypts, McDivin discovered a collection of remains emanating a yellow and red glow. The yellow remains dated back between 800 to 1200 years, while the red remains boasted a historical legacy exceeding 1200 years. This marked McDivin's first acquisition of red remains, which could be traced back to the era of the necromantic cataclysm. The long-standing decline of the Bloodclaw tribe suggests a singular possibility that a significant event of heritage loss occurred during one or several historical periods. The fox and rabbit clans also possess a rich legacy, as McDivin uncovered a batch of yellow remains over 800 years old from their ancestors. It is believed that the fox and rabbit clans migrated to the Fox and Rabbit Hills over 8 centuries ago, subsequently engaging in prolonged conflict with the Bloodclaw tribe. In contrast, the historical depth of the tiger cat tribe is relatively shallow, with remains no older than 300 years found in their burial grounds, indicative of their migration prior to the Odyssey War. According to the revelations of the tiger cat tribe's sorceress leader, they migrated from beyond the Odyssey region, their ancestral lands lying within the Bearman Empire. The Odyssey War involved 3 factions: the Orc Empire invading from the northeastern coastline, the Bearman Empire from the northwestern wilderness, and the local Gavat Federation. The foreign tribes, squeezed into the forests by the Gavat Federation, allied with the Orc and Bearman empires to drive the Gavat Federation out of the Odyssey region. At that time, the Orc and Bearman empires aimed to penetrate deep into the heart of the Gavat Federation, seeking to annex more fertile lands. However, their greed led to dire consequences, as they suffered a devastating defeat before the Winter Fortress, rendering them incapable of holding the Odyssey region and forcing their withdrawal. This conflict severely weakened all 3 empires, none of whom could maintain control over the Odyssey, resulting in a chaotic territory devoid of governance. Subsequently, the Gavat Federation launched a grand expansion, mirroring similar actions from the Orc and Bearman empires, yet ultimately none gained the upper hand, leading to further turmoil in the Odyssey. For nearly 300 years, indigenous foreign tribes have risen, only to be crushed by the 3 major players. Under the machinations of these behind-the-scenes strategists, the Odyssey region has been left devoid of any notable power, with no appearances of third-tier extraordinary beings in recent years. Such a bounty of meat. McDivin, aware of the temporal juncture for the return journey, saw the establishment of the dining hall in the Kubu district open to residents after the fox and rabbit clans and the tiger cat tribe settled into their new living quarters. The dining hall in the spiritual fox and rabbit communal area was prepared in accordance with their dietary customs. Conversely, the sustenance for the tiger cats was provided based on the standards of the spirit cat dining hall. The tiger cats, upon seeing the astonishing portions of fish and beast meat in their trays, erupted in a chorus of delighted meows while queuing for their meals. How fragrant! How delectable! They feasted until full. The tiger cats displayed no decorum, devouring their meals ravenously, and soon found themselves unable to walk due to their bloated bellies. It was evident that the tiger cats had been starved and exhibited no restraint in the face of unlimited food supply. These fellows. The tiger cat chief looked at his tribe members, swaying unsteadily, torn between laughter and concern. His leadership skills seemed insufficient, as he had failed to provide for their basic needs, resulting in their current state of indulgence. Kurd is indeed a splendid place. He hoped this meal was not merely for show. They did not seek meat at every meal. Merely a full belly would suffice for their contentment. Following a sumptuous lunch, the 3 tribes were assigned their living quarters by their respective overseers, officially settling into Kurd. After the distribution of houses, the tiger cats eagerly rushed to the dining hall, gathering around the tables in anticipation of dinner. What a blissful existence! The evening meal was not as grand as a welcome feast, yet included ample fish and meat to satisfy their hunger. This time, the tiger cats showed remarkable restraint, avoiding the overindulgence that left them unable to move. As night fell, the oil lamps along the roads were lit. The well-fed tiger cats strolled along the brightly illuminated streets, basking in the happiness radiated by the night view of Kurd. They never imagined they would one day live the life of their dreams, and at no cost to themselves. They were truly grateful to their good friends who had not forgotten to introduce them during their relocation. And of course, they owed thanks to Lord McDivin, a truly generous and benevolent lord, akin to a warm-hearted herald of the holy light rather than a cold necromancer. My Lord McDivin, these are the ancestral remains on the verge of deterioration. We beseech you to restore their former glory. The leaders of the fox and rabbit clans, possessing greater knowledge, approached with the fragile remains marked by McDivin while their kin reveled in bliss. Chapter 80. The Tower of Heritage. The battle between the Skeleton Legion and the Bloodclaw tribe made the fox and rabbit clans acutely aware that they were not essential to Kurd. McDivin's objective was the ancestral burial sites of the fox and rabbit clans. The provision of a better living environment for these clans as vassals was merely ancillary. They understood that the fox and rabbit clans would have to pay a price for their newfound happiness and stability. Deep down, they felt no significant resistance. They had witnessed the ancestral skeletons guarding the fox and rabbit maidens, eagerly anticipating the restoration of their ancestors' glory to protect future generations. The fox and rabbit clan's realization delighted McDivin, who promptly set aside his current tasks to refine the ancestral remains of these clans. 3 days later, the leaders and sorcerers of the fox and rabbit clans received McDivin's summons and hurried to the first Hightower Castle to pay their respects. In the reception hall, McDivin occupied the main seat, with the fox maid and rabbit maid kneading his shoulders on either side. Flanking him on both sides were 4 skeletons. On the left, a lower-grade purple skeletal spirit fox warrior and sorcerer, and on the right, a lower-grade purple skeletal spirit rabbit warrior and sorcerer. These 4 skeletons had activated their disguises and were not in their original forms. We pay our respects to Lord McDivin and to our ancestors. The leaders of the fox and rabbit clans understood well the reason for McDivin's summons. The 4 skeletons in the reception hall were undoubtedly their ancestors. Please, take a seat. McDivin gestured for them to sit. The ancestral skeletons nodded in acknowledgement as they were observed. The time skeletons merely inherited the residual extraordinary marks from the bones. Devoid of past emotional memories, they were new beings. Due to the continuity of the extraordinary system, the skeletal spirits of the foxes and rabbits exhibited a relatively amicable demeanor towards the 2 clans. I shall establish the Tower of Heritage for the spirit foxes and spirit rabbits. Without hesitation, McDivin proposed the establishment of a unified Tower of Heritage after the 4 ancestral skeletons demonstrated their inherited knowledge to their descendants. The Tower of Heritage for the spirit foxes and spirit rabbits would serve as the central hub for extraordinary inheritance for both clans, with apprentice sorcerers receiving their education at the affiliated Sorcerers Academy. Preparatory Spirit Rune warriors would undergo the Spirit Rune inscription process at the Tower of Heritage and receive training in Spirit Rune combat skills at the affiliated Spirit Rune Warrior Academy. We shall fully support your policies in the construction of the Tower of Heritage, witnessing the glory of their ancestors. The leaders of the Spirit Fox and Spirit Rabbit clans displayed no resistance whatsoever, cooperating wholeheartedly with McDivin to enhance the extraordinary inheritance of both clans. They entrusted the existing extraordinary heritage of the Linghu and Lingtu clans to the ancestral skeletons for organization and compilation, eagerly anticipating the opening of the Tower of Heritage. Following this meeting, the leaders of the Fox and Rabbit clans sent the green to purple extraordinary bones from the burial site to Tower Number 1, allowing the ancestors to regain their former glory. Over the course of the subsequent half-month, McDivin focused on refining and reassembling the extraordinary skeletons of the Fox and Rabbit clans. The number of ancestral bones was exceedingly vast, and in addition to the previously acquired 4 purple bones, McDivin successfully resurrected 12 low-grade purple bone Linghu warriors and 3 sorcerers, 46 blue bone Linghu warriors and 8 sorcerers of various grades, and 36 green bone Linghu warriors and 6 sorcerers. The quantities of green, blue, and purple bone Linghu warriors and sorcerers were consistent with those of the Linghu warriors and sorcerers. Such a multitude of ancestral skeletons significantly enhanced the spiritual pattern heritage and sorcerer legacy of the Fox and Rabbit clans. After organizing and compiling the extraordinary heritage of both clans, McDivin inaugurated the Tower of Heritage in their settlement area. The Tower of Heritage corresponded to the district's castle, led by skeleton sorcerers from both clans, and established an academy of inheritance, integrating the sorcerer teams of the 2 families. On the day the Tower of Heritage was opened, A group of pre-selected sorcerer apprentices and aspiring spiritual pattern warriors entered the tower amidst the blessings of their kin, to receive the extraordinary heritage and subsequently pursue further studies at the corresponding academies. The Tower of Heritage was not only open to apprentices. Existing spiritual pattern warriors from the Fox and Rabbit clans could also complete their missing heritage patterns within the tower and learn lost combat techniques at the academy. For the proliferation of extraordinary beings, a stable environment and transmission of knowledge are paramount, while various extraordinary resources hold significant importance as well. Within the resource zone of the districts inhabited by the Fox and Rabbit clans, large-scale cultivation of the medicinal herbs required for their heritage and training commenced. It appeared that this year was a drought year. By the time the Tower of Heritage for the Linghu and Lingtu clans opened, it was already early July. McDivin, having found some leisure, noticed that the rainy season, which typically arrived by mid-June, had yet to commence. The floods of the following year would pose a grave challenge to the living beings of the Odyssey region. He reminded the skeleton farmers to monitor the soil moisture in the farmland districts and maintain irrigation. Each district of Kurd was equipped with 2 deep water reservoirs, capable of regulating water flow, thus minimizing the impact of both floods and droughts. Finally, he had obtained the knowledge for constructing the Mage Tower. After meeting with the envoy from the Jaiwot Federation, McDivin unleashed his ambitions, directing the Skeleton Legion to excavate ancient battlefields and city ruins. The mage skeletons were prioritized for refinement and reassembly, regardless of their quality, as long as they were under McDivin's command. By late July, McDivin, as per his usual routine, began refining and assembling the recently acquired purple skeletons into mage skeletons, soon erupting in joyful laughter. Of the 7 newly resurrected skeleton mages, one had inherited complete knowledge for constructing a mage tower. Moreover, certain components of this skeleton had participated in the tower's construction during its lifetime, passing down valuable insights. Despite the invincibility of Kurd in the Odyssey region, crises loomed continually. The Jaiwot Federation was preparing for a second grand expansion, and the intensity of warfare in the Odyssey region would soon escalate. At that time, the deployment of second-tier skeletons from the 3 major empires would surely be insufficient. McDivin's realm could not soar, and the light clerics would refrain from intervening in the conflicts among the clans. Thus, he could not expect their protection during wartime. The assistance from the Noble Council was not something he anticipated. Even if it were to materialize, it would come at a monumental cost. His greatest reliance lay solely on the Mage Tower. After acquiring the knowledge for constructing the Mage Tower, McDivin promptly gathered the Skeleton Mage team for collaborative research, followed by practical verification in the 7th District. Constructing the Mage Tower necessitated numerous magical materials, with the most demanded extraordinary metal being available from Hyla Fortress. The Earth-based skeleton mages utilized Tower Number 7 as a foundation, integrating magical metals for the Mage Tower renovation. My lord, the Mage Tower requires an energy source. We possess elemental energy pools, necessitating the invocation of extraordinary materials from the earth, water, fire, and wind elements to channel energy from the 4 elemental realms. The renovation of the Mage Tower soon reached a critical juncture, as the operation of the tower required substantial energy, which could only be achieved through the construction of an energy pool. The most common method for constructing an energy pool involved channeling energy from the 4 elemental realms to create an elemental energy pool. Chapter 81. Elemental Foundation. The cornerstone for harnessing energy from the elemental realms typically consisted of high-energy magic cores from corresponding magical beasts or other high-energy magical artifacts. The ice element served as a variant of the water element. McDivin possessed a first-tier Frosthorn Deer magic core, which could serve as the foundation for invoking water element energy. The wind element foundation could utilize the second-tier wind-type magical beast core obtained from the Hu-2 swallowing the wolf plan. The earth and fire element foundations could be constructed using magical metals mined from underground caverns. Thus, McDivin could barely assemble a set of magical materials to invoke energy from the elemental realms. This makeshift invocation foundation would yield poor results, as could be readily discerned. Gathering the 4 types of magical materials for the invocation foundation was merely the preliminary step in constructing the elemental energy pool. The challenge lay in balancing the elemental energy drawn from the 4 elemental realms. If balance could not be achieved, the elemental energy pool would become a magical bomb, exploding violently. The difficulty of balancing elemental energy with this makeshift foundation was readily apparent, and furthermore, there was only one such set of invocation foundations, which did not align with McDivin's expectations, as he aspired to transform all the tower castles of Kurd into mage towers. A single mage tower offered limited security. Only a cluster of mage towers could grant him a peaceful slumber. I believe I have discovered a superior elemental foundation. I require your assistance, my four friends. McDivin pondered for a moment, a flash of inspiration igniting within him as he summoned the four exceptional greenbone mages. These four exceptional greenbone mages had been resurrected simultaneously, having perished on the same day, and shared identical realms, all possessing bone spirit power. Their only distinction lay in their affinity for elements, rendering them perfect elemental foundations and exceptional balancing instruments. We are at your service, Lord McDivin. The four elemental skeleton mages offered no resistance as the earth, ice, fire, and wind skeleton mages took their positions at the corresponding elemental invocation array nodes. With the elemental foundation established, the skeleton mages responsible for constructing the elemental energy pool activated the elemental invocation array. Energy from the four elemental realms surged through the void, pouring into the elemental foundation skeleton mages. This was a living elemental foundation that required no other skeleton mages for adjustment. The four elemental foundation skeleton mages autonomously balanced the energy from the four elemental realms, allowing the elemental energy to fill the elemental furnace array and construct the elemental furnace. Balancing elemental energy and constructing the elemental furnace represented the most arduous step in building the mage tower. However, this step posed no difficulty for them, as the elemental skeleton mages inherently served as natural elemental foundation stabilizers. They moved in unison, harmoniously, as the energy from the elemental realms, under their manipulation, was exceptionally docile. And within a short duration, the elemental furnace was constructed. Amidst a humming resonance, the elemental furnace activated, beginning to refine the energy drawn from the elemental realms to fill the energy pool. The elemental energy pool was flawlessly completed, commencing to supply energy to the magical patterns connected to it. This mage tower had acquired a core foundation, and the next steps involved further construction and refinement. This is the fluctuation of the elemental energy pool. The energy fluctuations generated when the elemental furnace was activated startled Bishop Moana, who was deep in prayer. McDivin possessed the capability to construct a mage tower and had successfully completed the crucial task of building the elemental energy pool, leaving Bishop Moana astonished. Is this truly possible? Mage McDivin is indeed a genius. Bishop Moana used divine techniques to probe further, observing the yet-to-be fully melted elemental foundation. McDiv was astounded as he constructed an elemental energy pool using skeletal mages as the foundation. This seemingly unconventional necromancer possessed a wealth of ingenious ideas. He first abandoned traditional necromantic spells, opting instead to refine skeletons into golems. The final blessing of the previous guardian became his ally, as the remnants of the luminous blessing within the bones transformed into exceptional alchemical materials. Due to his discord with the Mage Association, McDiv was unable to procure magical knowledge and materials from them. It was said that the resources in the Odyssey region were insufficient to meet the requirements for building a mage tower. However, McDiv charted a different course, utilizing four types of skeletal mages as elemental bases, thus formulating a unique approach to constructing an elemental energy pool with distinct Kurdish characteristics. Bishop Moana merely cast a glance and showed no intention of hindering McDiv's construction of the mage tower. They acted as impartial overseers, neither shielding McDiv during conflicts nor deliberately undermining his power to ensure his demise in the chaos of war. Unless someone sought the bone refinement spell or McDiv strayed from the path of alchemy towards the Necromancer Council, only then would the light clerics intervene. At all other times, they remained as invisible observers. Under the continuous infusion of elemental energy, the skeletal mages serving as the elemental bases had transformed beyond recognition, becoming the cornerstone of the elemental array. Nevertheless, McDiv maintained his connection with them. They became akin to tower spirits, with future opportunities for reunion once the mage tower was completed. Upon the successful validation of the elemental energy pool, McDiv immediately set about constructing a second mage tower, renovating the castle of his residence, the first high tower. He had already marked the locations for the first batch of mage towers on the Kurdish map. The first district at the center, along with the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th districts of the first circle, would all be transformed into mage towers. Following that, for corners of the second circle, specifically the 12th, 16th, 20th, and 24th districts, would also see the construction of mage towers. Similarly, the four corners of the third circle would feature mage towers, and the same would apply to the corners of the fourth circle. The first batch of mage towers would be distributed diagonally, encircling the first mage tower. Once this batch of mage towers was completed, Should there still be materials available for constructing more towers, McDiv would persist in fortifying the mage towers, enhancing the defenses of Kurd. As long as conditions permitted, he would convert all high towers into mage towers, ensuring that the stronghold was impenetrable. The construction of the mage towers did not require McDiv's direct involvement. The skeletal mages would willingly devote themselves to transforming the high tower castle into mage towers. During the renovation of the first high tower castle, McDiv relocated to the inheritance tower of the spirit cat tribe, the fourth high tower castle. "Linksy, come here," McDiv exclaimed, filled with excitement at the impending creation of mage towers. Before he commenced the process of refining and assembling resurrected skeletons, he decided to take a moment to relax. He summoned the cat-girl sorceress Linksy to enjoy her performance adorned in flowing veils. Awaken, the cat-girl maid of the first high tower and a member of the spirit cat sorceress council, gracefully entered the performance hall during the height of the dance. With Linksy and Awaken leading, several young cat-girl sorceresses joined the performance, expressing their admiration for their lord. After indulging in this delightful entertainment, McDiv adjusted his focus and continued to resurrect purple bone skeletons, simultaneously cultivating and enhancing Kurd's extraordinary foundation. The three great empires could intervene at any moment, igniting turmoil in the Odyssey region. Before the outbreak of war, he sought to amass as many skeletons as possible, ensuring that Kurd's army could withstand the impending pressure. This conflict was pivotal to his journey toward the stars and the sea. By mid-August, a severe drought had gripped the Odyssey region, with no rain falling since early June, leaving the land parched. In the reservoir area of Kurd, groups of tiger catfolk, foxfolk, and rabbitfolk congregated around small pools to cool off. The drought had not adversely affected the operations of Kurd. "We are fortunate to have relocated to Kurd. Otherwise, this drought would have caused great trouble." The tribespeople gathered by the cooling pools engaged in conversation. Historically, floods and droughts had been the most devastating periods for the three tribes. Such disasters led to a scarcity of prey and dwindling food supplies, initiating the onset of famine. Famine, in turn, heralded the advent of war, compelling them to engage in bloody conflict with the Bloodclaw tribe, not merely to seize food, but also as a desperate measure to manage their overpopulation. Besides the Bloodclaw tribe, other foes would also encroach upon the Fox and Rabbit Hills during times of famine. Years of great calamity were often years of strife. Had they not relocated to Kurd, they would have again faced bloody warfare with the Bloodclaw tribe this year, resulting in significant population decline. Now, with their worries about famine alleviated, after moving to Kurd, they enjoyed daily meals to their satisfaction. Their age-old feud with the Bloodclaw tribe had become a thing of the past. McDiv truly possessed foresight. He was a lord who understood the importance of water management and the welfare of his people. The light clerics did not remain in Kurd perpetually. They frequently accompanied the archaeological skeletons on expeditions. The oppressive heat and drought in other regions stood in stark contrast to the cool and humid environment of Kurd City. 1/5 of Kurd City comprised deep water reservoirs, and the water conservancy projects centered around these reservoirs ensured that Kurd remained unaffected by floods and droughts. McDiv was no warmonger. He placed great emphasis on urban development and the well-being of his people, resulting in their happiness. A good lord, deserving of the love of his subjects. It is no wonder that the spirit catfolk dreamed of fighting for McDiv, with throngs of catgirls eager to serve him in the high towers. In matters of romance, McDiv exemplified the noble traditions inherited from his lineage, proving himself to be an adept horseman. Lux and her companions had noted that the number of catgirl maids in the first high tower was astonishingly high. In recent months, the number of fox and rabbit maids had also begun to rise, as they expressed gratitude to their lord in a time of happiness and stability. Their investigations revealed that both catgirl and fox and rabbit maids willingly sought positions in the high towers, with McDiv never having coerced them. The aspirations of many young kittens to serve McDiv in the high towers illustrated the affection this necromancer inspired. Only the oblivious tiger catfolk remained untouched by the spirit cat, fox, and rabbit tribe sentiments. They anticipated war, yearning to repay McDiv's generosity through valiant deeds on the battlefield, as they were born warriors. With this, they could sleep more soundly. In early September, McDiv bid farewell to the reluctant spirit cat sorceresses and returned to the first high tower castle. After working diligently, the transformation of the first high tower had been completed, converting it into a mage tower. In addition to the first mage tower, the fifth high tower, which had been undergoing preliminary technical validation, was similarly transformed into a mage tower. Currently, the skeletal mages were in the process of converting the third, seventh, and ninth high towers. With these 5 mage towers set to complement one another, further enhancing the offensive and defensive capabilities of the first high tower. At present, McDivin was unable to construct advanced mage towers. He aimed to achieve victory through quantity, leveraging a chain enhancement effect through the mage towers. I bow to the Tower Master. The 4 skeletal mages serving as elemental bases had not perished. They had transformed into elemental spirits, becoming the tower spirits of the first mage tower. They would continue to serve McDivin, albeit unable to venture into battle. This posed no issue for McDivin, as he did not require the skeletal mages for combat. Their guarding of the stronghold and study of magical knowledge was the optimal arrangement. From early May, when the Skeletal Legion ventured to the Fox and Rabbit Hills, until early September, when McDivin returned to the first High Tower Castle, he had remained diligent for a full 4 months. During this period, aside from the perfected lineage of the Spirit Fox and Spirit Rabbit extraordinary skeletons, he had also resurrected a substantial number of skeletons. Among them were 8 low-tier Purple Bone Minotaur warriors and 1 shaman, 18 Lizardman warriors and 2 shamans, 8 Spirit Cat warriors and 2 sorceresses, 12 Dog-Headed Dragonblood warriors and 2 Dragonblood sorceresses. In total, there were 36 low-tier Purple Bone skeletons and 24 mid-tier Purple Bone skeletons. Longusuin, primarily consisting of dog-headed skeletons, includes 48 Dragonblood warriors for Dragonvein sorcerers and 236 skeleton miners and blacksmiths. Similarly, the gray, white, and green skeletons have also been revived in great numbers. Among them, there are 513 gray skeletons, 356 white skeletons, and 637 green skeletons. The gray and white skeletons primarily originate from the remains of various intelligent beings and animals found on the surface, with the uniformity of non-supernatural remains being melted into humanoid skeleton components. The green skeletons, on the other hand, are unearthed from ancient battlefields and city ruins, all being exquisite green skeletons revived from the remains of the Odyssey War. For McDivin, excavating ancient battlefields represents a significant enhancement, as he consistently acquires batches of high-quality remains of consistent age. The revived temporal skeletons possess the ability to grow. Each month, numerous exquisite green skeletons awaken their bone spirit power and advance a tier, with some rare blue skeletons advancing to the 2nd tier. Currently, there are nearly 100 2nd-tier exquisite blue skeletons alone, complemented by a multitude of purple skeletons revived after McDivin's ascension to a 2nd-tier necromancer, significantly bolstering Day's foundation of 2nd-tier extraordinary beings. With such a vast number of skeletons revived, McDivin's mental power has greatly improved under the nurturing of the Fountain of Time, and he is on the verge of breaking through the mid-2nd-tier bottleneck. The bison herd, under the attentive care of the skeletons, has thrived, producing several 1st-tier magical beasts. The blood of 1st-tier magical beasts contains energy sufficient only to awaken the bone spirit power of borderline skeletons, which yields mediocre growth for 2nd-tier skeletons. Nevertheless, even the smallest of gains is still valuable. McDivin refrains from slaughtering the bison for their meat, opting instead to continue nurturing them. The bison can grow, and once the 1st-tier magical beasts advance to 2nd tier, they will provide higher quality beast blood. The Skeleton Legion routinely ventures out to excavate remains, and McDivin is well informed about the situation in the Odyssey region. The water levels of rivers have declined, and many streams have dried up, causing numerous refugee cities and foreign tribes to suffer from drought-induced famine. The leaders of the refugee cities in the pioneering territory and various mercenary captains have united to send envoys, hoping to engage in trade with us. In light of the widespread drought, the envoys have arrived at Day, expressing that attacking Day is impractical and that they wish to procure food from us through commercial means, as the skeletons are busy excavating remains. The pioneering territory serves as the largest ancient battlefield site, buried beneath which are countless remains. They hope to exchange skeletons for food. Chapter 83, Mutual Benefit and Win-Win. I will dispatch a team to the pioneering territory to acquire remains. Before the Day War, McDivin had avoided the forces of the pioneering territory, excavating remains nearby. After the Day War, following an agreement with the envoy of the Jaiwot Federation, McDivin commenced large-scale excavations of remains. The Jaiwot Federation prohibits the forces of the pioneering territory from attacking Day, and conversely, McDivin cannot assault the forces of the pioneering territory. The Skeleton Legion is unable to excavate corpses in the pioneering territory, yet the forces there have approached him to negotiate trade, which aligns perfectly with his intentions. Following negotiations, McDivin and the forces of the pioneering territory reached a mutually satisfactory agreement. For the forces of the pioneering territory, the underground remains are of no use. representing a costless resource, and selling them equates to profit. To ensure the quality of the remains, McDivin refrained from allowing the forces of the pioneering territory to deliver goods to him. Instead, he dispatched a skeleton merchant caravan to procure remains from the pioneering territory. This way, high-quality remains will not be damaged during transportation due to improper preservation. Should the forces of the pioneering territory find the process cumbersome, the skeleton merchant caravan even offers free excavation services. They merely need to provide a plot of land and can await payment. In the acquisition of remains, McDivin has not established a grading system. All complete remains of any age are priced uniformly. He is keen to keep the strength of the temporal skeletons he revives, which correlates with historical depth, a secret. Moreover, this information disparity allows him to procure high-age remains at a lower cost. To prevent the calamity of necromancy, large-scale corpse trading is prohibited across all dimensions. The prohibition applies to fresh corpses. However, the sale of long-buried bones is not on the banned list. Upon witnessing the collaboration between McDivin and the forces of the pioneering territory regarding the trade of remains, the paladins were at a loss for words. They had not prohibited the skeleton legion from archaeological excavations and would naturally not interfere with this trade. The forces of the pioneering territory exchanged the underground remains for food, securing their survival through the drought. While Day acquires a wealth of remains through the food, all parties enjoy a promising future. Outside the pioneering territory, rogue refugee gangs, aware that remains can be exchanged for food, set aside their weapons, taking up hoes to excavate remains and transport them to Day for trade or to barter with passing skeleton legions. Due to the drought, the trade in remains has suddenly surged. Some foreign tribes even approached to trade, unable to challenge Day or plunder it, thus opting for a peaceful means to procure food. McDivin, you have done exceedingly well. McDivin's exchange of remains for food has garnered the admiration of the noble council of the Jaiwote Federation. Currently, the grand expansion is still in preparation. Sending food to the pioneering territory at this juncture would undoubtedly provoke the adversary's sensitivities, jeopardizing the grand expansion plan. However, failing to provide aid would lead to severe infighting among these pioneers driven by famine, which would not benefit the explorer's entry. The trade in remains has perfectly resolved this awkward situation. The Jaiwote Federation need not intervene, nor provoke the adversary's sensitivities, as the famine in the pioneering territory is alleviated. McDivin, sir, here are the ancestral remains you requested. The written commendation from the envoy of the Jaiwote Federation did not concern McDivin, as he was preoccupied with breaking through his bottleneck. At his request, the Humao tribe provided a batch of remains from their extraordinary warriors. He planned to use the unique fountain of time generated from the first revival of the Humao extraordinary warriors to invigorate his mental power and break through the mental bottleneck. The transition from a low-level second-tier mage to a mid-level second-tier mage is merely a minor elevation in rank. McDivin's accumulation is sufficient, and he encountered no difficulties, effortlessly surpassing the mental bottleneck. Following his ascension to a mid-level second-tier mage, exquisite purple bones can now be melted into skeleton components, enabling him to assemble and revive superior ordinary purple skeletons and mid-tier extraordinary purple skeletons. Taking advantage of the active state of his mental power, he instructed his skeleton attendants to present a set of previously melted mid-tier purple bone spirit cat sorcerer components for assembly and revival. The presence of a mage tower is truly convenient. This time, McDivin did not break into a sweat. With the enhancement of the mage tower, he was able to effortlessly revive mid-tier purple bone magic system skeletons immediately after his ascension to a mid-level second-tier necromancer. After the revival of the mid-tier purple bone spirit cat sorcerers, he used his residual magical power to revive several blue bone wolf skeletons, and then, with the support of the mage tower, he meditated to restore his mental power and magical energy. The mage tower serves as the finest aid for mages, significantly enhancing McDivin's meditation recovery efficiency. He quickly returned to full capacity, continuing his assembly and revival of skeletons. Reviving skeletons not only enhances the combat strength of Day, but also elevates McDivin's mental power ceiling, achieving a dual benefit. While McDivin was immersed in reviving skeletons, the skeleton merchant caravan was actively acquiring remains in the pioneering territory. They did not even need to engage in excavation. They merely had to enclose a piece of land, record the number of remains excavated by the skeleton laborers, and could then claim a stack of food vouchers from the skeleton merchant caravan. They could use these vouchers to procure food from Day or place orders with the skeleton merchant caravan, which would deliver the requested food. The skeleton merchant caravan only accepted food vouchers, not currency. To obtain food, one must exchange remains. The acquired food could be retained for personal consumption by the forces of the pioneering territory or sold at high prices to those in need of food, allowing them to handle the matter as they saw fit. Through the trade of remains, the underground remains buried in the pioneering territory are being transported to Kuur Day in batches, replenishing their stock. McDivin, sir, this is the Weaken Curse spell we have developed, based on the Orc's weakening curse magic, combined with magical knowledge. On this day, the Skeleton Mage Guild presented their improved weakness curse spell to McDivin. This enchantment is designed for necromancers and dark elemental mages. Excellent, keep up the good work. McDivin exclaimed with a smile as he accepted the spell inheritance scroll, offering high praise for the research achievements of the mage skeleton team. His focus was on refining the resurrected skeletons, while the matters of research were entrusted to the Mage Skeleton Guild. The development of disciplines such as rune studies, alchemy, and potion crafting, as well as the enhancement of spells, were their responsibilities. McDivin's task was to continuously assemble resurrected mage skeletons, enriching the magical knowledge within the library and augmenting the talent pool of Kuurda. He could not bear the weight of all tasks alone. The various professional skeletons he resurrected would shoulder their responsibilities, alleviating his burdens in their respective fields. The weakness curse spell was merely the beginning. Many more spells suited to his needs would emerge in time. Kuurda was not a rogue mage faction. Time is legacy, and history is knowledge. Through the resurrection of skeletons, Kuurda's extraordinary heritage would become increasingly refined. McDivin was no longer the novice mage who only understood the basics of the bone resurrection spell. After receiving the spell inheritance scroll, he paused his work on the resurrected skeletons to engage in study. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he would not fight on the front lines. However, knowing how to use a spell is one matter, while mastering it is another. Although he might not utilize the weakness curse, it was imperative for him to comprehend it. Just as he had not neglected his training in martial energy, he understood that thorough preparation would enable him to live longer and remain composed in times of crisis. Chapter 84. Memories like smoke. McDivin, I have been promoted to a second-tier knight. A few days later, Ayodele excitedly approached McDivin to share her joy of promotion. Hearing her exclamation, McDivin did not turn around. At that moment, he was holding a lit incense stick to honor the ancestral tablets on the spirit altar. Ayodele observed closely, noticing that the tablets bore the names of McDivin's parents. Realizing he was paying tribute to them, recognizing the significance of his actions, she quickly composed herself, solemnly bowing in respect. As McDivin reminisced, Ayodele was at a loss for what to do, awkwardly fiddling with items on the nearby table. Ahem, I see there is some dust here. After finishing his offering, McDivin turned to find Ayodele tinkering with a jewelry box on the table, momentarily taken aback as he studied her. Ayodele, noticing his gaze on her hands, hastily lowered her head and pretended to wipe away the dust with her sleeve, attempting to mask her embarrassment. This jewelry box was left by my mother. She entrusted me to pass it on to my future daughter-in-law. The jewelry box carried a story, prepared by McDivin's mother as a gift for her future daughter-in-law. He recalled the night of his mother's passing when she solemnly handed him the box, asking him to convey her wishes. His mother had hoped he would marry Ayodele. At that time, McDivin was wholly focused on breaking off the engagement and paid little attention to the jewelry box, merely regarding it as a memento of his mother, which he brought with him when he left Lolon City. May I open it? Upon learning the origin of the box, Ayodele eagerly looked to McDivin, hoping to be its rightful owner. It is indeed for you, McDivin nodded. Although their engagement had been dissolved, fate had brought them together in an unexpected manner. This jewelry box was initially intended for her, and placing it in her hands fulfilled his mother's wishes perfectly. Ayodele joyfully opened the jewelry box, which symbolized her status and represented legitimacy. Oh, McDivin, there is a magic imprint of the night breathing technique inside. Could it possibly belong to your family? As Ayodele examined the contents, she discovered some jewelry along with a magic imprint of the night breathing technique. She handed the magic imprint to McDivin. Indeed, it is the magic imprint of the upper scroll of the night breathing technique from the Awaken family. McDivin used his mental energy to probe the imprint, and the limited information it revealed outlined its contents. When he was 8, his father had intended to teach him the night breathing technique of the Awaken family, and he had some understanding of it. Perhaps due to an innate memory, McDivin found it difficult to feel close to the Awaken family. From a young age, he aspired for independence, wishing to avoid entanglements with them. After discovering his aptitude for magic, he refused the knight inheritance from the Awaken family under the pretext of pursuing the path of a mage. Subsequently, he acquired the night breathing technique and training resources through his father's channels, justifying it as a means to cultivate mage retainers. It would be unreasonable for the night retainers to practice the Awaken family's night breathing technique. Initially, he had no intention of practicing the night breathing technique. It was only after his parents' passing that he devoted himself to it. If his father had truly wished to teach him the Awaken family's night breathing technique, he would have done so directly without the need for this approach. Moreover, his father's untimely death left no foresight for him to inherit any legacy. If all went as expected, this inheritance had been left by certain individuals of the Awaken family, who hoped that McDivin would continue his father's knightly path. This magic imprint of the night breathing technique was indeed placed there by the Council of Elders of the Awaken family. However, they had not anticipated that McDivin had never opened this jewelry box and had instead practiced a separately purchased night breathing technique. In truth, aside from Weisheit, the Awaken family had done him no wrong. It was McDivin who had distanced himself, unwilling to accept their legacy and seeking to sever ties with the family. Had he only spoken up, he could have acquired many things. This is perhaps the downside of having an innate memory. He felt no sense of belonging to the Awaken family. McDivin found another box and placed the magic imprint behind his father's spirit tablet. Memories like smoke. He had long since departed from the Awaken family and established his own foundation. He would continue to follow his life's plan moving forward. McDivin, I have been promoted to a second-tier knight. Stepping out of the spirit hall, Ayodele resumed her cheerful demeanor, once again reporting her good news to McDivin, eagerly awaiting his praise. I have high hopes for you. McDivin chuckled, placing a hand on her shoulder, fully aware of the reward Ayodele desired. She had deliberately donned a short skirt and stockings. Her intentions were quite apparent. After relaxing, McDivin returned to the alchemy chamber to continue assembling the resurrected skeletons. The time for the grand expansion was drawing near, and he needed to accumulate strength to address the escalating regional tensions. Amidst the flurry of preparations, 3 months passed. During this period, McDivin forwent leisure, immersing himself in the alchemy chamber to refine the resurrected skeletons. With the Mage Tower's enhancement, the output of skeletons increased significantly. Over these 3 months, he created 36 mid-grade Purple Bone Wargen warriors and 6 sorcerers, 48 low-grade Purple Bone Wargen warriors and 8 sorcerers, 146 Blue Bone Wargen warriors and 25 sorcerers. He resurrected 8 mid-grade Purple Bone Spirit Cat warriors and 2 sorcerers, 18 mid-grade Purple Bone Spirit Foxes, and 18 Spirit Rabbits, each with 6 sorcerers. Additionally, there were 4 mid-grade Purple Bone Tauren Warriors and 1 Shaman, 8 mid-grade Purple Bone Lizardmen Warriors and 2 Shamans. He produced a total of 66 high-grade Purple Bone Skeletons, 48 mid-grade Purple Bone Skeletons, and 32 low-grade Purple Bone Skeletons. There were also 216 ordinary Blue Bone Skeletons. Below Blue Bone, there were 6,214 Gray Bone Skeletons, 4,386 White Bone Skeletons, and 18,195 Green Bone Skeletons. Among them, the Gray and White Bone Skeletons were ordinary, while the Green Bone Skeletons included extraordinary skeletons from various races such as humans, orcs, and Wurgens. The extraordinary bones below Green Bone were stored in the burial area to accumulate historical depth, not in a hurry to be refined. Each time McDivin's mage rank increased, Kuwarti's overall combat strength would experience a qualitative leap. In 3 months, under the enhancement of the Mage Tower, he resurrected nearly 300 Purple Bone Skeletons. Purple Bone Skeletons were innately second-tier bone spirits, with high-grade Purple Bone Skeletons being naturally advanced second-tier. With the current military strength of Kuwarti, it is capable of sweeping through all forces in the Aodisai region. However, such an endeavor would be futile. He would not act foolishly. The situation in the Aodisai region is manipulated behind the scenes by 3 great empires, and any audacious move would provoke retaliation from the Orc Empire and the Bearman Empire. The path to prosperity lies in silently amassing wealth. McDivin has secluded himself in the southeastern corner of the Aodisai region, cultivating his land and developing in silence. Apart from McDivin, only a few clerics of light in the city are aware of Kuwarti's overall military capabilities. While McDivin focuses on resurrecting skeletons, the Skeleton Mage Corps has not disappointed him. The towers in the 1st, 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 9th districts have all been transformed into Mage Towers. Although these 5 Mage Towers are of a lower tier, their interconnected underground magical patterns render them formidable. In terms of urban development, Kuwarti's 5th ring has been completed. Due to Kuwarti not expanding into the southern mountains, the 5th ring comprises only 29 districts to the east, west, and north. Currently, the 1st district serves as the city center, while the 2nd to 9th districts form the 1st urban ring, totaling 8 districts. The 10th to 25th districts constitute the second urban ring, comprising 16 districts. The 26th to 49th districts form the third ring, with 24 districts. The 50th to 81st districts represent the fourth ring, encompassing 32 districts. The 82nd to the 110th districts make up the fifth ring, containing 29 districts. Kuurda spans an area of 1,100 square kilometers, with each district protected by city walls, featuring deep water reservoirs and various logistical support areas. Regarding the city's population, McDivin has gathered for vassal tribes. The latest population data indicates that the population of the Spirit Cat tribe, which moved to Kuurda 2 years ago, has grown to 93,132, an increase of nearly 8,000. The Fox and Rabbit tribes, along with the Tiger Cat tribe, have been in Kuurda for 6 months. The abundance of resources has fostered procreation, with the current population of the Spirit Rabbit tribe reaching 129,514, an increase of over 2,000. The Spirit Fox tribe's population stands at 52,168, with nearly 1,000 new births. The Tiger Cat tribe has a population of 8,777, which is an increase of over 400. The goal of the Tiger Cat chieftain is to raise the tribe's population to over 10,000. Collectively, the 4 vassal tribes boast a population exceeding 280,000, ensuring that the vast city does not appear desolate. In terms of skeletons, there are 28,157 greybone skeletons and 17,770 whitebone skeletons. The greenbone skeletons number 43,510, with the ordinary first-tier bone spirits and various extraordinary greenbone skeletons exceeding 10,000. The abundance of greenbone skeletons and the high proportion of bone spirits are attributable to the Aodisai War, which left behind a plethora of extraordinary remains and a vast quantity of premium greenbones. Premium greenbone skeletons are on the cusp of self-awareness, easily awakening into first-tier bone spirits. There are 566 blue bone skeletons, including 479 extraordinary blue bone skeletons. Among them, 143 are elite blue bone skeletons that have been promoted to the second tier. The total number of purple bone skeletons is 537, comprising 266 ordinary purple bone skeletons and 271 extraordinary purple bone skeletons. Unless in special environments, the number of ordinary skeletons diminishes with the passage of time, while the quantity of extraordinary skeletons of the same color surpasses that of ordinary skeletons, a trend that will continue to grow. Purple bone skeletons currently represent the best type of skeleton. McDivin's limit lies in resurrecting superior ordinary skeletons and mid-tier extraordinary skeletons, with premium ordinary skeletons and superior extraordinary skeletons awaiting his unlocking. Purple bone skeletons are inherently second-tier bone spirits, and alongside the elite blue bone skeletons, Kuurda possesses 680 second-tier bone spirits. In contrast, the combined number of second-tier extraordinary beings from the 4 vassal tribes is only a little over 40, a result of McDivin assisting them in completing their extraordinary heritage. When the 4 tribes first arrived in Kuurda, the Spirit Cat tribe had only 1 ailing second-tier sorcerer left, and the second-tier extraordinary beings from the Fox and Rabbit tribes and the Tiger Cat tribe totaled fewer than 10. This illustrates the severe decline of the extraordinary heritage among the indigenous peoples of Aodisai due to the relentless ravages of war and disaster. The total number of skeletons in Kuurda is 91,540, which is less than 1/3 of the total population of the 4 vassal tribes. However, the combat capabilities of both sides are incomparable. Should these vassal tribes dare to rebel, the skeleton army could annihilate them in an instant. With Kuurda's current number of second-tier bone spirits, facing third-tier extraordinary beings poses no issue. In battles within the range of the interconnected mage towers, even fourth-tier extraordinary beings can be contended with. The 4 mage towers in the second ring are currently undergoing modifications. Once interconnected, they will significantly enhance the defenses of the city center. Standing on the balcony of the first mage tower, McDivin commands the skeletons to patrol his territory. As storm clouds gather, Kuurda has gained considerable notoriety recently, undoubtedly placing it on the surveillance lists of enemy nations. For safety, he seldom ventures outside the mage tower. Even when he does go out, he remains within the first ring, always under the protective range of the mage towers. Having experienced 2 assassination attempts, he understands that city walls cannot deter extraordinary assassins. He exercises utmost caution, leaving no opportunity for would-be attackers. Within the protective range of the mage towers, third-tier assassins will not escape. Fourth-tier assassins can be driven away even if they cannot be eliminated, while against fifth-tier assassins, the mage towers can buy him time to escape through underground passages. As for those above the 5th tier, he does not concern himself. It is not laughable for an ant to worry about being targeted by a divine assassin. What extraordinary being of the 5th tier or higher would expend their time assassinating an inconspicuous 2nd tier necromancer? It would be sheer misfortune to encounter an overwhelming force. In the face of absolute power, all else is but an illusion. Father, look, I have become a spirit pattern warrior. As McDivin surveys his territory, a small cat bounces home, proudly displaying the inherited spirit pattern on her forehead to her father, who is maintaining his longbow. My little Hua is the best, praises the spirit cat warrior, Huchuan, giving a thumbs up. Of course, I want to be like Daddy, fighting against the bad guys on the city walls for our Lord. The little cat declares with unwavering resolve, her gaze fixed on the longbow in her father's hands. She will never forget the rain-soaked season last year. She remembers that night when the rain fell heavily, and the air was thick with the scent of fishmen's blood. She feared her father would never return home, dragging her mother to the city walls in search of him. That night made her acutely aware that floods and fishmen were no longer nightmares for catfolk. Her father is a hero, having achieved great success in the headhunting championship and received rewards. She aspires to be like her father, a hero of the city walls, a guardian of the arrow towers, fighting for Kuerda until the end. Haha, now is not the time. Once you graduate from the Spirit Cat Warrior Academy, it will be your gift. Huchuan chuckles, ruffling the little cat's head. Kuerda is not the Spirit Cat Hill. The newly initiated little cat is not yet qualified for the battlefield. She needs to train at the Spirit Cat Warrior Academy for several years. And only after mastering a certain number of combat techniques will she be eligible to become a reserve soldier. Pinky promise. The little cat looks up, eagerly awaiting her father's promise. Pinky promise. Huchuan responds with a smile. The inheritance of Huchuan and Hua embodies a microcosm of the Spirit Cat tribe. Under McDivin's protection, the extraordinary system of the Spirit Cat tribe is increasingly flourishing, and in the future, more extraordinary catfolk will ascend the city walls to fight for their lord. The Spirit Cat tribe also serves as a model for other vassal tribes. Kuerda's strength lies not only in the skeleton army. The 4 vassal tribes are also thriving. Even without the skeleton army's intervention, it would be difficult for hundreds of thousands of conventional troops to breach the defenses of the 4 vassal tribes guarding Kuerda. Deep in the mountains, the Black Furnace Fortress is also developing. It is an underground city sprawling within the mountains. The Black Furnace Fortress is primarily comprised of skeleton miners and blacksmiths, continuously supplying Kuerda with extraordinary metals and metal goods such as iron armor, swords, and arrowheads. Within the Black Furnace Fortress, there are also numerous closed breeding facilities where goblins are raised.